The global road survival game has officially started. Everyone here starts from the same point, whether you were poor or rich before. Here, you have nothing, except for the vehicle you're sitting in. The vehicle is the only thing that can save your life, so fight to survive. Tip: all players are randomly assigned an initial vehicle, and with the binding, you automatically gain max-level driving skills. Killing monsters will earn you coins. Coins can be used to upgrade vehicles or trade supplies. At night, monsters will enter a berserk state. Good luck! The cold mechanical voice echoed in everyone's mind across the globe. Ling Ji was still somewhat confused, wondering what was going on. How did it suddenly turn into a road survival game? The good news was that school would start tomorrow, and his homework would finally be over. The bad news was that this place seemed a little too dangerous. What is this nonsense? System? Ling Ji cautiously asked. A light blue transparent panel suddenly popped up, with options like area chat, trading market, backpack, and personal info. Holy crap, there really is a system? Ling Ji's eyes widened, but when he saw the features, he suddenly deflated. It seemed that there were quite a few people with a system after all. Name: Ling Ji. Constitution: 6, human limit: 10. Note: attack plus defense plus speed, /3. Mental: 6, human limit: 10. Sanity: 100 out of 100, if sanity drops below 15, uncontrollable changes will occur. Before he could figure out what was happening, a light blue holographic screen popped up in front of him. Road Survival Guide. 1. Your area is an endless plain, with countless monsters walking around. Try to stay inside your vehicle to avoid death. 2. Vehicles are not invincible. If the vehicle is destroyed, death is the only outcome. 3. There is only one vehicle per person. If you lose your vehicle, you can only take refuge in other players' vehicles. 4. Everyone will receive initial talents and a beginner's gift pack. Choose your survival strategy based on the talents, items, and vehicle you receive. 5. At night, the number of monsters will multiply. Make sure to use the daytime to search for supplies. 6. Killing monsters will give you essential resources. 7. The beginner protection period lasts 7 days. Once the time is up, a horde of zombies will appear. Good luck! Ling Ji carefully read through the instructions, his heart sinking. It seemed like he really had crossed over, and not just him. Road survival, monsters, zombie hordes. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He opened the area chat, and messages quickly scrolled across the screen. Population 9988460/1000000. Ha, I awakened the system. Idiot. Everyone has it. Damn, I thought I was the chosen one. What the hell? I got an armed helicopter? I'm invincible as soon as I take off. Main battle tank. I'm going to crush all the monsters with a tank. Lamborghini supercar. Full speed, who can catch me? Fire truck. It comes with a water gun, defense maxed out. Of course, there are lucky ones, but there are also some incredibly unlucky ones. Damn it. How did I get a broken bicycle? I can't even outrun the monsters if I break my legs. Bro, you're doing better than me, I got a food truck. A subway car? Without tracks, what the hell am I supposed to do? Just wait to die. A taxi? Will this broken car even hold up against monster bites? Ling Ji looked down at the car logo on the steering wheel, his face turning pale. Vehicle, Wuling Hongguang. Condition, in terrible shape. Defense, 20. External weapon, none. Fuel tank, 1 unit of universal fuel, only supports 100 kilometers of travel. Rating, a badly damaged vehicle. Do not attempt to clean anything on it. That guy with the armed helicopter better not gloat. Didn't he notice the fuel option below the vehicle panel? He better start looking for fuel. Damn. You reminded me. The fuel only lasts for 100 kilometers. +1. I'm good, my food truck only needs 1 meal to accelerate 100 miles. Damn, I'm driving through a bunch of zombies. There are monsters outside. Brothers, who can save me? Don't get out of the vehicle. There are zombies outside. Damn, I want to go home. They're hitting my car. It's going to collapse. Seeing this, Ling Ji's body jolted, quickly looking around again. Sure enough, he noticed a figure about 100 meters away. That figure wasn't human at all. It was a monster, its whole body decaying, limbs stiff and twisted. It moved mechanically on the grass, letting out a beastly low growl. Oh my god. That zombie looks disgusting. I see it too, this world really does seem dangerous. If it's not dangerous, how can it be called survival? Look at the number of people in the region, hundreds of thousands are already dead. What about the talents and the newbie gift pack the survival guide talked about? Why haven't they been given yet? Currently drawing initial talents for the player. Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn the SSS hidden talent, all-knowing map. Special item detected. Activating. Congratulations! You have received a special item, Heart of Slaughter, unique. Ling Ji was a bit confused. Wasn't it just a talent? Why did he also get a special item? He looked again at the regional chat. Haha, I got B-level talent, Muscle King. Damn, you're a big shot. I just got a C-level combat talent. Really envy you guys, I just have an ordinary A-level combat talent. Damn. Can the one upstairs stop being so humble? By the way, isn't there anyone with an S-level talent? They're probably hiding it. It's only us with low-level talents talking about it. Ling Ji watched for a while and realized no one had mentioned the special item, so it seemed likely that only he had it. A personal panel popped up. Talent, all-knowing map, SSS. Function, search for any item in your mind, and it will give you precise navigation. Evaluation, can precisely find various types of resources. If you draw it, just smile to yourself. Special, Heart of Slaughter, unique. Function, when life slips away, you will capture a piece of its essence. Effect 1, each kill will permanently increase your attributes. Note, attribute increase decreases as the protagonist's rank increases. Vehicle kills do not grant the bonus. Effect 2, unlocked. Evaluation, an apparently ordinary heart, perhaps its effects will reveal something deeper. What the hell? Is this a god tier start? Ling Ji's voice even changed pitch. SSS talent for a map and a special item that grants permanent attribute boosts with every monster kill, this was basically a natural head start. Chapter 2, Infinite Fuel. Initial talent extraction complete, starting to distribute the newbie gift pack. Distributing. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in everyone's minds. Do you want to open the newbie gift pack? Yes/no. While Ling Ji was still wondering where the distribution was, the system suddenly asked in his mind. Open. Ling Ji silently said to himself. Congratulations, you've received 1 black bread. Congratulations, you've received a farmer's 3 fists bottled mineral water. 550 milliliters. Congratulations, you've received the entry, Infinite Fuel. A piece of black bread and a bottle of mineral water suddenly appeared on the passenger seat, with a golden card on top. Ling Ji stared and grabbed the golden card. Entry, Infinite Fuel. This entry can be used to make the fuel in your vehicle's tank infinite. Do you want to use it? Looking at the word infinite, Ling Ji's heart raced. In this kind of survival situation, nothing is more important than this. Water, physical items, weapons, none of it matters more than this. Because as long as the vehicle can move, there are endless possibilities. Use. The golden card disappeared from his hand. Entry activated, the 1 unit of universal fuel in the tank has turned into infinite fuel, and an additional unit of universal fuel has been added to your backpack. The vehicle panel also changed. Vehicle, Wuling Hongwang. Defense, 20. Fuel tank, infinite infinity. Weapons, none. Newbie gift pack distribution complete. Good luck to all players in the game. The chat channel exploded. Damn, why only bread, water, and this thin thing? Can someone tell me how this thin thing got in here? Bro, you're doing better than me, I got an illusion dragon. What use would I have for this thing? I'm a big man. Well, it's not impossible. Bro, how about I trade my water for it? Sure. Bro, why are you a guy? Help! My fuel's down to the last 10 kilometers. A bunch of zombies are behind me. Who can sell me some fuel? 1 gold coin. Dream on. You can't even buy a drop of fuel for 3 gold coins right now. I'm done, my car's out of fuel, the zombies are already surrounding me, brothers, goodbye. Ling Ji looked at the panel with the infinite infinity fuel tank and couldn't help but whistle. The players in the entire area were desperately fighting for a drop of fuel, and he had already achieved fuel freedom. Ling Ji didn't bother to read the chat anymore, silently chanting treasure chest in his mind. A golden trail appeared, one only he could see, drifting towards the distance. He glanced at the map, it was quite close. Ling Ji carefully got out of the car, scanned the surroundings, and only after confirming there was no danger did he follow the trail. After walking nearly 50 meters, he realized the treasure chest seemed to be near the zombie he had just seen. This left him a bit stuck. He wanted the treasure chest, but he didn't want to risk his life. What should he do? Ling Ji's eyes shifted as he looked towards the zombie in the distance. The system panel popped up. Zombie beast. Type, normal zombie. Speed, 4. Strength, 9. Evaluation, a normal zombie, a mountain that's hard to climb for weak humans. But it can be distracted with noise. Seeing the evaluation, Ling Ji felt reassured. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it forcefully onto the road in the distance. Bang! The sound of the stone hitting the road wasn't too loud or too soft, but it was just enough to grab the zombie's attention. The zombie paused its steps and ran towards the direction of the stone. Ling Ji quietly approached the wooden treasure chest and kept an eye on the zombie's movements. Seeing that it was still searching around the stone, Ling Ji felt relieved. Ling Ji raised his hand to open the treasure chest. With a flash of light, a pile of items appeared in front of him. Gain 0.5 gold coins, 5 parts, 1 leather, Tech 9 handgun times 1. Looking at the handgun in his hand, which resembled a submachine gun, Ling Ji finally relaxed his tense heart. Tech 9 handgun. Magazine, 50-50. Durability, 100%. Evaluation, a weapon loved by gangsters, capable of quickly turning someone into a sieve in seconds. It even thoughtfully came with a full magazine of bullets. Holding the handgun, Ling Ji felt much less fearful of the zombie. He quietly made his way back to his Wuling Hongguang. Just as he was about to get in and open the door. Click. The sound was a bit small, but the zombie was already somewhat close. Its steps suddenly paused, and it quickly charged towards him. But its speed wasn't that fast. Ling Ji still had time to react. Ling Ji took a deep breath, chambered the gun, and aimed at the zombie. Since the zombie was running straight at him, it was a high chance he'd hit. Bang! Bang! Ling Ji fired 2 shots, both hitting the zombie's body. This made the zombie furious. It roared and picked up speed. Ling Ji didn't dare to slack off, using the hand speed he'd honed from 20 years of being single. Bang! 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 A burst of gunfire rang out, and the zombie was directly turned into a sieve, falling motionless to the ground. Successfully killed a zombie, gained 0.1 gold coins. Gained a bonus. Physique +1, mentality +0.3. Ling Ji smiled. He had been a sharpshooter since grade 7. A small zombie, no problem. Back in the car, Ling Ji stepped on the gas pedal. His broken-down miracle car started after a strange sound. Searching for nearby resource points. Ling Ji used his talent, thinking in his mind. Golden trails appeared, drifting towards various places on the plains. Nice, talents really are useful. Meanwhile, the chat channel was full of discussions about treasure chests. Many people had found treasure chests and opened great items. One lucky person even opened an M4A1 with a suppressor. But he also did not envy, just a gun, he also had one, and the firing speed was even faster. But the problem now was that he lacked bullets. Just now when shooting that zombie, his hand speed was a bit fast. In one breath he fired 13 rounds. TSK, if he knew he was this accurate he should have used them sparingly. Just when Ling Ji was thinking, suddenly a burst of door-pounding sound appeared. Subconsciously he looked over, outside 4 or 5 zombies were crowding and slapping the door. Only then did Ling Ji realize that his speed was a bit slow. And the car's defense was also dropping, it had already fallen to 10, if they slapped it for a while longer he would become a boxed meal. Damn! With one hard press on the gas pedal, the car finally threw those zombies behind. When Ling Ji put his gaze on the car door, some small words also appeared on it. Ordinary Wuling Hongguang. Level, LV1. Upgrade just need, gold coins times 5, leather times 5, parts times 30, iron sheets times 5. There are quite a lot needed for upgrade, looks like I still need to work hard. Ling Ji let out a sigh. The car drove for another minute and had already arrived at the nearest resource point. Ling Ji first swept his eyes around once, after confirming there were no zombies, only then did he dare to step down. He was not afraid of zombies attacking himself now, he was just afraid of zombies attacking the car. Only 10 defense points left, if it was hit 2 more times, his car would be gone. Heaven give an opening, if he played himself into this state, he might as well just commit suicide. Following the golden trajectory's guidance, Ling Ji came to a broken wooden box. Resource point discovered, obtain gold coins times 0.5, leather times 3, parts times 5, universal fuel times 1. Not bad, not bad, there is actually universal fuel. Ling Ji grinned wide and laughed. Universal fuel, although he did not need it, some people needed it. Ling Ji climbed into the car with a giggle, then began to search for resources along the road. He followed the golden navigation all the way sweeping across, the resource points along the way were completely looted clean by him. The sky gradually dimmed. Chapter 3 Vehicle Upgrade. Night curtain began to descend, Ling Ji could feel that the wind on the plain grew stronger, and he could also hear the howls of unknown animals. Must upgrade the vehicle. Ling Ji made up his mind, these 10 points of defense, at night, should be not enough to look at. This whole afternoon, the materials he searched along the way, he had 12 portions of leather, 55 parts, 7 portions of iron sheets, only gold coins were a bit short, only 3.5. But he found quite a lot of food. But he still had 2 portions of universal fuel in his hand, if sold he should be able to gather enough gold coins for the upgrade. Ling Ji did not rush to sell, instead he first opened the trading market. On it there was everything being sold, water, bread, wild grass, zombie meat, and even someone selling his own original flavor underwear. But the first traded item on the market, displayed on the first line, was exactly that something Dragon mentioned in the chat channel. Ling Ji's mouth corner twitched. At a time like this, there were still people in the mood to play? But he also saw the price of universal fuel, 3 gold coins per portion. For players now, 3 gold coins was already a sky-high price. But it could not resist that this was just need, still a life-saving thing. Sometimes, you were just that little bit of fuel away from shaking off the zombies chasing you. Seeing that the universal fuel above was already sold out, Ling Ji immediately felt assured in his heart. Then he put the 2 portions of universal fuel in his hand up for anonymous sale. Is there any big shot selling fuel? My fuel is about to be not enough. What did you do this afternoon? You ran 100 kilometers straight? I did not discover a single resource point along this road. The one above is really miserable, but the fuel now is 3 gold coins per portion. What? I just took a look. There is universal fuel listed. If you have gold coins, hurry up. 1 second after Ling Ji listed it, someone sent a message, wanting a price cut. Flying fish, big shot, can you sell 1 portion for 2 gold coins? I do not have enough gold coins in my hand. Ling Ji took one look and did not pay attention to him, the market price was this price. Now he should reflect on whether he searched for resource points well this afternoon, whether he killed zombies well. Instead of bargaining here. Sign language girl guides me, does it count as mouth, not talking, not talking? Flying fish, alright. In front of the chat panel, a beautiful young girl looked at the words Ling Ji sent, weakly replied with 2 words, then painfully paid the money. TCH, if not talking then not talking, it is not like I have no money. The beautiful young girl looked at her remaining 1 gold coin, and a wave of heart pain showed on her face. She suddenly found nothing at all, and even used 3 gold coins to buy 1 universal fuel, truly wasting family money. Luckily her talent is B-level, Chief Financial Officer, gain gold coin +1 every hour, gain gold coin +5 every day at 6 in the morning. Another fuel Ling Ji put on the shelf was also successfully sold, 6 gold coins entered his account at once, making him directly excited. But the sky had already completely turned dark, and the temperature outside the car was still falling. A layer of fog rose on the car window. Ling Ji also felt a little cold inside the car. Detected that the vehicle meets the upgrade condition. Upgrade? Upgrade. Ling Ji confirmed without waiting. At the moment of confirmation, the whole vehicle was wrapped by a burst of white light. Among it, the car body began to have obvious changes. The iron skin that was a little rusty turned into thick black iron plates shining with metal light. The inside of the car also had big changes. The car interior that looked like a pig nest before began to become neat. Behind the driver's seat appeared a space about 3 square meters, and on it appeared a simple bed. From the outside, the whole car was also changing greatly. The car that was 3 meters long became 5 meters long, the width and height also reached 3 meters. A few seconds later, the white light disappeared. Vehicle, Wuling Hongguan, Magic Modified Version. Defense, 100. Fuel tank, Infinite Infinity. Tires, all-terrain tires. Space, 3x5x3. Weapon, none. Evaluation, ordinary zombies already cannot form a threat, you already have the foundation to survive on this plane. From the appearance, this is simply a black fierce beast, quietly standing on the road. 100 defense power, now no need to worry about zombie attacks. While thinking, fog also rose on the car window, but Ling Ji now could no longer feel the cold meaning. Area announcement, cold wave coming. Current area temperature, -1 degree Celsius. Temperature continues to drop, please pay attention to keeping warm. Warning, staying in the cold wind continuously will cause sanity to drop. When sanity is lower than 15 points, a series of uncontrollable changes will appear. -1 degree, this can freeze people to death, and the wind is not small. Ling Ji saw the prompt and casually opened the area chat. Sure enough, the area chat had already exploded. -1 degree, no wonder it is so cold. Was not your vehicle a bicycle before? You are not dead yet? Damn. Luckily I stared fast. And did not use universal fuel. Otherwise I would have long become zombie food. Awesome. Freezing to death inside the car. Feels like inside and outside the car have no difference at all. So cold. I feel my body is about to lose feeling. Upstairs, suggest finding a heat source or a warm place, otherwise we'll be frozen to death. Right, I see it, in front of me there is a house, inside still has light. I rely on such good luck. Brother, where are you? I also want to go. Inside even has good food, has king crab. Oh no, this is abalone, not right, what is this? Brother, you produced illusion? Although many people asked on the chat channel, this person never said one more word. Damn. He would not have found a place and then directly turned invisible, right? Bah. Truly selfish. Not right. Not right. Why do I feel a little not right? Brothers gather to warm together. Now number of people has reached 5, only for one goal, live on. My coordinate is, XXX, team number 2 people, those who gather send private message. Ling Ji looked at the content in the area chat and could not help frowning. The area announcement had warned, staying in the cold wind continuously will cause sanity to drop, and after sanity drops to 15 points, uncontrollable changes will happen. The person stayed out in the cold wind for so long, they must really be enjoying themselves. What exactly is this uncontrollable change? Ling Ji thought for a moment, then suddenly realized that his sanity had dropped by 5 points. Sanity, 95 out of 100, perhaps food and sleep can restore some sanity. Forget it, I won't think about it, eat and sleep. Ling Ji took out the self-heating hotpot he had collected in the afternoon, added some water, and ate it up. Seeing that his sanity had fully restored, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sanity might be more important here. Ling Ji had this thought in his mind and then turned on the warm air. Under the exhaustion of the day, he quickly fell asleep. However, that night, for many people, was a night of despair. Chapter 4, The Dog Killer. At 6 a.m., Ling Ji woke up on time and found that the mist on the window had dissipated, revealing a clear sky. And outside, there were a few zombies crawling on the car, constantly squirming. What bad luck! Ling Ji muttered under his breath. The fingers of these zombies had already broken, bleeding and filthy, scratching on the car, leaving behind streaks of blood. Above the car window, there was a shooting hole. Ling Ji opened it, and the muzzle of his Tech 9 gun poked out. Bang! 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 The gunshots rang out, and 3 zombies fell to the ground. Killed 3 ordinary zombies times 3, earned 0.3 gold coins. Permanent attribute bonus, Constitution plus 3, Mentality plus 0.9. Ling Ji nodded in satisfaction. His Constitution had reached 10 points, the limit for an ordinary person, and his Mentality was now at 7.2. Invincible, loneliness like snow. Ling Ji put the gun away and blew on the muzzle. To celebrate waking up so early for the first time, Ling Ji specially made a hearty breakfast. A sandwich toast, a glass of milk, and an egg. Without a phone, Ling Ji looked at the regional chat, only to find that a guild had been formed overnight. The Dragon Tiger Society is officially established. Aims to join hands to survive the game. Those interested, message privately. The Green Cloud Society is officially established. Membership requirements. We can help you develop better. The Wild Wolf Society, free choice. How did so many forces suddenly appear overnight? Brother, you don't know this, right? More people, more power, fast steps lead to fast progress. Ling Ji wasn't interested in these guilds. There were plenty of guilds on Blue Star, but which one actually did real work? After eating, Ling Ji casually threw the trash onto the dead zombies' bodies. Just as he was about to leave to search for supplies, the car was suddenly jolted. What's going on? Damn! Ling Ji turned his head and saw a head, larger than his own, pressed against the glass. It was a dog, or rather, a dead dog. The dog's face was covered in rotten flesh, with some wriggling bugs on it, and saliva dripping from its mouth. Perhaps sensing the heat source inside the car, the dog's nose was tightly pressed against the window, sniffing back and forth. A panel appeared in front of Ling Ji. Tier 1 zombie dog. Strength, 20. Speed, 20. Constitution, 25. Evaluation, once humanity's loyal companion, now a death-dealing reaper. This attribute is something I can't fight right now. I wonder if my pistol can break through its defense. Ling Ji's heart sank. The human limit for Constitution was only about 10 points. With 25 points of Constitution, it was practically a death sentence. With 20 points of speed, it would definitely be much faster than him. Luckily, he was inside the car. If he were outside, there would be no chance to resist. As Ling Ji was still thinking, the zombie dog outside seemed to have caught a scent and took a step back. Roar! It suddenly let out a deafening roar and charged toward the car. Using its front paws, it slammed hard against the car. The car shook immediately. This was a level 1 vehicle, with 100 defense. But after being slammed, its defense dropped by 5 points. A dent appeared on the car door. This zombie dog's attack was no joke. If this were an ordinary unupgraded vehicle, it would probably be just one slap away from destruction. Warning, vehicle is under heavy attack. Damage forecast, in 15 minutes, defense will be 0, and the vehicle will be destroyed. Ling Ji's face darkened significantly. 15 minutes of time, either escape or kill this ungrateful dog. But escaping would be dangerous. If it crashes into me while I'm driving at high speed, my car will probably flip, and there will be no chance to resist. And how would I kill it? Ling Ji furrowed his brows tightly. Should I use a gun? I still have 34 bullets left. I can give it a try, but I'm afraid it won't break its defense and might just piss this dog off more. Damn. When did I become so indecisive? Just do it. Ling Ji immediately made the decision and decided to act. And if I can kill this zombie dog, the rewards I get probably won't be too little. A ruthless gleam flashed in Ling Ji's eyes. He opened the shooting hole and aimed at the zombie dog that was charging towards him. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, Ling Ji pulled the trigger. The zombie dog's charge failed, but it didn't die. Several blood holes appeared on its face, and one of its rotten eyes was shot out. The remaining eye showed clear anger. Roar! The zombie dog howled angrily and rushed at him. Damn! Ling Ji cursed, immediately firing and emptying all the remaining bullets from his handgun. The zombie dog was knocked to the ground, and just as Ling Ji thought it was dead, the dog trembled and tried to get up. Ling Ji froze for a moment, then quickly reacted, shifting gears and stepping on the accelerator in one smooth motion. He charged straight toward the zombie dog. Damn it! I don't believe I can't kill you. Ling Ji cursed. The car crashed directly into the zombie dog. The front bumper caught its neck, dragging it forward, leaving a long blood trail on the road. Congratulations! You killed a tier 1 monster, zombie dog, obtained 5 gold coins, 10 leather. Area announcement, congratulations to Sign Language Girl, can you help me calculate, for successfully killing a tier 1 monster, zombie dog? Congratulations! You obtained 10 gold coins, 1 black iron chest, and the title, Dog Slayer. Congratulations! You gained permanent attribute bonuses, physique plus 10, spirit plus 3. Hearing the system's announcement, Ling Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped the car. This tier 1 dog really put a lot of pressure on him. If he hadn't killed it just now, it would have been him who died. Luckily, the handgun could threaten it, or he would be done for. As for the rewards, it was an unexpected joy. Ling Ji immediately checked the title from the rewards. Title, Dog Slayer. Equip effect, physique plus 8, spirit plus 3, damage to dog-type monsters increased by 50%. Evaluation, a symbol of bravery. You have proven yourself on the endless plains. You are a qualified player. Looking at the system's evaluation, Ling Ji's forehead twitched. What do you mean proven on the endless plains? What, is my son also eager for his father's approval? But the key is, I call you dad, but you don't even give me any recognition. Damn it! Ling Ji took a deep breath and looked at the black iron chest on the passenger seat. Open it. A flash of white light. Congratulations, you obtained Beginner Gene Potion X1. Is that it? Ling Ji widened his eyes. The black iron chest was so stingy? I worked so hard to kill a tier 1 monster, and this is the reward you give me? Spit. How selfish can you be? But upon seeing the information about the Beginner Gene Potion, a genuine smile appeared on Ling Ji's face. Beginner Gene Potion. Effect, a ticket to the path of the extraordinary, it will break the physical limits of ordinary humans, attribute plus 20. Evaluation, yell. Why aren't you yelling now? Shocked, huh? Drink it, and you will become a big muscle freak. Cough, cough. Ling Ji coughed twice, opened the bottle, and drank it all at once. But what he didn't expect was, this thing seemed a bit hot. What did you put in there? Hot water? Well, that's fine then. Ling Ji only felt like his body was about to catch fire, his skin burning red, and heat began to rise from his head. Damn it! A strong burning sensation swept through his entire body, and Ling Ji could clearly sense that his muscles, bones, and even every cell were undergoing a transformation. Strength surged within him like a tsunami, endlessly rolling inside his body. Sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead, one drop after another. Ling Ji gritted his teeth, lying on the car, constantly twitching. This intense pain lasted for about 15 minutes before it slowly dissipated. At this moment, the ground where Ling Ji was lying was already soaked in sweat, and there was some filth expelled from his body. Ling Ji wiped the sweat off his face with his hands and looked at his changes. First, his skin had become a little lighter, and next, his body had become more defined. And then, it seemed like his strength had increased, to confirm his thoughts. Ling Ji took out a bottle of mineral water, squeezed it gently, and the whole bottle exploded. Damn! I've really turned into a muscle beast. Ling Ji exclaimed, then his gaze shifted downwards. Sure enough, I've become more magnificent. Name, Ling Ji. Nickname, hand sign girl, give me guidance, not counting is talking. Physique, 48. Mentality, 13.2. Rationality, 100/100. Evaluation, you have already surpassed the realm of ordinary people, but when facing certain monsters, you are still their food. Ling Ji looked at the evaluation and clicked his tongue. I know that without you saying it. As soon as the regional announcement ended, the entire chat channel exploded. What the hell? Tier 1 zombie dog? I encountered one yesterday, and it destroyed 3 of our convoy's cars. 4 people died. The big shot soloed it? On the second day of the server launch. They've already killed a tier 1 monster? What kind of god is this? I'm stunned, I'm still being chased by ordinary zombies, and the big shot is already slaughtering a tier 1 boss? That nickname, damn. Isn't this the big shot who sold me fuel earlier? Big shot, are you looking for accessories? The type that shouts 666. Enough said, that nickname has some style. My nickname is the same as the big shots, does that mean I'm also a big shot? Bro, your eloquence is useless, eloquence is useful, I can tell you have great speaking skills. Why is no one speaking, my lords? This question is too hard to answer. Don't drive for now. Damn, I'm so shocked. I'm still being chased by ordinary zombies, and the big shot is already hunting tier 1 zombie dogs? Damn. I need to find one and prove my strength. Bro upstairs, don't lose face. Stay focused. We're all here to survive. If he can do it, so can you. Go for it. I support you. I'm pissed, are all of you this nice? You're even encouraging people to go farm rewards? There's a second level? Tier 1 zombie dogs are very strong, a single slap can destroy an ordinary vehicle, this big shot must have upgraded to level 2 vehicles. Definitely, probably has battle talent. Just now, I saw a convoy encounter a zombie dog, the scene was bloody. Countless private messages flooded Ling Ji's panel, some were asking to join their guild, some wanted to pay respects, others wanted to apprentice under him, and Ling Ji just casually closed the private messages. For him, this tier 1 zombie dog was just the beginning. Flying fish, big shot, was that person in the regional announcement just now you? Hand sign girl, give me guidance, not counting is talking, no. Flying fish, oh, I thought it was you. Ling Ji didn't respond and instead looked at the other private messages. Dragon Tiger Society Morning Tiger, bro, do you want to join our Dragon Tiger Society? The benefits are great, we have. Ling Ji took a glance and lost interest, then looked at the other private messages. All of the messages are invitations to join or congratulations. He doesn't want to join any guilds or anything like that, or he'd be restricted by others. From what these people are saying, he roughly understands that his strength is at the top level in this area. What are they using to invite him? A guild leader? He doesn't care about that. So, has that person replied yet? The president of the Dragon Tiger Club, Chang Long, asked Zhao Hu, who was standing next to him. No, I don't know if they haven't seen it or if they've read it and didn't reply, Zhao Hu shook his head as he spoke. Alright, I understand, Chang Long nodded, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. This big shot is either a very strong lone wolf or has already formed a team. But this is only the second day, strength hasn't been proven yet. Once the newbie period is over, the difference in strength will be obvious, and no need to put too much effort into tracking Ling Ji. Daughter, what about it? Did he agree? The president of the Qingyun Club, Zhu Tianxiong, asked with a smiling face, his eyes showing affection as he looked at a young girl in front of him. Humph. No. This person is ungrateful. Not a word was said. Chu Lingling pouted angrily. Alright, strong people all have their tempers. Maybe this person is just a cold and aloof type, Zhu Tianxiong comforted her. I know, you go ask him yourself, Chu Lingling rolled her eyes and turned to get into her sports car. On the other side, the atmosphere in the Wild Wolf Club had become heavy. President. This person is looking down on us. Not a word. When I find out his identity, I'll just kill him, one of Zhou Huang's subordinates angrily said. I understand, go on, Zhou Huang waved his hand, impatience flashing in his eyes. He's putting on airs, huh? Well. Don't let me find out your identity. Zhou Huang muttered, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Ling Ji was quickly killing monsters. One zombie after another fell to his hand. Killed ordinary zombie, earned 0.1 gold. Killed ordinary zombie, earned 0.1 gold. Killed ordinary zombie, earned 0.1 gold. In the center of the zombie horde, a tempting treasure chest quietly emitted a unique black glow. As the last zombie was about to be killed, suddenly, an arrow shot out from the grass far away. Ling Ji seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, as he moved his feet slightly and grabbed the flying arrow. Who is it? Ling Ji turned around, effortlessly driving the arrow into the last zombie's head. 3 men appeared in Ling Ji's sight, 1 with a scarred face, and 2 with yellow hair. Big brother, that shot was a bit tricky, one of the yellow-haired men said to the scarred face. What are you afraid of? We are from the Wild Wolf Club. And there are 3 of us, and only 1 of him. The scarred face tightened his grip on his bow, speaking toughly. Big brother is right. Kid. Hand over that black iron chest. We saw it first. The yellow-haired man immediately shouted at Ling Ji. Right. Hand it over. Otherwise, we won't be polite. The other yellow-haired man also yelled. Ling Ji, hearing the words of the 2 yellow-haired men, couldn't help but laugh, pulling the arrow out of the zombie's head and tossing it. Chapter 6, The Earring Man. Ling Ji pulled out the arrow from the zombie's head and threw it forcefully at one of the yellow-haired men. Whoosh! The arrow cut through the air, making a sound, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in the chest of the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man looked down at his chest, then fell backward. The other yellow-haired man, witnessing this, started to shake with fear. Is this still human? From tens of meters away, he can throw an arrow that kills a person. The yellow-haired man looked at Ling Ji with nothing but endless fear in his eyes. The scarred face also realized just how strong Ling Ji's abilities were. He was skilled with a bow and arrow, and he could tell that being able to throw an arrow this far and with enough power to kill was a clear indicator of strength. But now, there was no way to retreat. The scarred face took a deep breath. Lift the bow and arrow, aim, let go. The same exact ending, Ling Ji raised his hand and in that instant grabbed the arrow that shot toward him. Ah! He is not human. Another yellow-haired man's mental defense completely collapsed, he screamed and ran toward the distance. But how could Ling Ji possibly let him run away? With a lift of his hand, an arrow flew out and accurately hit that yellow-haired man. At this moment, the scar-faced man held the bow and arrow, his hand trembling a little. Ling Ji moved his steps and rushed toward the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man did not dare to be careless now and focused all his spirit on aiming. After shooting several arrows, he could no longer see Ling Ji's figure. Are you looking for me? Ling Ji's voice suddenly came from behind him. The scar-faced man stiffly turned his head, only to see one hand holding an arrow, stuck into his head. Obtain gold coins times 5. Congratulations on obtaining permanent attribute bonus, physique +3, spirit +1. Ling Ji was stunned, he did not expect that killing a person could actually trigger the effect of the Heart of Slaughter. But it did not matter, having more is better, this kind of person deserves to die. If you want to kill people and seize treasure, you must be ready to be killed. Ling Ji came to the black iron treasure chest, rubbing his hands like flies. He raised his hand and opened the treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining gold coins times 10, steel times 50, rubber times 15. Ling Ji saw the rewards and his heart was instantly filled with joy. Steel and rubber are materials used to upgrade a level 3 vehicle. He put the materials into the backpack. Ling Ji looked around, just as expected. Behind a patch of grass, he discovered 3 vehicles. The harvest is not bad. Ling Ji moved his steps and walked toward the 3 vehicles. 1 level 2 vehicle, 2 level 1 vehicles. Decompose. Congratulations on obtaining steel times 30, leather times 30. Congratulations on obtaining black iron treasure chest times 1. Damn! An unexpected joy. Ling Ji's eyes widened, he did not expect there was still a black iron treasure chest inside this vehicle. He raised his hand and opened the treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 1 black iron grade weapon black pointed spear. Weapon, black pointed spear. Attribute, physique +5, there is a 5% probability to directly execute the damaged target. It is even a close combat weapon. Ling Ji instantly smiled with joy. What he lacks most right now is a handy weapon, but Tech 9 is already not very useful to him. As for the attribute, for him it is not very useful, 5% probability, what difference is that from having none? Moreover, in a certain game, even a 99% probability is infinitely equal to 0. But it does not prevent it from being useful. If he wants to kill first stage monsters, this weapon will definitely be the greatest help. Wave after wave. Ling Ji hummed a little tune and returned to his own vehicle. The region of the Endless Plain is very large, there are countless resources and treasures waiting for his favor. Ling Ji followed the guidance of the map and headed toward the resource point, but the vehicle had not started for 2 steps before he felt something was wrong. He looked at the vehicle panel. Vehicle, Wuling Hongguan, Magic Modified Version. Level, LV2. Defense, 100. Fuel tank, Infinite Infinity. Tires, all-terrain tires, durability 10%. Ling Ji's face instantly sank. He first scanned the surroundings to make sure there was no danger, then opened the car door and got out of the vehicle. After checking, he discovered that on each tire there were several thick iron nails stuck in them. At one glance it was homemade, the technique was also very rough. But it truly tricked him. Damn it! Do not let me know who did this. Ling Ji cursed in dissatisfaction. If his map could check vehicles and players, otherwise he would not be raging here in helpless fury. At this moment, a roar of an engine sounded, a broken old red sports car drove over and stopped in front of Ling Ji. The car window rolled down, from the driver's seat a head stretched out, it was a man wearing an ear stud. Brother, I see your vehicle stopped here for a while, do you need help? There are 3 people in our car. A cold light flashed in Ling Ji's eyes, he could roughly confirm that his tire was made like this by these 3 bastards. Thank you, brother. Ling Ji clasped his hands together and showed a sincere smile. The earstud man saw this and showed a satisfied look. You already called me brother. Then what is there to say? As he spoke, the earstud man opened the car door. 2 men got out of the car, one with a tattoo on his neck, the other with curly hair. The 3 of them pretended to look around the car tire, then shook their heads. Brother, this tire is completely useless, why don't you just ride with us? Don't be picky, although our car is small, 4 people can still fit. The man with the earring said, showing a perfectly innocent smile. If a simple person were here, they might have been fooled by them. But how many people here are truly simple? Ling Ji chuckled softly, no need, my car can still run. That's true, but I wonder which brats placed those road nails. Really, things that shouldn't even be born. The 3 men with earrings glanced at each other, each seeing the anger in the other's eyes. By the way, did you see that just now? Ling Ji turned to look at the man with the earring. The man with the earring stopped his hand on his belt and showed an awkward smile, didn't see anything. Well then. Ling Ji turned back, and just as the man with the earring took out his knife, Ling Ji turned back again. Move. The man with the earring felt a sharp pain in his crotch, but he couldn't care about it at the moment and shouted loudly. Brother? What are you doing? Giving yourself a castration? Ling Ji looked at the blood on the man's knife and asked with a smile. He had clearly seen that the knife had come out from the man's pants. Ha! Ah! My! The man with the earring finally realized why he had felt a sharp pain just now. But before he could finish his shout, Ling Ji's hand revealed a black long spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, piercing through the man's body. The man with curly hair and the tattooed man had only taken 2 steps when they saw their leader strung up. They were so frightened they couldn't even move. Ling Ji turned his gaze toward the 2 of them. Misunderstanding, brother, let's talk. The man with curly hair showed a smile that looked uglier than crying. You tell me, did you guys put down these road nails? Ling Ji asked in a calm tone. Sorry, it was all this man with the earrings idea. We didn't agree to it. He was going to kill us. The tattooed man said tremblingly, pushing all the blame onto the man with the earring. Oh, is that so? Let me give you 2 a choice. Boss, what do you say? The man with curly hair trembled, showing a fawning smile. The first choice, do you see that group of hyenas over there? Go lure them away, and you can live. The second is, you die right now at my hands. You choose. Ling Ji pointed in the distance, speaking calmly. The man with curly hair and the tattooed man froze, looking in the direction Ling Ji pointed, and saw a group of hyenas circling around a wild buffalo. The buffalo was already injured, with a large chunk of flesh torn off from its hind legs, blood flowing uncontrollably. This group of hyenas had already started waiting for the buffalo to die. The 2 men exchanged a look, both seeing the terror and unwillingness in each other's eyes. One of the smallest hyenas stood up, taller than both of them. Moreover, in this endless wasteland, who knew how vicious these hyenas could be? Ling Ji could see more clearly than they did, he could see the hyenas' panels. Tier 1 Hyena Elite. Tier 1 Hyena. Not only that, besides this group of Tier 1 hyenas, Ling Ji also saw the wild buffalo's panel. Tier 1 Wild Bull Elite. Boss. This, we might not be able to open it. A sad expression on Curly's face, he said to Ling Ji. This isn't my problem anymore, don't you still have a vehicle? Ling Ji pointed to the old red sports car. Of course, you could choose the other option too, which is to die in my hands right now. Looking at Ling Ji's faint smile, Curly and the tattooed man felt a sudden chill in their hearts. They exchanged a glance, a look of determination flashed in their eyes. If they drove the car, it might still be possible to escape from this group of hyenas. But if they didn't go, they would definitely die at Ling Ji's hands. Boss. We're going. Curly and the tattooed man said in unison. Go ahead, Ling Ji nodded, waving his hand in a dismissive gesture. Curly and the tattooed man immediately returned to the car. Since the guy with the earrings was dead, the car's privileges were completely gone. This sports car could only drive and had no other functions. Ling Ji leaned against his own car, watching Curly and the tattooed man start the vehicle. Inside the sports car, Curly and the tattooed man exchanged a look, instantly understanding each other's intention. They seemed to drive toward the group of hyenas, but in reality, they were planning to escape. Ling Ji sneered, opened the car door, and got in, watching their movements. Curly and the tattooed man, seeing Ling Ji make no move, relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. As they passed the hyenas, the two even whistled. Just when they thought they had escaped, the Hyena King lifted its head and saw the roaring red sports car on the road. The Hyena King gave a low growl, and immediately two hyenas darted out from behind it. Curly and the tattooed man, now relaxed, didn't notice the two hyenas quickly closing in on the back of their car. Damn! I swear if I ever see that person again, I'll kill him. The tattooed man shouted angrily, completely different from his previous submissive behavior. What the hell? Does he really think he's something? Giving us two choices with that brain of his. I'm going back to work at 8. Curly also cursed loudly. Bang! With a huge crash, the sports car swerved off the road and flipped over into the grass beside it. Oh damn! What the hell is going on? Curly shook his head, barely recovering, and looked out the window. The anger on his face instantly vanished. A drooling hyena was staring at him through the window. Its head was bigger than the steering wheel in his hand, and its bloody teeth made him piss himself in fear. Ling Ji pulled out a Yulan cigarette and began to puff out smoke. Did these two really think he didn't know their plans? But this group of hyenas was hard to deal with. His current physique was 52 points, and his spirit was 15 points, but facing this group of hyenas, even escaping seemed difficult. If it was just one hyena, it would be easy to handle, but 7 or 8 of them were far stronger than the combined strength of a few individual ones. Not to mention, these hyenas also used tactics, and their attacking methods were quite troublesome. Look, in the distance, Curly has already been pulled out of the car, now screaming with his butt raised. No wonder he's the head of proctology, his skills are so sharp. Ling Ji watched the scene with some discomfort. And over by the Hyena King, that yellow bull was about to give out. The Hyena King had cautiously taken a few steps forward. But to move forward, it had to pass through that group of hyenas. Ling Ji's face appeared a bit blurry in the smoke as he glanced at the materials in his backpack. 270 units of iron, 30 units of rubber, 80 units of steel, 500 units of parts. Vehicle, Wuling Hongguan, modified. Level, LV2. Tires, all-terrain tires, reparable. Upgrade requirements, 100 gold coins, 200 units of steel, 1000 units of parts, 150 units of rubber, 500 units of iron. Ling Ji first used 5 units of rubber to repair the tires, then looked at the upgrade materials. After level 3, the defense is definitely worlds apart from now, but the materials needed for upgrades are too many, and I've only saved 59 gold coins so far. Ling Ji sighed. The steel at the trading market was 1 gold coin per unit, too expensive, let alone rubber, whose price had doubled. But once this pack of hyenas finishes, they might notice me. If I take a detour around the plains, although it's a good idea, there are many monsters in the endless plains, and the deeper I go, the more dangerous markers appear on my map. As Ling Ji was thinking, a flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps he could do the same as the two curly-haired ones just now, use the car to lure 2 hyenas. After killing them, he would surely gain stat boosts, and weaken the hyena group's strength, a 2-in-1 move. Moreover, not all hyenas would come after him. They would still need some to guard the wild ox. Ling Ji instantly figured it out and decided to go for it. No hesitation. He started the car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, thinking about the path ahead, while keeping an eye on the movements of the hyena group in his peripheral vision. Chapter 8, Gradual Hunting. As Ling Ji had expected, the Hyena King only sent 2 hyenas to intercept him. However, this suited him perfectly. These were exactly the 2 hyenas he needed. What? You say he's that tough? No way. His butt is as solid as steel. Next up, the legendary figure, Steel But Hero. Ling Ji observed the 2 hyenas chasing from the rearview mirror. His car speed had already reached 180, and the 2 hyenas could still catch up. Such potential. Little pups. Just as the 2 hyenas were about to catch up, Ling Ji suddenly slammed on the brakes. The 2 hyenas behind, unprepared, crashed directly into the back of the car. The Wuling Hongguan that Ling Ji was driving just swayed and then slowly came to a stop. The 2 hyenas slid forward for dozens of meters due to inertia, their bodies mangled and bloodied. They couldn't even stand, only howling on the ground. TSK TSK TSK, that's really tragic. Ling Ji got out of the car, looking at the tragic state of the 2 hyenas, feeling a bit soft-hearted. Well, I'll show mercy and put you out of your misery. Ling Ji shook his head, thinking, what a good person he was. In such a brutal world, to still maintain such a kind heart, truly no one else could compare. From now on, anyone who meets him should call him Ling Living Buddha. Twang! A black spear appeared in Ling Ji's hand, its tip reflecting a cold black light under the sunlight. Poochie! Poochie! Killed a tier 1 hyena, gained 20 gold coins. Killed a tier 1 hyena, gained 20 gold coins. Gained permanent stat bonuses, plus 15 constitution, times 2, plus 7 spirit, times 2. As Ling Ji killed the 2 hyenas, a warm current ran through his body, and he could clearly feel himself getting stronger. Unconsciously, he touched his cool hairstyle, it's fine, still no baldness. Just as Ling Ji was immersed in the joy of getting stronger, a black shadow was rapidly approaching. It was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Ling Ji. A strong stench of blood came with a sharp claw reaching toward Ling Ji. Ling Ji quickly retreated, tightly gripping his spear, giving it a shake, squinting at the hyena that was getting into an attacking stance. Tier 1 Hyena Elite. Strength, 40. Speed, 50. Constitution, 80. Roar. The Hyena King snarled at Ling Ji. What are you barking about? Is that all you know how to do, howl like a dog? Ling Ji grumbled in displeasure. Of course, he was just joking. How could he howl like a dog? Although the Hyena King couldn't understand Ling Ji's words, it could sense the intense malice in Ling Ji's voice. Roar. The Hyena King scratched the ground with its front paws, staring at Ling Ji, as if waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Ling Ji no longer faced off with the Hyena King. He chose to take the initiative. A cold glint flashed in his hand, and the black-tipped spear shot forward like a flood dragon diving into the sea, aimed straight at the Hyena King. The Hyena King's speed was quick. The reaction wasn't bad, it directly dodged the attack. As expected, it's a non-conductor, the reaction is quick. Ling Ji sighed, this bitch really has an advantage. God, this is so unfair. Bang! The moment the black sharp spear hit the ground, shattered stones flew everywhere. The retreating Hyena King's eyes became clearer, the power of this strike gave it a deadly feeling. A look of doubt appeared in its big eyes, how could this bipedal beast be so strong with just a stick? Although it could sense that this bipedal beast was stronger than the previous two, could it really be this strong? Oh my god, this is so unfair. Oh ho! Take another hit from me. Ling Ji swept with great force, the black sharp spear cutting through the air with a sonic boom, but once again the Hyena King dodged it. The Hyena King let out a growl, opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards Ling Ji. Idiot! Ling Ji sneered, a grenade appeared in his hand, and he threw it right into its mouth, while also dodging the attack. This was a hand grenade he had just bought with heavy money, a whole gold coin. From the trading market, a single soldier's explosive grenade, containing 1,000 small steel balls. He admitted it, he just wanted to feed this Hyena King who had violated the greed, anger, and ignorance precepts. Is there anything wrong with being kind? We all live on this land. Why can't the hyena eat enough? Ling Ji was the first to protest. Bang! The Hyena King's mouth exploded, the power of the steel balls in the grenade was greatly reduced after passing through its mouth, only leaving bruises on Ling Ji's body. You bastard! I kindly fed you, and you went and ruined my clothes. Ling Ji kicked the mangled dog head, cursing as he did. Killed a tier 1 Hyena Elite, gained 50 gold coins. Gained permanent attribute bonus, physique plus 20, mentality plus 9. Physique has reached the limit of ordinary body, 100. After breaking through the first stage, physique will continue to improve. Ling Ji was a bit confused, what does ordinary body limit mean? Wasn't it said that an ordinary person's limit is 10? Does that mean I'm not human now? I ask you, system. Am I not human? Damn, this thing actually has a physical limit? Can't you give such a kind person like me a little backdoor? Ling Ji curled his lips, thinking the attributes would keep increasing. Name, Ling Ji. Physique, 102. Mentality, 38. Vehicle, Wuling Hongguan, modified version. Talent, all-knowing map, SSS. Special, Heart of Slaughter, unique. Evaluation, breaking the ordinary flesh limit? Hard to imagine. Modified edition, strength feedback added immediately after breakthrough. Ling Ji clenched his fist, clearly feeling the power surging inside him. The shot that previously required all his strength to make, could now be easily done with a flick, causing the gun tip to tear through the air with an ear-piercing sonic boom. He punched a nearby stone, the hard blue stone shattered instantly, but his fist didn't even show a red mark. With 100 points in physique, he had completely surpassed the realm of ordinary humans. Even a tier 1 zombie would get hurt if it tried to take a punch from him head-on. Not to mention, his mentality had already reached 38 points, and the detection range of the all-knowing map had doubled. Ling Ji played for a while before getting in his vehicle. The sky was getting dark, so he should check if the wild bull was dead yet. He drove back and happened to see the wild bull struggling. The remaining 4 hyenas were already tearing at its neck. "Spare the bull!" Ling Ji shouted. The 4 hyenas stopped, looking at Ling Ji, who had just gotten out of the vehicle. "The bull is so cute. How could you eat the bull? Many lives have already died in your mouths. Put down the butcher knife, and you will become a Buddha." Ling Ji shouted justly. One hyena, after hearing this, snorted, then continued pulling at the wild bull's intestines. "Dare to ignore me?" Ling Ji moved his footsteps, and with a long spear thrust out, these hyenas didn't even react before they were all killed by Ling Ji. "Go in peace, I've already avenged you." Ling Ji thrust his spear, and this wild ox closed its eyes. Killed a level 1 wild ox elite, earned 50 gold. Gained permanent attribute bonus, spirit plus 10. Chapter 9, The Fallen Plane. Tonight, we have beef. Ling Ji happily rubbed his hands together and cut off the relatively intact parts of the wild ox. When Ling Ji got into the car, the sky was already getting dark, and the temperature outside had dropped to a very low level. Area weather, hail. Temperature, -5 degrees Celsius. Ling Ji listened to the sound of hail pounding on the ground outside, while dipping the beef in the copper pot, feeling incredibly content. As for vegetables, sorry, he only eats pure meat hot pot. He even likes it plain. That's just how he is. At this moment, his private messages moved. Flying fish, big boss, do you have any food? Spoken girl, yes. Flying fish, can you sell it? Spoken girl, haven't done it for a while, and my family doesn't allow me to do this anymore. Flying fish? I meant food, can you sell it? Spoken girl, oh, I have it, 5 gold per pound, want some? Flying fish, so heartless? The market only sells for 1 gold per pound. Spoken girl, then go buy it in the trading market. Take it or leave it. Flying fish, you're taking advantage of the situation. Spoken girl, it's always been this price, why don't you reflect on whether you've tried hard enough? Flying fish. A beautiful girl from the spicy fish head was punching and kicking the air. I'll kill you. You black-hearted merchant. 5 gold per pound. Why don't you go rob it? Still saying you don't do that. At this point, the beautiful girl's face suddenly turned red. She wasn't ignorant, and the moment she saw that message, she understood what it meant. Bastard. In the end, she still spent 5 gold and bought a pound of food from Ling Ji. After the transaction, Ningfei looked at the beef in her backpack and blinked. Still beef, humph. At least he has a little conscience. But he's still a scammer. Ningfei knew that the price of beef on the trading market was only 3 gold per pound. Spending 5 gold for 1 pound was a huge loss. This was her own hard-earned money. If this continued, she would lose 2 gold per transaction, which meant that with the same price for 2 pounds, she could buy 3 pounds in the trading market. Thinking of this, Ningfei gritted her teeth in anger, but then, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly froze. She carefully opened the beef's attributes. Level 1 Wild Ox Elite Meat. Effect, activates blood circulation, resolves stasis, nourishes kidneys, random permanent attribute bonus 0.5 to 1. Damn. Ningfei's voice changed pitch, and she stared wide-eyed at the beef's attributes. She rubbed her eyes with both hands to make sure she wasn't seeing things before she became excited. This is actually level 1 ox meat. Damn. The effect is so good. Hee. I actually got a pound for 5 gold, and it's elite monster meat. Hee. Ningfei laughed. She had made a huge profit this time. Hee, if I resell this, someone will pay 10 gold per pound. But Ningfei still wouldn't do such a silly thing. If the big boss didn't sell it, and she sold the meat the big boss sold her for a high price, wouldn't that offend people? Ningfei calmed her excited heart, took out her copper pot, and started eating the beef hot pot with the vegetables she bought. She even had sesame paste. Meanwhile, Ling Ji knew the price of food in the trading market. 5 gold was something most people couldn't afford, and this flying fish could take it out, so it seemed their strength wasn't bad. In the future, he would likely make more gold from them, so he couldn't just focus on the present. Sha, so satisfying. Ling Ji snuggled in his car, opening a bottle of chilled labi. Although his car didn't have a fridge, the outside wasn't just made of ice. It's time to prepare the materials for the upgrade. Ling Ji lay on the bed, feeling the hard wooden board that was digging into his back, and sighed. Just as he was about to sleep, a flash of fire suddenly appeared in his sight. Ling Ji immediately sat up, leaning against the car window, staring at the fire in the sky. The fire grew larger, and Ling Ji could finally see clearly. It was an armed helicopter. The helicopter flew across the sky, then crashed into the plane not far away, sending up an even larger burst of flames. Damn, how can some people be both a jailer and a barbecue master? A double-sided pie? Ling Ji clicked his tongue. In hail weather, staying still was the best option. Helicopters were flying around randomly. With hail as big as a head, flying up would just be a mess. But tomorrow's materials should be enough. A faint smile appeared on Ling Ji's face. This armed helicopter probably had a lot of materials to be gained from disassembling it. People were still chatting in the regional chat. These huge hailstones could kill someone. Not bad, one just hit me, but I didn't die. Bicycle guy? How are you still alive? Hee. Lucky, I found a safe place. Has anyone seen our Howling Wolf Club's helicopter? Why are you asking us about your own helicopter? It probably crashed, just like the jailer. I advise you not to discuss our Howling Wolf Club's internal affairs. Otherwise, you can't handle the consequences. Idiot. Handle your own mother. What's a regular member called? I've already said it. What are you gonna do about it? Come kill me if you can. Shut up if you don't have the guts. You better wait. Don't let me find out your true identity. I'll be waiting for the day you find me. Honestly, people from the Howling Wolf Club are really funny. They're pretending like their real names here. What's the point? Exactly. They really think that killing some weaklings makes them so impressive. In this region, I have way more powerful guys than those Howling Wolf Club punks. From now on, when I see anyone from the Howling Wolf Club, I'll kill them. Alright. Blood Wolf, stop talking. It's my fault for not managing my subordinates well, please show mercy, I'll punish them. After the president of the Howling Wolf Club, Chiu Huang, stepped in, the voices condemning the Howling Wolf Club in the regional chat grew quieter. At this moment, a young man stood nervously in front of Chiu Huang, with a clear slap mark on his face. Now is the time to use people. If there's a next time, you know what I'll do. Chiu Huang said lightly. But his calm tone made the young man feel like he was in an icehouse, chills running down his spine. As one of Chiu Huang's subordinates, he knew too well the cruel methods Chiu Huang used to torture people. And about the things in that helicopter, you know what's at stake. Get them back quickly. I don't want that thing falling into someone else's hands. Understood. Blood Wolf immediately replied. That helicopter, the items inside, were not only very important to Chiu Huang, but also made everyone in the region greedy. This was all thanks to that little brother's talent and S-class luck. Hee, maybe it's because I got that thing from the black iron chest, and now the luck is used up. Chapter 10 Infinite Bullets. At 6 a.m., Ling Ji woke up on time. After a night's sleep, he felt full of energy. He didn't even have breakfast, heading straight to the spot where he remembered the helicopter had crashed the night before. The materials from that armed helicopter were sure to include steel. Perhaps with this, he could finally gather enough steel. Soon, Ling Ji arrived at the crash site. The helicopter had obvious burn marks and signs of damage. The people inside were gone, most likely turned into a barbecue for someone. But for the monsters who were used to eating raw meat. Also, it's a more civilized way of eating now. Opening cans to eat ready meals, anyone who comes will surely praise you as a seasoned eater. It seems the monsters on the plane have become civilized too, very nice, worth praising. Super Deconstruction. Deconstruction target, armed helicopter. Detecting vehicle binding player has died, deconstructing. However, this time the deconstruction speed was slower. Ling Ji waited for a while. Deconstruction complete. Received 100 units of steel. 75 units of rubber. 30 gold coins. 150 units of iron sheet. 1 multifunctional chip. 300 parts. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a special item. Entry, Infinite Bullets. Ling Ji was stunned, followed by overwhelming joy. Wait, deconstructing a level 2 player's vehicle can actually give an infinite entry? Endless father. Plain father. He admitted he had been a bit loud earlier. From now on, the Endless Plane is his most benevolent father. He was so eager to receive recognition from the Endless Plane. Without a second thought, Ling Ji immediately put everything into his backpack. Now, only a bit more material is needed to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle. Just a little more effort, and it will be upgraded. Ha 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 ha. Even heaven is helping me. This world. I am destined to be invincible. Ling Ji laughed aloud, suddenly feeling the ground shake. He looked up and saw a herd of wild cattle on the plain, rapidly running towards him. What's going on? I was just joking. Hey! Ling Ji didn't dare to be careless and immediately got in his vehicle, heading toward the highway. When he reached the highway, Ling Ji stopped, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That really scared him. If he hadn't run, he would have been turned into a blood mist. With that impact, even a level 3 vehicle, he felt wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Because he saw that the leading cow in the herd was level 3, and there were many more behind that were level 2. He watched the herd of cows running in the distance, noticing that behind them were packs of wolves, hunting down the wild cows that couldn't keep up with the main herd. Perhaps the wolf king in the pack noticed, looked at Ling Ji for a moment, then shifted its gaze away. Ling Ji was so scared by that glance, he almost started the car and fled. That was at least a level 3 wolf king. But seeing the wolf pack finish hunting and dragging their prey away, Ling Ji finally relaxed. Thankfully, the wolf king didn't lock onto him. Otherwise, he would have to run, couldn't stay in this place anymore. Black iron chest, silver chest, resource points. Ling Ji settled his nerves and silently thought. Golden trails gradually drifted towards the distance, with each trail corresponding to a resource point or treasure chest. He also encountered many zombies along the way, but ordinary zombies posed no threat to him. Charging through, every zombie he hit was turned into minced meat. Though his physical strength could no longer be enhanced, his mental strength was increasing. Killed an ordinary zombie, received 0.1 gold coins, 1 unit of iron sheet, 3 parts. Bang! The high-speed Wuling Hongguang suddenly collided with a hard object, and the speed dropped sharply. Ling Ji focused and saw a zombie with a pale iron-like skin, which was directly knocked several meters away. It fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up anymore. TSK. How could I be so careless? Ling Ji looked at the dent in the front of the car and couldn't help but feel self-reproach. Even though the zombie's skin was iron gray, my car's front is dented. No way, you're going to pay for this. Ling Ji got angrier the more he thought about it, grabbed his long spear, and directly got out of the car, stabbing the zombie through. Killed a level 1 strength-type zombie, received 20 gold coins. 1 unit of steel. 1 unit of rubber. Received permanent attribute bonus, mental strength plus 10. Ha! Killing monsters can drop materials? Then why didn't I get anything earlier? What's the reason? So hard to guess. Ling Ji shook his head, what's past is past. No need to keep complaining. There's no need to let past gains or losses affect the present. He's absolutely not worried that after complaining, nothing will drop again. Time, slow down. Don't let you get old. Ling Ji sang softly, walking towards his car. He glanced around, no problems. No, wait. Something's wrong. Ling Ji's gaze sharpened, looking at a female zombie next to the pile of fallen zombies. Damn, almost got fooled. Ling Ji muttered under his breath. If it wasn't for his mental strength and vision being far beyond ordinary people, he would have been tricked. This female zombie, TSK, not bad. From the looks of it, she's quite good looking. She's developed pretty well. TSK, I wonder what it feels like. Ling Ji laughed evilly. At this moment, Shinli Mo, lying on the ground, trembled at Ling Ji's villain-like laughter. She had specially disguised herself as a zombie, but never expected that after becoming a zombie, someone would still have designs on her. Ling Ji approached the zombie and took a look. Her figure was indeed good, but why was she shaking just now? Her disguise skills were terrible, seriously. Sister. Ling Ji slapped Shinli Mo's face, pretty tender, quite bouncy. No reaction? Ling Ji suddenly had a bad idea in his mind. He placed his hand on Shinli Mo's leg and started to slide upwards. Stop. Hold on. He's a serious person, he was just checking if this zombie was carrying any weapons. This is just safety awareness. No way. He can't possibly. Shinli Mo panicked, thinking this man was truly desperate, even going for zombies. But after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Shinli Mo didn't dare open her eyes, afraid Ling Ji hadn't left. Pat. Pat. The footsteps faded, and Shinli Mo finally couldn't help but open her eyes. Oh my god. She saw a big face, very close to her. What are you screaming for? Ling Ji grabbed Shinli Mo's face, dissatisfied. He could sense that Shinli Mo's face wasn't like this, but why couldn't he pull off the mask? Could it be sewn onto her face? The thought was terrifying. What are you doing? Shinli Mo slapped away Ling Ji's hand, angrily questioning. What is that thing you're wearing on your face? The disguise effect is so good? Ling Ji asked curiously. I'm not wearing anything. Neither am I. Ling Ji felt confused and looked down, noticing the white peaks under the ragged clothes, very shapely. Definitely not wearing anything. What are you looking at? Shinli Mo felt Ling Ji's offensive gaze and couldn't help but get embarrassed and angry. Her hands kept pushing Ling Ji's chest, but her strength was more like giving Ling Ji a massage. Where are you touching? I'm telling you. I'm not that kind of person. Ling Ji froze for a moment, then immediately showed a shy expression and said seriously. You scoundrel. Shinli Mo's nose almost twisted with anger. How could this person turn the tables like this? She didn't have those kinds of thoughts. But his chest muscles were pretty firm, and she didn't know how high his physical strength was. She couldn't even push him. Comrade, how can you curse like that? Your moral thoughts are problematic. Ling Ji stood up, straightened his messy clothes, and looked at Shinli Mo with a serious face. You're talking nonsense. If it wasn't for you. Shinli Mo was about to curse loudly but was interrupted by Ling Ji. See? You're getting anxious again. Ling Ji said lightly, I just want to see why a normal person would disguise themselves as a zombie. By the way, you can't be. Ling Ji's gaze scanned Shinli Mo, then glanced at the nearby zombies, and an ambiguous smile appeared on his face. I'll be damned. You're the one like that. Shinli Mo froze, understanding his smile, and immediately cursed, no longer caring about anything else. Comrade. I'm going to properly criticize you. Stop. Hold on. Shinli Mo quickly interrupted Ling Ji, afraid he would say something outrageous. I was just trying to hunt that first-level zombie. Shinli Mo glared at Ling Ji with irritation before stating her purpose. From their conversation just now, well, it could barely be called a conversation. She could vaguely tell that Ling Ji probably wasn't that kind of wicked person. Of course, her judgment was right, and not only that. Ling Ji, after all, was a well-known good person in these endless plains. Anyone who had met him never said anything bad about him. This was his reputation. Hunting a first-level zombie? Where's your vehicle? Why are you still disguised as a zombie? Ling Ji asked, a bit puzzled. It was the third day already, and most people's vehicles should have been upgraded to level 2 by now. If they were using a vehicle to hunt first-level zombies, it would be much easier. But if you disguise yourself and hunt like this, if you don't kill it with a single blow, you'll be the one who dies. A first-level zombie wouldn't be like an ordinary one, where you pretend to be a zombie, attack it, and it doesn't fight back. Just as Shinli Mo didn't know what to say, a first-level zombie dog suddenly appeared from the grass and charged at them. Ling Ji didn't even glance at it, raising his hand to throw the black-tipped spear that appeared in his hand. The zombie dog was nailed to the curb, its body ripped apart by the momentum, and meat scattered everywhere. Ugh! My vehicle, it's gone. Shinli Mo looked at the scene, her face twitching, reluctantly saying. Her spawn point had been terrible. She had fallen right into a group of zombies, and she was already hopeless. Who would have thought that the newbie gift package would give her a useful item? Illusion Eyes, Tier 3 item. Function, can disguise, but needs to make contact with the target's information. Note, a being with mental power far surpassing the wearer will see through it. At the time, she had no choice but to try anything, and she made contact with the zombie's blood on the window. Then the zombie's information was recorded, and she survived. Unfortunately, her vehicle was ruined. She cried over it, as it turned into scrap metal right after landing. Tisk, TSK, so pitiful. Really unlucky. But, also, quite lucky. Ling Ji softened and comforted her. But your disguise item, it's really useful. I almost didn't notice it. Shinli Mo's face darkened, knowing that Ling Ji was eyeing her item. I also think it's pretty useful. Not bad. Since your vehicle's gone, and it's still very dangerous here in the endless plains, how about coming into my vehicle? Ling Ji asked with a friendly smile. That's unnecessary. I'm actually fine like this. Really? Shinli Mo forced a smile, refusing. She wasn't stupid. If she entered someone else's vehicle, it would be like becoming a powerless slave, having to listen to everything he said. Her item, not only would it be at risk of being taken, but if her appearance was noticed, that would be the end. By the way, my name is Ling Ji, and yours? Ling Ji still smiled kindly, staring directly at Shinli Mo. Shen Yu. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow. With his powerful mental strength, he sensed that Shinli Mo was lying to him. Comrade, no need for this. I really want to be friends with you. It's not right to lie to me. Ling Ji's smile disappeared. Shinli Mo trembled, not daring to look into Ling Ji's eyes. She felt as if the sky had fallen. Wasn't he still human? She had been so decisive, and yet he saw through it? Could he be tricking her? Everyone is exchanging sincerity for sincerity. You lied to me. You should compensate me, right? Ling Ji's face turned cold as he spoke sharply. Sorry, my fault. My name is Shinli Mo. Shinli Mo clenched her fist, loosened it, and gritted her teeth as she said. It's no use. You must compensate me. Actually, Ling Ji could have killed her and taken her loot, but he found it interesting and decided to chat a little first. He was so lonely these past 2 days, he had even been forced to talk to wild dogs and desert oxen. Actually, I've been quite kind. If it were those desert wolves, just think about what your fate would be. Shinli Mo was about to say something when Ling Ji spoke softly. Hearing this, Shinli Mo shrank her neck. She had heard of the infamous reputation of the Wolfpack Association, known for burning, killing, looting, and committing every kind of evil. Wait. Then I'll accompany you. But I want to make it clear first. You have to let me go afterward. Shinli Mo gritted her teeth and gave up on the item. I don't have the habit of making deals with others. Ling Ji waved his hand. He had already been kind enough by not killing and stealing the treasure directly. She wanted to make a deal with him. What a joke. She didn't even know her place. Shinli Mo's face turned a mixture of red and pale. She clenched her fists tightly and took a few deep breaths before reluctantly nodding. She had been humiliated. But the situation was stronger than her, and she had no room to resist. Here. Shinli Mo stood up, took out the item, and handed it to Ling Ji. Player survival from great danger, fortune awaits offers you the item Illusionary Eyes. Do you accept? The name's quite unique. Humph. Accept. Ling Ji silently muttered, and the item appeared in his bag. Looking at the item's function, Ling Ji raised an eyebrow in surprise. All he could say was, it was okay. This woman was unlucky to have crossed paths with someone as strong as him. If it were anyone else, they would have never noticed. Luck is indeed balanced. When someone is unlucky, someone else must be lucky. Like him. Thanks to the Endless Plains Dad. Ling Ji silently prayed again in his heart. Shinli Mo was almost dying inside. Her life-saving item was gone just like that. Bitch. Thief. Shinli Mo shouted angrily in her heart, but her face still wore a forced smile. Chapter 12, Shinli Mo gets in the car. Bitch. Thief. Shinli Mo shouted angrily in her heart, but her face still wore a forced smile. Ling Ji, after reviewing the function of the Illusionary Eyes item, nodded, then looked at Shinli Mo. But this look made it so that Shinli Mo could not leave. Shinli Mo's face was extremely recognizable, with a clean and transparent aura, yet also with an astonishing beauty that struck directly at the heart. Her features were exquisitely perfect, giving a faint impression of cool aloofness. After just one glance, Ling Ji found it hard to tear his gaze away. Shinli Mo, seeing that Ling Ji had frozen for that moment, suddenly had a bad feeling rise in her heart. Can I leave now? Shinli Mo asked softly. Ling Ji pulled his gaze back, only feeling that this woman truly amazed him. Not only was her skin fair and beautiful, but her figure was also quite impressive. Her long legs stood straight, and it was clear that there was not an ounce of extra fat on them. They weren't the thin kind but had a perfect, rounded fullness. You can go. Ling Ji nodded, saying indifferently. Shinli Mo blinked in surprise. Wow, this person was something. He had been completely stunned just now but still had the self-control to let her go. Then thank you, handsome. Shinli Mo flashed a sincere smile, her eyes shining, making her look incredibly beautiful. As Shinli Mo turned to leave this place that had hurt her, she suddenly heard Ling Ji's soft voice from behind. Just now, I passed by several members of the Wolfpack Association. You better be careful. Shinli Mo stopped dead in her tracks and instantly turned her head, looking at Ling Ji in astonishment. She couldn't tell whether he was telling the truth. If it was true, she would most likely be targeted. Without the camouflage item now, she couldn't possibly venture deep into the plains. This matter concerning her own safety was something she couldn't afford to gamble on. Are you telling the truth? Shinli Mo opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. Of course, I even killed a few. Ling Ji said casually, as if killing those people was as insignificant as stepping on a few ants. You killed a few? Shinli Mo's eyes instantly widened. She hadn't expected Ling Ji to be so bold. The Wolfpack Association was one of the 3 major guilds in the area. But with his strength, there was indeed no need to fear. Are you saying this to make me get into your car? Shinli Mo's emotions suddenly calmed down. You're right, that's exactly what I meant. Ling Ji nodded, not at all bothered that his thoughts had been seen through. You're really straightforward. Shinli Mo opened her mouth, and finally let out a bitter smile. She had no choice now. It seemed that Ling Ji letting her go was just to set up this one sentence. The danger of the Wild Wolf Club was much greater than staying by his side. Even though Ling Ji wasn't a good person, he was still better than the Wild Wolf Club. And his strength was enough to justify his actions. Having such a strong teammate, even if he was a man, was far better than falling into the hands of the Wild Wolf Club. Shinliamo sniffed and said, "Alright, I agree." She didn't say anything else because those conditions would be invalid once she got in the car, and although Ling Ji seemed easy to talk to, he was actually quite strong-willed. However, it seemed that her beauty still had an effect on Ling Ji. Once this thought occurred, her mood brightened a little. "Get in the car, Miss Shin." Ling Ji smiled and opened the car door, making a gesture to invite her in. After Shinliamo got in, Ling Ji immediately bound her. So eager. Shinliamo gave him a beautiful eye roll. "Of course, I'm just afraid you'll run away, Miss Beauty." Ling Ji chuckled. Smooth talker. Shinliamo admitted it. She would most likely become Ling Ji's woman in the future, so she had to change her mindset for now. But she was still very curious about Ling Ji's vehicle. Her vehicle had crashed when it landed, so she had no idea what a level 2 vehicle was like. Wow! The space inside is so big. And there's even a bed. Shinliamo's eyes lit up when she saw the bed in the back. For the past 3 days, she had been sleeping in the wreckage of old vehicles, always on alert, never having a good night's sleep. Although Ling Ji's bed was a bit ordinary, in a survival game, having one at all was already great. What more could she ask for? Holy crap! What is this? Shinliamo's eyes widened as she saw the entry above the fuel tank on the vehicle panel. She was so shocked that she swore out loud. Unlimited fuel? Is this for real? Shinliamo's voice unknowingly grew louder, and she looked at Ling Ji in disbelief. Of course. As you can see. Ling Ji said nonchalantly. Little thing. This is just to shock you. Wait until I upgrade to a level 3 vehicle and add the infinite bullets entry. Your jaw will probably drop to the ground. Ling Ji opened a bottle of chilled labe, drinking it in one gulp. Shinliamo couldn't help but feel a pang of envy as she watched him. Where did you get Sprite from? Shinliamo swallowed hard, looking at Ling Ji dryly. It came from a treasure chest. What? You want some? Shinliamo instinctively shook her head, then nodded heavily. Seeing her expression, Ling Ji smiled and casually tossed her a bottle. Shinliamo didn't care about being ladylike anymore. She twisted the cap and began drinking. Sigh. You really are living the life of a god. The tension in Shinliamo's heart completely vanished with that bottle of chilled labe. To be able to live like this in such a godforsaken place, she didn't know how many people would be jealous. Alright, hold on tight. I'm about to leave. Go. 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 Let's go. With Shinliamo in the car, the atmosphere became livelier. Ling Ji also occasionally told jokes, making Shinliamo laugh heartily. Shinliamo looked at Ling Ji with softer eyes. Although Ling Ji had more or less forced her into the car, she didn't mind much anymore. A man like him, with strength and means, a good life, and someone who did all this just to get her in the car, was actually doing it for her. Ling Ji had no idea about the change in Shinliamo's mindset. He was fully focused on crashing into zombies. At noon, they ate roasted meat, still from the level 1 elite beef from yesterday. Ling Ji also bought some spices from the trading market. For tonight's hot pot. Shinliamo almost felt like she could eat her own tongue. These past few days, she had only eaten wild fruits or the black bread she bought from the trading market. As for vegetables and meat, she couldn't afford them at all. Because of the knife in her hand, her money was almost running out. Shinliamo looked at the man beside her, who was focused on driving, and a sense of security rose in her heart. This seems quite nice, unlike before when she had to sleep under the open sky and avoid people. Ling Ji was now looking at the golden trail, driving towards a treasure chest. They just needed 5 units of rubber to upgrade the vehicle to level 3. Let's go, let's find the treasure chest. Chapter 13, Level 3 Vehicle. Ling Ji drove his black beast of a vehicle, casually throwing a bottle from his hand, which accurately smashed into the head of an ordinary zombie. Headshot. At this moment, Shinliamo also gained a clear understanding of Ling Ji's strength. A bottle casually thrown could actually kill a zombie. She guessed that Ling Ji's physique should be at least 60 points. The vehicle left the road and drove towards the plains. Whether on the grass or in the mud pits, the vehicle remained stable, not feeling a single bump. The all-terrain tires played a huge role at this moment. How do you know the direction of the treasure chest? Shinliamo couldn't help but ask. Ling Ji had been driving along a straight line since they left the road. She now saw a treasure chest in the distance, glowing with a white light. Without a doubt, it was a silver treasure chest. It's a talent. Ling Ji glanced at Shinliamo and said casually. Shinliamo nodded, showing an expression that said, as expected. This talent for finding treasure made sense, no wonder his physique was so high. A trace of joy also rose in her heart. Since Ling Ji had shared this secret with her, it seemed he didn't treat her as an outsider. Ling Ji noticed the change in Shen Limo's expression and revealed a barely perceptible smile. He had purposely told her this. After all, when spending time together for long, these things would be noticed. It might be better to say it now, it might even increase some affection. The vehicle stopped in front of the silver treasure chest. Ling Ji got out first, using his mental power to scan the area around the chest to confirm that there was no danger, then called Shen Limo to get out of the car. "You open it. I've heard girls have good luck." Shen Limo didn't refuse. She raised her hand and opened the treasure chest. A dazzling white light flashed, and a series of items popped out. "Congratulations! You have obtained rubber times 50, aviation alloy times 5, parts times 1000, multifunctional chips times 1, gold coins times 200. Congratulations! You have obtained a special item. Talent gem. Good loot? It's not just that." Ling Ji blinked, feeling somewhat unbelievable. Aviation alloy was obviously a material needed for future vehicle upgrades. Multifunctional chips needed no explanation. They were required for upgrading the level 3 vehicle and for setting up fire control radars. Ling Ji then looked at the attributes of the talent gem. Talent gem, special. Function, can upgrade talent or add an additional talent slot. Li Mo. You're really my lucky star. Ling Ji's face lit up with joy as he tightly grasped Shen Limo's hands. No way. Shen Limo was flustered by Ling Ji's sudden action. Her ears turned red, and she spoke shyly. Ling Ji laughed heartily, holding Shen Limo's soft hands and returning to the car. Vehicle, Wuling Hongguan, modified version. Level, LV2. Fuel tank, unlimited infinity. Tires, all-terrain tires. Upgrade requirements, 100 gold coins, 200 units of steel, 1000 units of parts, 150 units of rubber, 500 units of iron sheets. Upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade the vehicle? Ling Ji didn't hesitate and directly pressed confirm. Vehicle upgrading. In Shen Limo's and Ling Ji's line of sight, the Wuling Hongguan beneath them began to undergo a drastic transformation. First, the vehicle's body, originally made of black iron plates, gradually extended, stretching to a certain length. The sound of metal folding, so sharp it made your teeth ache, suddenly echoed. The 5 centimeters thick iron plate, which had already been tough, now became even wider and thicker, shimmering with a chilling black glow, and you could faintly see a hint of blood red within it. The tires also changed drastically. Originally normal-sized, they were now more than twice their previous size, and in front of the vehicle, a barrier, resembling a horse guard, appeared like a formidable collision deterrent. The interior space also doubled in size, and the facilities were much more complete. The top of the vehicle extended outward, revealing a space where a multi-barreled machine gun appeared. This was the ultimate weapon of firepower, the Gatling gun. Vehicle upgrade completed, please check. Ling Ji couldn't wait to check the vehicle's panel. Vehicle, War Fortress. Level, LV3. Defense, 500. Fuel tank, unlimited infinity. Tires, war-grade explosion-proof tires. Vehicle-mounted weapon, Gatling, fire control radar. Interior space, 5 by 10 by 7, height times change times width. Evaluation, the ultimate weapon within the newbie protection period, already qualified to vie for dominance. Ling Ji's smile was so wide it nearly reached his ears. He hadn't expected the difference between level 2 and level 3 to be so dramatic. Especially the collision barrier at the front of the vehicle. No, it should be called a collision beam. In front of it, no monster below level 2 would survive. New function unlocked, smart driving. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement, one step ahead. One step ahead, your vehicle will gain a 30% speed boost. Listening to the system's broadcast like celestial music, Ling Ji's heart lifted. Now, his vehicle could be considered one of the top in the region. Even with the newbie protection period over, he was confident he could safely survive the 8th day of the zombie wave. Wow! Is the vehicle upgrade process really this magical? Shen Limo stared, dumbfounded. And the changes inside the car completely exceeded her expectations. Don't rush, there's more. Ling Ji took out a golden card from his hand. Using entry, infinite bullets, granting the vehicle-mounted weapon, Gatling. Ding. Entry granted. Detected beneficial mutation in the vehicle-mounted weapon. Do you want to prevent this? No, don't stop it. Ling Ji excitedly looked at Shen Limo, lifted her face, and kissed her twice. Ah. It's all saliva. Shen Limo pouted and glared at Ling Ji, wiping the saliva from her face. Vehicle-mounted weapon mutation complete. Vehicle-mounted weapon, Fire God Gatling, feel the power of technology. The damage dealt will cause explosive harm. This. It's simply invincible. Shen Limo's eyes widened in shock. Is this still the newbie protection period? Getting a level 3 war fortress is already amazing. How did they get a vehicle-mounted weapon with such high stats? Now I feel completely safe. By now, the sky had darkened, and endless thunderclouds gathered rapidly in the sky. Region announcement: the third day of the newbie protection period is about to end. Detection shows excessive regional combat power, causing weather disasters. Weather disaster in progress. Monsters will be even more ferocious. Regional weather: endless thunderstorm. Lasting for 2 days. As the regional announcement faded, a thunderclap erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, countless bolts of lightning, resembling tree roots, shot out from the thunderclouds covering the entire sky. Boom! Boom! Amidst the continuous roaring thunder, countless crimson eyes in the endless plains turned toward the direction of the highway. Chapter 14: Regional Disaster. In the regional chat. Damn, the thunder outside sounds so scary. Who says not? I'm terrified of thunder. What's there to worry about? Didn't they say our region's combat power is too high? A little thunder, what's there to be afraid of? Looks like there are too many big shots in our region. The announcement said monsters will be more violent. Should we be worried? Bro, don't be scared. They said the monsters were more violent at night before, and nothing happened. Let's just figure out how to avoid the rain. The Dragon Tiger Club invites all ambitious players to join. We have top-tier level 3 vehicles to escort you. The Wild Wolf Club invites players with ambition to join. TSK, the Dragon Tiger Club invited people, but what is the invitation of the Wild Wolf Association? Damn it, the Wild Wolf Association. It's just a bunch of admirers. The hatred for the wild nest is so strong, you've got some good luck. Kid, you have the guts to report your name. Go to hell. It's that time again to watch the daily essential video. My name is Cho Huang, I am beautiful. Sir, be careful. The heavy rain in the plains, accompanied by thunder, caused many players to huddle in their vehicles, trembling. But here at Ling Ji's side, it was peaceful. Shen Limo had just opened the bathroom door, wrapped in a white bathrobe, walking out. Her slightly pink little feet gently stepped on the ground, and the loose bathrobe couldn't cover her eye-catching figure. Ling Ji turned around and glanced, a surge of desire instantly rose. Ahem, why aren't you asleep yet? Isn't it to wait for you? Shen Limo walked lightly toward him, sitting beside Ling Ji, and the fragrance on her body immediately filled the air. Ling Ji took a deep breath, trying to suppress the desire in his heart, but unexpectedly it only grew stronger. He never planned to get into an epic lung war. Ling Ji silently screamed in his heart. His body uncontrollably stood up, picked up the alluring Shen Limo in his arms, and walked toward the room. Ding! A large number of zombies have been detected nearby. Fire control radar is locked. Automatic attack has been activated. A large group of zombies appeared, their crimson eyes visible in the thunderstorm, charging recklessly toward the war fortress parked on the road. A burst of flames rose from the top of the vehicle. The Gatling gun on top of the vehicle spouted flames, continuously eliminating all the enemies charging forward. Meanwhile, in Ling Ji's room, a soft atmosphere filled the space. Don't be in such a hurry. Shen Limo's slightly dreamy and intoxicated voice gradually echoed in this undisturbed space. Why are there so many zombies? First-tier strength-type zombie elites. In 15 minutes, they can destroy a level 2 vehicle. Everyone hurry and run. My vehicle has been destroyed. Help me. Not only that, but at the Longhu Association station location, Yanzhou Tianjin. The sound of gunfire resounded, even louder than the booming thunder. Countless bullets shot toward the zombie crowd at the Tianjin entrance, but the zombies, fearless of death, immediately charged forward after dying. The frontline convoy of the Longhu Association was beginning to break apart. The zombies surged into the Longhu Association's base. At the same time, the Wild Wolf Association and Qingyun Association were facing the same situation. The Wild Wolf Association at this moment showed its guild's tradition, not caring at all whether the shells and bullets were aimed at their own people. The Qingyun Association was much steadier, with their base situated in a gorge. The towering mountains on both sides and the entrance to the gorge directly facing their base, the Qingping Gorge entrance. Moreover, Qingyun Association had laid traps at the entrance of the gorge, with horse spikes, snares, and more. The result was clear, the Qingyun Association suffered little casualties and even gained a lot from it. Dad, we've made a huge profit this time. The second-tier zombies actually dropped a resource map of the nearby area. Good daughter. It's lucky we have your talent. Chu Tianxiong looked at his daughter with affection. Then promise me one thing. Chu Lingling rolled her eyes, a cunning glint flashing in her eyes. Okay, okay. Don't say just one, I'll promise 100. Then, help me find that spoken girl. Chu Lingling said without hesitation. The one on the system announcement? Chu Tianxiong raised an eyebrow, asking. Yes, that one. Okay. I'll help you find her. Chu Tianxiong readily agreed. For him, finding someone was no problem. Even though this person was the first to kill a first-tier monster. But what of it? The guild he had established had already killed several second-tier zombies last night. Looking around, only the Qingyun Association had managed to do that. The Longhu Association and Wild Wolf Association? They had already abandoned their respective bases last night, no longer a threat. He. Thanks, Dad. Good daughter, as long as you're happy. Humph. Chu Lingling hopped away, pouting. She was so excited for the day she could meet that oral girl. How dare she ignore me? It's so infuriating. Just wait, I'll teach that oral girl a lesson. Ling Ji had just woken up, looking at the mess in the room, a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Last night was too intense, at the peak of passion, he had even spent a few gold coins to buy some clothes to improve their relationship. Maybe it was too passionate, the system's notification sound had been completely muted last night. Ling Ji turned the sound back on, looking at the series of kill notifications and rewards. He roughly estimated that he had killed over 6,000 zombies, including more than 10 second-tier zombies, and countless first-tier ones. Second-tier zombies sounded strong, but under his fire god Gatling, they didn't even last for 3 seconds. His backpack was almost overflowing with materials. Backpack, steel plates times 1550, aircraft aluminum times 60, parts times 10560, rubber times 1500, gold coins times 1265. Not to mention other drops like drinks, alcohol, vegetables, snacks, and some commonly used tools. But what was most noteworthy was a black iron bow and arrow, gleaming with a metallic sheen. TSK, I really became rich overnight. Ling Ji's smile couldn't be suppressed. Xin Liamo, who had just woken up, was reminded by the pain in her body of last night's madness. Who told you to play so hard last night? Xin Liamo directly pinched Ling Ji, angrily saying. You can't blame me for this. Clearly, someone was yelling all night, good brother, again. Ling Ji hadn't finished speaking when Shen Liamo quickly covered his mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. Humph. I won't talk to you. Ling Ji grabbed Shen Liamo, kissed her on the lips, and said, good girl, we still have things to do today. Alright, I forgive you. After a simple breakfast, Ling Ji checked the upgrade requirements for the vehicle. Upgrade requirements, aircraft aluminum times 500, steel times 2000, rubber times 3500, parts times 100000, multi-element conductor times 10, memory chip times 1, gold coins times 10,000. Ling Ji couldn't help but click his tongue, the requirements to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle were way too harsh. 2 of the materials he hadn't even seen before, and there were so few of them, they were obviously very rare. Chapter 15, Dungeon, Thunderstorm Fury. Looking at the harsh upgrade requirements, Ling Ji immediately became alert. Region announcement, due to the weather disaster of endless thunderstorms, a special dungeon, Thunderstorm Fury, has formed. Dungeon, Thunderstorm Fury, located at the center of the thunderstorm, position 895, 763. Warning, the dungeon, Thunderstorm Fury, has formed. Strategy time limit, 72 hours. If no strategy is completed within the time limit, all players in this region will be erased. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow, only one word came to mind, typical of a survival game, erasure is the penalty, forcing everyone to tackle the dungeon. Also, after last night's weather disaster and the monster rampage, the number of people in the region had sharply decreased. Region population, 6,587, 634/10,000,000. He remembered there were more than 8 million players in the daytime yesterday, but today only around 6 million were left, and the weather disaster was still ongoing. It was likely that more people would die in the next 2 days. Ling Ji, as usual, peeked at the region's chat, but it was a bit different from what he expected. Dungeon? There really is a dungeon. Ha ha ha. This time, I will be the first to lead. Completing the dungeon will probably give lots of system rewards. Anyone want to form a team? Me, bro. Let's go. Stop thinking about that. The people tackling the dungeon will probably be from the 3 big guilds, us casual players have no chance. Sigh, you're right. But I'm planning to start a guild for us casual players. Anyone interested? We can't just sit and wait. By the way, isn't there that famous guy from the previous system announcement? Now that you mention it, I remember, but it doesn't matter now. According to reliable sources, the people from the 3 big guilds have already killed who knows how many second-tier zombies. That guy probably just picked up scraps and got on the system announcement. That's true, let's join the free player guild, at least it can help us gain some benefits. Bu Tianyang, who proposed the idea of creating a free player guild, smirked sinisterly when he saw all the agreements in the area chat and immediately sent a private message. Ling Ji shook his head as he looked at the content in the area chat. They hadn't even entered the dungeon yet, and they were already thinking of dividing the profits. It's truly hard to explain. They really hadn't realized the danger of this dungeon, generated by such severe weather disasters. Not even a little. Perhaps some had realized, but the reason they stayed silent was probably to use this group of people as cannon fodder. And the person doing this, the answer is obvious. Should we go to that dungeon? Xinli Mo, wearing a silk robe, gently pinched a crystal-like grape between her slender fingers and fed it to herself while asking. Yes, this dungeon is pretty clear. It's dangerous, but if someone goes ahead to scout for us, it could be good. Ling Ji said, his words a bit unclear. The free players, right? Xinli Mo asked, a bit confused. Those free players don't seem to be able to stir up much trouble, and they might not even make good cannon fodder. No, also the three major guilds. Ling Ji said confidently. He was sure that the danger of this dungeon was far greater than people imagined. The three major guilds want to use those free players as cannon fodder, but isn't he also using the three major guilds as cannon fodder? Xinli Mo nodded thoughtfully. Let's go. Ling Ji glanced at the destination. With more than 900 kilometers to go, he should be able to arrive when everyone else gets there. The car's DJ turned on, and the 10-meter-long black beast suddenly sped into the endless plains. At the same time, deep in a cave near the thunderstorm dungeon, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened, followed by countless ghostly green eyes all looking toward the entrance of the dungeon. Quick, quick, quick! Head to the dungeon! We're fighting for the benefits of the free players. Bu Tianyang, at the head of a convoy, shouted through a loudspeaker toward the vehicles behind him. Today, I, Bu Tianyang, fight for the benefits of the free players. I fight for the peace of the free players. Not for anything else. Just so we are no longer bullied. So we no longer suffer other people's disdain. The president is right. The president is righteous. I admire the president. The people in the convoy were all deeply moved, bowing in reverence. Boom. 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 The Wuling Hongguan, or rather, the war fortress, was plowing through zombies on the plain. Ling Ji had already entered the outer area of the endless plains, where there were first-level zombies everywhere, as well as packs of hyenas and some common mutated wild boars and other creatures. Ling Ji's mental strength was rapidly increasing. Congratulations, you have killed a first-level wild boar elite, gaining 10 gold. You have gained a permanent attribute bonus, mental strength +3. In a patch of grass that Ling Ji passed, 3 burly men covered in mud lay in ambush. Black Knife, do you see that RV over there? The leader, a crew-cut man, pointed in the direction Ling Ji had gone. Old cat, I'm not blind. The burly man, nicknamed Black Knife, rolled his eyes. Up ahead is the territory of a group of mud lizard, and the terrain there is a swamp. That RV will definitely get stuck in it. Hunter, what do you mean? Once the RV gets stuck, when the people inside come out, we'll shoot them dead with our guns. Then what? Black Knife scratched his head but ended up rubbing his hand into the mud and casually wiped it on Old Cat's body. Black Knife, you, forget it, let's just dismantle their vehicle. We'll definitely get plenty of materials. Old Cat took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Oh, Old Cat, you're so smart. Black Knife gave a thumbs up. You know it's smart. So, are we sneaking up now? Hunter asked. Yes, quietly. No shooting. Got it. Ling Ji also noticed something was off with the terrain, but he was driving an all-terrain, upgraded war-type explosion-proof tire vehicle. But it had the function of all-terrain tires. Why does it feel like we ran over something? Probably a speed bump, don't worry about it. Ling Ji casually waved his hand. The three of them, Old Cat and his crew, had now reached the edge of the swamp. What about that vehicle? Did it get stuck? Black Knife asked loudly. Old Cat's expression darkened. He hadn't considered that possibility. But Hunter Falcon shook his head. No, look at the tracks on the mud. There were some shallow marks on the swamp, and they were continuously disappearing. This was the nature of this swamp. Black Knife and Old Cat looked in the direction Hunter Falcon pointed, barely seeing the marks that were still being repaired. But Hunter Falcon looked farther ahead. He could faintly see a moving black dot in the distance. It was most likely the RV. Damn. Let it pass? Yeah, I saw it. Hunter Falcon nodded. His talent was Eagle Eye, allowing him to see farther. Damn. How could that RV make it through? Our tires sink as soon as they touch it. Old Cat said with a dark expression. Well, maybe the tires have 30% durability left? Damn. Chapter 16, The Girl's Blush Surpasses All Words. Old cat, are you even capable? Why do your decisions always have problems? Black Knife picked his nose and questioned. What? Black Knife. You can doubt my character, but you can't doubt my decisions. Old cat glared at Black Knife and shouted angrily. I know your character, no need to doubt it, but your decisions always end in failure. Black Knife continued picking his nose. Hunter Falcon remained silent. He actually believed that Old Cat's decisions were fine, it was just bad luck. The process was correct, but the results were always wrong. Alright. I must make you witness my decision. Old Cat shouted angrily and pointed to the swamp ahead. Since that RV can pass, it means the lizard group under the swamp has already left. Let's fix the tires, and we can definitely make it through. Are you in? Black Knife's eyes shifted, and he thought Old Cat's reasoning was valid. He nodded, and Hunter Falcon agreed too. The three of them immediately returned to their cars, planning to follow Ling Ji's route to the dungeon entrance. Who would have thought, just when they drove over the swamp, there was no movement at all. The lizards under the swamp were too scared to even breathe. But then, a stubborn lizard crawled out from the swamp and was hit and flung away. After being flung away, the lizard stuck out its tongue, and suddenly, a group of lizards appeared. Old Cat, did you just hit something? I don't know, it should be a speed bump. No, wait, where are speed bumps in the swamp? Damn. There are lizards? Black Knife, stop lying to me, do you think I'm blind? Old Cat scornfully shouted into the walkie-talkie, then looked up and saw a lizard at the front of his car, staring at him through the glass. Shit. There really are lizards. At this moment, Hunter Falcon slammed the gas pedal, feeling like slapping himself for believing Old Cat's nonsense. But after just a few minutes, all three cars sank down. The swamp returned to its original state. With the intelligent driving activated, Ling Ji was using his talent to search for nearby treasure chests when he received a message from Ning Fei. Flying fish, boss, do you have any life-saving weapons? I can buy them with gold coins. Sign language girl, give me the calculation, not just speech, I do, but you can't afford them. Flying fish, impossible. Name your price. Ning Fei was sitting with her delicate feet up, enjoying her tender pickled fish head. Seeing Ling Ji's message, a smile curled on her lips. Now she was quite wealthy. She had opened a black iron treasure chest yesterday and got a talent advancement stone. She used it immediately, and her B-level talent financial manager evolved into the A-level talent finance officer. Now, she was no longer the same. She was a woman who earned 15 gold coins every hour. 15 gold per hour. And you also get 50 gold every day. Flying fish, ha! I'm really rich now. Name your price. Enjoying the sharp tongue of Shinli Mo, Ling Ji raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're so confident this time? Looks like you came well prepared. Sign language girl, 1200 gold, no bargaining. Flying fish, what? Flying fish, you wouldn't be trying to trick me, would you? Flying fish, how can a weapon be worth 1200 gold? I don't believe it. Sign language girl, believe it or not, that's the price. In a dense forest, Ning Fei, eating spicy fish head, stared in shock at the chat box. What a joke. A weapon selling for 1200 gold, has he gone mad? Weapons in the market only cost up to 50 gold, and they're made of alloy. Flying fish, do you even know the market price? The most expensive weapon is only 50 gold. You dare to sell it for 1200? Sign language girl, this is an extraordinary weapon, with extra attributes. Flying fish. Flying fish, oh my. Big boss, look at this mess. Why didn't you say so earlier? Can I at least see the attributes? Sign language girl, you can't see it unless you buy it. Flying fish, TCH. So stingy. Sign language girl, poor bastard. Ning Fei stared at the chat box without speaking, feeling a bit hot now. What's going on? Isn't it raining outside? What's causing all this heat? Did the warm wind get turned up too much? Strange. But it still feels like my face is burning. Oh, right, I ate too much beef. Seeing Ning Fei silent, Ling Ji added, the girl's blush speaks louder than any words, then logged off. Damn. Bitch. Super bitch. I that sign language girl. Ning Fei couldn't hold back anymore, her face red, shouting something at the system panel. Maybe she was expressing her gratitude, thanking Ling Ji for understanding her feelings. The moment Ling Ji finished chatting, Shinli Mo raised her head and gracefully wiped the milk from the corner of her mouth. Little greedy cat. Gulp. Shinli Mo shot him a charming look. Alright, we've arrived. Ling Ji patted her leg and pointed at a python den. The treasure chest displayed on the all-seeing map was right inside that python den. Ling Ji didn't get off immediately, instead, he stared at the dense, squirming snake bodies, feeling a tingle run down his spine. How many snakes are there? The system also promptly provided a panel. Pine Pattern Python Group. Level, First Level. Condition, Mating Season. Number, 69. Xinli Mo's face turned pale. There were so many pythons that even her fear of tightly packed things was triggered. We can only outsmart them, can't just attack head-on. Ling Ji looked at the panel from the system and rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Bring up the bow and arrow attributes in my backpack. Ling Ji silently thought. Weapon, Scale Feather Bow. Level, Black Iron. Attributes, Physique +1, Spirit +3, no need for arrows, each shot consumes 5 spirit points. Can charge for 1 to 5 seconds, the longer the charge, the more spirit points consumed per second. Seeing the attributes, Ling Ji's eyes lit up, pulling up his own panel. Name, Ling Ji. Physique, 102, +3 +1. Spirit, 101, +3. Evaluation, a once-in-a-lifetime genius, but why hasn't he reached extraordinary yet? With his current stats, he could shoot a mental arrow charged for up to 5 seconds, definitely more powerful than an arrow shot without any charge. Ling Ji pondered for 2 seconds and quickly came up with a strategy to deal with the pythons. Do we want to fight for this treasure chest? Xinli Mo looked at Ling Ji, her concern barely hidden. Of course, but I'll use strategy. Strategy? Yes. Looking at Ling Ji's confident face, Xinli Mo suddenly felt her heartstrings tugged. Be careful. Ling Ji climbed onto the weapon tower, raised the scale feather bow, and aimed at the wriggling snake group not far away. The curve of the bow started to grow larger. 1, 2, 3. As he gathered his strength, his mental power kept gathering toward a ruby on the bow. A faint white, transparent arrow formed on the bowstring, still continuing to solidify. Ling Ji silently counted to 5 in his mind, and then released his grip. The silent, faint white arrow shot out, looking as if it had no power at all, like a mere projection. The python group in the nearby snake den, stirring around, didn't notice the danger approaching. The faint white arrow passed through several pythons, without making a sound. The few pythons that were attacked immediately quieted down, their bodies becoming motionless. Killed a level 1 pine-patterned python, gained 30 gold. Killed a level 1 pine-patterned python, gained 30 gold. The other pythons kept stirring their bodies, and in the strong movement, the lifeless bodies of the pythons started to tear apart, their flesh spilling. The smell of blood spread, and with the stirring of the snake group, the flesh was torn into bits. An overwhelming stench of blood spread through the snake group, triggering the bloodthirsty instincts of the pine-patterned pythons. The snake group became chaotic, with each python starting to attack the pythons beside it. Hiss. 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 Ling Ji stood on the Gatling tower, looking at the scene with a slightly pale face. To be honest, he wasn't scared, but he felt a bit disgusted. The shock of this scene was just too much, like installing a blender in the middle of the python group. Xinli Mo simply couldn't watch any longer, afraid that the meal she had from last night would come back up. 20 minutes passed, and the snake group had gone still, with a few lucky surviving pine-patterned pythons, now either with broken bodies or exploded scales and flesh. Ling Ji drew his bow, shooting several arrows, and the snake group was completely still. However, he was now facing a dilemma. The place was just too disgusting, the ground was covered with meat paste and the smell of blood. Damn it! Ling Ji cursed softly, taking a deep breath, and unwillingly stepped over the blood and flesh to reach the treasure chest. One look, and Ling Ji was immediately overjoyed. It was actually a silver treasure chest. The chest wasn't covered in anything, keeping its neatness intact. He raised his hand to open it, and a dazzling white light flashed. A series of items appeared directly in his backpack. Congratulations on opening the silver treasure chest. Obtained 200 gold. Obtained 50 units of aviation alloy. Obtained 1 weapon evolution stone. Obtained 1 black iron dagger. Not bad. Ling Ji was somewhat satisfied with the items in the chest. First was the black iron dagger. Obsidian dagger. Attributes, Constitution +5. If the user has shadow affinity, damage increases by 50%. Bonus skill, stealth, the user enters stealth status. They cannot be detected if the enemy's mental power is less than twice that of the user. Cooldown, 3 hours. After reading the dagger's attributes, Ling Ji was immediately stunned. Is this really a black iron level weapon? It looked like it was a completely different tier compared to his black sharp spear and scaled feather bow. Damn. But it was still good, since Xinli Mo's talent was in the shadow system, shadow step. As for the weapon evolution stone, he planned to look at it when they got back. You're back? How was the haul? Limo asked, curious when she saw the smile on Ling Ji's face. Pretty good. And I got a weapon that's perfect for you. Really? Of course. Ling Ji took out the dagger and handed it to Limo. Limo didn't take it immediately, but instead kissed Ling Ji's face twice before accepting it. Wow. This dagger's attributes are amazing. If it didn't say it was black iron level, I'd think it was a silver dagger. He. I'll reward you well tonight. After some playful banter, the car continued towards the dungeon's location. Ling Ji then began to examine the Weapon Evolution Stone. Weapon Evolution Stone. Function, can upgrade the weapons tier. Just a few simple words, but they made him laugh. Originally, he was hoping to find a suitable weapon on this dungeon trip, but replace the black-tipped spear, but with this item, it can still be used for a while. Would you like to use this item? Use Weapon Upgrade Stone, target, black-tipped spear. Ding. Black-tipped spear is upgrading. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining a silver tier weapon, Thunderbolt Spear. Ling Ji couldn't wait to check the stats. Thunderbolt Spear. Tier, Silver Tier. Stats, Constitution plus 13, attacks will also inflict attached lightning damage. The target has a 50% chance to be paralyzed. 3% chance to be directly slain. Skill, Consume Mental Power, double the attached damage. Holy shit. What kind of weird mechanism is this? But this probability is a bit low. Ling Ji was thrilled, this weapon in hand gave him a lot of confidence for this dungeon run. After an afternoon of travel, it was almost evening when Ling Ji arrived at the outskirts of the dungeon entrance. Why do I say the outskirts? That's because, in front of the dungeon entrance, a lot of people had gathered. At a glance, the place was packed with people and vehicles. Ling Ji estimated that he was about 500 meters from the dungeon entrance. Opening a password? What a joke, don't even think about strategizing. Damn. Why are there so many people here at the dungeon entrance? The landmark was public. It's actually still less crowded. The main force is still on their way. Who the hell is doing handwork in the crowd? Get your hands off me. Maybe it's yogurt, brother, try it. Damn. What a fishy smell. By the way, how exactly are we going to strategize this? Do we just rush in all together? Not sure, but if we all go in, it should be an automatic clear, right? There are so many of us. You don't know, brother, but no vehicles are allowed in the dungeon. With our attributes, do you think we can make it? With so many people in the area, shouldn't there be some big shots? Who knows what kind of monsters are in the dungeon? We only have one life, and it's not as safe as being in a vehicle. Anyone notice where the 3 major guilds are? Brother, it's not the 3 major guilds anymore. It's the 4 major guilds. The solo player guild is now a massive powerhouse, with more than 100,000 members. Damn. Isn't that already comparable to the Dragon Tiger Guild in terms of numbers? Does the solo player guild want to challenge for the top spot? What challenge? It's to fight for our benefits, not for the guild. True. Today, the solo guild even helped me. Thanks. Ling Ji glanced around and realized that the 3 major guilds weren't present. Only the solo player guild was surrounding the dungeon entrance. Has it already started? Chapter 18, Dungeon Protection. Area announcement. Too many players are attempting to enter the dungeon. Dungeon protection will soon be activated. Warning, dungeon protection will activate in 3 hours. The difficulty is very high. A large number of monsters will appear. Please be prepared. Hint, killing monsters will reward you generously. As soon as the area announcement rang, Ling Ji immediately drove away from the dungeon entrance, heading in the opposite direction until he was about 2 kilometers away, where he stopped the vehicle. Are we just going to watch here? Limo asked, not understanding Ling Ji's intentions, looking at him curiously. No, the system announcement said the dungeon protection difficulty is high, so if we stay here, we have a clear view and can escape quickly even if we need to run. If we stay at the entrance, it will be much more troublesome to escape. Ling Ji pointed to where the solo player guild was gathering. Limo nodded, though still unsure. At that moment, 2 kilometers away from the dungeon entrance, Xiao Long was sitting inside a conference room-like vehicle. The vehicle was filled with people, all management members of the Dragon Tiger Guild. President, should we notify the solo player guild to gather more people? A Dragon Tiger Guild manager asked. Send the notice. Everyone should prepare for battle. Be on the lookout for any monsters that appear, and immediately kill anything in sight. Xiao Long rhythmically tapped his fingers on the conference table, thinking deeply for a moment. Immediately ordered. If the Wanderer Guild cannot hold on, immediately set off. Keep the dungeon entrance firmly under the control of the Dragon and Tiger Guild. Understood. 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 Disperse. At this moment, the Desolate Wolf Guild and the Azure Cloud Guild were experiencing the same situation. The president of the Wanderer Guild, Bu Tianyang, received a private message and immediately complied, also moving his own vehicle to the center of the guild. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Ling Ji and Shen Limo had already eaten their fill and were ready for battle. Regional announcement: Dungeon protection is about to start. Good luck to you all. As soon as the mechanical voice of the system fell, endless screams erupted on the plain. The previously rumbling thunder was instantly drowned out by the howling of the monsters. At this moment, in front of the dungeon entrance, countless crimson eyes appeared. Illuminated by lightning, endless bodies of monsters emerged in the rain, disappearing into the darkness. The rain also began to increase, even surpassing the initial intensity of the weather disaster. In just 2 minutes, the ground was already flooded to the ankles. The monsters weren't in a hurry, instead, they calmly hid in the darkness, seemingly waiting for something. Damn, I'm a little scared. Why are there so many monsters? So what if there are many monsters? To put it bluntly, this is nothing. It's not enough for us Wanderer Guild to kill. But why aren't they attacking? Are they waiting for us to strike first? I don't know, maybe they are waiting for the boss to appear? Haha, to put it bluntly, even if the boss comes, it won't make a bit of difference. The rain grew heavier, even surpassing the tires of some vehicles. Whoa! My vehicle isn't moving well. Mine too, and water has even entered my vehicle. Fortunately, mine is a large off-road vehicle, the water has only reached half the tires. Wait, why are the monsters still inactive? Could it be that they are afraid? Not daring to come up? That's possible, haha. If they don't come up, that's fine, my vehicle can't move, so I can only shoot from the same spot. Boom! A thunderous roar rang out, and the flash of lightning instantly illuminated the entire area. There, the monsters were lying on the ground, their heads down, as if bowing to something. Darkness covered them again. In the center of the monsters, dozens of human figures appeared. Bang! Da-day-day-day. Someone couldn't hold back and fired the first shot, followed by continuous gunfire. Countless bullets shot into the darkness, and the monsters' screams echoed in response. At this moment, Ling Ji looked at the time nearing midnight and narrowed his eyes. He was very curious about what these monsters were waiting for. Were they waiting for the boss? Or were they waiting for time? Just as Ling Ji thought about this, the time on the vehicle turned to midnight. Countless monsters roared, and endless crimson gazes lit up. A figure in the center of the monsters opened its blood-red eyes, and the figures around it also opened their ghostly green eyes. A silent ripple spread from the figure in the center. The monsters seemed to receive some command and charged toward the Wanderer Guild's position at the dungeon entrance. Roar! Hiss! The vehicles at the front were instantly pushed aside by the wild boars and savage bulls charging in, torn apart by the coordination of hyenas and wolf packs. There's no way to resist. A level 2 vehicle was directly shredded in one clash. Can someone come help me? The smell of blood in the air excited this group of reapers in the rainy night. Quick! Open fire! Everyone prepare grenades, let's fight these beasts before we die. The thunderstorm mixed with people's screams, wails, and the howls of monsters. Bu Tianyang, in the central vehicle, watched this scene with a pale face. He originally thought the first line of defense would hold for a while, but he never expected it to be breached so quickly and cleanly. Moreover, these monsters seemed to be coordinated, with the savage bulls and wild boars being the larger ones. A tough skin and thick flesh are used as the front line. Wolf packs, hyenas, lions, and other monsters are the main forces tearing apart the vehicles. Some smaller wild monsters will also finish off the weaker targets. Are there intelligent beings among these monsters? Bu Tianyang's heart sank. If that is the case, then when the 3 major guilds come to support, only a fraction of the more than 100,000 members of the Freelance Guild might remain. Xiaolong, Xu Tianxiong, Xiu Huan, and Ling Ji also watched the scene, and they had the same suspicion. But if even the temporary dungeon protection has this kind of power, what about the dungeon itself? Could it be even more powerful? The rain is still pouring, and the water in front of the dungeon entrance has turned red, with the stench of blood filling the air. Watching the guild's vehicles constantly torn apart, with people inside dragged out and eaten, Bu Tianyang felt some pain. This was the bargaining chip for his future negotiations. Damn! He aimed at a second-tier golden lion on the battlefield, waiting for it to grab a person from the vehicle. He controlled the vehicle's Gatling gun, which immediately began to spew fire. Da-day-day-day. Bullets kept hitting the lion's head, causing blood to splatter. Roar! The lion was enraged, tearing apart the person it grabbed and charging straight toward Bu Tianyang. The vehicles along its path were either slapped away or torn to pieces. Hurry up and protect me. Bu Tianyang's face turned pale in an instant, and he shouted loudly through the loudspeaker. His vehicle-mounted weapon kept spinning, and he could no longer care about the ammunition consumption. Staying alive was the priority. Aya! Bu Tianyang stood on the weapon turret, manually aiming at the lion still leaping towards him. With the combined efforts of many, the lion, full of holes, reached its end. Roar! With an angry roar, it finally fell. Chapter 19, Special Mutated Monsters. Cheer up! We will win! We've already killed a second-tier elite lion, what is there to fear? With the threat of death receding, Bu Tianyang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued to encourage everyone. The Freelance Guild also gained strong morale after killing the second-tier elite golden lion. Kill! Avenging our fallen brothers. I'm out of ammo. I'm charging in first. Brothers, burn some extra paper for me next year. Some people who ran out of bullets drove their vehicles into the monster pile, and soon, a burst of flames erupted, killing them along with the surrounding wild monsters. Ling Ji and Shin Limu watched this scene. These are all great men of Dragon Country. Ling Ji sighed. Yes, this is the brilliance of humanity, but they followed the wrong people. Shin Limu also sighed. At this point, some monsters also noticed Ling Ji's position and howled as they charged toward them. At the same time, monsters rushed to attack the positions of the three major guilds. Detection of large numbers of monsters, vehicle-mounted weapons have been activated. On the weapon turret of the War Fortress, the Fire God Gatling gun started firing. Explosions kept happening among the monster piles. The tough wild monsters hadn't even reached the front when they were directly shot into pieces. The stronger attacking wild monsters behind them were also shattered. At this moment, a figure in the middle of the monster pile turned its gaze toward Ling Ji's position, its blood-red eyes flashing, and a wave of energy radiating outward. A shadow of dark green quickly left the area. After all the monsters around Ling Ji were killed, a new wave of monsters appeared. Roar! A second-tier hyena queen let out an angry roar, and more than a dozen second-tier hyena elites charged from different directions. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow. This hyena actually noticed the problem with his vehicle? The next moment, Ling Ji's lips curled into a smile. The vehicle-mounted Fire God Gatling gun began to spin at full power. In less than 0.5 seconds, a second-tier hyena was turned into a sieve, followed by a focused attack. In less than 10 seconds, all the second-tier hyenas were turned into minced meat. Content is blocked. It's you! Ling Ji sneered, his target now the hyena queen. Countless bullets with fiery red patterns shot out, and the hyena queen was instantly pierced through. The explosions created by the bullets cleared the area. Killed second-tier hyena queen, earned gold times 200, aerospace alloy 30 units, steel 50 units. Killed second-tier elite golden lion, earned gold times 150, steel 100 units, rubber 35 units. Killed second-tier elite green venomous python, earned gold times 150, rubber 60 units, parts times 300, iron sheets times 230. The constant kill notifications echoed, and the monsters continued dropping vehicle upgrade materials. Ling Ji glanced at his backpack. Gold times 4680, aerospace alloy 320 units, steel 1590 units, rubber 1890 units, parts times 5300, iron sheets times 3600, multifunctional chip times 1. In just this short time, half of the materials needed to upgrade the vehicle to level 4 had already been gathered. He estimated that when the dungeon protection ended, the vehicle would reach level 4. Survival peak, unrivaled in the world, with me Ling Ji, there is the sky. Ling Ji laughed loudly, but the next second, his smile froze. He saw a person with eerie green eyes absorbing the hyena queen's body. Ha! That's a person? Ling Ji rubbed his eyes and looked again, and sure enough, he was not mistaken. He saw that several tentacles had grown from that person's head, wrapping around it, leaving only a pair of eerie green eyes exposed. On their chest, there were countless suction cup-like structures, and even their arms and legs had turned into tentacles, with suckers opening and closing, absorbing the blood essence from the air. It seemed that the person noticed Ling Ji's gaze, and the eerie green eyes turned to look at him. Ling Ji was stunned, then immediately covered Shin Limu's eyes. Don't look! Shin Limu was confused. What's wrong? Go back to your room, this thing has mental attacks, it will also reduce your sanity. Ling Ji said seriously. When that person's gaze landed on him, he suddenly felt an inexplicable mental force strike him. Fortunately, his mental power was high enough. Damn! Using mental power against me? As soon as Ling Ji's words fell, he saw the tentacles on the person's face suddenly open, revealing dense seams, and countless eyes blinked open. Sanity minus 15. Sanity will continue to decrease at a rate of 1 point per second. Kill this creature. Sanity will recover. The system's prompt sounded. Damn! Ling Ji gasped for air, as if he had just dragged himself out of the water. He felt a bit nauseous in his stomach, wanting to vomit. What the hell is that thing? But now was not the time to think about this. He had to kill that monster as soon as possible. Stay in the room. If I don't send you a message, don't come out. Ling Ji sent Shinliemo a private message, took a deep breath, and got out of the vehicle. Damn it! Die already! Ling Ji's searing feather bow appeared in his hand, and he shot directly at the tentacled person. The person's figure flickered and charged at Ling Ji. Octopus-like tentacles whipped through the air with a howling sound. Come on! Ling Ji summoned the thunder gun in his hand, and with one thrust, pierced through the whipping tentacle. Just as the tentacle was about to coil around the thunder gun, Ling Ji snorted coldly, and a bolt of lightning appeared on the gun. Zzz. The tentacled person let out a cry of pain, attempting to retract its tentacle. Ling Ji allowed it to do so. However, with the tentacle retracted, Ling Ji aimed for its head. Ling Ji pushed forward with force, and the thunder gun, wrapped in lightning, thrust toward the tentacled person's head. The tentacled person reacted quickly, and the remaining tentacles lashed like whips to block Ling Ji's attack. Ling Ji dodged sideways and simultaneously twisted the thunder gun in his hand, knocking aside several tentacles. At that moment, the tentacled person's chest suddenly sprayed a jet of dark green venom. Ling Ji quickly leaped backward, avoiding the attack. However, the venom splashed onto the ground, hissing as it corroded the earth. Ling Ji's heart sank, knowing that they couldn't keep stalemating like this. He concentrated his energy and charged toward the tentacled person, his long spear dragging across the ground, creating ripples in the stagnant water. Then, he shouted loudly, leaping into the air, his thunderbolt spear carrying lightning as it struck towards the tentacle creature. The tentacle creature was not to be outdone, its tentacles all moved together, about to form an impenetrable defensive circle. Boom! At this moment, a thunderclap rang out in the sky, and the tentacle creature's movement slowed by half a second. The thunderbolt spear, crackling with lightning, broke through the tentacle creature's incomplete defense, and the rain mixed with lightning heavily struck the tentacle creature's head. Instantly, dark green liquid splashed, and the tentacle creature let out a strange scream, its tentacles wildly thrashing about, trying to entangle Ling Ji. But how could Ling Ji give it a chance? The tip of his spear continuously extended, and the impenetrable shadow of the spear instantly pierced the tentacle creature, turning it into a sieve. It let out a final scream, all its tentacles weakly drooping, and its body slowly fell to the ground. Kill special mutated monster, earn coins times 1000, special materials times 1, multi-distance conductor times 1. Congratulations, sanity restored. The system prompt rang out, and Ling Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 20, Saint level skill? Myth. Ling Ji scanned the area, and the wild monsters were somewhat hesitant to approach, just standing at a distance and growling at him. Damn it! I almost fell for it. Ling Ji cursed inwardly, his sanity had just dropped to 27. Ling Ji boarded the vehicle and sent a message to Shinlimo. Shinlimo opened the door, first sticking out her head, and when she saw it was Ling Ji, she came out. I'll wipe off the rainwater for you. Shinlimo took a bath towel and looked at Ling Ji with concern. Ling Ji nodded. He was still a bit worn out, feeling particularly tired. That move he just unleashed seemed to have drained most of his strength. Congratulations, you have created the skill, 100 Birds Morning Phoenix Spear. Skill, 100 Years Morning Phoenix Spear. Rank, Entering the Saint. Consume 75% of stamina, creating endless spear shadows to attack hostile targets. Each spear shadow deals 10 times the damage of a normal strike. Stamina consumption will decrease as the user's rank increases. The number of spear shadows will infinitely increase with physical strength. Cooldown, no cooldown. Regional announcement, congratulations to player sign language girl, can you guide me without talking for creating a skill? Reward, coins times 10,000. Saint level treasure chest times 1. Congratulations! You have earned the title, Pioneer. Title, Pioneer, unique. Attributes, bindable, but cannot be removed, does not conflict with other titles. Physical strength plus 100, mental strength plus 100. The skill you create will be upgraded by 1 level. Damage doubled. Ling Ji immediately chose to bind it, and then he felt his mind clear, and his stamina was instantly fully restored. He opened the panel. Name, Ling Ji. Physical strength, 202, plus 13 plus 3. Mental strength, 201, plus 3. Skill, 100 Birds Morning Phoenix Spear, Myth. Evaluation, Peak Survival, Proud in the World, with him Ling Ji, there is the sky. If he can grow up smoothly, even gods sitting on their thrones are not beyond his reach. As the skill level rose to myth level, the stamina consumption directly dropped to 50%. Ling Ji felt overjoyed. He just wanted to sing a song now, and that song was Father. He had truly felt just now that if it weren't for that thunder, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill the tentacle creature. Time, slow down. Don't let you grow old anymore. In the depths of emotion, Ling Ji sang loudly. At this moment, the thunder above the endless plain had lessened significantly, and even the thunderclouds above Ling Ji's vehicle began to disperse. A strange phenomenon appeared, as within a 5-meter radius of Ling Ji's vehicle, the rain actually turned into a light, continuous drizzle. At this time, the regional channel exploded. Holy shit! What was that just now? That boss actually created a skill? Isn't today April Fool's Day? What is a skill? I've never seen one before. Someone actually created a skill? Blind player, you've discovered something amazing. Did no one notice that it was a saint-level treasure chest? What rank is a saint-level treasure chest? Do you know? I really don't know, but those 10,000 coins are real. Damn. I'm really jealous. Can that boss take it back? The first clear reward from the dungeon is all yours. Woohoo! We're all from Tongling. I don't want this big chicken with such a strong taste. It's this big shot again. The system's announcement is always about this big shot, isn't it? Woohoo, big shot, please come save us. The monsters here drop amazing rewards. The big shot is busy creating skills right now. Stop hoping. At this moment, the president of the Dragon Tiger Society, Xiaolong, furrowed his brows. This sign language girl has appeared in the system's announcements twice now. The last reward aside, just this saint-grade treasure chest alone, even a fool could soar with it. And it's only the 5th day. Once he's done with the saint-grade chest, I can't even imagine how strong he'll become. Chu Tianxiong had the same thought. He called for Chu Lingling. My dear daughter, it's not that I don't want to find him for you. Look, he already has a saint-grade treasure chest. His strength must be unimaginable. If you want me to find him, what if his temper is bad and ends up wiping out our Qingyun society? Chu Tianxiong said with a bitter smile as he looked at Chu Lingling. Humph. If you won't find him, then don't. Chu Lingling wasn't the unreasonable type, and after saying that, she walked away. Sign language girl? Seems like you really are strong. Xiao Huang murmured darkly, but his eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was really thinking. Was that announcement just now from you? Shin Limo, who was wiping the rain off Ling Ji's body, asked with wide eyes, disbelief in her voice. Yes, I just luckily grasped a new move. Ling Ji explained the situation from earlier. Shin Limo covered her mouth, and from his words, she could fully understand the danger involved. With the right timing, location, and people, without any of those, Ling Ji would have been dead outside by now. Shin Limo didn't speak, just holding Ling Ji tightly. Inside the vehicle, everything was peaceful. But outside, the wild monsters were suffering. The Gatling fire of the fire god was fully unleashed, turning countless monsters into minced meat, but they kept charging toward Ling Ji's vehicle. And that blood-red gaze, after looking toward Ling Ji's direction, withdrew. Silent waves of energy spread, and the eerie green eyes flickered on and off. Big brother, we've spotted something. What's going on? Xiaolong picked up the communicator, cleared his throat, and asked. About 2 kilometers south of the dungeon entrance, there's a vehicle continuously firing. It hasn't stopped. Xiaolong raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Why didn't you report this sooner? I thought the people there would be torn apart soon, didn't expect they would last this long. Next time, make sure to report sooner. Send someone to check it out. Understood. After putting down the communicator, Xiaolong began to think. A vehicle was actually able to survive amidst countless monsters until now, its strength was clear. The Scattered Players Guild only had about 20,000 left, and the monsters in that area were almost gone, so they'd probably be wiped out soon. That person, if possible, must be recruited. With such a powerhouse joining, the Dragon Tiger Society's strength would double. He knew that if it were him, he couldn't last that long, especially with the ammo running out. Kill fast. These bastards can't replenish anymore. I'm out of bullets. Anyone up for hand-to-hand combat? I'll do it. I've got a big cleaver. Eastern Southeast Military District Special Forces, Lungfeng. Reporting. The scattered guild members seemed to see the hope of victory. However, they weren't the only ones at the dungeon entrance. There were also people from the 3 major guilds, as well as Ling Ji. All units, move out. At the command of Xiaolong, Xiao Huang, and Chu Tianxiong, the troops from the 3 major guilds stationed 2 kilometers away moved toward the dungeon entrance. He. In the center of the monsters, a shadow with blood-red eyes seemed to let out a laugh. Chapter 21, Saint Grey Treasure Chest. Brothers from the Scattered Guild, don't be afraid. The Dragon Tiger Society is here. We are here to support you. Vehicles were driving through the fierce winds and heavy rain and the darkness, with weapons on the vehicles constantly flaring up in gunfire. With the joining of the three major guilds, the number of monsters in front of the dungeon entrance suddenly decreased sharply. Whoa! A second-tier Shadow Wolf King howled with a distant wolf's cry. The remaining monsters quickly began to shrink their defensive lines. What's going on? Are these beasts afraid? I don't know, could it be that the dungeon protection is about to end? It shouldn't be, I think another boss will appear. Ling Ji didn't have the time to focus on the dungeon entrance right now. In front of him was a treasure chest surrounded by mysterious halos, the saint-level chest. Chest tiers: black iron, silver, gold, dark gold, black diamond, epic, legendary, saint, mythical. Shinlimo, standing beside him, unconsciously held her breath. Ling Ji placed his hand on the chest and raised it to open. Immediately, a golden light shot straight into the sky, visible only to the two of them. The dazzling pillar of light made Ling Ji and Shinlimo cover their eyes. As the light faded, the two finally saw what the chest had dropped. Congratulations on opening the saint-level chest, you gained physique plus 50, spirit plus 50, gold x 50,000. Congratulations, you obtained a special item. Purple Extreme Demon Eyes, unique. Congratulations, you obtained a special item. Talent, SSS Purple Sky God Thunder. Congratulations, you obtained a special attribute, luck plus 10. Congratulations, you obtained a weapon. 10,000 Thunder Heaven Piercing Spear, epic. Congratulations, you obtained an item, Talent Advancement Stone, 3 advancements. Congratulations, you obtained material. Heavenly Beast Bone Gold x 10 units. A series of system notifications sounded. Wonderful. Wonderful. Like listening to celestial music, the ears suddenly clear. Ling Ji immediately took out the 10,000 Thunder Heaven Piercing Spear. A long spear, glowing white, with an ancient dragon carved on the shaft, appeared in his hand. The shaft had dozens of patterns, and upon closer inspection, energy could be seen flowing within. The spear's tip would occasionally emit lightning, and the dragon's eye was a gem containing thunder energy. 10,000 Thunder Heaven Piercing Spear. Tier, Epic. Attributes: 1. Physique plus 500, Spirit plus 500. 2. Every damage will mark the target with Heavenly Thunder. Every 10 seconds, Heavenly Thunder will damage the marked target. 3. Dragon Slayer. Condense the Thunder Dragon, simultaneously activating Heavenly Thunder to attack the target, doubling the damage. 4. Wrath of Heaven. When activated, all attributes increase by 500%. 5. Will Fall. Consumes 50% of all physique and spirit, projecting a thunder spear in the sky to deal 1000% damage. This spear looks so cool. Shinlimo exclaimed, amazed at the long spear in Ling Ji's hand. This is for you. Ling Ji took out the Talent Advancement Stone. Shinlimo's talent was A tier, and after using it, it would become SSS tier. No, I don't want it. You use it. Shinlimo quickly waved her hand to refuse. This was something Ling Ji had fought for with his life, how could she use it? Just take it. We're like old husband and wife now. Why are you still being polite with me? Also, after you use it, you'll be able to help me more. I won't need it. Ling Ji forced the Talent Advancement Stone into her hand. Okay, thank you, hubby. Shinlimo only accepted it after seeing Ling Ji's determined attitude and expression. Use it as soon as possible, while I also level up. Okay. Seeing Shinlimo start using the Talent Advancement Stone, Ling Ji finally felt relieved. Firstly, he didn't need this thing, and secondly, Shinlimo's strength wasn't very high, so she needed the boost, which would also help him later. He understood that Shinlimo didn't want to be a flower vase, and also, he didn't need her to be. Purple Extreme Demon Eyes. Attributes: 1. Immunity to all mental and intellectual attacks. 2. Not unlocked, unlocks at first tier. But just this alone was already powerful enough. What he lacked right now was this kind of immunity to mental and intellectual attacks. Activate Purple Extreme Demon Eyes. Ling Ji silently recited in his heart, and immediately, an extremely domineering heat gathered in his eyes. Pain more intense than gouging out his eyes instantly filled his entire body. Ah! Ling Ji could no longer endure this excruciating pain. A scream of agony echoed through the air. His body began to twitch uncontrollably, large beads of sweat dripping from his pores. Shinlimo watched Jinglingji with concern, yet she dared not approach. After a few seconds, Jinglingji finally completed the fusion. He opened his eyes, and his eyes had turned a strange purple, as beautiful as amethysts, yet carrying an inexplicable eerie feeling. His whole demeanor seemed to change, a domineering aura mixed with a strange presence that merged perfectly. Congratulations player for fusing special item, Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Congratulations player for permanent attribute increase. Mental plus 1000. In an instant, Ling Ji felt his headlight, and with a thought, his gaze flew out of the vehicle, clearly seeing everything in the plains. Whether it was the 4 guilds before the dungeon entrance, or the figures among the monsters in the center. Ling Ji straightened his posture and looked at a figure in the center of the monsters. The figure looked human, but its aura and strength far surpassed that of regular people. The panel popped up. Winter God's Vow. Rank, 3rd tier limit. Physique, 550. Mental, 800. Evaluation, a lost human transformed into a vassal of the Winter God, capable of wielding the powers of winter with every move. Ocean God's Vow. Rank, 2nd tier limit. Physique, 420. Mental, 550. Evaluation, a human who has entered the embrace of the Ocean God, whose body has mutated to resemble its divine master's form, be wary of its tentacles. Ocean God's Vow. Ocean God's Vow. With his mental power covering the area, Ling Ji easily saw that the creatures were controlled by intelligent entities, humans who had turned to the gods. However, is it really possible to come into contact with divine power at this stage? Ling Ji had doubts. Use the talent gem. Congratulations player for unlocking a talent slot. Talent detected, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, SSS, and used. Would you like to use it? Yes. Congratulations player for acquiring new talent, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, SSS. Purple Sky Divine Thunder, SSS. Evaluation, a supreme talent for controlling thunder. His personal panel underwent a huge change. Name, Ling Ji. Physique, 252, plus 3 plus 500. Mental, 1251 plus 3 plus 500. Skill, 100 birds bowing to the Phoenix Spear, mythical. Special, Heart of Slaughter, unique, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, unique. Talent, All-Knowing Map, SSS. Luck, 10. Rationality, 100/100, constant. Chapter 22, The Shadow Lord. It's time to find a way to break through the next stage. Ling Ji muttered to himself as he looked at his panel. His actual strength had already surpassed the standard for 1st tier, but he still had no way of stepping into the extraordinary realm. By his side, Limo had already completed her talent advancement. He. My talent is also at the SSS level now, I can help you too. Limo said happily, looking at Ling Ji. She casually presented her talent panel to Ling Ji. Talent, Shadow Lord, SSS. Evaluation, all shadows in the world are at your command. Although the description was short, one could feel the immense power of the talent from it. Look. Limo controlled her shadow and took 2 bottles of water out of the fridge. Isn't it useful? She asked proudly, her eyes blinking as she looked at Ling Ji. It's useful. Ling Ji couldn't help but laugh and ruffled her head. And I can also take someone else's shadow. Once someone loses their shadow, they will die within 15 minutes, but the target can't be too strong, or the time to death will be prolonged. Limo explained the first function of her talent. So powerful? Ling Ji's eyelids twitched. Isn't this a surefire death function after all? Of course, there are also drawbacks. For extremely powerful people, they can retrieve their shadow from the shadow realm. What I take is actually banishing their shadow to the deep parts of the shadow realm, Limo explained. But that's still strong enough. Ling Ji sighed. From Limo's description, it seemed the shadow realm was a place where all shadows existed, and once banished there, the chance of retrieving the shadow was minuscule, practically non-existent. He. As long as I can help you. The monsters in front of the dungeon entrance were almost all slain. Ha. This group of beasts is truly useless. The rewards are indeed generous. I actually got 2,000 universal bullets. My gun can finally stand tall again. Damn. I got a box of ultra-thin. I got the Spring Breeze family bucket. Bro, you're in luck. The regional chat also started showing off their rewards, and almost everyone began to relax. But then, the god's favor in the center of the monster area moved. The winter god's favor lifted its hand, covered in frost. In an instant, the raindrops above the dungeon entrance froze into icicles, rapidly falling due to gravity. Ah! My leg! Those hit by the icicles screamed in agony, then were pierced by countless falling icicles. Some were even nailed to the ground, helplessly watching the icicles fall from the sky. Quick, get in the vehicles. Don't stay outside, the 4 major guilds hurriedly organized. But the effect was minimal. Within seconds, all those without vehicles were killed by the falling icicles. Even the vehicles couldn't escape. Their defenses kept weakening. Some vehicles started to break down, as countless icicles pierced through the metal, killing those inside. Get out of here, shouted Bu Tianyang through a loudspeaker. Zhao Long's face darkened as he looked up at the dungeon entrance. Only the rain here had turned into icicles. He immediately ordered a retreat to the original base. The 4 major guilds began an orderly retreat. But the winter god's favor would never give them the chance. He. An invisible wave emanated from its body. Then, the sea god's favor, with eerie green eyes, let out a gurgling sound. The standing water around the dungeon entrance surged, directly flooding the tires of the vehicles. The winter god's favor, seeing this, chanted a spell, and frost began to emerge around its body. The standing water at the dungeon entrance began to freeze. It's over. Why is it frozen? My vehicle can't move. Can any brother come to help me? My vehicle can't move either. Mine neither. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be a thunderstorm? Damn it! Who is it? Zhao Long slammed the steering wheel of his vehicle. His vehicle was stuck, frozen in the water. How could it move? Ling Ji, watching from afar, raised an eyebrow. No wonder those divine favors didn't personally act, they still had such a huge impact. Next, the monsters would begin their slaughter. Groups of second-tier monsters began to emerge from the thunderstorm, their bloodthirsty eyes fixed on the vehicles frozen in place. Awah! Roar! Moo moo moo! Countless monsters began charging at the group of vehicles. Even with firepower suppression, they couldn't stop the monsters. A few monsters broke through the gunfire, destroying one vehicle after another. The number of players in the area started to sharply decrease. The sounds of explosions, screams, wails, and the monsters' roars mixed together. Damn! I'm out of bullets. It's over. It's all over. The 4 major guilds are going to be wiped out. Ling Ji watched the scene, then turned to look at Shen Limu beside him. It's our turn now. Shen Limu nodded heavily. The war fortress, which had been standing still in the thunderstorm, suddenly charged toward the dungeon entrance. The weapon turrets began rotating, firing streams of gunfire. Countless explosive rounds began shooting into the second-tier monsters. Bang! Roar! Da-da-da-da! This black beast immediately entered everyone's line of sight. Zhao Long squinted his eyes as he looked at Ling Ji's vehicle, a vague guess forming in his mind. Reinforcements! Keep your spirits up! All the guilds began ordering their forces to hold the line. Ling Ji didn't use the autopilot and charged directly into the monster horde. The vehicle's front bumper, like a defensive barrier, directly knocked monsters away, while the mounted weapons kept shooting. Holy crap! Is there such a strong person? Damn! This big shot is too strong. Are the bullets free? Still shooting. And the boss's bullets even have an explosive effect, you see? One shot can make a huge hole. The boss really has money. But that's to be expected. The boss is so kind, spending so much just to save us. It's really tear-jerking. Woo woo. Boss, I'm willing to warm your bed. Not only that, but Bu Tianyan watched the steel beast crashing wildly on the ice, his body limp on the seat. Finally, he didn't have to die. Seeing that the tires were frozen, Ela felt like he was already dead. Ling Ji manually marked a location. Liamo, you drive to clean up these monsters, I'll go meet the intelligent body controlling the monsters. Okay. Shen Liamo nodded. Now, Ling Ji's strength was no longer something she needed to worry about. Ling Ji opened the car door and directly slid down from above. A second-tier golden lion roared and jumped towards him, its head exploded by a punch. Ling Ji didn't bother with the other monsters around him, his steps moving towards those watching gods in the distance. Monsters blocking the way were immediately dealt with by a punch or a kick. Goo goo goo. The gods began to communicate after seeing this scene. The winter god's eyes darkened, and an ice crystal longbow appeared in his hands. With both hands holding the bow, the icy power gathered within it, quickly shooting at Ling Ji. Chapter 23, Kill. Level 4 Vehicle. Several ice-colored streaks of light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Ling Ji clenched his hand, crushing the arrow shot at him. Child's play. He flipped his hand, and the scale feather bow appeared instantly. Pulling the bow, spiritual energy gathered. Several white transparent arrows shot out in an instant, and Ling Ji's weapon changed into the Thunderstrike gun, dragging along the ground as he charged towards the winter god. Goo 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 goo. Several ocean gods sensed the danger, and the tentacles on their faces opened countless eyes. But this move won't work on him. He. Small tricks. Ling Ji took 3 steps and 2 strides, instantly reaching the front of the ocean gods. The tip of the gun, accompanied by lightning, stabbed out, and a streak of lightning appeared in the sky. It struck down towards the ocean gods. Boom! After the lightning, only ashes were left, washed away by the rain. The winter god's ice crystal-colored eyes spun, and an ice crystal spear appeared in his hands, charging at Ling Ji. The other ocean gods also extended dozens of tentacles towards Ling Ji. Ling Ji didn't stop moving. The patterns on his spear became increasingly bright. Just a second before the god's attacks arrived, the ancient dragon carved on the spear seemed to come to life. It instantly soared into the sky, emitting dazzling lightning, constantly growing bigger. Then it dove down in an instant. On! A roar, like that of an ancient beast, exploded in the air. The ancient dragon, carrying the momentum of thunder, crashed fiercely into the group of gods. The winter god's ice crystal spear shattered as soon as it touched the body of the ancient dragon, shattered by the powerful force of lightning. And those ocean gods' tentacles, under the ravaging of the lightning, instantly scorched and broke. Taking advantage of this chaos, Ling Ji turned into a blur of shadows, swinging the thunderstrike gun, releasing a brilliant arc of lightning, weaving through the gods. At this moment, the winter god suddenly let out a sharp screech, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Large chunks of ice crystals began to form in the air. These ice crystals, like sharp blades, shot towards Ling Ji. Ling Ji snorted coldly, his talent immediately activated, forming a layer of lightning shield that blocked all the ice crystals. Then, he shouted loudly, lifting the thunderstrike gun high. A thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly striking the winter god. The winter god let out a miserable cry, his body instantly consumed by the lightning, turning into a wisp of blue smoke. The remaining ocean gods, seeing this, trembled in fear and turned to flee. Ling Ji would not let them escape. He once again bent the bow and nocked an arrow. A few white, transparent arrows shot out, eliminating all the ocean deity followers. Congratulations player for killing the third-tier ultimate winter god follower. Earn 2000 gold, extraordinary certificate, 1 to 4 tiers, 1 memory chip. Congratulations player for killing the second-tier ultimate ocean god follower. Earned 1 multi-conductor. 1000 gold. 50 aviation alloys. Congratulations player for killing the second-tier ultimate ocean god follower. Earned 1 multi-conductor. 1000 gold. 50 aviation alloys. Region announcement, congratulations player sign language girl, can you calculate for me without speaking for successfully killing the winter god follower, third tier ultimate. Earned 1000 gold. 1 golden treasure chest. Region announcement, congratulations player sign language girl, can you calculate for me without speaking for successfully killing the winter god follower, third tier ultimate. Earned 1000 gold. 1 golden treasure chest. Region announcement, congratulations player sign language girl, can you calculate for me without speaking for successfully killing the winter god follower, third tier ultimate. Earned 1000 gold. 1 golden treasure chest. 3 consecutive system announcements rang out, all showcasing Ling Ji's current honor. The previous announcements only rang once. System tip, winter god faction favorability -5. System tip, ocean god faction favorability -5. Ling Ji didn't care about the system tips. Damn it, you came to kill them, but I can't kill them back? What kind of nonsense is this? Holy crap. What was that just now? Did the boss break a new record? By the way, the person who just came down from that steel fortress, could it be the boss? Damn. Now that you mention it, it's very likely. When the winter god follower died, the ice in front of the dungeon entrance melted instantly. The vehicle is moving. Woohoo, we're finally saved. Thank you, boss, for saving my damn life. Zhao Long, Chu Tianxiong, and Xiao Huang were all stunned at this moment. A third-tier ultimate monster, just like that? The winter god follower, just hearing the name, sounded so powerful. Congratulations players in this region. Dungeon protection has ended. The dungeon is now accessible. Now, the dungeon protection score leaderboard is announced. The top 20 players on the leaderboard can attempt the first dungeon challenge. Score leaderboard. First place, sign language girl, can you calculate for me without speaking? Score, 365,497. Second place, those who survive great calamities have good fortune. Score, 59,467. Third place, dragon and tiger meet Zhao Long. Score, 14,678. Fourth place. Holy crap. I didn't misread that, right? The boss's score is actually over 300,000? It's probably from killing that last wave of god followers, they probably got a lot. Anyone know who's second place? Didn't you notice the boss's vehicle is still running? The score should be from the person driving it. Oh, I thought it was self-driving. At this moment, Shin Limo was driving and arrived next to Ling Ji. So, are you hurt? She asked, immediately starting to feel around. No, these things can't pose a threat to me. What are you touching? He. Let's go to the dungeon first, we'll talk about these later. Okay. Ling Ji didn't go to the dungeon entrance immediately. In his opinion, with his current strength, he could easily pass it, but upgrading the level 4 vehicle was the most important thing now. He glanced at his backpack. Aviation alloy 3,350 units, steel 10,560 units, rubber 23,670 units, parts 380,000 units, iron sheets 960,000 units, multi-conductors times 16, memory chips times 1, gold 80,000. It was already enough to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. Detection complete, level 4 vehicle upgrade requirements met, alloy barrier. Upgrade now? Upgrading will grant a vehicle-mounted weapon upgrade. Upgrade. Ling Ji clicked on the upgrade option. A burst of light flashed, and the vehicle was upgraded. The already powerful war fortress was now even more imposing. The black iron plates of the vehicle became even thicker, emitting a cold, eerie glow, as if it could withstand any attack. The tires grew larger again, with sharper spikes, seemingly capable of crushing any obstacle. The fire god Gatling gun on the roof also changed, with a thicker, longer barrel, exuding a cold metallic feel, surrounded by a circle of blue energy light patterns. The inside of the vehicle added many high-tech devices, and a large display screen showed various data and maps. And this was a radar. The space inside the vehicle has also undergone a massive transformation. What was once a single room has now become two, each fully equipped with all the amenities, just like on Blue Star. The vehicle even has a kitchen, a storage room, and a living room. A soft sofa is placed right behind the cockpit glass, and the cockpit itself has also changed. What used to be a cockpit with only 2 seats has now transformed into a 10 square meter space, with a highly futuristic central control panel, filled with various screens that control the vehicle's operation. Congratulations, player! Your vehicle has leveled up to level 4. New functions unlocked: Smart Butler, Radar Map, Power Generator, Secondary Vehicle Space, Central Control Room, Medical Room. Congratulations, player! Your vehicle's weaponry has been upgraded. Thunder God Aviation Cannon unlocked. Ling Ji eagerly looked at the vehicle's panel. Vehicle, Alloy Bastion. Defense, 2000. Fuel tank, Infinite Infinity. Generator, Full Power Output. Vehicle weapon, Thunder God Aviation Cannon. Deals extra lightning damage. Space, 15 by 30 by 15, height times length times width. Evaluation, hard to believe this is something a beginner could get? Ling Ji was very satisfied with the system's evaluation. Next, it's time to ascend. Ling Ji took out the certificate for ascension. Use. Player has met the ascension requirements. Extraordinary genes unlocked. Ling Ji felt a slight movement beneath his skin, and then he directly broke through to the first tier. Name, Ling Ji. Tier, second tier. Constitution, 500, plus 3 plus 500. Mental, 1300, plus 3 plus 500. Evaluation, a human who has just gained extraordinary abilities, clearly a hope for their race. Ling Ji clenched his fist, estimating that the attributes for the second tier limit should be around 800 points. With a thought, a burst of strong lightning erupted from his hand. Sure enough, after stepping into the extraordinary, I have a much better control over my talents. Ling Ji silently thought. The Heart of Slaughter and Purple Extreme Magic Eyes also unlocked 2 new functions. Heart of Slaughter. Function 2, Condensed Killing Intent, which can be used to refine oneself with the Condensed Killing Intent. Function 3, Slaughter Feast. Upon entering this state, every time a being is killed, you gain a temporary +1 constitution boost, which can stack indefinitely. After 5 minutes without killing, this state will be exited. Purple Extreme Magic Eyes. Function 2, Attack the target, trapping them in a killing illusion. Function 3, God Space. Can store any item, space has no boundaries. Through these lines, Ling Ji saw 2 words, invincible. Let's go, head toward the dungeon entrance. Ling Ji gave the order, and the fierce-looking alloy bastion below his feet began to move, heading toward the dungeon entrance. At that moment, in front of the dungeon entrance, Zhao Lon, Chu Tianxiong, Xiu Huang, and Bu Tianyang eagerly watched the vehicle in the distance. They saw the vehicle's transformation and could only think of one word: impressive. Looking at their own vehicle, then comparing it to the others, the difference was like the sky and the earth. Not to mention the weapon turret. What kind of weapon is that, glowing with a blue aura? The barrel is long, and the caliber is much larger than a Gatling gun. Hiss. Chu Tianxiong took a deep breath. He seemed to have seen that thing before. President Chu? Do you recognize it? Zhao Long glanced at Chu Tianxiong and asked. That thing looks like an aircraft cannon. Chu Tianxiong said dryly. Hiss. 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 This kid is terrifying. The 4 of them simultaneously thought this in their minds. Watching the steel beast continue to approach, the survivors finally got a clear look at the full appearance of the alloy bastion. The front of the vehicle was equipped with sharp steel horsehead spikes, and even the tires had many steel thorns. The whole vehicle was surrounded by dense steel thorns. With just one glance, Zhao Long instantly lost all desire to compete with Ling Ji. Who cares? I'm not competing anymore. This vehicle is 5 stories tall, tens of meters long. Who would even think of competing with it? At this moment, the vehicle's alloy door opened, and Ling Ji and Shin Limo stepped down from above. Is everyone here? Ling Ji's otherworldly eyes scanned the crowd. There were exactly 18 people. All here, please come this way, big boss. Zhao Long hurriedly said. Yes, everyone is here. Boss, you go first. The voices of agreement followed one after another. When Xiao Wu, Xu Tianxiong, and many others saw Ling Ji for the first time, they felt a sense of unease in their hearts. His purple eyes seemed to be able to see through people's innermost thoughts, and the indifference in his gaze put an invisible pressure on them. Not to mention the overwhelming pressure, as if it were from a higher form of life, making them completely dare not entertain any thoughts of resistance. Let's go! Ling Ji, with Shin Limu following behind, stepped into the dungeon first. Zhao Long and his group, not daring to enter until after Ling Ji and his 20 followers, finally followed. Once Ling Ji and his 20 people entered, the sound of discussion echoed from the dungeon entrance. That person must be the boss, right? That's the boss. That aura. Just one glance, and I nearly couldn't stand up. Bro, you're so weak? You could even take 2 looks? Not just 2. I took 3. But almost died. Huh? What do you mean? Did looking 3 times make you explode? No, I accidentally looked into the boss's eyes, and then suddenly my consciousness was gone, felt like I was falling into it. Damn. That terrifying? I have to say, the boss is really handsome. I wonder what kind of contact lenses he's wearing. Could it be the boss's ability? Ah. You're right. The moment Ling Ji stepped into the dungeon, he appeared in a stormy forest. Thunder constantly echoed in the sky, and the fierce wind whipped down raindrops as large as a head. Zhao Long and the others followed closely behind into the dungeon. Boom! In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck right in front of Ling Ji and the others, as if warning them that if they took one more step, there would be severe consequences. Boss, what should we do? We'll follow your lead. Zhao Long carefully approached Ling Ji and asked, a hint of caution in his voice. The others rolled their eyes at this. Especially Chu Tianxiang and Qiu Huang, who immediately felt a deep sense of disdain toward Zhao Long. Put. No wonder he's the president of the Dragon and Tiger Club. He's the first to act like this. Damn. Why isn't it me? Walk towards the mountain top. Ling Ji said indifferently, his steps already moving, with Shin Limu following closely behind. Though everyone felt a little uneasy, seeing Ling Ji so calm, they could only force themselves to follow. The dense forest felt like an ornament, the wind howled, and raindrops hitting their bodies were painfully hard. Lightning frequently exploded around them. Suddenly, a massive lightning arrow shot out from the forest, and a monster that looked like a monkey, glowing with electricity, roared as it charged at them. Zhao Long and the others turned pale, quickly drawing out their weapons. But Ling Ji remained calm and unhurried, turning to Shin Limu and saying, "You take it." Shin Limu nodded, a dagger appearing in her hand, and she thrust it into the shadow behind her. In an instant, a hand appeared behind the monkey, holding a sharp dagger, and stabbed into its neck from behind. P.S. 8,000 words today. Happy New Year's Eve. Happy New Year. Chapter 25, Abyss Mode. Ling Ji looked at the panel of the monkey. Mystic Thunder Ape. Rank, 2nd rank. Constitution, 365. Spirit, 217. Evaluation, a monkey species capable of using lightning powers, with a bloodline lower than that of a dominator. As Shin Limu's dagger struck down, it actually created a spark of lightning on the Mystic Thunder Ape's fur. Roar! The Mystic Thunder Ape was instantly enraged, pounding its chest and letting out a roar that shook the forest. Then, several lightning arrows shot out from the forest again, rushing towards Ling Ji and the others. Boss! What should we do? Zhao Long's face turned pale, his voice full of panic as he anxiously looked at Ling Ji. Not only that, Chu Tianxiong and the others also hurriedly looked at Ling Ji. From the force of these arrows, they felt the sense of death. This was definitely not something they could resist. Seeing this, Shin Limu directly entered her shadow, disappearing to who knows where. Don't panic. Ling Ji's left hand made a gripping motion, while his right hand formed a bowing shape. Sizzle! A lightning-shaped longbow appeared in his hand, with a lightning arrow placed on his right hand's finger. Whoosh! The purple lightning arrow shot out at incredible speed. In an instant, the mysterious Thunder Ape was pierced through, then collided with the arrows, and immediately disappeared. Plop! The thunder ape fell straight in front of Ling Ji, with a large hole in its chest, bleeding as if money meant nothing. Let's go. Ling Ji didn't even look, acting like a calm expert, as if nothing had happened. Killed second tier thunder ape, gained 1000 coins. Gained 1 intermediate gene potion. Gained permanent attribute boost, constitution plus 10. Xin Limu didn't know when she appeared from the shadows, whispering something to Ling Ji. At this moment, the points leaderboard had already changed. First, those who survived disasters must have blessings, 1000 points. Second, the mute girl gave me guidance, 500 points. When Xiaolong and the others saw the points leaderboard, they immediately became respectful towards Xin Limu. Earlier, they thought Xin Limu had escaped, but it turned out she went to kill 2 monsters. Xin Limu had found those 2 thunder apes hiding in the dense forest, directly stripping them of their shadows. Ling Ji's mental power could clearly see. The 2 originally mighty and imposing thunder apes were stripped of their connection between their bodies and shadows by some mysterious force. The sudden change caused the thunder apes to fall into extreme panic. They started scratching every inch of their skin, seemingly trying to find their lost shadows. However, contrary to their hopes, as time passed, the thunder apes became more frantic and uncontrollable. Eventually, with a heartbreaking scream, the poor thunder apes died on the spot from excessive self-harm. Don't let kind-hearted people truly see such tragic scenes in this world. Ling Ji softened his heart and waved his hand, summoning a thunderbolt from the sky to help the 2 thunder apes complete their cremation. Boom! The sky in the dungeon turned gloomy, and the howling wind swept the rain, washing through the forest. The towering trees in the dense forest swayed with the wind, and shadows flashed continuously between the dense leaves. The ancient trees had tangled roots, and Ling Ji and his group hadn't walked far when dense poisonous insects immediately appeared from the tree roots, crawling toward them. Although Xiaolong and the others couldn't resist the second-tier thunder apes, they had ways to deal with these poisonous insects. Otherwise, they wouldn't deserve to be called survival experts in this area. Everyone was ready to use various methods to clear the poisonous insects. Slap! Ling Ji didn't give them a chance to show off. He lightly snapped his fingers. A circle of purple ripples appeared beneath his feet, spreading outward. Where the ripples passed, the poisonous insects were immediately shocked, making a sizzling sound. The poisonous insect corpses were instantly washed away by the heavy rain. Everyone was shaken, this talent was just too useful. He could use all forms of lightning, and they couldn't even imagine how high his talent level was. At this point, they had already passed through the dense forest and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Detected that a player's strength far exceeds the dungeon standard. Do you want to activate Abyss mode? System prompt: in Abyss mode, dungeon rewards are doubled. Team voting has been activated. Abyss mode? Ling Ji raised an eyebrow, not expecting the difficulty of the dungeon to increase. A generous reward was only natural. What do you all think? Ling Ji turned his head to look at Xiaolong and the others. This question immediately made Xiaolong and the others feel honored. The big shot was so kind, even caring about their opinions. Xiaolong and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation but also anticipation. Big shot, I think we can give it a try. The double rewards are too tempting. Xiaolong was the first to speak. The others quickly agreed, yes, let's give it a shot. Maybe we can make a big profit. Xin Limu also nodded, looking at Ling Ji with full trust in her eyes. Ling Ji smiled faintly, since everyone wants to give it a try, then let's activate Abyss mode. The system's prompt sound rang out again. Abyss mode has been activated, dungeon difficulty increased, dungeon changed to furious sea waves. Players, please get ready. As soon as the words were spoken, the previously gloomy sky turned pitch black, like ink, and the wind howled violently. It was as if countless pairs of eyes were watching from the shadows in the forest. The ground at the foot of the mountain began to shake violently, and huge cracks appeared. Monsters crawled out from these cracks, with bodies large and hideous, resembling a terrifying mix of octopuses and monkeys. These monsters had several tentacles on their bodies, and each tentacle had countless gaps. Favored by the sea god? Ling Ji's eyes hardened. These creatures hardly posed a threat to him. But to Shinli Mo and the others, it was a crushing disadvantage. Do not look at their tentacles. Countless eyes will open on them, directly attacking your sanity, Ling Ji said quickly, while keeping an eye on the octopus monkey's tentacles. Shinli Mo closed her eyes. It didn't matter whether she opened them or not. First, Ling Ji was by her side, and second, she could see everything through the shadows. Goo goo goo. Goo. The octopus monkeys communicated. Seeing this, Ling Ji charged forward, holding the Wan Lei Tianyin spear in his right hand, and gathering purple lightning in his left. Z. Before reaching the octopus monkeys, the lightning from his left hand shot out. Goo goo goo. A thick tentacle shot out, striking the purple lightning in the air. Boom. The purple lightning instantly shattered the tentacle, turning the octopus monkey that extended the tentacle into ashes. Goo goo goo. Seeing this, the octopus monkeys no longer held back. Their tentacles, flailing in random patterns, had gaps that opened into countless eyes. Each eyeball spun continuously, staring at Ling Ji and the others. Xinli Mo, watching through the shadow realm, felt a tingling on her scalp but kept her sanity at 100. However, Zhao Long and the others were not so lucky. Zhao Long was slow to react, and he immediately felt dizzy, collapsing to the ground. His body began to convulse violently. Chu Tianxiong kept his eyes closed the entire time, not daring to look, but he sneakily glanced at Zhao Long's miserable state. Xiao Huang's attention did not even shift. His eyes exploded, and even more terrifying was that his blood turned ink green. Under his skin, something seemed to be wriggling, as if dozens of tentacles were moving around inside. Poochie! A tentacle shot out from his back, leaving a trail of ink green blood. Z! Ling Ji could no longer watch and summoned a massive purple lightning bolt from the sky, turning Xiao Huang into ashes. Kill those who are about to mutate, Ling Ji ordered Chu Tianxiong. Understood. Chu Tianxiong drew an AK-47, instantly firing at those showing symptoms similar to Xiao Huang. Da-day-day-day. The gunfire echoed in the air, and those about to mutate fell under the barrage of bullets, ink green blood splattering everywhere. However, just when Chu Tianxiong thought the cleaning was almost done, a figure that had already fallen to the ground suddenly leaped up. A thick tentacle shot out from its abdomen, aiming directly at Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong reacted quickly, sidestepping and opening fire on the monster. But the monster seemed to feel no pain, its tentacle continued to swing, blocking all the bullets coming at high speed. Ling Ji saw this, quickly forming hand seals. A massive lightning shield appeared, protecting Chu Tianxiong. Z! The violent lightning power surged down the tentacle, instantly turning the monster into ashes. Goo! Goo goo! The octopus monkeys, seeing that the mental attacks had no effect, exchanged several sounds and then swung dozens of tentacles toward Zhao Long and the others. Humph! Seeking death. Ling Ji's left hand moved slightly, and in an instant, the air crackled with lightning, and a massive purple lightning net appeared, trapping the dozens of tentacles inside. Goo goo goo! Goo goo goo! Die! Ling Ji gathered a thunderous long spear in his right hand and hurled it toward the group of octopus monkeys. The moment it hit the ground, a violent explosion occurred, and after the purple light dissipated, only a field of scorched earth remained. At this moment, Zhao Long also slowly woke up. He shook his dizzy head, looking at the wreckage around him, still feeling a lingering fear. What the heck is going on? Zhao Long weakly asked. Big brother, it's good that you're awake. Otherwise, we would have to kill you two later. Zhao Hu gave a bitter smile and started explaining. Hearing Zhao Hu's explanation, Zhao Long couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Luckily, his gaze was quick, or else, like Zhou Huang, he would have been a dead man, neither human nor ghost. Keep going. Ling Ji glanced back. At this point, the water had already spread to the foot of the mountain, and black shadows were swimming through it, though what they were, no one knew. And this 20-person team, because of the octopus monkeys earlier, was now reduced to just 8 people. This is the cost of being overly curious. Now, no one secretly questioned Ling Ji. The group continued heading up the mountain. In Ling Ji's mental perception, 2 types of monsters appeared. Giant sea octopus. Rank, Tier 4. Physique, 1000. Mental, 200. Evaluation, the guard dog of the ocean, how could it be on land? Yasha fish. Rank, Tier 4. Physique, 350. Mental, 850. Evaluation, the source of the haunting song in the ocean, its song can put people into a delusional trance. Ling Ji frowned. He still hadn't seen the dungeon boss, but dealing with these 2 minor monsters was already troublesome enough. Ling Ji subtly sent a message to Shen Limo, asking her to deal with the octopus. That octopus was a physical attacker, and Shen Limo just happened to be able to counter it. As for him, he would handle the fish, since mental attacks wouldn't affect him. Shen Limo, sneaking in the shadows, quickly arrived near the giant octopus. Looking at the giant octopus, as big as a small mountain, she was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to her senses, stealthily entering the octopus's shadow. First, she severed the shadows of the octopus's tentacles, and then she stripped it of its shadow. The goal was to make the octopus die quickly. Not long after, a shocking scene unfolded. The giant octopus actually underwent an astonishing transformation. Its once agile tentacles suddenly became extremely restless, as if controlled by some mysterious force. Then, the terrifying thing happened, the tentacles began to intertwine, twist, and writhe in an eerie and crazy manner. What was even worse was that one of the tentacles seemed to have lost control, desperately using its sharp claws to scratch at another tentacle. As all the tentacles were torn apart, the giant sea octopus's head began to rot. Dark green blood flowed down, staining the accumulated water in a large area. Key! The giant sea octopus began to emit a painful scream. Zhao Long and the others also heard the noise. They turned toward it and saw such a terrifying sight. Chu Tianxiang observed more carefully. He saw that this octopus had no shadow. This made him think of Shin Limo, who could travel through shadows. A chill ran down his spine. This was simply too eerie. And just as Ling Ji was charging up a thunderball, he suddenly saw more black shadows emerging from the accumulated water at the foot of the mountain. They were swimming quickly in the water, rushing toward the middle of the mountain. The system panel popped up. Swordfish School. Rank, Tier 2. The fast-moving swordfish is highly lethal. It is the loyal bodyguard of the Yasha fish clan. More and more black shadows appeared in the water. The first, the second, countless swordfish leaped out of the water, their sword-like fish heads speeding toward them. Everyone be careful. Ling Ji's hand produced the 10,000 Thunder Heaven Pull Spear. With a movement of his feet, he instantly stood in front of everyone. I'll do it, he shouted at Zhao Hu, and a half-meter-thick ice wall suddenly rose from the ground. This was his talent Ice Shield. A half-meter ice wall was already his limit. I'll reinforce it, someone, nicknamed Iron Wall, shouted. Black light appeared in his hands, and the ice wall immediately gained a steel-like metallic shine. Before anyone could make a move, the swordfish swarmed and crashed into the ice wall. Bang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed, followed by the sound of cracking, kacha. Kacha! It was clear the ice wall was about to break. Everyone, get behind me! Ling Ji held a gun in his hand, and a flash of purple lightning flickered in his eyes. The ancient dragon on the gun lit up its eyes. Kacha! Bang! The instant the ice wall shattered, Ling Ji held the gun with one hand, and a beam of purple lightning shot directly from the tip of the gun, which was the mouth of the ancient dragon. The massive lightning column instantly pierced through the almost endless swordfish swarm, leaving a vacuum in its wake. Chapter 27, Octopus Brother. The swordfish swarm in their direction was cleared, and they were immediately safe. Chu Tianxiang and the others looked at Ling Ji in disbelief. Is this even a human? Why did we all enter the survival game at the same time, but why is he so amazing? Unbelievable. Chu Tianxiang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. If it could still be explained by his talent, then what is this? Tell me, can a human really shoot a freaking lightning beam 3 meters in diameter? Tell me, baby, who can? Damn! Zhao Hu involuntarily exclaimed, staring dumbfounded at the vacuum zone in front of him. Meanwhile, for Ling Ji, the kill notifications kept ringing, and the loot was also plentiful. Fruits, drinks, vegetables, seafood, there was a variety of items. Look, after I killed that giant octopus, I got this. Shin Limu appeared from the shadows, holding a blueprint and walking up to Ling Ji. Ling Ji recognized it immediately. This was an entry certificate for a rank 1 to 3 upgrade. It's best to break through to the normal physical limit before using this, or your base stats will be much lower, Ling Ji said, handing Shin Limu a bottle of mid-level gene medicine. His current physique, with the permanent attribute bonus from the Killing Heart, had reached 1,000 points, the limit for rank 2. Not to mention the added bonuses from the Thunder Striking Spear and his titles. Now, he could confidently say he was invincible during the beginner phase. While thinking, Ling Ji summoned the scaled featherbow and, after charging for 5 seconds, shot it directly into the puddle of water. Aya! A shrill scream like that of a female demon rang out. Another few spiritual arrows were shot, and the yaksha fish fell silent. Congratulations on killing the 4th-ranked yaksha fish, earning 3,000 gold coins. Emo-scaled iron gold times 10. Ling Ji was pleased. Emo-scaled iron gold was a must-have material for upgrading a level 5 vehicle, necessary to add mental protection features. Boss, what do we do next? Zhao Long cautiously approached and asked. Stay here. The boss up top is much stronger than these small monsters, Ling Ji replied. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can come with me. Ling Ji glanced at Zhao Long and said indifferently. No, we'll stay here. Zhao Long quickly waved his hand in response. These small monsters are already rank 4, and they can't help much. Let alone the boss. Zhao Long and Chu Tianxiang knew their own limits, so they decided to stay here and kill fish. Anyway, these swordfish haven't been killed yet, with their heads stuck in the ground, unable to move. After killing them, they could earn more points and get some rewards. Ling Ji didn't directly head to the mountaintop. He could sense that the dungeon boss was at the top. But he had to charge the Thunder Striking Spear first before going up. Limu, do you want to come with me? Ling Ji looked at Shin Limu, his face softening noticeably. Go ahead, if you can't win, I can run with you. That way, we still have a chance to try again. Shen Limu said seriously. Alright. I'll follow your lead. Ling Ji nodded. Shen Limu was right, it really was like that. If he died, it would be almost impossible to conquer this dungeon. At that time, everyone in the region would die. 2 hours later, after Ling Ji's constant efforts to generate electricity, the Thunderbolt Heavenly Gun was finally fully charged. The dragon head on the gun was now flashing with crackling lightning. The patterns on the body of the gun had deepened, as if they were the blood vessels of the entire weapon. Let's go! Boss, be careful. Boss, stay safe. Ling Ji paused for a moment, nodded to Long and the others, then tapped a few times, and his figure instantly rushed toward the mountaintop. At that moment, Shin Limo was carefully observing the boss information in Ling Ji's retreating figure. The boss at the mountaintop was a humanoid octopus, with a cyan gray body. At a glance, it looked like Octopus Brother. Octopus Brother. Rank, level 5. Physique, 3,800. Mental power, 3,650. Evaluation, a direct descendant of the ocean god lineage, possessing a part of the ocean's power. Shin Limo told Ling Ji the boss information, causing his lips to twitch. Such high attributes, and developed on both fronts, there were no weaknesses at all. The moment Ling Ji stepped onto the mountaintop, the gaze of Octopus Brother turned toward him. Challenger, you have offended the ocean god lineage. Today, I offer you a chance. Join the ocean god lineage, and the ocean god will not hold your past mistakes against you. You will also be granted supreme glory. Ling Ji sneered, are all the ocean gods like you? Are they all fish that aren't quite fish, or human-like but not human? Humph. Arrogant. How dare you be so disrespectful? I shall bestow upon you divine punishment. Octopus Brother threw down the teacup in his hand. Clash. A massive wave of ghostly blue color surged from his back, heading straight toward Ling Ji. Ling Ji's eyes narrowed, gripping the Thunderbolt Heavenly Gun tightly, his internal power surging wildly. He shouted loudly and thrust the gun forward. A thick lightning pillar instantly shot toward the ghostly wave. The lightning and the wave collided violently in midair, producing a deafening roar, with energy spilling everywhere. The ghostly wave was partially dispersed by the lightning pillar, but a part of it still came crashing toward Ling Ji. Shin Limo, seeing this, her eyes flickered with a ghostly light. She muttered something under her breath, and a shadowy light curtain appeared in front of Ling Ji. The massive wave crashed into the light curtain, instantly penetrating it. When the wave reappeared, it was behind Octopus Brother. The remnants of the shadow lineage? Octopus Brother's eyes flashed with a mix of surprise and anger. He waved his hands, and countless water arrows shot from all directions toward Ling Ji and Shin Limo. Ling Ji swung the Thunderbolt Heavenly Gun, forming a thunder shield around the gun, deflecting the water arrows. Shin Limo instantly entered the Shadow Realm, a dagger appearing in her hand as she aimed to sever the shadow of Octopus Brother's tentacles. You dare? Octopus Brother immediately understood Shin Limo's intentions, his figure shifting, appearing on top of a giant wave. Die! Octopus Brother became enraged, exuding a ghostly blue ocean aura. The waves beneath his feet kept rising, eventually forming a 100-meter-tall tsunami. The 100-meter-high wave carried an unstoppable force, heading straight toward Ling Ji. Heaven's fury! Ling Ji's long spear moved, and dazzling lightning burst from his body. Boom! Ling Ji's mind moved, activating his talent with full force. The thunderclouds above the mountaintop gathered instantly, with purple lightning flashing inside. Dragon Slayer! Ling Ji stomped, his figure suddenly shooting into the sky. As he threw the long spear toward Octopus Brother, a thunder dragon appeared from the gun's body, coiling in the thunderclouds above the mountaintop, seemingly locking onto its target. A purple-black thunderbolt as thick as a barrel rushed straight toward Octopus Brother. How dare you! How dare you! Octopus Brother looked at the thunder dragon in purple-black lightning, feeling the threat of death for the first time. Raging Sea and Storm! Octopus Brother lifted a bluish-green pearl with both hands, and a mysterious aura immediately surrounded him. At that moment, a huge phantom of a pearl appeared above the mountaintop. Boom! In an instant, the phantom cracked open with a gap, and countless massive waves surged out from it. The giant waves rushed towards the Thunder Ancient Dragon, clashing violently with the purple-black thunder, creating a deafening roar. The energy shockwaves spread out in all directions. However, the Thunder Ancient Dragon seemed to possess endless power, and the purple-black thunder flickered incessantly, easily swallowing some of the giant waves. Octopus Brother's expression changed, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't expect Ling Ji to be so strong. But he did not give up. His hands quickly formed seals, and the bluish-green pearl shone brightly. More giant waves surged out, trying to drown the Thunder Ancient Dragon. Just as both sides were locked in a deadlock, the Thunder Ancient Dragon suddenly let out a furious roar, and the purple-black thunder surged towards Octopus Brother like a giant dragon. Octopus Brother was shocked, trying to dodge, but found himself bound by an invisible force. At the critical moment, a blue shield suddenly blossomed on Octopus Brother's body, barely blocking the Thunder's attack. But he was also hit hard, and a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Blasphemer! Your death is imminent. Octopus Brother's eyes were filled with murderous intent. That blue shield just now was a precious life-saving item. Pure ocean kill. The bluish-green pearl in his hand suddenly surged with light, and the phantom above the mountaintop also emitted a strong blue-green glow. Bathed in the light, Ling Ji immediately felt himself being immobilized. At this moment, endless bluish-green giant waves surged out from the gap in the sky's phantom. Boom! The endless bluish-green giant waves submerged Ling Ji. Ha 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 ha! This is the price of blaspheming the gods. Octopus Brother laughed wildly. But the next second, a purple lightning bolt exploded from the bluish-green ocean below. Ling Ji flew out unharmed, with a purple-black thunder dragon coiling around his entire body. You think you can kill me? Ling Ji threw his spear fiercely towards the sky. In an instant, a massive lightning spear tip emerged from the thunderclouds, slowly descending towards the ground. Octopus Brother's smile froze. At this point, he had no way to counterattack. What? This is impossible. The massive lightning spear slowly descended from the sky. The entire dungeon could see such a huge spear. Xiaolong and the others were floating on the accumulated water on the mountain, and when they saw the spear, they immediately became excited. It's the spear of the hand sign master. The master is finally making a move. My god! This must be a miracle. No one can withstand this spear, right? Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the dungeon, and Xiaolong and the others were directly knocked into the depths of the accumulated rain. Kill level 5 Octopus Brother, reward. Dungeon, Raging Sea and Storm, Abyss Mode, cleared. Contribution ranking. First, Hand Sign Girl, 980,000 points. Second, Near Death Survivor, 20,000 points. Third. Congratulations! You've received the dungeon evaluation. SSS. Reward, Dark Gold Chest X1. Congratulations to player Near Death Survivor for receiving the dungeon evaluation. S. Reward, Gold Chest X1. Rewards have been distributed. Do you wish to exit the dungeon? Yes. Ling Ji thought for a moment, and his figure instantly transformed into a streak of white light, disappearing. Regional announcement: congratulations to players in this region for completing the dungeon. Raging Sea and Storm, Angry Thunder Rain Abyss Mode. Regional announcement: congratulations to players in this region for completing the dungeon. Raging Sea and Storm, Angry Thunder Rain Abyss Mode. Regional announcement: congratulations to players in this region for completing the dungeon. Raging Sea and Storm, Angry Thunder Rain Abyss Mode. Attention! The newbie protection period will end tomorrow at midnight. Players, please be aware and develop your abilities. A flash of white light passed through the dungeon entrance, and Ling Ji and the other 8 players appeared instantly. President! You're finally back. President! Dad! Ling Ji and Shin Limo greeted Xiaolong and the others, then directly got in the car and left. Dad, is that person the sign language girl? Chu Lingling saw Ling Ji leave and nudged Chu Tianxiong, whispering her question. Hey, that's a big shot, don't call her the sign language girl. Chu Tianxiong quickly corrected Chu Lingling's way of speaking. It's the same thing. Chu Lingling pouted, feeling like after her dad came back, he had turned into a loyal puppy. Listen to me. Chu Tianxiong pulled Chu Lingling aside and began telling her what had happened in the dungeon. The regional chat was lively as well. Ha ha ha. The president of the Wasteland Wolves Guild didn't survive out of the dungeon. He totally deserved it. Karma for all the bad deeds. Maybe the big shot couldn't stand it and just killed him. Brother upstairs, don't stir up trouble. I saw with my own eyes that Xiu Huang was stared at by the octopus monster in the dungeon and directly mutated. What? That terrifying? Of course. If it weren't for the big shot, we'd all be wiped out. So, if there wasn't the big shot, our entire region would have been wiped out. So scary. At this moment, Ling Ji was lying on the bed, hugging Shin Limo and sleeping soundly. From the flushed faces of both of them, it was clear they had just been through a fierce battle. Ding! System notification. You are being watched by the Sea God. Ding! Sea God faction favorability, -20, currently -25. Ling Ji immediately woke up, seeing the system prompt, and rolled his eyes. What is this Sea God faction? Go tell my Endless Plains grandpa about it. At that moment, Ning Fei sent a message. Flying Fish, big shot, are you there? Sign language girl, what's up? Flying Fish, can I buy a sentence from you? Sign language girl. What's the deal? Flying fish, can you say that I'm under your protection? I'll pay you. Sign language girl, oh ho. My words aren't cheap, you know. Flying fish, big shot, don't worry, I'll pay 2,000 gold coins. In the spicy fish head dish, Ning Fei was replying with a pained heart. She only had 26 gold coins, and spending 2,000 on this was literally killing her. But if she could use money to buy safety, that wouldn't be bad. One of her loyal followers seemed to have found her position and was on his way. Sign language girl, what's so urgent? Ning Fei briefly explained the situation, and only then did Ling Ji understand the reason. It turned out that a boy she had previously rejected was an extremist. He had found out her location and wanted to meet Ning Fei face to face. Sign language girl, TSK, 2,000 gold coins is quite a lot. But it's not that much. Flying fish, what should I do? Big shot, help me. Chapter 29, Moonlight Forest? Flying fish, what should I do? Big shot, help me. Sign language girl, no way to help. This is your own problem, you have to think for yourself. Who knows, the person might not even give me face, and it's better to spend the money. Flying fish, but big shot. Sign language girl, stop with the but. Being strong yourself is the real strength. Alright, that's it, you decide. Ling Ji directly closed the chat panel and shook his head. It was already the 6th day of the survival game, how could there still be people who didn't understand reality? Spending some gold to buy weapons was far more reliable than buying a sentence. After this nap, Ling Ji felt much better physically. He leisurely took out the golden and dark gold chests that came as system rewards. He raised his hand to open them, and a flash of white light appeared. Opened the golden chest, received physical strength plus 20, gold coins times 1,000. Congratulations! You've received titanium alloy times 30. Intermediate mentality potion times 1. Opened the dark gold chest, received physical strength plus 50, gold coins times 2,000. Congratulations! You've received titanium alloy times 50. Ink scale iron gold times 20. Dark gold level weapon, Star Sand Dagger. Ling Ji commented that the items from the golden and dark gold chests were just average. But this dagger could be used to replace Shen Limo's weapon. Star Sand Dagger. Attribute 1, Physical Strength plus 300, Mental Strength plus 300. Attribute 2, Special damage can be dealt to targets vision blind spots, backstab, damage doubles, 5% chance to decapitate. Attribute 3, Star Dancer, at night, this weapon provides the user with a 300% speed boost. Evaluation, whoever possesses it is the undisputed king of assassination in the night. Ling Ji immediately gave all these items to Shen Limo. The intermediate gene potion and the intermediate mental potion are of no use to him. After using them, Shen Limo would also be able to step into the extraordinary. Ling Ji once again turned his attention to the vehicle upgrade necessities. Upgrade necessities, 300 units of titanium alloy, 30 units of ink scale iron gold, 1,000 units of aviation alloy, 10,000 units of steel, 10,000 units of rubber, 100,000 units of iron sheet, 300,000 parts, 30 multi-conductors, 50,000 gold coins. Looking at all the materials required, Ling Ji couldn't help but click his tongue. Upgrading a vehicle really costs a lot of money. Aviation alloy costs 50 gold coins per unit on the market. Titanium alloy costs 100 gold coins per unit, and this beast bone gold also costs 100 gold coins per unit. Wait a minute? Hold on. Why are there these two things? Ling Ji immediately went all in, no matter how much. Spending 2,000 gold coins each, he secured 20 units of titanium alloy and beast bone gold. He. Ling Ji laughed loudly, this gold spent was totally worth it. Just as Ling Ji was laughing, a green streak of light suddenly appeared in his sight, then smashed into the vehicle, causing sparks to fly. What the hell? Ling Ji looked through the 270-degree panoramic glass of the central control panel. Not far away, there was a third-tier zombie, flames of green fire continuously rising from its head, limping toward Ling Ji. Is this the fireman? Ling Ji scratched his head, wondering how this thing looked just like the Halloween fireman from Hero's Glory. Goo ga. This little thing actually looks quite unique. Ling Ji gripped with one hand, and the vehicle-mounted machine gun on the turret started to raise its 20mm 6-barrel rotating cannon. Is this thing going to fight on the road? Is it trying to disgust people? I'll turn you into a sieve. Shout. Why aren't you shouting anymore? The fireman was instantly bombarded with sparks flying. Accelerate. Charge forward. Ling Ji ordered, as the massive, entirely black steel beast under him started charging forward. Rumble. The tires rolled on the ground, producing a deep rumbling sound. Ding. A zombie horde detected 500 meters ahead. Number of zombies, 500. Ding. Third-tier zombie detected, flame zombie. The intelligent driving system kept reporting the road conditions. Charge through. The engine of the alloy barricade immediately let out a roar, and the huge vehicle beneath him started to accelerate. Roar! The zombie horde seemed unwilling to back down, running towards the vehicle, claws and fangs bared. Only the third-tier fireman seemed to realize something, turning around to try to escape, but was held back by the hundreds of zombies and couldn't break free. Bang 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 bang! The sound of watermelons exploding rang out. The zombie at the front of the horde, upon making contact with the vehicle's bumper, was torn to pieces. The zombies following behind it turned into a stinking pile of meat slurry as the massive alloy barricade passed through. The RV's speed, however, did not decrease at all. Detecting a zombie horde 500 meters northeast. Detecting a third-tier zombie in the east. They're all pretty standard, forget it. Ling Ji shook his head. The rewards from the current zombies weren't very useful to him anymore. Crashing into them with the car was just a good way to relieve stress. At this moment, Shin Limo had already stepped into the first tier, and her control over her abilities had expanded a little. She could now move through the shadows within a 500-meter range. Detecting nearby treasure chests. Ling Ji activated his talent, but now treasure chests were almost never seen. His talent map displayed only a few scattered treasure chests, all of them wooden chests with the lowest brightness. He had originally planned to give up, but with a quick glance, he saw a shining dot in the upper right corner. What's that? Moonlight Forest? Ling Ji blinked, remembering that someone mentioned in the regional chat that there were many powerful monsters in Moonlight Forest. Some of them could even speak human language. The player's spawn point also wasn't near that place. Seems quite mysterious. Ling Ji stroked his chin and immediately decided to investigate. He was already at level 4 with his vehicle, and even planes in the sky could be shot down. Straightforward assault. Target location: Moonlight Forest. Received. Route changed to Moonlight Forest. This mighty alloy barricade crushed through the broken roads, roaring towards Moonlight Forest. At this moment, at the outskirts of Moonlight Forest, a greenish-blue chopped pepper fish head was parked in a dense patch of grass. Ning Fei was sitting on the weapon turret on the car's roof, holding a binocular and watching the distant attack. Beside her was a silenced sniper rifle, its body covered with a protective net full of spots. Damn! It's just a little bit of luck that made me stronger. And yet, you're saying this about me. Humph. Sneaky merchant. Ning Fei muttered unhappily to herself, though deep down, she knew that what Ling Ji said was true. But why does it feel so uncomfortable hearing it? What a disgusting straight man. So infuriating. As she was thinking this, her gaze suddenly sharpened as she saw a small figure appear by the roadside in the distance, growing larger. Ning Fei set up her sniper rifle, zooming in to take a better look. She saw a car with a thick metallic shine, slowly driving towards them. Zhao Jiaxu, so you really came. Then, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 30 Ning Fei, is this all there is? With her finger on the trigger, Ning Fei focused, aiming at Zhao Jiaxu, who was driving. But, how could you come alone? Ning Fei suddenly lowered her gun and muttered to herself. Enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. A peculiar pistol appeared in Ning Fei's hand. It had a large caliber, mostly blue and white in color, with a shallow barrel, inside of which she could clearly see a spherical object. Noise gun. Can fire noise balls, attracting monsters sensitive to sound. Be careful, it might attract bigger monsters. Along the broken road, rough triangular nails that glimmered with cold light were scattered along the way. Little Zhao, did you really mean it? Is that woman really beautiful? Zhao Jiaxu was driving, and a voice came from behind him. Why yes, Brother Bei. That woman was my goddess in college. Zhao Jiaxu flashed a flattering smile as he spoke. All right. The second one will be you. I'll let you taste the flavor of your goddess. A man with a face full of muscles and stubble appeared from the shadow behind Zhao Jiaxu. Okay, Brother Bei. Zhao Jiaxu didn't notice the vehicle's condition, as the tires had already been pierced by several triangular nails. Behind him, Han Bei also looked toward the lush and towering forest. Moonlight Forest, he had heard of its fame in the regional chat before. Crash. Han Bei's vehicle, after leaving the road, shook and then sank into a pit. What's going on? Han Bei frowned and opened the car door to get out. Seeing the large pit under the car, his expression immediately darkened. Zhao Jiaxu also got out of the car, staring helplessly at the pit under the car, as he saw the iron nails on the tires. What is this? Triangular nails? Han Bei pulled a rough iron nail from the tire, his face growing even darker. Slap. Han Bei slapped Zhao Jiaxu hard across the face, but still felt unsatisfied and slapped him 2 more times. Bang! He kicked Zhao Jiaxu into the pit. If it wasn't for your talent being useful, I'd have killed you already. Han Bei glared at Zhao Jiaxu, who was timidly standing there. Zhao Jiaxu's talent was tracking, which had both reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities. Meanwhile, Ning Fei, not far away in the grass, was watching the scene unfold. Oomph, come closer. Come closer. She held a remote control in her hand. Useless. Why aren't you up yet? Brother Bei, I can't get up. Zhao Jiaxu, in the pit, whispered. Useless. What a waste. Han Bei immediately cursed, what kind of useless subordinate is this, not even able to climb out of a pit? Just as Han Bei was about to reach out to pull Zhao Jiaxu up, his talent, future, showed him the image of what would happen 3 seconds from now. Suddenly, an explosion in the pit blasted both of them into the air. Han Bei immediately withdrew his hand, looking warily at every corner of the pit. The explosion in the predicted vision was powerful enough that it could very likely be an anti-tank mine. TCH. Han Bei broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that even a shockwave from this could cause severe internal bleeding. Such a cruel heart. Han Bei couldn't help but curse. Brother Bei, why aren't you saving me? Zhao Jiaxu, confused, asked. Shut up. Useless. Han Bei scolded mercilessly. Zhao Jiaxu in the pit was doomed, and Han Bei couldn't save him. But his vehicle wouldn't be able to get out. A flash of murderous intent passed through Han Bei's eyes. Damn it! A survivor without a vehicle lives a life worse than death. Seeing that Han Bei wouldn't fall for the trap, Ning Fei decisively pressed the button in her hand. Boom! A loud explosion erupted from the pit beside Han Bei, sending the vehicle flying out of the pit. Han Bei, knocked down by the shockwave of the explosion, fell to the ground. He could only hear a ringing in his ears, everything else was muffled. Damn it! That mine packs quite a punch. Han Bei staggered to his feet, dizzy, only to fall again after a wave of vertigo. His talent activated again, showing that in 3 seconds, he would be shot dead. But right now, he couldn't stand up, his sense of balance and direction completely off. TCH. I thought it was going to be worse. Ning Fei sneered, pulling the trigger. After a faint gunshot, a blood hole appeared at Han Bei's temple, and he went completely still. Pa! Trash! Ning Fei spat, but the next moment, her smile froze. In her line of sight appeared a vehicle, 5 or 6 stories high, gleaming with cold light. On the front of the vehicle, a jagged, spiked bar was covered with fragments of flesh. Above the vehicle, a turret with 6 rotating barrels spun, firing at nearby monsters. My god! What is this thing? Ning Fei blinked, shocked. Could this be a player's vehicle? But it's only the 6th day. How can something so overpowered appear now? The vehicle's tires easily crushed over the small pit without even a bump. Holy crap! Ning Fei was stunned. Ding! Unknown player detected. Thor's cannon has locked onto its position. Should we fire? Still frozen in place, Ning Fei watched as the weapon turned toward her, its 6 dark barrels aiming in her direction. Holy crap! She let out a sharp scream. Don't fire, switch to karaoke mode. Ling Ji gave the command. Karaoke mode activated. Ling Ji grabbed a black square device. Hello, can the person in the bushes hear me? Yes. Ning Fei, frightened, immediately ran out of the bushes, waving her hands and shouting. Okay. Stop, squat down with your hands on your head. What's your name? My name is Ning Fei. Please don't kill me, big boss. Ning Fei immediately followed the instructions, squatting on the ground and shouting. Liamo, I'm going down to check, keep an eye on the surroundings. Ling Ji said to Shin Liamo beside him, then opened the car door and walked over. Trade all the gold coins you have to me. Ling Ji stood in front of Ning Fei, cleared his throat, and said. Ning Fei couldn't help but look up at Ling Ji. Oh my god. This guy is so handsome. Especially his eyes. They're really captivating. Hurry up. Don't daze off. Ling Ji looked at Ning Fei, who had a dazed look, and said coldly. This woman looks pretty, but her brain isn't working. Oh. Ning Fei immediately began to operate. 1568 gold coins. Flying Fish initiates a trade with you, 1,568 gold coins. Do you accept? System prompts appeared in their sight. Ling Ji's eyes immediately turned strange. Damn. Did I just get robbed by someone I know? Ning Fei's eyes instantly froze, and she was left utterly confused. She was robbed by someone she knew? Chapter 31 Ning Fei, Thief. It's you? Ning Fei stood up, pointing at Ling Ji in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Squat down. I'm robbing you. Ling Ji didn't show mercy to Ning Fei and gave her a tap on the head. Thief! Ning Fei immediately covered her head and squatted down. Accept! Ling Ji thought to himself, and the gold coins from the trade were stored into his backpack. You really accepted it. Why are you robbing someone you know? Ning Fei protested, unhappy. The more familiar, the better I know your background. Thief! Give it back. That was my last bit of gold. Ning Fei clung to Ling Ji's leg, looking up at him with her big watery eyes. Anyone else would have been soft-hearted and given it back instantly. But Ling Ji had seen far more than this. He had encountered countless beings. How could he easily soften his heart? He calmly peeled Ning Fei off his leg and said, "No way, once I rob something, there's no going back. You're going too far." Ning Fei stomped her feet in anger. "I'm going to fight you." Saying that, she clenched her small fists and threw them at Ling Ji. Ling Ji smirked, easily grabbing her wrist, pulling her towards him. "Miss, what are you doing? Do you want to offer yourself to me?" Ling Ji's face showed a wicked smile as he asked. Ning Fei's face immediately turned red, and after struggling for a few moments, she realized she couldn't break free from Ling Ji's embrace. "You thief! Let me go," she said shyly. Ning Fei's shy look made her appear even more charming, which caused Ling Ji to feel a stir in his heart. "Since you call me a thief, then I'll tie you to my vehicle. What do you think? Get lost. I'm not going with you." Ning Fei struggled in Ling Ji's arms, her hands gently patting his arm. She snorted and said, "Fine, I'll let go." Ling Ji relaxed his grip. Without support, Ning Fei's body fell suddenly. "Ah! You really let go." Just before Ning Fei hit the ground, Ling Ji caught her, pulling her into his arms. "You bastard! Who forces someone onto a vehicle like that?" Ning Fei's face turned red as she glared at Ling Ji. "Since I took so many gold coins from you, I'll consider it as your contribution to my vehicle. Just wondering if you're willing to ride in the vehicle you've helped build?" Ling Ji helped Ning Fei stand steady and extended his right hand with a smile. "Humph. I've given you the gold. I'll go." Ning Fei snorted, placing her hand on Ling Ji's palm. Ling Ji carefully observed Ning Fei's face. The moment he caught a glimpse, his thoughts suddenly changed. Ning Fei wasn't very tall, and her figure wasn't as shapely as Xin Mo's, but her soft long hair was loosely tied into a half-bun, with several strands falling on her cheeks, giving her a pure, white moonlight vibe. Her almond-shaped eyes were round and bright, slightly upward at the corners, her small nose slightly turned up, and her lips a pale pink cherry color. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and come over to help me move the stuff." Ning Fei seemed to feel Ling Ji's gaze, turned around, and shook her fist at him. Got it, got it." Ling Ji quickly followed. The two of them walked over to the bush where Ning Fei's vehicle was hidden. "Yo, your vehicle is pretty compact." Ling Ji teased. "What do you mean by also?" Ning Fei said, annoyed, glancing at her chest following Ling Ji's gaze. You. What are you looking at?" "I don't know." "Humph. Take all this stuff. Let me see if I can tire you out." Ling Ji directly used his spatial ability to store Ning Fei's vehicle. Holy crap. What is this? Is this also a talent? It's kind of a talent. Holy crap. Why do you have so many talents? Well, there's something called a talent gem that can increase a talent slot. Okay. The two of them arrived at the vehicle, where Shinlimo was already waiting under the car. "This must be your sister." Shinlimo covered her mouth and grabbed Ning Fei's hand. Ning Fei looked at Ling Ji, then at the graceful Shinlimo beside her, and her eyes immediately turned red. She pointed at Ling Ji, but said nothing, getting into the car directly. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow but said nothing. "Don't worry, I'll go talk to Ning Mei later." Shinlimo patted Ling Ji's hand, signaling him to relax. When they got into the car, they found Ning Fei sitting on the couch, motionless and sulking. Shinlimo gave Ling Ji a look and walked over to Ning Fei. "What are you doing here?" Ning Fei asked coldly, without much emotion. "Ning Mei, let me just call you Fei Fei, come on, let's go talk sister to sister." Shinlimo grabbed Ning Fei's hand and walked toward a room. Ling Ji didn't pay much attention, after all, whatever happened between them was Ning Fei's business. He had already taken the gold coins, and her vehicle was also in the space of the purple extreme demon eyes. She couldn't run away. There was no deep emotional bond between them anyway. He wasn't in love at first sight, and just like when he met Shinlimo, it was the same, attracted by her looks. But as for feelings, well, over time, emotions grow. It's the same principle. After a while, Shinlimo came out of the room with Ning Fei, whose eyes were now red. "Apologize." Ning Fei walked in front of Ling Ji and huffed. Okay, I shouldn't have kept it from you. I'm sorry. Ling Ji gently pulled Ning Fei into his arms and softly comforted her. Humph. I forgive you. Ning Fei gently bit his shoulder. After a while of tender exchanges with Ning Fei, Ling Ji finally got off the vehicle. He hadn't forgotten why he came here. It was for that shiny treasure chest. Looking at the dense trees towering into the clouds in the Moonlight Forest, Ling Ji leaped up and directly shot to the top of the trees. From the top of the tree, he could see in the center of the Moonlight Forest, there was an even taller, more flourishing ancient tree. That ancient tree stood between heaven and earth, like a massive bronze spear piercing the sky. Looking up, the tree crown had already disappeared into the clouds, only faintly visible was the dark green leaves swirling in the mist. The trunk was incredibly thick, with the base looking like a small mountain, its gray-brown bark full of deep grooves. This was only from a distant view, who knows how astonishing it would feel standing directly beneath the tree. Even without the rumors in the area chat, just by this towering ancient tree, you can tell that this place is extraordinary. Ling Ji sighed inwardly. How many starry nights and changing seasons must it have gone through to grow into such a towering tree? Just as Ling Ji was thinking, a flock of birds suddenly flew out of the distant woods, rushing into the sky. Is there something there? Ling Ji raised an eyebrow and glanced at the treasure chest location on his talent map, which was also in the same spot. Without hesitation, a flash of thunder appeared behind him, and instantly, a pair of wings made of lightning energy formed on his back. Whoosh! Zazzup! With the flapping of his wings, Ling Ji shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Roar! Gurr! Before getting close, Ling Ji already heard 3 different screeches and roars from different creatures. Chapter 32, Killing Arrow. Before getting close, Ling Ji already heard the calls and roars of 3 different creatures. Boom! A massive explosion suddenly rang out, followed by a visible shockwave of the battle spreading fiercely in all directions. Ling Ji hadn't reacted yet when the shockwave struck him, sending him crashing into a towering ancient tree. Boom! Crack! Ling Ji slammed into the tree, causing it to shatter with a loud crack. Damn! What kind of thing is this? The mere shockwave from the battle is already so intense. Ling Ji rubbed his face, frowning. If it weren't for his body being strong enough now, he couldn't handle even the aftermath of the battle. Ling Ji retracted his wings and began weaving through the dense forest. The Moonlight Forest, as the name suggested, still showed a sky lit by the moon, with the time on Ling Ji's system panel reading 6 a.m., yet the moonlight remained bright. However, the brightness of the moonlight had clearly increased. Ling Ji opened the map again and looked closely, only to find the map filled with countless shining lights, each one representing a treasure chest. What the hell, what's going on? Has my talent malfunctioned? Ling Ji stared in disbelief, glancing back at the surrounding ancient trees. Could it be, there are many treasure chests in the Moonlight Forest? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Ling Ji confirmed it. He immediately flew towards the nearest chest. Sure enough, although it was a wooden chest, it proved that his talent wasn't wrong. Chests everywhere! Ling Ji exclaimed in excitement, rubbing his hands together. He spread his mental power and began sweeping the area, but this action seemed to upset some existence. Suddenly, a deep breath, like a sound of disdain, echoed in the air. Ling Ji felt a chill down his spine and quickly retracted his mental power. Ha! An old voice rang in his mind. I smell the scent of blood. Who is this, senior? Ling Ji froze, quickly looking around, but finding nothing, he cautiously asked. Human child, leave now. You've entered the Moon God's kingdom. If you delay further, you'll never get out. The ancient voice sounded again, not answering Ling Ji's question. Moon God's kingdom? But I thought it was the Moonlight Forest? Moonlight Forest? That name hasn't been used for ages. Leave now. But I haven't found what I'm looking for yet. Ling Ji said, unwilling to retreat so easily. Sigh. I'll take you there. Ling Ji described the location, and suddenly the surroundings changed. He found himself standing between 3 massive beasts. He looked up and gave a somewhat awkward smile. A giant golden slime, a bear clad in armor crackling with thunder, and a 9-colored giant deer with a horn on its head and wings on its back, all stared at him. He cautiously picked up the epic treasure chest situated between the 3 beasts. Hello, seniors. Goodbye, seniors. Just as Ling Ji was about to contact the voice in his mind and run, another voice, more authoritative, echoed. Wait. The new voice spoke in Ling Ji's mind. Human, I need you to do me a favor. What do you need, senior? If I can help, I will. But I am only at the 3rd tier, so I might not be of much help. Ling Ji immediately responded. No need to worry. I want you to take this to the outside world. Ling Ji turned and saw a small slime slowly floating toward him from the giant golden slime. Senior, What is this? Ling Ji asked in confusion. This is a descendant of my clan. Unfortunately, its talent is too extraordinary, and the Divine Kingdom won't accept it. I hope you can take it to the outside world. The small slime floated into Ling Ji's hands. Rest assured, senior. I'll definitely help. Ling Ji patted his chest, but his eyes remained fixed on the golden slime. Very well. I grant this to you. It contains 3 attacks that took me 10,000 years to gather, and they can be activated with your mind. The golden slime above Ling Ji's head emitted a golden light, and 3 simple runes appeared on his forehead in an instant. Congratulations! You have acquired the item, Killing Arrow. Overlord level item. Killing Arrow. Quality, Overlord level. Attribute, activated by will. After use, a giant golden arrow appears out of nowhere. It causes suppression, fear, and confusion in enemies within line of sight, and can slay all targets below Overlord level. A ruler spent a few seconds refining a casual 3-hit combo. Ling Ji was greatly shocked. Did he just lie to me saying it took 10,000 years to condense this? I don't believe you at all. Oh wow. But this effect is actually quite useful. Below the ruler level, it's a guaranteed kill, with a 100% kill rate. Ling Ji was still processing this in his mind when he was directly teleported into a new area. Human, if you continue forward, you will exit this divine realm. The old voice sounded once again. Thank you, senior. Ling Ji cupped his hands and quickly opened his thunder wings, flying straight out. After Ling Ji exited. Bang! An invisible fluctuation appeared in the area. Hiss. How did this kid get in? Finally back. Shinlimu let out a sigh of relief as she saw Ling Ji diving down from the sky. She had heard from Ning Fei that the Moonlight Forest was only about 100 kilometers wide, so with Ling Ji's speed, he would soon make a round trip. But now it was already afternoon. Ling Ji opened the car door and walked in. How was it? Shinlimu stepped forward, helped him take off his clothes, and asked with concern. I got it, an epic treasure chest. Ling Ji smiled. I'm just glad you're safely back. You have no idea, both Ning Fei and I were so worried about you. At this moment, in the moon god's domain, a fluctuation appeared next to the golden slime, and an old man with a cane appeared out of thin air. Old song. The golden slime flicked its jelly-like body towards the old man. Recently, many humans have entered the divine realm. Do you think that one is? The thunder giant bear spoke first, its rough voice booming. That's not for us to know. We need to ask the great saints in the central area. The ethereal voice of the 9-colored deer rang out. Cough, that one is most likely fine. The moonlight is always shining, no need to think too much. The person called Old Song coughed twice. This is another selection. Don't discuss it anymore. At this moment, a crisp voice rang out, causing all 4 rulers to tremble. Understood. But, the Moonlight Forest is only 100 kilometers in size. And there's nothing in it that speaks. Ning Fei exclaimed in shock. She had been there for 6 days, exploring the entire Moonlight Forest, and saw nothing. Ling Ji furrowed his brow, then suddenly relaxed. Chapter 33, Golden Invincible. Listening to Ning Fei's words, Ling Ji instantly understood. Perhaps, as the old voice in his mind said, that place was the moon god's realm, not the Moonlight Forest. The creatures mentioned in the regional chat about speaking monsters were just ones who had accidentally entered. Ling Ji quickly spread out his spiritual power, but what he saw at that moment was completely different. The Moonlight Forest, spanning hundreds of miles, no longer had the towering ancient tree reaching into the clouds. Maybe I accidentally entered an unknown area. Ling Ji shook his head and took the golden slime hidden in his collar out. Wow! Is this a slime? So cute! Shinlimu and Ning Fei's eyes lit up when they saw the slime in Ling Ji's hand. Shinlimu stretched out her hand and tugged at the little slime. It's so bouncy. The texture feels really nice. Really? Let me try. Ning Fei immediately got playful and reached out to grab the slime. Chirp! The golden slime let out a light cry and dove back into Ling Ji's chest, leaving only its golden eyes peering cautiously at Shinlimu and Ning Fei. Where did you find this? Ning Fei asked, puzzled. It was her first time seeing a slime. A ruler asked me to bring it out. Ling Ji explained and also shared his encounter in the moon god's realm. Oh, so that place can't support this little one. Ning Fei flicked the slime off Ling Ji and tapped its head. Chirp! The golden slime cried twice, then bounced out 2 little fists. He wanted to strike Ning Fei. Hey! What are you doing? Ling Ji quickly pressed down on the slime. The system panel clearly displayed the attributes of this golden slime. If he threw a punch now, Ningfei would probably be sent flying. Listen to me. No fighting here. Do you understand? Ling Ji said seriously to the golden slime. It blinked twice and shook its head, indicating that it understood. This little thing has quite the temper. Ningfei flicked the golden slime's head again and casually tugged at its body. Squeak! The golden slime shuddered, shook off Ningfei's hands, then jumped up and sat on Ningfei's head. Ah! How dare you sit on my head? Ningfei grabbed at it, trying to pull it off, but no matter what, she couldn't grab hold. She could only sit on the couch, sulking. Ling Ji and Shen Limo were looking at its panel at that moment. Golden Invincible. Rank, Level 3. Physique, 1257. Spirit, 1148. Evaluation, a golden royal bloodline from the slime race, with unlimited potential. Detected bindable pet, would you like to bind it? Ling Ji had not yet acted, but the golden slime squeaked twice. Congratulations, player has obtained a pet. Overlord Slime, Overlord rank. What? I blinked my eyes. Ling Ji was stunned. He hadn't even bound it yet. How did it get bound? Area announcement. Congratulations to player Sign Language Girl for unlocking the pet feature. Reward, 10,000 gold coins. Black Diamond Treasure Chest ×1. The announcement triggered a massive uproar in the chat area. Damn. As expected of a big shot. Unlocking the pet feature. We're still worrying about how to survive. This person is so selfish. Doesn't help others. Instead, they're raising pets. Are you stupid upstairs? They don't owe you anything. Why should they help you? Am I not speaking the truth? Idiot. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Don't let me find you. Or I'll kill you. Add me in. I didn't expect to see such an idiot in a survival game. By the way, I raised an ordinary turtle. Why didn't I unlock the pet feature? I'm not sure about that. Master? At that moment, a soft voice appeared in Ling Ji's mind. Ling Ji glanced around, then focused his gaze on the golden invincible slime. Are you golden invincible? Yes, it's me, Master. You can now check all of my information with your mind. The golden invincible slime continued. Ling Ji opened the system panel again. Pet, golden invincible. Rank, level 3. Talent, devour. Physique, 1257. Spirit, 1148. Evaluation, eats food to grow stronger. This one has the potential to become a god. This talent is a bit overpowered. Ling Ji rubbed his chin. Little Gold, can you eat this? Ling Ji asked, holding the thunderbolt spear. I can. Little Gold jumped off Ningfei's head, hopping over to Ling Ji. Go ahead and eat. Ling Ji and the others watched as Little Gold grew bigger, merging the entire spear into its jelly-like body. I have one more here. Shen Limo directly fed her black iron-level dagger to Little Gold. Master. I can't eat so much. I'll need days to digest all of this. Seeing Ling Ji about to feed it the scaled feather bow, Little Gold hurriedly refused. All right then. The sky gradually darkened. Area announcement, countdown to the zombie wave. 6 hours left. Area announcement, countdown to the zombie wave. 6 hours left. Area announcement, countdown to the zombie wave. 6 hours left. Please prepare, players. This zombie wave will be difficult. The zombie clan will swarm out. Zombie boss, King Zhu will appear in Hanfeng Lake area. Here we go, the last battle of the beginner phase. Ling Ji adjusted his collar, his gaze burning as he looked toward the depths of the plain. At this moment, the number of people in the area was 3465751/1000000. Ling Ji wasn't surprised at the current number. The monsters of these past 2 days were all quite high-ranked. Only groupings like the Dragon Tiger Guild could deal with them. Smaller groups had already been wiped out. Ding! Detection within a 5-kilometer radius, a large number of monsters are appearing. Requesting to fire. Requesting to fire. The warning sound of the intelligent vehicle system echoed. Ling Ji looked at the radar map, the area was filled with dense red dots, and they kept increasing. There are so many monsters. Ningfei couldn't help but pale, she had never seen so many zombies. Earlier, when they were in the Moonlight Forest, she hadn't seen a single zombie. She had only been driving around randomly in the vehicle, looking for treasure chests. Fei, don't worry. Even if we don't attack these zombies, they can't break through our vehicle's defense. Limo sat beside Ning Fei and comforted her. Fire! At the moment Ling Ji gave the order, the machine gun on the vehicle began to spew violent flashes of light. Hundreds of bullets, with a lightning attribute, shot out in an instant. Bang 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 bang. Zzz. Hundreds of zombies exploded like watermelons, with chunks of flesh flying everywhere. The lightning attribute of the bullets also caused some damage, with electric arcs flashing among the zombie horde. Chapter 34, Magnificent Fireworks. Roar roar roar. Roar. The zombies at night were extremely violent, wildly charging toward Ling Ji's vehicle. Activate autopilot. Target Hanfeng Lake. Received. Target location Hanfeng Lake. The black beast in the night started moving, and a roaring sound echoed. In an instant, it charged toward the group of zombies coming at them. Bang bang bang. Zzz. Every zombie the vehicle touched was directly crushed into a blood mist, with crimson blood instantly spreading across the area. But this also triggered the zombies' ferocity. Roar. More and more zombies surrounded them. The tires, equipped with ally spikes, easily crushed the zombies. Crack. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as the vehicle passed, leaving behind a stinking, black-red sludge of meat. Boom 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 boom. The Thor machine gun continued to make a deep rumbling sound, and all the third-level zombies attempting to get closer were turned into minced meat. Roar. A strange scene appeared on the plain. A mighty black gold giant beast was surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies, but within 10 meters of it, not a single zombie could get close. Roar. Ling Ji, holding a cup of tea, quietly watched the situation outside. With a slight movement of his finger, a purple lightning bolt struck down from the sky. It turned a group of zombies into ashes. Little Jean, do you eat these things? Ling Ji suddenly thought and asked the golden invincible, who was lying on the sofa, digesting. Master, I don't eat these dirty things. I only like to eat rare treasures. Little Jean quickly shook his jelly-like body and showed an expression of disgust. All right then. Ling Ji nodded. He had originally thought that if Little Jean ate these things, it wouldn't be long before he could grow stronger. Whoosh. Zzz. A third-level fast zombie, luckily escaping the Thor machine gun, quickly approached Ling Ji's vehicle. Its eyes showed a human-like greed, but unexpectedly, a flash of white light passed, and it was instantly frozen in place. Then the machine gun on the weapon turret aimed at it. Boom boom boom. 0.5 seconds later, it was turned into fragments. Increase the protective electric net to maximum power. Received. Executing now. The generator in the vehicle started running at full power. With unlimited fuel, the electric power was instantly maxed out. Zzz. Suddenly, electric sparks began to appear on the surface of the black gold beast, lighting up the entire plane. Countless zombies looked at it in confusion, then were sent to meet God by the lightning electronic bullets shooting at them at high speed. Why are the zombies so fierce today? My vehicle is going to be smashed. Someone help me. I'm running out of bullets. The zombie horde is endless. Is there anyone nearby who can help me? The regional chat channel was filled with distress messages. The number of people in the area was also constantly decreasing. And Ling Ji knew this was only just an appetizer, the zombie boss had not yet appeared, the intensity was not that high yet. But only after a short while, the messages asking for help on the channel were already gone. The number of people in the area also stabilized at 3 million. Detected unknown player nearby. Ling Ji lifted his eyes to look, only to see that ahead there was also a vehicle, speeding forward, the weapons on it constantly bursting with firelight. Behind it there was a large group of zombies chasing without caring about their lives. It is actually a lone wolf? Ling Ji's mental power spread out, instantly becoming clear about the information inside that vehicle. Do not mind him, we walk our own road. Received. Su Wei, at this moment, was nervously driving the vehicle, glanced at the rearview mirror, only then let out a breath. The zombies behind were already about to be shaken off. But in the next second, his smile froze, he saw a vehicle like a war fortress. But what made him terrified was not this vehicle, but the zombies behind that vehicle that stretched beyond what the eye could see. Damn it! Su Wei screamed sharply, immediately pressed the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed forward rapidly. At this time Ling Ji was standing on the weapon turret seat, looking at the zombie group behind. From the trading market he bought 1,000 portions of universal fuel, and also bought 1,000 anti-tank mines. At the end of the novice period, feed you a little. Ling Ji directly threw all the anti-tank mines down. Bang! 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 A mushroom cloud rushed into the sky, instantly lighting up this whole area, then came a violent shockwave, blowing Ling Ji's clothes to flap loudly. Countless zombies were blasted up into the sky 100 meters high in this explosion, or were instantly bombed into ashes. Those who only brushed the edge and luckily survived were also missing arms and legs, wriggling one after another on the highway. Speaking of it, they still had to thank Ling Ji. If not for him, how could they experience such fiery hospitality? Did not expect that I also have a day of setting fire. Ling Ji looked at such a magnificent scene, spent 10 seconds to throw down the universal fuel in his hand. Pa! He snapped his fingers, a flash of lightning instantly ignited these 1,000 portions of universal fuel. Almost in the blink of an eye, a fire dragon hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters high appeared instantly. The sky became bright. The remaining zombies chasing were mercilessly swallowed by the fire dragon. Damn! 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 Su Wei looked at such a magnificent scene behind through the rearview mirror, and could not help shouting in shock. He had never seen such a way to solve zombies. Although the effect was very optimistic, it was also very money-consuming. The current universal fuel in the trading market was 3 gold coins per portion. Ordinary people could afford it, but could not buy much. And that mushroom cloud that rushed straight into the clouds, cough cough, what kind of bomb could create such a scene in an instant? He simply did not dare to think. Oh my goodness. Su Wei looked at the remaining 200 defense points after resisting the aftershock, and could not help shivering. If he had run a little slower, the whole vehicle would have fallen apart. At this time the zombies chasing behind him had also all crashed down. In Su Wei's heart rose emotion. You do not know how dangerous it was just now. But the result is, the corner of the clothes slightly dirty. Ling Ji was very satisfied with his own result, did not expect that he could actually release such magnificent fireworks. If this were on Blue Star, TSK, he would on the spot suffer acute iron poisoning. By the way, did you just notice, the sky became bright? Damn! I thought only I saw it. Just now in one instant, a violent bright light appeared in the sky, then a shockwave swept past. Brother, I am the witness. You do not know how heroic the scene was just now. Such huge fireworks, when I was on Blue Star I had never seen. Tell in detail, tell in detail. At this time everyone on the plane was rushing at extreme speed toward the area of Hanfeng Lake. As for these zombies, to Ling Ji and the major guilds, these are all things that can be easily controlled. The true place they should take seriously is the boss of Hanfeng Lake. Chapter 35, Xin Limu's Strength. As they neared the Hanfeng Lake area, the difficulty of the zombies increased significantly. Ling Ji could see that in the front area, many people were facing off against some mutated zombie species. Ling Ji looked ahead, and a panel popped up. Scouting zombie. Physique, 350. Spirit, 20. With wings growing from its back, it can easily bypass human defenses. Evaluation, for you, this is nothing but a quick matter. Furnace zombie. Physique, 300. Spirit, 25. A coal furnace has grown on its head, but can you guess what it's used for? The answer is obvious, for roasting fire. That furnace zombie directly grabbed a person's vehicle, and the furnace on its head lit up instantly. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the vehicle it was holding was successfully destroyed, with the iron plates burning red hot. Countless zombies rushed into the broken vehicle, a scream echoed, and then all was silent. Crush through it. Ling Ji gave the command. The black golden beast under his feet instantly accelerated, charging towards the zombie swarm with unstoppable momentum. The onlookers around were extremely shocked. Holy crap, is that a vehicle? It should be. Do you think the furnace zombie can break through the defense? I don't know. Then what do you know? I don't know. The furnace zombie didn't avoid it, directly charging towards Ling Ji's vehicle with overwhelming speed. Roar! Just as it shouted, upon hitting the alloy body, the zombie exploded into a blood mist, and the coal furnace on its head scattered some sparks before going out. Damn, awesome. What level of vehicle is this, to be this tough? A true man should be like this. He could replace him. The two upstairs should check their brains. Ling Ji paid no attention and started the vehicle's weapons, with the fire control radar activated. Bang, 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 bang. The machine gun with thunder rings around the barrel began to work again, and countless bullets shot out, turning the approaching zombies into minced meat. I want to go down and test my strength. Xin Limu walked over to Ling Ji and said. Okay, be careful. Ling Ji immediately agreed. Xin Limu indeed needed to gain experience through battle, and safety was not a concern for her. He was always watching and could step in to help at any time, and Xin Limu's talent allowed her to escape directly. Xin Limu's figure immediately disappeared into her own shadow, and Ling Ji also turned off the vehicle's weapons. Huh? Why isn't that big shot fighting anymore? Did he run out of bullets? Hard to say, but would someone like that really run out of bullets? Wait, someone is getting out of the vehicle. The moment Shin Limu stepped out from the shadow in front of the vehicle, a scouting zombie noticed and immediately spread its wings to dive down from the air. Roar! Shin Limu showed no fear, and a dark golden dagger appeared in her hand. Her figure flashed, and she instantly appeared behind the scouting zombie. The scouting zombie's eyes showed a surprised, human-like expression as it flipped its claws and swiped at her. Shin Limu gave it no chance. A flash of starlight appeared in her hand, and the scouting zombie's two arms were instantly severed. Then, she stabbed downward. The obsidian dagger pierced the scouting zombie's head, then disappeared. Shin Limu walked out from the shadow of the vehicle, flicking the blood off the obsidian dagger. Roar! Other zombies noticed Shin Limu's presence and roared as they rushed toward her. Come at me. Shin Limu flipped her hand, and the shadows beneath the zombie's feet suddenly rose up. Puff! The sound of flesh being pierced echoed, and the zombies were all impaled through their heads by the shadows behind them. What kind of talent is that? It looks so strange. It must be a talent related to shadows, it looks very powerful. At this moment, a rough voice sounded from a level 3 vehicle. Beauty, you're so strong, how? How about joining our guild? We can join forces, and our power will grow even stronger. Then some people started to agree. Yeah, beautiful. Our president is really strong. This way, we can protect more people. If you follow our president. Some voices of mockery started to rise from the vehicles. Shin Limu's eyes flashed coldly, and she was about to take action when she saw Ling Ji open the car door and step out. The mocking people immediately quieted down. Even the surrounding zombies calmed down. Their instincts could feel the power emanating from Ling Ji, which far exceeded their own life force, so they dared not move. Ling Ji's purple eyes swept around. Noise. As soon as he spoke, several purple lightning bolts fell from the sky, directly striking the vehicles where the mockers were. Everyone was so frightened by the scene that they didn't even dare to breathe. The person who had invited Shin Limu earlier was now in the vehicle, his pupils vacant, clearly lifeless. Ah! The president is dead. The person beside him took a look, checked his breath, and started screaming. Ling Ji was not a soft-hearted person. He only has a soft heart, not soft hands. Shin Limu kissed Ling Ji's face gently and pushed him into the car. Once Ling Ji got into the car, even the nearby zombies seemed to relax a little. Roar! A furnace zombie with a coal stove on its head raised the flame again and charged toward Shin Limu. Behind it followed several scouting zombies diving down, along with a large group of zombies. Shin Limu snorted coldly, and the shadow behind her stood up and began to grow larger. She reached out her hand forward, and the shadow behind her opened a huge, pitch-black palm, which grabbed fiercely. The few scouting zombies in the air were instantly crushed into blood mist by the shadow's palm. And that furnace zombie, the shadow had already disappeared without her noticing. Before it even reached Shin Limu, it began to scratch at its own skin, immediately causing its flesh and blood to become a mess. Roar! It roared at Shin Limu, and the coal stove on its head began to flicker. Humph! Shin Limu didn't give it a chance to get close. With one hand, she grasped the air, and a crooked, black tree suddenly grew from the ground. Just as the furnace zombie was suddenly torn apart, its limbs and head hung on different branches. Looking at the large group of hideous zombies, Shin Limu muttered softly, and a pitch-black sphere appeared on the ground. The moment the sphere appeared, it emitted an extremely strong sucking force, not a physical one, but one aimed at the shadows. The shadows under the zombies' feet were sucked into the sphere one by one. Roar! Before these zombies even felt anything, the black tree once again extended its branches and strung the entire group of zombies onto its branches. The nearby people didn't dare to make a sound. It was too eerie, especially that tree. It was almost unbearable to look at. On it, densely hanging, were the remains and heads of zombies. And Shin Limu, the person involved, was very satisfied with her strength. How is my strength now? Shin Limu returned to the car and asked eagerly. Sister Limu, you're amazing. You instantly killed so many zombies. Ning Fei said excitedly, with a hint of longing in her eyes. She also hoped to become stronger, but her talent was simply not for battle. Not bad, I can see that you're applying your talent very well. Ling Ji complimented directly. He was telling the truth. He hadn't developed his talent to such an extent yet, only managing to apply it in simple ways. He. Fei, you'll be able to do it too. Here, let me reward you with a kiss. Shin Limu, hearing Ling Ji's words, became happy and started rewarding. Sigh. It's a pity I don't have a battle talent. Ning Fei sighed, feeling discouraged. It's okay. Look, in the future, we'll be fighting monsters in the front, and you'll help us with logistics. We have a bright future ahead. Shin Limu sat beside Ning Fei, holding her arm, comforting her. But my talent level is a bit low. Ning Fei was on the verge of tears. She originally thought her talent would play a big role. She didn't expect that after killing zombies for hours, the gold coins dropped would be equivalent to what she could earn in a week, which made her feel deeply frustrated. It's fine, my talent level wasn't high at first either. Later, Ling Ji used a talent advancement stone for me, and it upgraded to SSS. Alright then. Ning Fei's mood noticeably lifted. Alright, stop talking so much. Let's open 2 treasure chests first. Ling Ji called to the 2 women, taking out an epic level chest and a black diamond chest. The 2 women leaned in. Ling Ji raised his hand and opened them. Congratulations, you have opened the epic level chest and received plus 100 constitution, plus 100 spirit. Congratulations, you have received a talent advancement stone ×1, with the trait, infinite durability. Pet advancement stone ×1. Congratulations, you have opened the black diamond chest and received plus 80 constitution, plus 80 spirit. Congratulations, you have received a black diamond level treasure ×1, titanium alloy ×10. Well, that's just what we need. Ling Ji was delighted, taking out the talent advancement stone and handing it to Ning Fei. Hee. I'll use it. Ning Fei immediately used it. My talent has now become S-level, wealth control. Ning Fei shouted joyfully. She then explained her talent traits. Talent, wealth control, S. Each day, you will receive 1,000 gold coins, and every second you will receive 98 gold coins. You may use 3 free gold-related actions daily, including but not limited to vehicle upgrades, market purchases. My talent can finally help you guys. Ning Fei said, her face full of joy. What she didn't expect was that the gap between an A-level talent and an S-level talent was so huge. Not bad. From now on, you'll be our financial manager. Shinli teased with a light laugh. Ling Ji also thought Ning Fei's talent was quite useful. Who knew how many gold coins it would take to upgrade vehicles in the future? Having access to free gold coins would save quite a bit. And in the future, the trading market would surely have high-level weapons. Getting them for free would be pretty nice too. This is great. Let me see what I can buy today. Ning Fei immediately opened the trading market, as it was almost 12 o'clock, and her talent would reset if not used. Ling Ji took out a golden card, assigning trait to vehicle. You have assigned the trait, infinite durability, to the vehicle. Little Gold. Come here. Ling Ji waved at Jean Woody. Chirp. Little Gold hopped over to Ling Ji. Here's a good thing for you. Ling Ji patted Little Gold's head and took out the pet advancement stone. Chirp chirp. Master, I want this. Little Gold's eager voice rang out in Ling Ji's mind. All right. Ling Ji handed the pet advancement stone to Little Gold. Little Gold immediately popped out both hands and swallowed the pet advancement stone. Detected that the pet is about to advance, advancement time, 48 hours. Do you wish to advance? Advance. Ling Ji silently thought. Little Gold wasn't of much help to him yet, so advancing directly was fine. Shinli and Ning Fei were still picking through the items in the trading market, while Ling Ji began to look at the black diamond level treasure. Wind and Thunder treasure. Rank, Black Diamond. Attribute 1, plus 200 constitution, plus 200 spirit. Attribute 2, can input wind and thunder energy, providing power for the treasure's protection. Can automatically absorb energy. At full capacity, it can withstand any attack below 9th rank. Attribute 3, 60% return damage from the treasure's protection. Evaluation, a turtle shell of extreme perfection beneath the Lord level. Holy cow! This thing is way overpowered? Ling Ji was shocked. What does an ultimate turtle shell mean? This is it. Ling Ji immediately began manually inputting thunder energy into it. But as soon as he did, he felt his mental power rapidly draining. Looking at the progress bar on the magical item, which had only moved a little bit, he immediately cut off the energy supply. Damn! Ling Ji felt a wave of dizziness, a sign of mental power depletion. This thing absorbs so much? What's wrong? Shen Limo noticed Ling Ji's condition and asked with concern. This magical item needs too much energy, it almost drained me dry. Ling Ji shook his head and said. Shen Limo frowned, so this magical item is powerful, but with such high energy demand, using it won't be easy. Ning Fei also leaned in, looking at the magical item and said, how about we put it aside for now and consider charging it fully when our power is stronger? Ling Ji nodded. He also understood that his current mental power was insufficient to fully charge the magical item. At this moment, Ning Fei suddenly shouted excitedly, I found something good. There's a thunder gemstone here. Should we buy it? Ling Ji leaned over to take a look and was stunned. He noticed that next to the thunder gemstone was another item. It was a mysterious finger bone, priced at 20,000 gold coins. At a glance, it was obvious that it wasn't for sincere sale. But Ling Ji had a feeling that this finger bone was no ordinary item. Buy that thing. Ling Ji pointed to the finger bone. Alright. Ning Fei didn't hesitate and directly took it for free. The transaction was completed, and the mysterious finger bone appeared in Ning Fei's hand. She looked at it from left to right, then asked with confusion, "Is there something special about it?" Ling Ji was deep in thought. He reached out and condensed a crimson mist, which was a solidified murderous aura he had created. Wait. Ling Ji controlled the mist, enveloping the entire finger bone. Immediately, runes appeared on the finger bone. The moment it touched the red mist, it made a sound like boiling oil being added to water. The mysterious finger bone began to emit its original radiance. An ancient, weathered aura instantly spread from the finger bone. Ling Ji's eyes widened. This is? Chapter 37, 7 days have passed. After the runes covering the mysterious finger bone faded, its original beauty was revealed. The system panel immediately popped up. Immortal bone, finger bone. Special item. Originating from a certain being, it still retains 1/10,000th of its power. Ding. The system detects that the player has obtained a special item. Do you wish to fuse it? Ling Ji stared at the crystal-clear finger bone, a look of deep thought flashed in his eyes. Fusion meant unknown risks. After all, this finger bone contained 1/10,000th of a powerful being's power. Not fusing it meant letting go of such a powerful special item, which was really hard to part with. Ling Ji struggled in his heart, and the system's prompt kept urging him. In the end, Ling Ji gritted his teeth and muttered, "Fuse." In an instant, the finger bone turned into a streak of light and fused into Ling Ji's body. A terrifyingly powerful force rampaged within his body. Ling Ji felt excruciating pain, as if every inch of his bones was being crushed. He clenched his teeth, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down from his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Just when he was about to collapse, his beating heart suddenly burst with an extremely domineering energy. The energy from the finger bone, like snow meeting spring rain, melted into his body. With the help of the power erupted from his heart, the energy within the finger bone finally calmed down and began to gently nourish his body. Ling Ji then realized with joy that his attributes had been greatly enhanced. Congratulations! Player has fused the special item. Immortal bone. Attribute boost. Physique plus 500. Spirit plus 500. Congratulations! Player has gained the trait Immortal. What was even more magical was that he seemed to sense that his left hand, fused with the finger bone, suddenly contained an immense amount of energy. Are you okay? What happened to you just now? Shen Limo and Ning Fei, seeing that Ling Ji's face had returned to normal, dared to speak up. I'm fine. The energy in this finger bone was too strong. But after absorbing it, the effect is quite noticeable. I've gotten much stronger. Ling Ji chuckled lightly in response. These attribute bonuses were already quite a large number. Now, with the effect of the killing heart, killing a tier 3 zombie only adds a pitifully small amount to his attributes. That's good, we were so scared seeing your expression earlier. Shen Limo patted her magnificent chest, causing a wave of motion. This made Ning Fei, who was standing nearby, gaze at her with envy. She looked down at her own chest. Damn it! She could barely see her toes. Little garlic bird, little garlic bird. Small, but so cute. Ning Fei comforted herself with tears in her heart. Ling Ji then opened his panel. Name, Ling Ji. Rank, Tier 3. Constitution, 1635, plus 3 plus 500. Spirit, 1751, plus 3 plus 500. Skill, 100 birds to phoenix spear, mythical. Weapon, 10,000 thunder heaven calling spear, epic. Item, killing arrow, overlord tier. Special, killing heart, unique, purple extreme demon eye, unique, immortal bone, fragmented. Evaluation, a human with a certain level of self-preservation ability. Just as Ling Ji was immersed in the power of his panel. Area announcement, the 7-day newbie protection period has ended. All players, prepare for the zombie horde. Area announcement, the 7-day newbie protection period has ended. All players, prepare for the zombie horde. Area announcement, the 7-day newbie protection period has ended. All players, prepare for the zombie horde. Hint, killing boss will grant generous rewards. Leaderboard is now open. As the system announcement faded, waves of zombie roars echoed. Roar! Ha! The entire plane was filled with the roars of zombie hordes. Ling Ji looked around, and the plane was packed with countless zombies, all charging toward the moving vehicle. Massive zombie horde detected. Fire control radar activated. Generators running at full power. Bang 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 bang. On the weapon turret, the machine gun fired at a rate of 300 rounds per second, shooting thunder electronic bullets at the charging zombie horde. Ha! Roar! Countless zombies trying to get close to the black and gold beast of a vehicle were blown to bits. Not only that, but the zombie horde ahead of the vehicle did not stop Ling Ji's vehicle from advancing. Bang bang bang! Zzzzz. The sounds of electric nets and collisions mixed, clearing the zombies around the vehicle. The plane was also filled with countless explosions, gunfire, and the roar of engines. The 4 major guilds, no, it should be 3 major guilds now. The Dragon Tiger Guild had absorbed all the members of the Casual Guild, making their power even stronger. A group of several 100,000 vehicles formed iron torrents, pushing forward through the zombie horde toward the center of Hanfeng Lake. The Qingyun Guild and the Wild Wolf Guild were no exceptions. Compared to the Dragon Tiger Guild, Qingyun Guild had fewer members, but their individual strength was slightly stronger. The firepower from a few thousand people was no less than that of the 100,000-strong guild. Especially the armed helicopter in the middle of the guild, whose Gatling gun had not stopped firing, and rockets constantly shot out from both sides, blasting apart waves of zombie groups. Ling Ji originally thought that with the loss of the leader, the Wild Wolf Guild would significantly weaken. But to his surprise, they performed quite impressively. Countless shells were fired from the Wild Wolf Guild's vehicle groups. However, from the regional chat, it was clear that most of these resources were taken from the casual players looted by the Wild Wolf Guild. This new guild leader is interesting. Ling Ji stroked his chin. The better a dead ally than a poor one approach was indeed in line with the survival rules of the survival game. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Ling Ji saw a giant furnace zombie, several meters tall, slowly walking out from behind the zombie horde. Furnace Zombie Elite. Rank, Tier 3. Constitution, 1378. Spirit, 30. Evaluation, Worship, Mortals. This is the true power of the zombie race. Damn! Why is this furnace zombie so big? So, we were fighting a weakened version of the zombies before? No, is this even the same species? Ah! Help me! This furnace zombie spits fire. Beware of the scout zombies in the sky. Aha! Why are there zombies that can dig underground? These zombies seem to be venting the anger they had from being oppressed during their beginner stages, attacking the players' vehicles with madness. Ling Ji was no exception, as the huge furnace zombie quickly rushed towards him. The Thor machine gun immediately locked onto the furnace zombie. Bang! 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 5 seconds later, the furnace zombie was shattered directly. Ling Ji sneered. With his physique, he could feel the lethal threat from the vehicle's weapons, let alone this furnace zombie. He dared to bet that within 3 stages, no zombie could break through the Thor machine gun's firepower. Roar! Just as Ling Ji swore this, a furious roar suddenly rang from the sky. Chapter 38, Hanfeng Lake Region. Zzzzz. The protective electric net suddenly erupted with dazzling lightning. Roar! A 4th-stage scout zombie, with slightly scorched arms, once again flew into the sky. What the hell? Ling Ji stared at the scout zombie on the dragon and his face darkened. Scout zombie. Stage, 4th. Physique, 2160. Spirit, 326. Evaluation, the aerial vanguard of the zombie race. Its claws can easily tear through steel. Can it tear through steel? Sorry. This is aerospace alloy. Its defense is as high as 2000. With the Thor machine gun locked on, continuous saturation attacks were launched at the scout zombie in the air. Bang! 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 Bullets with lightning patterns continuously shot into the sky. However, the scout zombie was surprisingly agile, constantly making bizarre evasive moves in the air, dodging most of the bullets. Occasionally, 1 or 2 bullets hit it, but they only left shallow wounds on its body, unable to cause substantial damage. Ling Ji furrowed his brows, secretly thinking that this 4th-stage zombie was indeed troublesome. At this moment, the scout zombie suddenly let out a sharp screech, and several 3rd-stage zombies rushed from all directions toward the vehicle. These 3rd-stage zombies, though not as strong as the scout zombie, could still cause quite a headache when there were so many of them. Ling Ji made a quick decision and climbed up to the weapon turret. He bought some anti-tank landmines from the trading market and threw them into the zombie horde. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. But the scout zombie, seizing this moment, charged toward Ling Ji at an incredible speed, its claws gleaming with cold light. Humph! I've been waiting for you. Ling Ji sneered, raising his hand. His eerie eyes immediately emitted purple light. Roar! Confused, the scout zombie started screaming and clutching its head in the air. This was the second function of the purple extreme magic eyes, the killing illusion. This scout zombie had a low spirit power, so it was a perfect target for Ling Ji's mental attack. Roar! It seemed unable to bear the endless slaughter in the illusion. With a scream, its wings stopped moving, and it fell straight from the sky to the ground. Congratulations player for killing the 4th stage scout zombie. Earned 1000 gold, 10 titanium alloys. Congratulations player for gaining permanent attribute bonuses. Physique plus 10. Spirit plus 0.5. After hearing the system's prompt, Ling Ji scoffed, how stingy. He was just 10 units of titanium alloy short of upgrading his vehicle to level 5. Damn it! After killing the scout zombie, Ling Ji successfully broke through to the Hanfeng Lake region. Ding! Detected that 99% of zombies in this area were killed by players within 2 hours. New challenge difficulty has been unlocked. New challenge difficulty? Whatever. Ling Ji, with nothing else to do, directly looked at the center of the lake, where the system marked the Wuling boss. At the center of Hanfeng Lake, there was a bronze vertical coffin standing on the lake surface. The bronze coffin was tightly secured by 18 chains. The moment Ling Ji saw the bronze coffin, he felt a chill down his spine, but nothing happened. Then, the bronze coffin suddenly emitted a violent heartbeat sound. Boom! 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 Boundless blood energy surged from the outer edges towards the bronze coffin. What the hell? What is this thing? Ling Ji stared closely at the bronze coffin, and instantly, the system panel popped up. Zhu Wuling. Rank, level 5. Physique, 3650. Spirit, 13684, disabled. Evaluation, before being sealed, he was the king of the zombie clan, a true royal level powerhouse. Do not break those chains, or you will die terribly. Seeing the zombies panel, Ling Ji was truly startled, but upon seeing the words disabled, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. With 13,000 in spiritual power, with just a thought, he could directly kill everyone present. What Ling Ji didn't know was that the moment he arrived, Zhu Wuling had spent his last spiritual energy to take over his body but failed. Zhu Wuling, this title sounds pretty powerful. But I wonder why he's locked in such a tiny coffin, Ling Ji muttered to himself. More and more people arrived at the Hanfeng Lake area, and the zombie king lying in the coffin could no longer hold back. Boom! A strong heartbeat echoed, and suddenly, splashes of water erupted from the bottom of Hanfeng Lake. Countless zombies crawled out from within. Roar! Ling Ji looked over, and these zombies were armored and wielding sharp blades, like a well-trained army. Though they looked extremely ugly, just standing there, they emitted an overwhelming aura. The system panel popped up. Kingsguard Army. Physique, 1300, average. Spirit, 300, average. Evaluation, Zhu Wuling's personal guard army, having experienced countless years, still holds the strength of an average level 3. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! You're telling me this is what we have to face? There are so many level 3 zombies. Are you kidding me? And they're wearing armor. Ain't this some bullshit? I suspect this damn system is trying to feed us to these monsters. Hanfeng Lake area, generations of players have fought large-scale wars here. The twists and turns are too complicated to explain. I don't understand why is everyone talking about it. Players being trapped in Hanfeng. It's like this ancient battlefield is destined to end badly for us. God damn it. Level 1 against level 3. The advantage is mine. It's fine. A level 1 is stronger than a level 6. What's a mere level 3? But the situation was far from over. Suddenly, 4 enormous zombie heads emerged from the 4 corners of Hanfeng Lake. The lake roared as 4 massive shadowy figures broke through the water from the lake's bottom, raising blood-red waves several meters high, crashing against the shore, with the foul stench of decay and thick blood energy sweeping across the entire lake surface. The players who had just been joking fell silent the moment they saw the 4 monsters. Their blood seemed to freeze in that instant. The leaders of the Chaolong and Shidiangsheng guilds stood together, and when they saw the scene, their faces suddenly darkened. Even Ling Ji revealed an unprecedented serious expression. The first to rise in the northwest corner was a giant corpse wrapped in bronze chains. The system panel instantly popped up in front of all the players. Chained Corpse General. Rank, level 4. Physique, 2200. Spirit, 860. Evaluation, one of Zhu Wuling's 4 generals, using chains to bind souls, capable of crushing mountains. A fierce creature guarding the northwest side of the coffin. In the northeast corner, the lake's surface suddenly rose, and a gigantic creature covered in dark green-black scales slowly stood up. Its body was like a moving small mountain, with scales that were a distorted form of skin, as hard as aerospace-grade steel, and embedded with countless human bones and rotting aquatic plants. Water Ghost Corpse General? Rank, level 4. Physique, 2100. Spirit, 720. Evaluation: one of Zhu Wuwang's 4 generals, merging with the shape of a water beast, controlling water erosion poison, guarding the northeast side of the coffin. Chapter 39, for major corpse generals? Slash. In the southwest corner, the shadow broke through the water without any earth-shattering noise, but it made everyone feel a deep, bone-chilling coldness. It was a blood and flesh monster made from countless sewn-together corpses, a grotesque creature. It was shorter than the two in front, but its entire body was wriggling with sticky, bloody tendrils. Its upper body twisted awkwardly, growing over a dozen distorted human heads, each with blood tears streaming from their sockets, their scarlet gazes locking onto the living humans in the vehicles on the shore. 100-eyed corpse general. Tier, 4th. Physique, 2,800. Spirit, 1,200. Evaluation: one of the 4 commanders under the command of King Wu, a body of gathered souls, controlling the poison of illusionary corpses, guarding the southwestern direction of the coffin. And the giant corpse standing at the southeast corner was the largest and most despair-inducing of the 4. It stood over 20 meters tall, completely wrapped in heavy black iron armor, with deep, bone-revealing slashes covering the armor, the coagulated black blood having long fused with the armor and rotten flesh. The most terrifying part was that it had no head. At the top of its thick neck was a savage severed stump, with black-red blood mist constantly spraying out from the break, forming a twisted, resentful human face in mid-air. Headless corpse general. Tier, 4th. Physique, 2,600. Spirit, 900. Evaluation: the first of the 4 commanders under King Wu's command, the will to fight persists even after death, observing the world through blood mist, guarding the southeastern direction of the coffin as the most fearsome creature. The shore immediately exploded with noise, desperate curses rising one after another. They've gone mad. All gone mad. 4 Tier 4s? How are we, a bunch of Tier 1 players, supposed to handle this? The boss hasn't even shown up yet. Just these 4 generals, I already feel like we're unbeatable. Run. Hurry up and run. This is not something humans can fight. Run? Where can you run to? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, they'll still kill you. There's only one way today. That is to kill, kill, kill. No retreat. Today, either these zombies die, or we die. Brothers, let's kill. Countless vehicles all fired at once, rockets continuously striking at the zombie generals. Roar. The zombie kings and royal guards all roared in unison, then, with discipline, began charging toward the player vehicles. Bang. The sound of cannon fire mixed with the roars, and the number of people in the area began to decrease once again. Fei, you take control of the machine gun, fire everything. Ling Ji instructed Ning Fei, then turned to Shen Limo, you clear out these royal guards. Got it. Okay. Ling Ji then got out of the vehicle alone, looking at the 4 generals coming ashore. 4 generals. Just in time. Time for me to warm up. A pair of purple thunder wings suddenly appeared behind him. With one hand held out, a purple thunder spear appeared in his hand. Go. Ling Ji threw it forcefully at the chained corpse general. The purple thunder spear shot through the air like a streak of light, immediately smashing into the bloated body of the chained corpse general. The purple lightning traveled through the chains wrapped around its body, instantly paralyzing the entire corpse. Ling Ji's wings behind him fluttered, and his whole body shot out like an arrow. A 10,000 thunder spear appeared in his hand, piercing straight toward the chained corpse general. Roar! The chained corpse general swung its arm, and immediately a chain several meters thick flew toward Ling Ji. Oomph! Ling Ji's thunder spear blazed with lightning as it collided with the chain. Boom! A huge explosion resounded. The chain wrapped around the chained corpse general's arm was instantly shattered, and the other corpse generals showed signs of surprise. They seemed unable to believe that such a small bug could shatter the weapon of the chained corpse general. Shen Limo and Ning Fei were also making smooth progress on their end, with Shen Limo continuously stripping away the shadows of the royal guards. The shadow tree tore apart one zombie after another. Ning Fei, constantly controlling the Thunder God machine gun, was smashing the royal guards to pieces. The losses for the 3 major guilds of the Dragon Tiger Association were quite heavy. Chao Long kept ordering a retreat. The strength of the Tier 3 zombie army was something they couldn't handle. Chu Tianxiong's vehicle had also reached level 4, and was at the forefront, charging at the royal guards. Fight! Kill all these zombies. Can't you see? Those 4-tier zombies. All of it was blocked by the big boss alone. Quick, quick, quick! Everyone, don't stop firing. Even so, the vehicles under his command were still being destroyed one by one. Chu Tianxiong watched the guild members, continuously getting killed by the Wang Wei army, with pain in his heart. Roar! Dozens of Wang Wei soldiers surrounded Ling Ji's vehicle, continuously hacking at it. But the infinite durability attribute kept the War Fortress defense at full strength. Ning Fei simply stopped fighting the zombies surrounding them and went directly for the other zombies. Roar! The water ghost general let out an angry roar, spewing black lake water from its mouth. The hundreds of eyes of the hundred-eyed general instantly emitted red light, while the headless general stretched out its huge hand. The three generals' attacks came crashing toward Ling Ji. No martial virtue. Ling Ji cursed under his breath, and the thunder power in his body surged. Immediately, the sky gathered dark thunderclouds, and purple lightning descended from the sky. Boom! The purple lightning illuminated the entire area, and Ling Ji was enveloped in a thunderous armor. He took the attacks of the three generals head-on and shouted, "Die for me!" Ling Ji grasped with one hand, and a blood-red long knife appeared in his hand. This was the killing intent he had been refining these days. A flash of blood-red light passed by, and the chain general's entire body was split in two, falling heavily into the lake. Roar! Roar! Ha! Before the three generals could react to the death of the chain general, Ling Ji followed up with an attack. The killing intent in his body was infused into the long knife in his hand, and the blood-red long knife started emitting red mist. Roar! The headless general sensed the threat of death and roared, throwing a punch at Ling Ji. A trivial skill. Ling Ji easily swung out a blood-red knife wave, while his eyes flashed and looked at the hundred-eyed general, the eerie purple light immediately shining in his eyes. Ah! The dozens of human heads on the hundred-eyed general instantly screamed in human voices. At the same time, its arms began to attack wildly. The nearby water ghost general was affected and was punched into Hanfone Lake. The headless general had already stopped moving. As a blood-red flash passed, a bloodline appeared on its body, and then its upper body and lower body separated. The hundred-eyed general was still struggling in the slaughter illusion when Ling Ji struck, severing all 10 of its heads. The water ghost general, just crawling out of Hanfone Lake, saw that among the 4 generals, it was the only one left. Roar! Before it could understand what had happened, the blood-red flash struck again, and its head fell directly into the lake, causing a large splash of water. Chapter 40, Fight the 4 Martial Kings. Detected that all 4 generals have been slain. Boss, the 4 Martial Kings. Reviving. Congratulations, player. You have slain the 4 generals, and earned 10,000 gold, 30 titanium alloy, and 300 aviation alloy. You have received a permanent attribute boost, physique plus 50, mentality plus 26. Ling Ji ignored the system's notification sound, his wings behind him flapping, and he directly flew to his vehicle's side. At this moment, the battle between the players and the zombie Wang Wei army had also entered a fever pitch, both sides charging fiercely at each other. Ling Ji raised his hand, and the zombie Wang Wei soldiers next to his vehicle were all turned to ash by lightning. In the center of Hanfone Lake, the bronze coffin absorbed blood energy even faster. The overwhelming blood energy turned into a vortex, directly drilling into the bronze coffin. Thump! 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 The heartbeat from inside the bronze coffin grew louder. What's happening? My heart feels so uncomfortable. Me too. I feel like my heart's about to explode. The zombie Wang Wei soldiers, also affected by the heartbeat, suddenly exploded. The blood mist kept drifting toward the 4 martial kings. The number of people in the region sharply decreased again. Up until now, only a little over 500,000 remained. Everyone, cover your ears. Turn on the car's music. Chu Tianxiang shouted loudly with a loudspeaker at this moment. By the way, turn on the car DJ. A burst of energetic sound rang out in the Hanfone Lake area, completely overpowering the heartbeat of King Jiwu. Brothers! It really works. My heart was already feeling awful. But after listening to the music, I feel so much better. Quick! Turn on the car music, turn the volume all the way up. This could save lives. More and more music started playing, and the entire area became a jumbled mess of sounds. The bronze vertical coffin seemed to disagree, and the heartbeat sound of King Jiwu grew louder. Thump! 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 Boom boom, boom boom, boom boom. Ahyo love comes too fast, just like a tornado. Ling Ji stood stunned, amazing. To think they could come up with such a method to fight against this strange heartbeat. Roar! King Jiwu in the bronze coffin could no longer hold back, deciding to give this group of humans a painful lesson. It kicked the coffin lid in front of it, and the lid shot like a missile towards Chu Tianxiang. Boss! King Jiwu has awakened. Damn it! Boss, help! Chu Tianxiang shouted with all his might. The coffin lid was mid-air when suddenly, a lightning bolt struck it, slamming it to the ground with a huge impact, raising a cloud of dust. King Jiwu stepped out of the bronze coffin, his gaze filled with murderous intent, looking directly at Chu Tianxiang. But it also knew that there was another strong fighter among these humans. At this moment, Chu Tianxiang was carrying a rocket launcher, firing a shell directly at King Jiwu. Boom! The smoke from the explosion cleared, and King Jiwu's figure reappeared, completely unharmed. Damn! Fire! Chu Tianxiang yelled loudly, and immediately, all the car-mounted weapons of the Qingyan society aimed at King Jiwu, firing countless bullets. Bang bang bang! Da-da-day! La la la! Gunshots and cannon fire rang out again, but this time, the firepower seemed a bit lacking. The ammunition had almost been used up by now. After a round of saturation fire, King Jiwu only had a few wounds on his body. He uttered a syllable that no one could understand, and raised his hand. A mass of blood mist appeared in his hand, instantly forming into a long spear. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow. Damn it, you're copying me? The blood spear in King Jiwu's hand flew directly towards the group of vehicles at lightning speed. Boom! Along the way, every vehicle was torn apart, and the players inside were all sucked dry by the blood spear, turning into dried corpses. Ling Ji's spiritual power saw all of this clearly in his mind. TSK, such a show of force? He could clearly sense that every time King Jiwu absorbed someone's blood, his momentum increased a little. The blood spear exploded among the vehicles, and the blood mist immediately enveloped hundreds of vehicles. The vehicles covered by the mist were all corroded and dissolved by the blood fog. Ah! This blood mist can dissolve vehicles. What is this thing? Ah! Ah! These blood mists are sucking my blood. The players in the vehicles could only watch as their vehicles were destroyed, their blood sucked dry by the blood mist. No! I have to take action. King Jiwu's momentum was higher than when he first appeared, and Ling Ji took a step forward, instantly flashing through the air. King Jiwu's gaze shifted to Ling Ji, a flash of suspicion in his eyes. He could sense that Ling Ji posed a deadly threat to him, but such a strong human's blood must be delicious. King Jiwu raised his hand, and dozens of blood spears condensed in the air. Ling Ji clearly observed that King Jiwu's momentum had dropped a bit. So that's how it is, this zombie king is using its own blood energy to condense the blood spears. No wonder it has this effect. Ling Ji smirked. Good, this will make it much easier to kill. King Jiwu raised his hand, and all the blood spears shot out. Ling Ji's hand appeared the Thousand Thunder Skydraw Spear, Heaven's Fury. At once, purple lightning crackled around his body, while above the Hanfeng Lake area, endless thunderclouds began to gather. Purple lightning flashed constantly within the thunderclouds, and Ling Ji's imposing aura rose higher. Ling Ji pressed downward with one hand. Boom! The sky suddenly erupted with countless purple lightning bolts, striking downward in succession. 10 blood guns, crashing into the vehicle group, were instantly shattered by the thunder. At this moment, Ling Ji thrust the tip of his gun forward, and a purple thunderbolt shot out from the gun's tip, shattering the blood gun that was flying toward him. The purple thunder surged forward with unstoppable momentum, charging at the Martial Kings. Ha! The Martial King grasped the air with one hand, and suddenly, the waters of Hanfeng Lake splashed violently, as a blood-covered longsword flew up from the lake's bottom and was caught in his hand. Ling Ji furrowed his brows, his thunder wings behind him flapping violently, and his figure instantly shot toward the Martial King. Bang! At the moment the tip of the Wanlei heavenly gun met the blood-covered longsword, a fierce spark of collision erupted. Ling Ji smiled slightly, his purple pupils glancing at the Martial King. Roar! The Martial King was momentarily stunned, letting out a furious roar. Ling Ji seized the opportunity, Dragon's Fury. Immediately, the ancient dragon on the Wanlei heavenly gun's body shot into the sky, with countless bolts of lightning pouring toward the dragon. Aang! The ancient dragon let out a dragon's roar and dived straight toward the Martial King. At this moment, the Martial King was still lost in the illusion of slaughter and had not realized the approaching danger. The thunderous ancient dragon charged toward the Martial King, and the purple lightning gradually washed away its flesh and blood. The blood aura surrounding the Martial King was also dispersed by the thunder. Ling Ji thrust the gun's tip forward, instantly piercing the Martial King's heart. The intense pain forcibly dragged the Martial King out of the slaughter illusion. Roar! Chapter 41, Kill. Snow Solitary Ridge. Roar! The Martial King was enraged, his withered body shook, instantly sending Ling Ji flying away. Still some strength left? Ling Ji narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on the Wanlei heavenly gun. Can't even kill it with this level of attack? He waved his withered arm, and 4 streams of light shot out from the bodies of the 4 corpse generals. 4 blood orbs flew straight into the Martial King's body, causing his momentum to suddenly surge, and all his wounds healed. The once withered body, nourished by the 4 blood orbs, became indistinguishable from a human body. Ding! Boss, Martial King steps into Stage 6. Martial King. Physique, 4,579. Mental, 13,684, sealed. Evaluation, final boss form. No monster in the endless plains can match it. Ling Ji stared at the system panel, inhaling sharply, realizing that this boss was indeed tricky. Hee hee hee. The Martial King let out a strange laugh. Human? Submit to me now. I will forgive the sins you have committed. A proud voice echoed in Ling Ji's mind. You old thing barely clinging to life. How dare you bark? Come and fight. Ling Ji snorted coldly, and the Wanlei heavenly gun in his hand instantly erupted with thunder. The thunderclouds over Hanfeng Lake thickened once more, releasing waves of purple lightning. You refuse my offer? Die. The Martial King immediately erupted in fury, his blood aura spreading outward in all directions. Everyone anxiously watched the battle between Ling Ji and the Martial King in the sky. They knew that if Ling Ji lost, everyone present would not escape the fate of death. Ling Ji grasped with one hand, and a purple lightning bolt fell from the sky, which he grasped tightly. Boom! The lightning exploded violently, dissolving the blood mist that was about to spread throughout the entire area. The Martial King's figure turned into a blood-red flash, charging toward Ling Ji. Ling Ji's strange purple pupils slowly turned red, and a murderous aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood began to emanate from him. He no longer used his thunder abilities but instead transformed his condensed killing intent into a blood-colored spear. Bang! A shockwave exploded between the two. The violent shockwave sent countless vehicles flying to the ground, and the 18 chains on Hanfeng Lake's surface shook violently. The moment the long knife in King Jiwu's hand met the blood-colored spear in Ling Ji's grasp, cracks began to appear. The cracks spread relentlessly. Crack! The entire long knife shattered instantly. How could this be? The only thought in King Jiwu's mind. In that moment of confusion, Ling Ji moved, the long spear in his hand thrusting directly toward King Jiwu's head, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Rip! King Jiwu narrowly dodged the deadly strike, but his left ear was torn open by the spear. Roar! Ling Ji had no time to bid farewell. 100 birds to the phoenix spear! He roared, and the blood-colored spear in his hand transformed into countless spear shadows, covering every area where King Jiwu could escape. Roar roar roar! What kind of move is this? King Jiwu wanted to flee, but in the instant, Ling Ji's right hand revealed the thunderstrike spear of 10,000 lightning, throwing it toward the sky. Boom! From the dark thunderclouds, a massive purple-black lightning spear tip suddenly emerged, slowly descending toward King Jiwu. It felt as light as a sheet of paper, yet as heavy as an immense mountain. Roar! King Jiwu knew it could not escape anymore, these attacks had locked onto it. It immediately exploded with all its blood energy, forming a blood cocoon that wrapped around itself. Countless spear shadows and the massive lightning spear tip landed on the blood cocoon. Everyone watched intently, hoping that these two attacks would kill the boss. Because Ling Ji had already exhausted all his strength and was now plummeting from the sky. Shen Limo caught him and brought him back into the vehicle. Put! 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 Countless sounds of tearing flesh echoed, and then the lightning spear tip pierced through the entire blood cocoon. Roar! A thunderous roar shook the heavens, then all fell silent. Congratulations player for killing 6th tier boss, King Jiwu. Earned gold times 10,000, heavenly beast bone gold times 10. Congratulations player for gaining permanent attribute bonus, constitution plus 100, spirit plus 300. Upon hearing the system's kill notification, Ling Ji finally relaxed, otherwise, he would have had to use the killing arrow to level the entire Hanfeng Lake. Congratulations players in this area for surviving the bloody corpse tide, abyss difficulty. Ding! All surviving players in this area will receive 1 silver chest times 1. Ding! Leaderboard rewards announced. Abyss mode rewards increased. Leaderboard first reward, Black Diamond chest. 2nd to 10th place rewards, Dark Gold chest. 11th to 100th place rewards, Gold chest. Others, Silver chest. Ding! Starting to issue rewards. First place, Sign Language Girl, wins Black Diamond chest times 1. Second place, Narrow Escape, wins Dark Gold chest times 1. Third place, Dragon Tiger Club Chaolong, wins Dark Gold chest times 1. Fourth place, Qingyan Club Xiong Tian, wins Dark Gold chest times 1. Let me check if you're injured? Shen Limo said, touching Ling Ji all over, even lifting his clothes to look. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not injured, just exhausted. Ling Ji said weakly. This was the first time he had exhausted all his energy, and he didn't expect to directly crash. That's good, that's good. Shen Limo patted her chest, creating a grand wave. Regional announcement, the bloody corpse tide has passed. All players must reach the entrance of Shuegu Ridge within 3 days. Those who do not arrive in 3 days will be eradicated. Regional announcement, the bloody corpse tide has passed. All players must reach the entrance of Shuegu Ridge within 3 days. Those who do not arrive in 3 days will be eradicated. Regional announcement, the bloody corpse tide has passed. All players must reach the entrance of Shuegu Ridge within 3 days. Those who do not arrive in 3 days will be eradicated. The system announcements rang 3 times, making everyone realize the importance of this matter. Intelligent vehicle system. How far is it from Shuegu Ridge? Ling Ji lay on the sofa, chewing on the imported grape Shen Limo had brought, and asked. Report, Master, the distance to Shuegu Ridge is 20,000 kilometers. Got it, dismissed. 20,000 kilometers is no small number for the survivors. At full speed, it would still take 40 hours. This is only the straight line distance, but if you take the road, it's much longer, especially since the newbie protection period has already passed. There are still many dangers in the plane, but this is only for ordinary survivors. At this moment, Qiaolong and Chu Tianxiang and their group walked over. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow and sat up. Do you want us to go down with you? Shen Limo asked softly. Sure, you and Fei Fei can come down together. Ling Ji nodded. The 2 women then followed Ling Ji off the vehicle. God! This time, we owe our lives to you. We wouldn't have survived without you. As soon as Ling Ji got out, Qiaolong and the others surrounded him. God! This is our treasure chest. We thought it was a bit too hot to handle, so we spontaneously wanted to return it to you. Chu Tianxiang held a dark gold treasure chest in his hands, speaking respectfully. Yes, yes. We really feel unworthy of accepting this. Chapter 42, Level 5 Vehicle. God! Please accept it. This is our small token of appreciation. Yes. Thank you, God, for saving our lives. The others also expressed their gratitude. However, Ling Ji waved his hand, not meaning to ask for 5 times the amount, but to say that no more words were necessary. These are all things we got by risking our lives to kill zombies. I can't accept it. How could I face the brothers who fought beside me? Also, don't call me God. My name is Ling Ji, and if you don't mind, just call me Linggu. No, no, no. God. Oh no, Ling Xin. We sincerely want to return it to you. Chu Tianxiang immediately said. Yes, Ling Xin. Honestly, if our region didn't have you, it would be like losing the sun in the sky. Ling Xin. Your efforts in our region are well known to all. Ling Ji listened, feeling like he was about to burst out laughing. Wow, these people sure know how to speak. He, who was usually serious, almost laughed on the spot. Hey, hey, hey. Stop it. I say, everyone just take it. No need to give it to me. It's more important to improve our own strength. If I accept it, wouldn't I become a parasite sucking blood off of you all? Ling Ji firmly refused. Of course, if it was a black diamond treasure chest, he would pretend he didn't say anything. Although the dark gold treasure chest wasn't bad, it would still help improve their strength, so it was fine. The items in the dark gold treasure chest were of little use to him now, so it was better not to accept them. In the future, these people could have some strength to help him do things. Ling Xin is truly amazing. You have touched us deeply. This is Ling Xin's character. No wonder he has become such a powerful existence. Woo woo. I'm crying to death. A black line appeared on Ling Ji's forehead. This acting is over the top. Hey. Alright. Everyone, improve your own strength first. Then we'll head to Shueguling. We're all from the same region. We're all family. Ling Ji shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Ling Xin is absolutely right. Ling Xin. I have a women's accessory, but I'm a man. I have no use for it. Ling Xin, please accept it. One person took out a necklace and said to Ling Ji. Tianguang necklace. Rank, dark gold. Attribute 1, attribute plus 100, spirit plus 100. Attribute 2, the wearer must be a biologically female. After the wearer takes damage, a protective shield will be generated. Cannot be broken below level 6. Ling Ji took a look and said, alright, I'll accept this one. Then he casually transferred 1,000 gold coins to this person. Ling Xin. You really don't have to. That person was at a loss as they saw the sudden trade. Ling Ji patted his shoulder, take it, consider it a transaction. Okay. Qiaolong and Chu Tianxiang looked on with envy, only to regret that they didn't have any women's accessories. But they quietly remembered the faces of Shen Limo and Ning Fei, thinking that if they encountered them later, they must treat them well. This is Shen Limo, also the second-ranked powerhouse on our points leaderboard. And this is Ning Fei, my financial manager. Most of my transactions are handled by her. At this point, Ling Ji introduced Shen Limo and Ning Fei. Hello? The 2 women gave a faint nod to everyone. Hello, Miss Shen. Hello, Miss Ning. The people around immediately greeted with respect. Alright, go get ready, we'll head out first. Ling Ji waved them off. Got it, Ling God. Understood. Everyone immediately dispersed. After Ling Ji and the two women returned to the vehicle, he took out the necklace and directly handed it to Ning Fei. Ah, this? I better not, give it to Sister Liamo. Ning Fei immediately shook her head in refusal, feeling that she hadn't really contributed much and that it was better to give it to someone like Xin Liamo who could kill enemies on the battlefield. No, Liamo has her own methods for self-preservation. And this necklace, I took it just to give it to you. Ling Ji smiled as he looked at the dazed Ning Fei. Upon hearing this, Xin Liamo also chimed in, Fei, just take it. With your personality, you'd never buy something of this level for yourself. Now it's here, why not accept it? Ning Fei hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and finally slowly extended her hand to take the necklace. Thank you, Ling Ji. Her voice was soft, and a blush appeared on her face. Ling Ji's lips curled up, teasing, why be so polite with me? Just help me manage the accounts well in the future. I'll do it well. Ning Fei responded seriously. Next, it's time to upgrade our vehicle. Ling Ji immediately rubbed his hands together. In the warehouse right now, there were 40 units of Heavenly Beast Bone Gold, 500 units of Titanium Alloy, 50 units of Ink Scale Iron Gold, 3,567 units of Aviation Alloy, 150,000 units of Steel, 100 units of Multidimensional Conductors. As for the parts, iron sheets, and rubber, there were hundreds of thousands of units, more than enough. As for the gold coins, thanks to Ning Fei and the tens of thousands of zombies killed, there were already 690,000. Detected that vehicle upgrade conditions have been met. Do you wish to upgrade? Detected advanced materials. Heavenly Beast Bone Gold. Would you like to add it? Add it. Upgrade. Ling Ji immediately clicked confirm. After adding the Heavenly Beast Bone Gold, his vehicle would likely be tougher than an ordinary 5th level vehicle. Although he currently had an infinite durability attribute. After clicking upgrade, the alloy fortress under his feet was instantly enveloped in white light. ZZZZT. Gotcha. Various sounds of metal folding and tearing echoed, as the vehicle under his feet was undergoing massive changes. Roar. After about 10 seconds, a beastly roar rang out, and the vehicle had completely changed its appearance. It was no longer recognizable as a vehicle. First, the body of the vehicle had lost the original metallic feel of aviation alloy and was replaced by a thicker, black-gray glowing metal. The small gaps on the body were completely gone, turning into a fully integrated sealed body. Thick alloy spikes protruded from the surface of the body. The front of the vehicle had also deformed, taking the shape of a beast's head. The collision beams in front of the beast's head were like its tusks, seemingly capable of tearing apart all enemies. The tires had undergone a massive transformation. Now, they should no longer be called tires, but rather beast claws. At high speeds, the tires would curl up into a huge spherical shape, while at low speeds or when stopped, they would open up into a giant, sharp beast claw. Inside, there were 3 levels of space. The first level was the largest, containing various facilities, such as a kitchen, living room, bar, etc. The second level had 5 rooms, designated as resting areas. The third level was a lookout tower and weapon turret. The central control panel occupied half of the space on the first level. The onboard weapons were also upgraded, with the original Thor machine cannon evolving into the Beast God Close Defense Cannon. It could fire 10,000 rounds of bullets per minute and also had the added effect of intimidating monsters. Chapter 43, The Truth is One. Not only that, but after the 5th level vehicle upgrade, the missile function was unlocked. Now, Ling Ji's vehicle was equipped with. He already had 4 tactical missiles, with a range of several hundred kilometers, capable of turning any creature below the 5th rank to ash. Now, his entire vehicle, from the outside, looked like a massive black beast lying flat on the ground. Vehicle, beast-shaped fortress. Level, LV5. Defense, 5000, infinite durability. Mental protection, 500, infinite durability. Fuel tank, infinite infinity. Onboard weapons, Beast God Close Defense Cannon, tactical missiles, fully loaded. Space, 20 by 35 by 20, width times length times height. Rating, the prototype of a mechanical behemoth. You have the qualifications to be a ruler. Wow. It looks pretty impressive. Ling Ji could see the entire vehicle's appearance from the monitors on the central control panel. This design truly amazed him. Xin Liamo and Ning Fei also excitedly got out of the vehicle to personally experience the texture of this mechanical infant. This giant spike is really huge. The front of the vehicle is also quite powerful. I think the back of the vehicle looks better now, before it felt like a big butt. The two of them commented on the vehicle as they got in. Players still enhancing their strength through treasure chests naturally noticed the large black beast lying nearby. Damn! What level is this vehicle? It's so impressive? Huh? According to logic, Ling Shen's vehicle should be level 5, right? Why does it look completely different from the one in my vehicle guide? Bro, pass it around. TSK. He must have added some special materials. Probably, the book says you can add special materials to increase the vehicle's hardness or change its shape. Ugh. I can't imagine how precious these materials must be. Upstairs. You're scared, huh? I dare to imagine. After inspecting the vehicle, Ling Ji happily opened a cold bottle of cola for himself. I have to say, the interior of this vehicle is way more advanced than the 100 rooms I rented on Blue Star. Woo woo. Don't underestimate the bond one have with Blue Star. Xinli Mo and Ning Fei, laughing and chatting, got on the vehicle. Xiao Ji. Let's go. Ling Ji issued the command. Got it. Master. I will follow the marked route. The black beast of a vehicle let out a roar, then started moving its massive body. Its 4 beast-like claws crawled on the ground. Although it crawled, it could cover 20 meters in 1 second. Boom. 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 The 4 claws shook the Hanfeng Lake area. Damn. Lingshan is moving. This is amazing. Look at those 4 huge beast claws. Feels like if they slapped my car, it would explode. Tisk, it's all because Lingshan has the power. Chu Tianxiong looked at the black beast moving towards Zueguling with envy. Dad, don't mind him, we need to leave soon too. Chu Lingling urged from the side. Okay. I'm coming. The staff from the Dragon and Tiger Club, in the conference room, looked at the departing vehicle. Remember the shape of this vehicle. If you see it again in the future, show some respect. Understood. Ling Ji lay his head on Ning Fei's lap, enjoying her head massage. Xinli Mo was feeding him cut fruits from the side. Detection shows large groups of second-level hyena packs nearby. Automatic attack mode activated. The hyenas hadn't gotten close yet, and just 1 second later, they were turned into minced meat. There were no bodies found at the scene, only small pieces of flesh and blood scattered among countless bullets. The vehicle's 4 beast claws had long been transformed into 4 round, ball-like tires. It was speeding along at 1,000 kilometers per hour. Along the way, any monsters encountered hyena packs, wild bull herds, golden lion groups either didn't get close and were destroyed by the close defense cannon or were directly crashed into a bloody mist. At this moment, the vehicle had already entered sleep mode. Ning Fei was taking a shower, and Ling Ji sat at the edge of the bed, reading the vehicle route book he bought. The book was a damaged copy. This made him a little angry. It only displayed the upgrade conditions for level 1 to level 9 vehicles and the appearance of ordinary vehicles. Damn! Is it really just this little? How dare you sell it for 10 gold coins? Ling Ji was left speechless. At that moment, the bathroom door opened, and Ning Fei walked out dressed in a white sheer dress, barefoot. Her face still held the rosy glow after a bath, and upon seeing Ling Ji staring at her intently, Ning Fei's ears immediately turned red, and she couldn't dare meet his scorching gaze. Ah! Ling Ji quickly moved and picked her up, and the lights in the bedroom instantly went out. Meanwhile, Xinli Mo in another bedroom put on her stockings. Hours later, Ling Ji had seen the vast and towering snow-capped mountains of Snow Lonely Ridge. On the side of the mountains near the endless plains, the greenery flourished, with lush trees growing abundantly. However, looking back from behind Snow Lonely Ridge, the mountains grew taller, larger, and more desolate. To the limit of his sight, he saw snow, endless white snow covering the land. Snow Lonely Ridge, I didn't expect it to be this huge. Ling Ji couldn't help but exclaim. He held a cigar in his hand, standing on the 3rd floor observation deck looking out. Xinli Mo and Ning Fei were still resting in the master bedroom, leaving him to sneak out alone. There was no way, with over 1,000 physical attributes, he felt this strong. Worship me, mortals. With still nearly 10,000 kilometers to go, Ling Ji felt a bit bored and decided to open the regional chat. But he found that the chat was filled with praise for him. Thank you, Ling God, for clearing the monsters ahead. We've traveled thousands of kilometers and barely seen a monster, very safe. I have the talent to communicate with animals. I caught a 2nd-level hyena and discovered that all the monsters nearby were killed by a giant beast. Thank you, Ling God. Ling God is righteous. Ling God, I want to give you a monkey. Hey! What are you, a man, saying? What's wrong? Can't men say that? Ling Ji was instantly speechless. Well, they are still playing. They should let these monsters bite your butt hard. Does anyone know what the system wants us to do at Snow Lonely Ridge? Anyway, it's not for anything good. Just prepare yourself. That's true. It can't be for a vacation. At this moment, the vice president of the Dragon Tiger Club, Chao Hu, spoke up in the regional chat. Everyone, stay alert. Our president suspects this might be leading to the next map. When we first entered the survival game, the survival guide said that the area we are in now is the Endless Plains. But this is a survival game, and it can't just have one area. So everyone, take this time while traveling to strengthen your skills, upgrade your vehicles, and raise your ranks. Ling Ji looked at Chao Hu's message, stroking his chin in thought. The president of the Dragon Tiger Club, Chao Long, was likely right. By the rules of the survival game, it wasn't possible for them to stay in just one area. So the truth is clear. Chapter 44, The Princess of the Undead. The truth is clear. That is, the main purpose of this trip to Snow Lonely Ridge has basically been confirmed, which is to go through Snow Lonely Ridge to reach the next area. Ling Ji looked at the end of the cigar, took a puff, then extinguished it. Oh whoa! An extremely piercing wolf howl echoed across the plains. Ling Ji looked around and saw a pack of giant wolves, all snow white, rushing past. The leading wolf king cautiously glanced at Ling Ji, then led the white wolves deep into the plains. Why does that wolf feel somewhat familiar? Ling Ji raised his eyebrow but soon brushed the thought aside. The all-seeing map indicated a resource point of aviation alloy 2 kilometers to the left. Tisk, that's quite a distance to the resource point. Ling Ji's figure flashed and suddenly appeared outside the car, his wings beating behind him as he shot straight toward the resource point. Although aviation alloy was not very important to him anymore, no one could have too much of this material. Of course, the same couldn't be said for iron sheets. His mental energy was constantly sweeping over the surroundings. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation flashed through a patch of weeds 2 to 3 meters high. Ling Ji's eyes narrowed, and his mental power swept over again. In the weeds was an abandoned vehicle, and it was an RV. Wow, this vehicle is indeed nice, but the player's luck is a bit bad. He looked at the RV's body, which was full of scratches and bite marks, and made his comment. But what is that energy fluctuation about? Ling Ji then landed, and a flash of electricity surrounded him, killing a poisonous green python hidden in the weeds. Detected abandoned vehicle. Decompose? Decompose. Ling Ji confirmed, he could not be wrong about the previous energy fluctuation. Congratulations on decomposing the vehicle. Earned gold coins times 1, iron sheets times 100. Congratulations, player acquired item. Frost Tiger Essence. Frost Tiger Essence. Attribute, after consumption, permanent attribute increase will be gained, physique plus 200, spirit plus 100. Note, must have physique reach 100 before consumption, otherwise will explode and die. This is also a good gain. Ling Ji smiled and directly consumed the item. Immediately, a surge of heat flowed through his body, disappearing after 1 second. No wonder such an item could be decomposed from these 2 RVs, the physique must reach 100, which no novice player could achieve. After pausing here for a moment, Ling Ji did not stop again. He flew straight toward the aerospace alloy resource point. When Ling Ji arrived at the place, he discovered that this aerospace alloy resource point was actually an aerospace base. What the hell? How could such a place appear in the survival world? Ling Ji muttered in disbelief. Aren't such things found only on Blue Star? Wait. Is it an illusion? Ling Ji cautiously glanced around but found no problems. The attributes of the purple extreme demon eye were clearly marked on the system panel. What on earth is going on? Holding a curious heart, Ling Ji walked into the abandoned aerospace base. There were signs of activity inside, and it was within the last 7 days. However, he didn't pay much attention to it, these should be traces left by players. He had scanned with his mental power and found that all players within a 2-kilometer radius had died. Resource point, aerospace base. Once a high-tech base researched by the Goblin clan over several generations, but it disturbed the buried souls beneath the earth, leading to its destruction. Looking at the description on the panel, Ling Ji raised his eyebrows, the system panel wouldn't be wrong. So this place must indeed have souls. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps rang out, making his expression instantly serious. That pair of enchanting eyes suddenly glowed with purple light as Ling Ji scanned around and quickly spotted the being. Undead Princess. Spirit, 1650. Once a princess of a dynasty on the plains, her dynasty was destroyed due to natural disasters, and with a heart full of despair, she was buried along with the dynasty. The Goblin clan unintentionally destroyed the burial ground. Evaluation, please note, the undead will absorb the yang energy of living beings. No wonder I couldn't find you, your mental power is quite high. Hey! Do you have consciousness? Ling Ji immediately used his mental power to communicate with her. Same kind? You can see me? The voice of the undead princess echoed in Ling Ji's mind. Yes. Great. Finally, someone can see me. In 1,000 years, you are the 37th of my kind that I have seen. The undead princess said with a touch of excitement. What about those people before? Ling Ji's gaze suddenly became serious, looking at her. I don't know why, but when I stayed by their side, they died within less than an hour. And they couldn't see me either. The voice of the undead princess sounded aggrieved in his mind. Ling Ji suddenly found himself speechless. The undead princess probably didn't know that she would absorb the yang energy from those people. Before he could speak, the undead princess's voice rang out again. Before, I also saw some short gnomes who couldn't see me. Then I don't know how they died. Ling Ji had a face full of confusion. However, he could indeed feel a faint pulling force emanating from the princess of the dead. But his physical constitution was too strong, keeping the yang energy inside his body fixed, preventing it from leaking out. This was also why he didn't act immediately when he saw it earlier. Can you retract the pulling force from your body? Ling Ji asked. Pulling force? What pulling force? The princess of the dead had no idea, asking in confusion. Calm down and use your spiritual energy to control your body, you should be able to feel it. Ling Ji scratched his head. This undead thing isn't doing a good job, why don't you know anything? Oh. I'll try. The princess of the dead nodded absently. Ling Ji looked at the princess of the dead whose face was swelling up and couldn't help but shake his head. This seems like she's not too smart. Oh, I got it. The princess of the dead's swollen face immediately returned to normal, and she controlled the pulling force from her body. Genius. Ling Ji gave a big thumbs up. Alright, I need to work, you go play over there. Work? What work? There's nothing to be done around here. The princess of the dead questioned. Ling Ji ignored her and walked outside the base. Resource point detected. Do you want to acquire it? Acquire. The entire airbase began to decompose, pixelated light enveloped the whole base. Congratulations, you have acquired resources. 10,000 units of aviation alloy. Ha! The princess of the dead stared at the completely disappeared airbase, stunned for a moment, then let out a sharp scream. It's haunted. The next second, she instantly teleported to Ling Ji's side, hiding behind him, only daring to stick out her head to nervously watch the area. Chapter 45, from now on, I'll call you A Shuang. Ha! The princess of the dead stared at the completely disappeared airbase, stunned for a moment, then let out a sharp scream. It's haunted. The next second, she directly teleported to Ling Ji's side, hiding behind him, only daring to stick out her head, nervously watching the area. Ling Ji had a few black lines on his forehead. Haunted? You're a ghost, what are you afraid of? So he grabbed her from behind and pulled her out. The young girl looked about 16 or 17, dressed in a pure white long dress, and her face didn't look like a typical undead, but just slightly paler than usual. But why is she not too smart? Stop making such a big fuss. This is the system disintegration, it's also my ability. Ling Ji looked at her helplessly. System? What's that? The princess of the dead tilted her head and looked at Ling Ji. The fear in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by confusion. For thousands of years, she had been trapped in this dark tomb. After she came out, she only saw goblins running around and players in vehicles. But she couldn't even last an hour with them before dying, so how would she know about something like the survival game system? Ling Ji couldn't be bothered to explain these complex things to her, so he turned around and flew towards his vehicle. But just as he took off into the sky, the princess of the dead stuck to him. Where are you going? Take me with you. I can help you. I can even see things that are hard to see. Hey! Talk to me. It's been over 1,000 years since anyone has talked to me. The princess of the dead's chattering voice echoed in Ling Ji's mind, giving him a headache. He stopped in midair and turned to look at her. He could feel that the princess of the dead didn't mean any harm. It was just because he was the first human she had seen in over 1,000 years, and the first one she could communicate with. But sister, you're already an undead over 1,000 years old, okay? Let's try to be more mature. You can follow me. Ling Ji looked at her, holding up 3 fingers. First, don't randomly suck the yang energy from others. Second, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Third, don't drag your feet when danger comes. Upon hearing this, the princess of the dead immediately excitedly nodded her head, afraid that Ling Ji would change his mind the next second. By the way, what's your name? Ling Ji thought for a moment and asked. The princess of the undead froze for a moment, her eyes once again becoming blank. After thinking hard for several seconds, she softly said, I forgot. I just remember someone called me Ashwang a long time ago. Alright, then I'll call you Ashwang from now on. Ling Ji turned around and continued flying towards the vehicle, and Ashwang immediately followed, her whole body like a quiet little tail, floating just half a step behind Ling Ji, curiously looking around, even stopping to gaze at the abandoned vehicle in the grass for a moment. When they returned to the Beast Fortress, Shen Limo and Ning Fei had already woken up, sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, watching Ashwang following behind Ling Ji on the monitor. The two women's eyes held both confusion and vigilance. Ling Ji opened the vehicle door and went inside, and Ashwang timidly followed behind him. Seeing Shen Limo and Ning Fei on the sofa, she instinctively shrank behind Ling Ji. "Honey, who is this?" Shen Limo spoke first. She could clearly sense the cold, lifeless aura around Ashwang. "She's just someone Ling Ji brought back, so we don't need to be too cautious." Ling Ji briefly explained the situation with the airbase, and also mentioned Ashwang's ability to sense the presence of other undead. "Ashwang told me that there is a powerful undead aura in Wuling," Ling Ji added. Hearing this, Ning Fei looked at Ashwang's awkward expression, got up to pour a cup of water, and handed it to Ashwang. Ashwang froze for a moment, trying to take the cup with her hands, but her hands passed right through it. She then remembered to use her spiritual power to wrap her hands, catching the cup that Ning Fei handed over, softly saying, "Thank you." Shen Limo glanced at Ashwang a few more times, then relaxed. "Xiaoji, how far are we from Wuling?" Ling Ji leaned on the sofa and popped a grape into his mouth. "Report, Master. The distance to the entrance of Wuling Qingfeng Pass is still 3,200 kilometers. At the current speed, we will reach in approximately 3 hours and 12 minutes. Alright, keep a steady speed, no need to rush." The system had set a 3-day time limit, and only more than half a day had passed, so there was no need to worry about running out of time. The Beast Fortress continued speeding across the plains at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, with monsters along the way seeing the enormous black angled beast and fleeing in panic. Some, who were only curious and ran a second too late, were turned into blood mist by the beast god's close-range cannon. Within a 500-meter radius of the vehicle, no monsters appeared, and this was even with the range deliberately controlled, otherwise, several kilometers would have been cleared. Unlike the chaos on the plains, the inside of the vehicle was peaceful. Ning Fei was sorting materials while, at Ling Ji's request, categorizing items and materials that were resistant to low temperatures. Shen Limo was looking down at a book, occasionally blushing. Ashwang curiously glanced at it, then widened her eyes, her gaze awkwardly darting to Ling Ji. Ling Ji, on the other hand, had opened the regional chat channel, which was already buzzing. "Damn! I just exploded. My engine just blew up. There's still 8,000 kilometers to the entrance of Wuling. Is there a big brother who can take me there? I'll double the fuel. The Longhui convoy has 10 spots left. Requirements, level 3 vehicle or above, strength preferably second tier. Anyone interested, private message. Anyone gathering solo players? We already have over 10 people. Let's go into Wuling together. Damn. Just got robbed by the Desert Wolf Society. What a bunch of dirty scum. Does anyone have cold-resistant medicine? I see that behind Wuling is all snow. Don't worry, brother, we're all in the vehicle. What's there to fear about snow? But something still feels off. I don't think a survival game should let us be this comfortable. The brother upstairs has a point. I also think we should prepare some cold-resistant items. Stop talking, those cold-resistant potions that were once worthless are now 5 gold coins a bottle. Brother, you haven't seen the gene potions, now they're 100 gold coins a bottle. Stop it, damn, the gene potions aren't expensive. It's just the certification to get them is a bit pricey. Do you know how many gold coins the entry-level certification costs? A full 1,000 gold coins. Oh my. What time is it and you're still playing? Ling Ji looked at the content in the chat channel, helplessly shaking his head. The cold-resistant potions had indeed been inflated, and their prices were still rising. With his physique, he didn't need to use the cold-resistant potions, but Xinli Mo and Ning Fei did. Cold-resistant potions are single-use items. After taking them, they only provide an hour of cold resistance, and the lower the temperature, the shorter the duration. Ling Ji closed the chat window and looked at the snow solitary ridge, which loomed like a giant dragon coiled around it. The entrance to the Qingfeng Pass was already faintly visible. Chapter 46, The Skeleton Army. 3 hours later, the beast-shaped fortress steadily stopped in front of this giant pass. Ling Ji got off the vehicle and looked up. On the city wall were countless traces of attacks. He had to tilt his head back and look up forcefully just to see this massive wall that seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding mountain ranges. The city wall didn't appear to be made of ordinary materials, it radiated an ancient and heavy aura. The 100-meter-high wall was like an eternal landmark, and his vehicle in front of it seemed like a mere toy. The whole wall wasn't smooth at all, it was filled with dense scorch marks, claw prints, arrow scars, spear tips, and shattered beast fangs embedded tightly into the wall. The wind howled through the pass, carrying with it an ancient yet stirring whistle, like a battle song from the distant sky. Such a heavy aura, what kind of massive battle must have occurred here? Ling Ji thought, feeling countless emotions in his heart. His wings rumbled with thunder as they rose, heading straight for the city wall. But after flying only 10 meters, he felt an immense pressure coming from above. Who? This pressure. Ling Ji struggled against the pressure, flying up 1 more meter, but couldn't fly any further. This strong pressure made it hard to imagine what kind of powerful being could break through the pressure of over 100 meters and shatter the city gate tower. Ling Ji abandoned the idea of flying up to the city wall and turned back to his vehicle. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. He had already sensed some monsters approaching. Back in the vehicle, Xinliamo and Ning Fei were also on the watchtower, looking at the scenery outside. Ling Ji didn't go up to find them but used his talent to check the surrounding situation. However, the all-knowing map didn't show any resource points or treasure chests, it was all barren. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow. A barren land also meant there were no monsters. But are there really no monsters? Ling Ji immediately called for a Shuang to sense the surrounding situation. A Shuang closed her eyes, a faint grayish-white aura spreading from her body. After tens of seconds, she opened her eyes, her face paling, and whispered to Ling Ji, "There's nothing on the plains, but inside the pass, there are many undead. The deeper you go, the more there are, and their soul fires are getting brighter." Ling Ji nodded. He hadn't expected there to be so many undead in the pass. "You go call Liamo and Fei Fei to come for dinner." Ling Ji waved his hand, and an electric stove and a pot appeared. Today, he was preparing to eat spicy beef hot pot. The temperature outside had already dropped, and the central console displayed -15 degrees. The ground around here had frozen solid, with only a few patches of withered grass. He prepared the base ingredients, and soon, the living room was filled with a rich, overpowering spicy aroma. The red oil in the pot bubbled and rolled, with the fragrance and spiciness rising in waves from the pot, while Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers danced with the red oil. Beef and lamb were laid out on a wooden rack beside the table. There were also all kinds of vegetarian ingredients such as baby bok choy, enoki mushrooms, and tofu skins. Bottles of chilled beer were taken out by Ling Ji from the purple extreme demon eyes divine space and placed on the table. If other survivors saw this, they would definitely envy him to death. Unlike Ling Ji, who had hundreds of thousands of gold coins to squander, they could barely afford to split a single gold coin in half. This meal alone would be worth hundreds of gold coins. Just the vegetables were already worth 5 gold coins per portion, each portion weighing 100 grams. Furthermore, even if these vegetables were placed in a backpack, they would spoil. But Ling Ji's divine space had no such worries, as the space inside the purple extreme demon eye was completely still. Originally, gold and materials for upgrading vehicles were hard to come by, so how could they possibly spend hundreds of gold coins just for a hot pot meal? This was too extravagant for them. After a while, Xinliamo, Fei Fei, and a Shuang arrived in the living room. Seeing the full table of hot pot ingredients and chilled beer, Xinliamo's eyes lit up. "Wow, you actually managed to get so much delicious food." Fei Fei also excitedly rubbed her hands together, "I can't wait to dig in." Ling Ji smiled and waved them to sit down. "Come on, eat." "Stop talking." Everyone grabbed their chopsticks and started putting ingredients into the pot. Beef and lamb dipped into the boiling red oil, covered with rich broth, and were sent into their mouths, the spicy flavor immediately exploding on their taste buds. They ate hot pot while drinking beer, the sounds of laughter echoing in the vehicle. "This hot pot is so delicious, I feel like I'm warming up from the inside out," Ning Fei said with satisfaction. Xinliamo also nodded in agreement. "Yeah, to be able to have a hot meal like this in a place like this, it really feels so lucky." A Shuang didn't need to eat, just chatting with Ling Ji and the others. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from outside. Everyone's smiles instantly froze, and they cautiously looked towards the window. They saw that the originally bare city wall of Qingfeng Pass was now covered with green flames. Crack! Crack! The continuous sound of friction came, and Ling Ji climbed up to the lookout tower, looking towards the top of the city wall. On top of the city wall, humanoid skeletons appeared, their skulls with glowing green flames coming from their eye sockets. These skeleton soldiers moved stiffly but in perfect unison, marching towards the vehicle, holding rusty weapons that reflected a cold light in the moonlight. Ling Ji furrowed his brows, and the system panel popped up. Skeleton Army. Bone quality, 1680, average. Spirit, 1300, average. Evaluation, ordinary soldiers who once defended Qingfeng Pass against the undead. After death, they were influenced by the undead and became a skeleton army that only appears at night. Ding! A large batch of skeleton soldiers detected. Beast God close defense cannon activated. The mechanical voice of Xiao Ji sounded. Bang! 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 The close defense cannon on the weapon turret started firing at a rate of 10,000 rounds per minute. But most of the bullets hit the city wall parapet, and only a few skeletons were shattered. Crack! 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 The skeleton soldiers turned their heads, raising their rusty bows and arrows, and aimed them at Ling Ji's vehicle. A barrage of arrows. Suddenly, countless arrows appeared in the sky, falling towards the area where the vehicle was. Ding! Vehicle under attack. Damage nullified. Ding! Vehicle under attack. Damage nullified. After 2 volleys of arrows, a large group of skeleton soldiers appeared at the Qingfeng Pass entrance, holding rusty weapons, marching in an orderly fashion towards the vehicle. Detecting a large number of attackable targets. Switching to vehicle-mounted weapons. Starting attack. The closed defense cannon on the weapon turret rotated, aiming at the charging skeleton soldiers. Tracer rounds were highly visible in the night, forming a laser beam as they continuously fired. Countless skeleton soldiers were instantly turned into fragments, but they were quickly replenished and continued to charge towards Ling Ji's side. From the air above the plains, one could see the frozen ground at Qingfeng Pass entrance. In the endless sea of skeletons, there stood an indomitable beast. Chapter 47, Departure. Throughout the whole night, the close defense artillery on the beast-shaped fortress never stopped firing. There were no traces left by the skeleton army on the frozen ground, only countless bullet holes on the surface, as if they were telling a story. Ling Ji also finished refining his killing intent for the entire night and stood up from the bed, a red glow flashing in his eyes. Survivors had already started arriving at Qingfeng Pass, but they were mostly group survivors, who moved faster and had arrived earlier than the Longhu Association. The Longhu Association, a major guild with nearly 100,000 members, was moving slower. Ling Ji didn't get off the vehicle right away but had breakfast with Shen Limo and the others before heading up to the lookout tower, looking back at the distant scene. He could already see the massive convoy of the Longhu Association. After waiting for another 2 hours, Zhao Long and Xu Tianxiong arrived. The two immediately brought their guild's core members to Ling Ji's vehicle. The moment Ling Ji got off the vehicle, the previously noisy crowd suddenly quieted down, and countless eyes turned toward him. Some were filled with admiration, some with envy, and others with jealousy and hidden greed. Ling God. Sorry. We're late. Xu Tianxiong spoke first. Ling God. How do we get in? Zhao Long respectfully asked. They had already seen the towering 100-meter-high wall, and the shock they felt was far greater than when Ling Ji first saw it. Ling Ji glanced at them and then at their neatly arranged convoy. Among them, many guild members were installing insulation layers on the vehicles. He calmly asked, "Are you all ready?" "Almost. The low-temperature modifications are done, fuel is fully stocked, we're just waiting for Ling God's command." Zhao Long immediately responded, then paused and added, "It's just, the checkpoint is a bit chaotic right now. Many scattered survivors have been robbed, and some groups are specifically targeting those who are alone. We've tried to manage, but there are too many people." Ling Ji said nothing, his gaze sweeping over the distant corner. A few modified off-road vehicles had surrounded a level 3 cargo truck, with several men holding weapons, smashing the truck windows and cursing loudly. There were many people watching, but no one dared to step forward. Because the off-road vehicles were marked with the logo of the Wild Wolf Association. For ordinary people, the Wild Wolf Association was one of the 3 major guilds in the region, not something they would dare to provoke. And this was not an isolated case. Some rebels were even dragged out of their vehicles and killed in front of everyone. Ling Ji's gaze turned cold. He was no saint, not one to mind other people's business. But these troublemakers, who were busy infighting before entering Snow Lonely Ridge, were just pests who would stab others in the back. He already had no goodwill toward the Wild Wolf Association, and now he was thoroughly disgusted with them. The next second, purple lightning appeared at the tip of his fingers. With a light flick, the lightning erupted above the heads of those men. Boom! A loud bang, and the off-road vehicles were instantly destroyed. The robbers beside them didn't even have time to scream before being electrocuted into charcoal. The surroundings fell silent, everyone holding their breath, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Ling Ji, especially the people from the Wild Wolf Association. The newly appointed president of the Wild Wolf Association, Blood Wolf, quickly ran over. "Ling God, what happened?" He forced a smile onto his face, trying to be overly polite. "Nothing." Ling Ji shook his head and slowly spoke, "We are about to enter Snow Lonely Ridge, did you give your approval for this?" Ling God, our guild, this is how we survive." Blood Wolf stammered, but a trace of unnoticed resentment flashed in his eyes. He was the president of a large guild, yet still had to be stepped on by others. Blood Wolf truly felt dissatisfied. But the strength of Ling Ji was well known to everyone in the area. Even if he had 9 heads, he wouldn't dare to confront Ling Ji. "I thought you could give me some kind of reasonable answer." Ling Ji sighed, his strange eyes glancing faintly at Blood Wolf. The next moment, the closed defense cannon on the beast-shaped fortress slowly lifted, aiming at Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf was about to say something more when he was turned into a cloud of blood mist. Zhao Long and Chu Tianxiong, watching from a close distance, both felt a tremor in their hearts. To be killed by a closed defense cannon, Blood Wolf must have died with honor. But if this kind of honor was given to them, they definitely wouldn't accept it. Are you kidding? Can this kind of thing be accepted just like that? Everyone watching this scene was shocked, and the members of the Wild Wolf Guild nearby were instantly filled with fear. Their guild leader was killed right in front of so many people, without any chance to fight back. This made them fear Ling Ji even more in their hearts. At this moment, Ling Ji spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the area could hear him. Before entering Snow Solitude Ridge, no internal strife is allowed. You've all seen the fate of the Wild Wolf Guild's leader. Anyone who robs or kills will meet the same end. After entering Snow Solitude Ridge, teams can form freely, each relying on their own abilities to survive, but anyone who stabs their teammates in the back, I will handle it personally. As soon as he finished speaking, no one dared to refute. Several groups that were itching to move from afar immediately shrank back, not even daring to show their heads. Zhao Long and Chu Tianxiong exchanged a glance, their eyes full of admiration. They immediately led the way and shouted, "We will follow Lord Ling Ji's orders." The surrounding players followed suit, shouting in succession, all filled with reverence. Ling Ji waved his hand, no longer paying attention to them, and turned back to his vehicle. In the next half-day, players arrived at the pass one after another. The originally empty ground was gradually filled with countless vehicles, stretching as far as the eye could see. Ling Ji glanced at the number of people in the area. From the 500,000 after Hanfeng Lake, only less than 300,000 remained. Although most of the people followed his route, monsters weren't immobile. These people could only blame their strength and luck for being a little lacking. All players in the area have arrived. Qingfeng Pass is now accessible. Task announcement: players must cross Snow Solitude Ridge and reach the frozen northern border within 7 days. Reminder: the entire journey across Snow Solitude Ridge is 20,000 kilometers, please prepare thoroughly. The area announcement came out, and Ling Ji immediately issued the order to march. The beast-shaped fortress let out a low beastly roar and was the first to start, its 4 beast claws crushing the ground, heading towards the boundary line of Qingfeng Pass. Behind it, the core convoys of the Longhu Guild and Qingyun Guild immediately followed. Further back, tens of thousands of freelance players willing to follow Ling Ji, their vehicles densely packed into a long line, heading towards Snow Solitude Ridge. As the wheels crossed the boundary line, all players' system panels simultaneously popped up a warning. A cold mechanical voice sounded in each vehicle. Warning: you have entered the Snow Solitude Ridge area, the basic map function is now disabled, only the vehicle's built-in detection function can be used. Warning: in Snow Solitude Ridge, spiritual power will be suppressed by the environment, currently the suppression level is 30%, and will increase the deeper you go. Warning: vehicles are prohibited from staying in place for more than 12 hours in Snow Solitude Ridge, exceeding the time limit will trigger monster hate lock. Chapter 48, Set Up Camp. Undead Assault. As the wheels of all players crossed the boundary line, their system panels simultaneously popped up a warning. A cold mechanical voice sounded in each vehicle. Warning: you have entered the Snow Solitude Ridge area, the basic map function is now disabled, only the vehicle's built-in detection function can be used. Warning: in Snow Solitude Ridge, spiritual power will be suppressed by the environment, currently the suppression level is 30%, and will increase the deeper you go. Warning: vehicles are prohibited from staying in place for more than 12 hours in Snow Solitude Ridge. Timeout will trigger monster hatred lock-on. Ling Ji stood on the watchtower, looking at the checkpoint city wall that swept past, high like a sky chasm. There was nothing inside the checkpoint, and it made him give birth to a little thought that last night was an illusion. But the purple extreme demon pupil will not lie, and the bullet holes on the ground were also telling the truth. Last night's encounter was real, it was just unknown where those skeletons came from. Ling Ji then threw this thought to the back of his head. Now already driving out of the checkpoint, he saw the current scene of Snow Lone Ridge. It was completely different from the frozen soil before the checkpoint. On both sides were mountain ranges several times higher than the Green Maple Pass checkpoint. On the mountains were dense forests mixed with broadleaf and needle-leaf trees, full of green meaning, and in the wind there was also the fresh fragrance of grass and wood. Now it was afternoon, the temperature was a bit lower, carrying a trace of chill. But it could still be seen that the temperature here was suitable. After driving 100 kilometers, on the road there only appeared scattered third-rank monsters. Just as they showed their heads they were beaten into blood mist by the beast god close defense cannon. The vehicle group behind also seemed to relax because of this. The regional chat also became relaxed. So this is Snow Lone Ridge. I didn't expect it to be just this. I thought it would be very fierce. No, is it because they fear our Ling God, and don't dare to come out, haha? Exactly. They say mental power suppression 30%, but I feel nothing at all. Not a bit of influence. Ling God is still a bit too alert, driving quite slow. If I led, within 3 days, we would directly pass through Snowlone Ridge. I rush first. Maybe ahead there are some resource points. I also rush. Brother, I go 1 step ahead. Not long after, more than 10 vehicles broke away from the main force and plunged headfirst into the deep forest. And there were still vehicles leaving the team, forming groups or alone to explore. Ling Ji looked at these vehicles and did not speak. There were not many monsters in the dense forest, so it was not scary, but there were many undead. This also was not scary, only a bit frightening. Especially drilling into the dense forest, wasn't this equal to feeding ducks to the mouth? Could they still let them fly away? Shin Limo looked at the vehicles disappearing in the monitor, frowned. Should we stop them? No need. Ling Ji leaned on the chair back, closed his eyes to rest. Those who want to die cannot be stopped. Letting them scout the road is also good. The beast-form fortress still kept a speed of 500 km per hour, not fast, not slow, moving forward. Ningfei brought a cup of hot milk, handed it to Ling Ji, and softly said, "Just now I checked, we have quite a lot of low-temperature resistance potions. Should we sell some to Chao Long in them? The temperature later will become lower and lower. If they cannot endure, it will also drag slow our progress. Wait until camping at night, then talk." Ling Ji took the milk, drank 1 mouthful. If we divide now, they may not take it seriously. And as Shuang tightly pulled Ling Ji's arm, she could sense that in the dense forest there were countless pairs of undead eyes, staring at them. If this were night, the vehicle group would surely receive an impact. Ling Ji looked at the sun already slanting west, narrowed his eyes, then sent a message in the regional chat. "Everyone keep firepower fully loaded. Tonight something will appear. Notice, do not let them touch you." Some people chose to believe this message, of course some did not believe. Especially those who did not follow the main force, and directly plunged headfirst into the mountain-dense forest. I say Ling God does not need to be so careful. If I had Ling God's strength, I would have already directly pushed across. Who says not? Ling God is still too careful. Sigh. Too steady is mediocrity. Wonder if Ling God can still keep invincible in the next map. Chao Long and Chu Tianxiong saw these open and hidden mocking words, and could not help but sneer. What rank are you to also be qualified to speak about Ling God? And they also felt something not quite right. From the afternoon entering until now, they only felt the environment becoming more and more gloomy and cold. Before the sun was about to set, Ling Ji found a wide open space and ordered everyone to set up camp and rest. The convoy stopped, and players got out of their vehicles, some still installing insulation cotton, while others were starting fires to cook. The once silent forest now began to fill with the scent of smoke and food. But this peaceful atmosphere didn't last long. Suddenly, a distress message popped up in the regional chat, and it was spamming the screen non-stop. "Help! Vines are wrapped around my vehicle. These are bloodthirsty vines. Damn it! They suck blood. Someone come save me. My engine shut off. These vines are too much. I can't clear them. Ling God, help! I shouldn't have left the team. Ah! The mountains are full of bloodthirsty vines." But the situation was far from over. What is that thing? Is that a person? Why do I feel so cold? What are these? Why can they get into my vehicle? Around Ling Ji's camp, many undead started appearing. However, it was night, and these undead could be attacked. Everyone! Open fire on these ghostly things. Remember! Don't let them get close to you. Ling Ji's voice rang out loudly in the camp. Many were startled by these ghostly beings, but upon hearing Ling Ji's warning, they quickly grabbed their weapons and began to fight. At that moment, Ling Ji stood before a 4th-tier undead. Undead Wolf King. Spirit, 2387. Rating, a simple 4th-tier wolf-shaped undead. Human. Die. A series of broken mental waves echoed in Ling Ji's mind. Ling Ji didn't waste words, he clenched his hand in the air, and a bolt of purple lightning instantly appeared in his palm. The sizzling purple lightning crackled with sparks, showing just how violent the energy within was. The undead Wolf King's green eyes immediately showed an instinctive fear. The undead are most afraid of things like light, fire, and lightning. Among them, lightning does the most damage to undead. How did you obtain divine-like power? A terrified voice echoed in Ling Ji's mind. Well, it's so scared it can speak clearly now. I'm too lazy to explain. You're not worthy to hear. Ling Ji responded with a snort, and immediately, the purple light in his hand surged. Boom! Crackle! The 4th-tier undead Wolf King was directly scattered by the sudden lightning strike. Congratulations, player, for killing a 4th-tier undead. Earned coins x2000, soul crystal x1. Congratulations, player, for receiving a permanent attribute bonus. Spirit plus 100. PS, finally caught up. spent most of the day on the highway. Wrote 2 chapters in the car and got dizzy, so had to hurry and continue after getting home. Chapter 49, The Greatest Seller. Those who saw this scene in the camp were immediately stunned. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What did I just see? A 4th tier undead, and Lingard killed it with 1 blow. How strong is Lingard now? A 4th tier undead can't even survive 1 hit. I was just thinking Lingard was being too cautious, now I'm convinced. Didn't expect Lingard already sensed the danger. In the regional chat, messages were rapidly spamming the screen. Apart from a few remaining distress calls, most messages were praising Ling Ji. And those who had been mocking Ling Ji this afternoon in the regional chat, subtly or openly ridiculing him for being too cautious, had their faces slapped hard and were too afraid to say another word. As for those who had been stubborn, they weren't just stubborn anymore. Their whole bodies were stiff. Throughout the night, the sounds of crying, pleas for help, and gunfire echoed continuously through the dense forest. But as for Ling Ji's side, it was practically paradise. He barely had to lift a finger, only dealing with the few 4th tier undead that appeared, eliminating them easily. The remaining undead were all cleared by the team following behind his vehicle. At this moment, Shinli Mo appeared from the shadows on the ground. Ling Ji, it's all done. I cleared the undead battle bears that appeared on the west side. They're all taken care of, though a lot of people from Qiaolong's team died. Shinli Mo said faintly, the tens of thousands of people who had died didn't have much of an impact on her. Ling Ji nodded. He had already expected these casualties. Although Wuling was the entrance to the next map, it would also filter out some people. Those who could survive were all strong. Now, the number of people in the area had already dropped to just over 200,000. This was only the first night of entering Wuling, and the situation ahead would definitely become more difficult. Just as he was thinking about this, a message popped up in the private chat. Dragon Tiger Society Qiaolong, Ling Shin. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Shin, for stepping in to save us. Dragon Tiger Society Qiaolong, if it weren't for your help, half of our Dragon Tiger Society would have been dead or injured last night. In the future, if you have any orders, we of the Dragon Tiger Society will go to the death without hesitation. Chu Tianxiang also sent a message of gratitude, filled with appreciation for Ling Ji, and the meaning was no different from Qiaolong's. But it was clear they were genuinely scared. According to Shin Limo, when those 3 undead warbears charged last night, their defense line was immediately breached. Whether it was the Dragon Tiger Society or the Qingyun Society, if it weren't for Shin Limo's timely arrival, they thought they would have perished there. Ling Ji casually replied with a single word, Chi-Chu, and then closed the private chat. Morning came. In the camp behind Ling Ji's vehicle, it was in complete disarray. Everywhere was abandoned vehicles, with no sound of battle, only a deathly silence. The players who had their yang energy drained were stiff, their faces pale, and they died in their vehicles. Even worse, some, in search of warmth, set their entire vehicles on fire. As for the players who were lucky enough to survive, some were slumped in their vehicles, breathing heavily, their eyes filled with terror, others crouched beside the bodies of their companions, silently picking up usable supplies, with not even the strength to speak. In one night, nearly 100,000 people stayed forever in this forest. Although this number seemed small compared to those who died during the 7-day newbie protection period, it was still shocking. But these were all elite players who had crawled out of piles of dead players. When the game first began, these 100,000 could easily surpass ordinary people by millions, yet they died on the first night in Wuling. This number made all the players' scalps tingle. No one dared to say that Wuling was nothing, and no one dared to beat their chest and claim they could dominate Wuling in 3 days. The confidence from the afternoon when they entered the mountain was completely crushed by the undead overnight. Not long after, Qiaolong and Chu Tianxiong, along with several guild leaders from smaller guilds, all lined up in front of Ling Ji's vehicle. Each of them had a tired expression, and it was clear they had not had an easy night. Ling Shin. What is the casualty situation? Ling Ji asked straightforwardly, his tone calm. Last night, the Dragon Tiger Society lost 10,000 brothers, and the Qingyun Society's situation is almost the same. Qiaolong's voice was heavy, other smaller guilds and solo players suffered even heavier casualties, many small teams were wiped out. He paused here, showing a troubled expression on his face, and hardening his resolve to speak. Ling Shin, we want to buy a batch of anti-low temperature potions. After last night, the potions everyone brought are almost used up. The further we go into the mountain, the colder it will get. Without these, our brothers won't survive. Don't worry. You set the price. We'll buy as much as you have. No bargaining. Once he said this, the guild leaders behind him all quickly nodded, their eyes full of pleading. Before last night, they hadn't thought that buying anti-cold potions was necessary, believing that as long as they stayed in the vehicles, they would be fine. But after last night, they realized just how terribly wrong they were. Although the environment was below -10 degrees, the vehicles could resist the cold, and the people inside felt no chill. But the problem was, that group of undead can directly pass through the vehicle's body and enter the carriage. This is undoubtedly the most terrifying thing. Although the undead in the night can be seen and shot at, with so many undead, a few will inevitably get inside the vehicle. Everyone was wearing simple clothes, forced to disembark and fight, and those with lower physical strength had to take cold-resistant medicine. Let alone the further they went into the mountains, the colder the temperature would get, and the amount of medicine used would definitely rise drastically. Killing the undead would drop some cold-resistant medicine, but it was not enough to cover the cost, so they had to keep buying. Now, cold-resistant medicine on the regional channel had already soared to 15 gold coins per bottle, and it was so expensive that even money couldn't buy it. Ling Ji glanced at them. Previously, Ning Fei had mentioned whether they should sell the extra medicine to them, but he had refused at that time. Now, they knew the importance of this item and were asking to buy it. Though the result would be the same, the effect of the two ways was worlds apart. Ning Fei. Ling Ji turned and called out. Coming. Ning Fei responded, stepping out from the carriage with a faint smile on her face. The stock is with me. For the core guild brothers, each can get 2 bottles, at the market price before entering the mountains, 5 gold coins each. For the freelancers, 10 gold coins each, limited supply, first come, first served. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Long and Chu Tianxiang's eyes immediately lit up, and their faces turned red with excitement. 5 gold coins per bottle? This couldn't be a dream, right? It was being sold for 15 gold coins outside, and Lingshan was selling it to them at a third of the price. What a huge favor. What they didn't know was that the largest seller of cold-resistant medicine in the current trading market was Ling Ji. And it wasn't just that. He was the largest supplier of items like aerospace alloys, steel, rubber, vegetables, drinks, universal fuel, and so on. Thank you, Lingshan. Thank you, Lingshan. Lingshan's great kindness. We will never forget it. A few of them bowed repeatedly, and the transaction was immediately completed. Ling Ji waved his hand, not interested in their medicine distribution, and turned back into the vehicle. Chapter 50, The Abandoned Mine. As soon as Ling Ji entered the vehicle, the warmth inside immediately rushed toward him. Unlike the low temperatures in the dense forest in the morning, Xiaoji had adjusted the temperature to 25 degrees Celsius. The breakfast had already been prepared on the dining table. The white porridge was thick and sticky, the fried eggs golden and fragrant, the freshly baked bread still steaming, and there were several plates of refreshing pickled vegetables, the aroma filling the entire living room. Sit down, it's just been served, still hot. Ning Fei smiled as she handed him the bowl and chopsticks, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Ling Ji. Shen Limo sat beside him, occasionally cracking jokes. Compared to those outside who were gnawing on cold, hard compressed biscuits, unable even to get a sip of hot water, his life felt like that of a god. Xuan, who had been sitting obediently on the sofa holding a cup of hot milk, didn't drink it, simply staring at Ling Ji. When she saw him sit down, her eyes instantly lit up, and she immediately came over. Lingu, you are so amazing. Xuan's eyes sparkled, her face full of admiration. Ling Ji was startled by her words, and his gaze toward her immediately changed. Ning Fei, who had been drinking the porridge, immediately coughed, her eyes wandering as she glanced at Shen Limo. Not a buddy? Why does this sound so familiar? He wanted to take a small whip and lash Xuan's, but, asking her if she had been eavesdropping, as these words were exactly the same as what she had said. This was simply ridiculous. He was furious. His fist clenched tight. Xuan, come to my bedroom. Ling Ji's mind was filled with countless thoughts, but he quickly suppressed them. He gave himself 2 slaps mentally. How could he think like this? Xuan was just a soul. But, it wasn't entirely impossible. Ling Ji fiercely rubbed Xuan's head as a punishment, then began eating his breakfast. After breakfast, Xiaoji's voice echoed. Report, Master. The detection within an 800-kilometer radius has been completed. No large monster nests, no high-concentration undead gathering areas. The main route is clear. Ling Ji wiped his mouth and stood up, walking to the lookout tower. Everything outside had already been arranged. All vehicles were lined up neatly, forming a tight formation. The core fleets of the Longhu Club and the Qingyun Club stood at the front and sides, waiting for Ling Ji's order to depart. Ling Ji took everything in with a glance, a satisfied look flashing in his eyes. It seems that after last night's beating, everyone had learned their lesson. Ling Ji picked up the communicator. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached every vehicle. Everyone, prepare to depart immediately. Maintain distance between vehicles, move at a constant speed, 500 kilometers per hour. No overtaking, no leaving the group. Over. Over. Go. 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 With a command, the beast-shaped fortress let out a low rumble, its 4 giant claws stamping on the hard ground, setting off. Behind it, countless vehicles immediately followed. A massive convoy, like a black dragon, plunged into the dense forest that looked like a green sea. The dense forest during the day was truly calm. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting down, and the wind carried the scent of grass and trees. Occasionally, a few third-tier monsters would emerge, but before they could approach the convoy, they were shot into a blood mist by the close-range cannons. The players sitting in the vehicles, looking at the beast-shaped fortress ahead, felt a sense of security in their hearts. With Ling Ji around, they felt completely safe. As for the beast-shaped vehicle at the front, Ling Ji leaned on the sofa, eyes closed, resting. Ning Fei sat beside him, massaging his shoulders, the pressure just right. Xin Mo was cutting fruits with her dark golden dagger. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely scold such waste. Oh, but it's Ling Xin. So it's fine. Xiao Jin had finished evolving, now pressed into a flat shape on the sofa. Pet, Jean Woody, Saint Tier. Rank, Tier 3. Physical strength, 1867. Mental strength, 1759. Evaluation, a Saint Tier slime? Unprecedented. Shuang sat on Xiao Jin, pulling its body back and forth. Xiao Jin was quite helpless, but seeing how its owner spoiled her a little, well, fine, whatever. Can't mess with her, can't mess with her. At that moment, Shuang suddenly turned her head, floated to Ling Ji's side, tugged his arm, and whispered. Ling Ge, there's a mine tunnel 30 kilometers ahead. Inside, there's a strong metallic scent, and many old soul fires, but they're very weak, no threat. Ling Ji immediately opened his eyes. He quickly opened the omniscient map. Sure enough, 30 kilometers ahead, a golden resource point was clearly marked. He hadn't opened the full map before, so he didn't see it. A mine tunnel? Xin Mo immediately perked up, stood up. Is there material to upgrade the vehicles? Husband, shall we go take a look? Ling Ji nodded. He opened the chat panel and sent a message to Zhao Long. Sign language girl, I'm going to check the surroundings, maintain the convoy's speed, stay alert, message me if anything happens. Longhu Club Zhao Long, understood. Ling Xin. We will ensure the task is completed. The convoy quickly arrived near the mine tunnel. Fei Fei, stay in the vehicle and guard the home, contact me immediately if anything happens. Okay, you must be careful. Ning Fei nodded, stepping forward to adjust his collar. Liamo, Shuang, come with me. Okay. Xin Mo's figure immediately blended into the shadow behind him. Shuang floated up, closely following Ling Ji, a faint grayish-white aura emanating from her body, vigilantly sensing the surroundings. Ling Ji's figure flashed, and instantly appeared in the dense forest. A few breaths later, the three of them arrived at the mine tunnel's entrance. But the entrance of the mine tunnel was already covered by thick vines and snow. Looking at the abandoned site that had been left for over 1,000 years, the stone wall at the entrance was carved with unclear patterns, and there were a few dried and blackened bloodstains. Shuang walked to the entrance of the cave and curiously touched the patterns on the stone wall. In the next second, her body suddenly froze, and her eyes became blank. Countless broken images surged wildly into her mind. Snowstorms filled the sky, the sound of war drums echoed, soldiers in black armor shouted as they charged forward. At that moment, Ling Ji noticed that on the city wall of Qingfeng Pass, there were the same patterns carved just like here. Shuang? Shuang, what's wrong with you? Xin Limo noticed Shuang's abnormality and immediately reached out to support her, her tone filled with concern. Shuang gradually regained her senses, her face pale as she looked at Ling Ji. Ling Ge. I think I've seen this place before. These patterns are the marks of the guards of our dynasty from 1,000 years ago. This mine was where they stored supplies for the defense of the city. At that moment, from deep within the mine, came the sound of crack-crack as bones rubbed together. A cluster of green soul flames lit up one after another in the pitch-black depths of the mine. Chapter 51, The Harvest in the Mine. In the abandoned mine, clusters of green soul flames suddenly lit up. Crack! 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 Countless bone-rubbing sounds came from deep within the mine. Ling Ji turned his gaze to the mine. These sounds, he had heard countless times before. This was the sound of skeleton soldiers. And not just one, there was a very high probability it was an entire army. Xin Limo instantly tensed her body, gripping her obsidian dagger in reverse, her figure merging into the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. But Ling Ji stood still, his strange purple demon eyes scanning, taking in the entire situation of the mine. He saw that the mine passage was filled with skeleton soldiers in black armor, each holding a rusted long spear. Their soul flames in their eye sockets were even brighter than those of the skeleton soldiers at Qingfeng Pass. Clearly, the two were not on the same level. At the forefront, a 3-meter-tall skeleton general held a cracked mountain-cleaving axe, its bones emitting a faint black glow, exuding an aura far more terrifying than the 4th-tier undead Wolf King from last night. Almost simultaneously, the system panel popped up. Black Armored Skeleton Soldier. Tier, 4th, average. Bone quality, 2400, average. Spirit, 2100, average. Evaluation: the elite army used to guard the mine, encountering them means you're in trouble. Black Armored Skeleton General. Tier, early 5th stage. Bone quality, 3800. Spirit, 3200. Evaluation: it only needs one strike. But it'll hurt a lot. 5th stage? Shen Limo's eyes narrowed. She wanted to use the power of shadows but was stopped by Ling Ji's hand. Don't rush. Ling Ji's gaze landed on Shuang. The confused look she had just now had dramatically changed. She furrowed her brow, looking at the skeleton soldiers charging like a tide. A faint grayish-white mist suddenly emanated from her, and a sense of inexplicable authority surrounded her. In the next second, something that left Shen Limo stunned happened. The black-armored skeleton soldiers charging forward suddenly seemed to crash into an invisible wall and stop dead in their tracks. The soul flames in their eye sockets began to flicker wildly, and their spears stood up on the ground, their heads lowering as if they dared not look at Shuang. The leader of the black-armored skeletons, however, became enraged, emitting a sharp sound from its throat as if scolding its subordinates, before raising the mountain-cleaving axe and charging at Shuang. Preposterous. Shuang's small face remained cold as she uttered 2 words. A visible gray-white ripple suddenly spread from her body. The mountain-cleaving axe that was mid-swing froze in mid-air. The 3-meter-tall black-armored skeleton general's entire frame began to shake wildly, and the soul flame in its eye sockets flickered as if it was enduring immense pressure. Clang! The mountain-cleaving axe fell to the ground. Thud! This player, whose mere presence causes even 5th-level skeletons to avoid, actually knelt straight down on the ground, lowering its skull deeply, too afraid to lift it again. Behind it, the 4th-level skeleton soldiers also knelt to the ground. Shen Liamo, shocked, almost dropped the dagger in her hand, her eyes wide in disbelief. What? Is Shuang really this powerful? Ling Ji raised an eyebrow, only slightly shocked. Shuang was the undead princess from 1,000 years ago. These undead, the guards of the old dynasty, were like subordinates when they saw her. But after 1,000 years, these skeletons were still able to recognize their princess. Feudal society really killed people. Ling Ji couldn't help but feel emotional. If these were his soldiers, he would have no complaints. In that case, others could experience the artifacts left from the feudal era. Feeling this thought in his heart, Ling Ji was immediately quite satisfied with himself. He was such a good person who loved to share. As the pressure dispersed, Shuang immediately turned back into the quiet little girl. She floated over and shook Ling Ji's arm, her eyes shining like stars. Ling Ji, look, they won't attack us now. Impressive. Ling Ji smiled and rubbed her head. Lead the way, let's go inside and take a look. Okay. Shuang bounced ahead, passing the kneeling skeleton soldiers. She waved her fist. None of you are allowed to move. This is my big brother, don't scare him. The skeleton soldiers immediately buried their heads even lower. Ling Ji and Shen Liamo followed behind. The deeper they went, the wider the mine became, and the stronger the metallic scent in the air. When they reached the deepest part of the hall, even Ling Ji couldn't help but let his eyes shine. In the center of the hall, 2 small mounds were made of MO-Lin iron gold and titanium alloy, glowing with their unique metallic sheen in the faint light of the mine. To put it into perspective, right now, in the trading market, 1 unit of MO-Lin iron gold costs hundreds of gold coins, and it's still rare to find. Here, at least tens of thousands of units were piled up. Just imagine, if every vehicle used MO-Lin iron gold, these undead wouldn't be able to enter players' vehicles. This is the power of MO-Lin iron gold. It resists psychic attacks and prevents these undead from entering. Next to it, on a metal frame, were rows of sealed boxes. Ling Ji casually waved his hand, and purple lightning shot out, instantly turning the box locks into ashes. Shen Liamo stepped forward to open them, and when she saw what was inside, she couldn't help but exclaim. In the first box, there were neatly arranged over 1,000 bottles of cold resistance potions. In the second box, there was a whole box of special materials, and all of them were beast bone gold. In the third box, there were only 3 glowing stones, but as soon as Ling Ji saw them, he immediately knew they were valuable. Talent advancement stones, weapon advancement stones, and talent stones. Shen Liamo's eyes widened. Wow. We hit the jackpot, honey. With these materials, our vehicles are even closer to upgrading. Ling Ji smiled and nodded. At this moment, Shuang stopped in front of a stone platform at the far end of the hall. On the stone platform was an ornate wooden box, thick with dust. Shuang looked at the wooden box, her body uncontrollably moving forward. Her eyes once again became blank, as if something was pulling her. She stretched out her hand and gently opened the wooden box. Inside the box was a piece of mutton fat white jade pendant, with the faint word Shuang carved on it. Next to it was half a bronze tiger charm, and the patterns on it were exactly the same as those on the mine entrance and the city wall of Qingfo. Chapter 52, Aishuan's Memory. The moment Aishuan's finger touched the jade pendant, she froze again. Countless broken images surged into her mind like a tide. The endless snowy walls of the city, she was dressed in a phoenix-embroidered gorgeous gown. Carrying a food box, she delivered hot soup to the soldiers guarding the city, their bodies frozen and wounded. In the Golden Throne Hall, the man in the dragon robe smiled as he placed the jade pendant around her neck, patting her head, saying, "Aishuang, be good, wait for your father to defeat the undead, then I'll take you to the northern border to see the snow." And the disaster of the undead that blocked out the sky and sun in the midst of falling snow, the city walls of the pass shattered, countless black-armored soldiers howling as they charged forward, using their bodies to block the gap, their blood staining the falling white snow. Aishuang? Ling Ji noticed something was wrong with her and quickly walked over, reaching out to support her slightly trembling body. Aishuang suddenly came to her senses, tears falling without warning. Though the undead had no physical form, tears imbued with coldness began to fall, sliding down her pale face and shattering into tiny ice crystals as they hit the ground. She looked up at Ling Ji, her voice tinged with sobs. "Lingu, I remember now. This is the official mine of the Great Yan Dynasty, Snow Lone Ridge. It is our Great Yan Dynasty, working together with the other 7 dynasties, that built this natural defense line to resist the northern border. Back then, the northern border suffered a devastating ice disaster, which caused an endless undead cold wave. Countless undead poured in from the northern border, and wherever they went, not a blade of grass could grow. The icebound pass we are heading to is the first gate of this defense line. Behind the gate lies the northern border, completely submerged by the undead." Ling Ji's heart stirred slightly. He had felt earlier that the Snow Lone Ridge, this mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, was blocking something. It turns out it was built to resist the undead of the frozen northern border, with the towering 100-meter-high pass serving as the barrier. But how terrifying must the undead cold wave 1,000 years ago have been to require such a massive mountain range as a defense line? At this moment, a burst of arrogant cursing from outside the mine broke the silence in the hall. "Damn! I clearly saw someone coming this way. If they haven't come out by now, they're definitely getting something good. Let's be careful, we don't want to be ambushed." "What are you scared of? It's just one person, and all 4 of us are second-tier experts. Together, how could we be afraid of him? Besides, this mine isn't his family's, everyone gets a share if they see it. Hurry up. Grab the stuff and run. Once the others come, we won't even get a sip of soup." Footsteps grew louder. 4 players, holding weapons, cursed as they barged in. At first glance, they saw the mountains of vehicle materials in the hall, and greed instantly filled their eyes, with saliva almost dripping from their mouths. So many precious materials, how could they have ever seen such a thing? But when they looked up, they locked eyes with Ling Ji's cold gaze. The greed on the faces of the 4 men instantly froze, and their faces turned pale in an instant. Ling God? The leader, a yellow-haired man, was so scared his soul almost left his body. He turned and tried to flee. The other 3 were no better, their legs trembling with fear. Ling Ji's gaze was icy. He had just warned in the regional chat this morning no one was allowed to leave the team or act on their own. These guys not only dared to separate from the main force, but also had the audacity to make a move on him. They were simply asking for death. A red glint flashed in Ling Ji's eyes, and before he could act, Xinli Mo's figure flickered and disappeared into the shadows. The next second, 4 piercing screams echoed in the mine. Xinli Mo gave them no chance to beg for mercy. By the time she reappeared, she was back at Ling Ji's side, her dagger lightly flicking, blood droplets splashing against the mine wall. And the 4 players had already fallen stiffly to the ground, utterly lifeless. Dirtying the place, Xinli Mo curled her lips, speaking with clear disdain. Ling Ji didn't care about this small incident. At any time, those who don't know their place never live long. He waved his hand, and all the materials, potions, items, and even the jade pendant and tiger talisman in the wooden box were stored in the divine space of the purple extreme demon eye. He left, he's going back. Ling Ji rubbed Shuang's head. Shuang nodded, closely following him. Besides the previous dependence, there was something else in her eyes, something indescribable and unclear. And Xinli Mo's perception was so sharp that she immediately noticed the special look in Shuang's eyes, letting out a soft sigh. Before leaving, Shuang looked back at the skeleton soldiers kneeling on the ground, softly saying, "Keep guarding here, good work." The skeleton soldiers immediately bowed in unison, their soul flames in their eye sockets burning even more fiercely after hearing this. The 3 of them left the mine. Ling Ji spread his thunder wings, Xinli Mo slipped into the shadows, and Shuang floated behind him. In just a few breaths, they caught up with the massive convoy. Returning to the beast fortress, the warmth immediately rushed towards them. Queen Ning had been waiting at the door. Seeing them return safely, she finally relaxed. "You're back? Sit down quickly, I just brewed some hot milk tea." Ling Ji briefly explained what happened in the mine and handed over the prepared anti-cold potions to Queen Ning. "Fei, check this, and the extra potions, when we set camp tonight, sell a batch to Chaolong at the previous price." "Okay, I'll take care of it now." Queen Ning smiled and took it, turning to head for the storage room. Ling Ji leaned back on the sofa and opened the omniscient map. On the map, the color of Shui Guling in the distance was getting darker, and the green of the mountain areas gradually faded. At this moment, large patches of snow began to appear on the ground, and the temperature slowly started to drop. The Dian Empire, the undead cold wave, the 10,000-mile defense line. It seems that Shui Guling hides more secrets than he imagined. And behind the frozen pass is their next destination. What kind of world lies beyond it? While thinking about this, the sharp alarm of Xiaoji suddenly sounded inside the vehicle. "Warning! Warning! A large-scale monster group has been detected 10 kilometers ahead. The number exceeds 3,000. All are 4th-tier monsters. They are charging at the convoy at high speed. At the same time, large amounts of undead energy are rapidly approaching from both sides of the dense forest. The convoy is already surrounded." Chapter 53, The Charge of the White Frost Boar Herd. Ling Ji quickly climbed to the lookout tower, his eyes locked firmly on the direction of the 4th-tier monster group marked by the radar. The omniscient map also opened in sync, and the movement trajectory was drawn in red lines on the map, rapidly approaching the convoy's location at an astonishing speed. He looked up into the distance and saw a thick snow fog swirling at the end of the snowfield. A group of wild boars, covered in white snow fur, were charging wildly across the snowfield, sweeping towards them with the destructive force of their charge. A system panel instantly popped up. White Frost Boar Herd. Tier, 4th tier, average. Physique, 2560, average. Spirit, 720, average. Evaluation, ferocious beasts of the snowfield that appear in groups. Once they form a charge, even 6th-tier experts would not dare to face them head-on. Ling Ji looked at the evaluation on the panel, frowning. The charging momentum of these white frost boars was rising continuously as the distance shortened, and their speed was astonishing. If they reached the convoy, those ordinary 3rd-tier vehicles at the bottom would be instantly turned into piles of scrap metal. What's even more troublesome was that the undead, who had appeared neither early nor late, chose this exact moment to complete the encirclement. Even a fool could tell that the undead were trying to pin everyone down in place, forcing them to take on the boar herd's charge head-on, not giving them any chance to scatter and dodge. But facing them head-on clearly wasn't feasible. Killing all the undead in the coniferous forest or forcefully stopping the boar herd's charge might seem like viable options, but they would actually be counterproductive. Although he had the slaying arrow, a monarch-tier item, in his hand, there was no need to use it just for these ordinary players. Because the value of this group of players is far less than that of this one-time trump card. So he didn't choose these two paths, but instead chose the third, making these white frost boars change course on their own. "Honey, have you thought of a way?" Shin Limo asked, seeing him come down from the lookout tower, immediately rushing to meet him. Ning Fei and Ashuang also looked at him, their eyes filled with some tension. Ling Jiyan replied briefly, quickly outlining his plan. The three women instantly understood after hearing it, nodding in unison. "Go ahead and do it, we'll keep an eye on the movements of the undead around us." As they spoke, the white frost boars had already charged to a position 5 kilometers away from the vehicle group. The deafening sound of hooves was clearly audible, and the air was filled with a biting chill. Ling Jiyan's figure flickered, and he had already appeared at the very top of the beast fortress. "Xiaoji, activate the beast god's close defense cannon, aim at the center of the boar herd, and fire with full force." Received. Xiaoji immediately responded, "The beast god's close defense cannon is activated, and will fire at the maximum rate of 10,000 rounds per minute, continuously covering the core area of the boar herd." As the region's one and only exclusive weapon, the close defense cannon's muzzle instantly lifted, and dense bullets poured down on the charging white frost boars. The white frost boars at the front were instantly torn into pieces, and the beast god's pressure attached to the bullets immediately dispersed. This was a natural instinct suppression against beast-shaped monsters. The wild boars behind didn't dare to charge into this deadly firepower net and could only subconsciously dodge into the coniferous forest on both sides, areas without fire coverage. The originally straight charging formation instantly showed visible deviation. Ling Jiyan's hands crackled with purple lightning, his gaze firmly fixed on the movement of the boar herd. Everything was according to his expectations. After enduring continuous firepower suppression and the beast god's pressure, the white frost boars, which had charged another 2 kilometers forward, completely split into 2 torrents, heading straight towards the coniferous forest on both sides. "It's done." Ling Jiyan's lips curled into a smile as he withdrew the lightning he had been charging in his hand. But at this moment, the players who had rushed into the coniferous forest were completely trapped in despair. "What's going on? Why is it suddenly so cold? My vehicle's engine froze. It won't move at all. Help! My whole body is frozen stiff, the yang energy is being drained. It's the undead. The undead are nearby. We're finished. The boars are charging at us. Lingard, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have run off. Please save me. Ling Ji, you butcher. You deliberately led the boar herd toward us. The regional chat was instantly flooded with pleas for help, wails, and curses. Ling Ji, however, only glanced at it and completely ignored it, picking up the hot tea beside him, blowing on the steam, and coldly watching the scene in the coniferous forest. The deafening sounds of collisions, metal twisting and breaking, and the miserable cries rang out in succession. The players who disobeyed the orders, along with their vehicles, were trampled into blood mist and scrap metal by the rampaging white frost boars. Those lucky enough to avoid the boar herd had already been drained of their yang energy by the undead, frozen into hard ice statues, unable to even scream. Ling Ji drank the last sip of his hot tea. The white frost boars had already charged through the coniferous forest and were running wildly deeper into the snowfields, leaving behind a forest in ruins. Pah! A bunch of ungrateful wolves. Exactly. Before departure, Ling God made it clear 3 times, don't leave the vehicle group, but they insisted on looking for death. They deserved to die. Just now, they were mocking Ling God, now they know they were wrong? Too late. If you ask me, it's better that they died, saves them from dragging us down at a critical moment later. The players left behind in the region chat were all cheering. Ling Ji glanced at the regional population panel, 1684557/1000000. More than 30,000 players who had strayed from the group had either died at the hands of the undead or been trampled to death by the boar herd. Come to think of it, he had to thank these 2 forces, helping him filter out a batch of unruly, worthless, low-quality players. Continue forward. Ling Ji put down his teacup and issued the command in the regional channel. Xiaoji immediately activated the beast form fortress, and the massive convoy slowly began moving again, heading deep into the snow solitary ridge. The sky gradually darkened, but unlike the pitch-black night when they first entered the snow solitary ridge, it was now just a dull, grayish dimness. The convoy had already traveled 7,000 kilometers, and the place where they were setting up camp was in the middle of the snow solitary ridge. The mountains here were bare, with not a single coniferous tree, only barren grass and frozen earth that the snow had failed to cover completely. Surrounding them were grayish-white ravines and cliffs. A slight misstep would send both people and vehicles tumbling down, leaving no trace behind. Ling Ji was sitting inside the warm cabin, sipping a bowl of freshly made hot soup. Outside the vehicle, countless bonfires burned in the snow, with groups of players huddling around each fire, curling up to keep warm. Their low-level vehicles had no mental protection, so they could only get off the vehicles, huddle together, and stay alert to the undead's ambushes. Unlike Ling Ji's hearty hot meal, the vast majority of ordinary players could only gnaw on a few hard, dry buns, sipping cold water in the biting cold wind. It wasn't that they couldn't afford to drink, but they couldn't bear to spend. Every gold coin was needed for more critical uses. Ling Ji looked at the omniscient map in his mind. The map showed numerous red dots of beast form monsters scattered across the barren ridge, but there were no signs of them gathering for now. He glanced at it briefly before turning his gaze away, not paying it much attention. The night had fully descended. The cold wind howled, carrying snowflakes as it swept by. All the players instantly tensed up, gripping their weapons tightly, vigilantly watching the surrounding darkness. At that moment, a sharp, howling wolf cry, filled with overwhelming pressure, suddenly tore through the quiet night sky. Immediately after, countless wolf howls followed one after another, sweeping in from all directions, causing the snow to tremble slightly. Ling Ji suddenly raised his eyes, narrowing them as he looked toward the nearby white hillside. There, standing on the snowfield, was a giant wolf, its body entirely snow-white, and its eerie green eyes were fixated on the beast form fortress where Ling Ji was. Chapter 54, Snow Wolf King. The snow-white giant wolf stood on the snowfield, its eerie green eyes locked onto the beast form fortress. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow, and the system panel instantly appeared before him. Snow Wolf King. Rank, 5th tier. Physique, 3678. Spirit, 1649. Evaluation, undoubtedly the Death Reaper of the snowfields. The more Ling Ji looked at this Snow Wolf King, the more familiar it seemed. He was sure he had seen this Wolf King before. After thinking for 2 seconds, Ling Ji finally remembered. The first time was when he stumbled upon it hunting a herd of wild cattle. At that time, the Wolf King had glanced at him from a distance. The second time was when he was on his way to the Qingfeng Pass, and he had crossed paths with the Snow Wolf King again. At this thought, Ling Ji's heart skipped a beat. When they first met, it was only a 3rd-tier wolf, and the second time it had reached the 4th tier. Now, not long after, it had already broken through to the 5th tier. The Snow Wolf King's potential was simply too astonishing. His brows furrowed. This was definitely not good news for them. Ling Ji slowly stood up, stretching his tense muscles, and then spoke, "Liamo, go clear the 4th tier wolf packs." "Okay." Shin Liamo responded, her figure instantly blending into the shadows behind her. As soon as the words were spoken, his body flashed, and he was already outside the vehicle. Gripping the air with his hand, the thunderstrike gun, crackling with lightning, appeared in his grasp. Seeing Ling Ji appear, the Snow Wolf King immediately bared its sharp white fangs but did not rush to attack. Instead, it merely stood still, staring at him from a distance. It paced through the broken snow, its eerie green eyes locking onto Ling Ji, attempting to find a flaw in him. Meanwhile, fighting had already broken out at other parts of the camp. Gunshots, explosions, roars of strange beasts, and the shouts of players intermingled, creating chaos. Ling Ji kept watching, seeing that the Snow Wolf King continued to circle in place. The Snow Wolf King, unwilling to step forward, snorted coldly, as expected, still nothing more than an uncivilized beast. Before his words even ended, lightning surged in his hand, and he launched the first attack against the Snow Wolf King. A thick purple bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, and the Snow Wolf King leaped, barely dodging the blow. "Awah!" The Snow Wolf King let out an angry howl that shook the entire snowy plain, charging toward Ling Ji with full force. Poof! Ling Ji twisted his wrist, swinging the thunder lightning spear into a dazzling arc, and his body shot forward. The tip of the spear, crackling with lightning, collided violently with the Snow Wolf King's claws, which gleamed with a cold light. A visible shockwave instantly exploded from the point of impact, sending snow flying in all directions. The collision was a direct clash of power, and neither the man nor the wolf gained an advantage. A flash of surprise crossed Ling Ji's eyes as he re-evaluated the Snow Wolf King in front of him. Its strength, it seemed, was even stronger than that of the former 5-step martial kings. But this was far from the Snow Wolf King's limit. With a sudden, mighty howl to the sky, a fierce white aura enveloped its body in an instant, and sharp ice crystals rained down from the sky. The range of the ice crystals was vast, covering most of the vehicles in the camp under a hail of frozen rain. What the hell are these ice crystals? Just a single touch, and my vehicle's defense is completely gone. My arm's been severed by the ice crystals. Not good. The wolf pack has broken in. As the ice crystals fell, a chorus of screams and wails erupted throughout the camp. The Snow Wolf King bared its teeth, its icy fangs glistening, its expression mocking Ling Ji's helplessness. "You dare?" Ling Ji's expression darkened instantly, and the thunder lightning spear in his hand crackled with a burst of lightning. Boom! Dark, heavy thunderclouds churned in the sky, and countless purple lightning bolts rained down, striking each snow wolf charging toward the vehicles. Whimpers and cries of agony rose one after another as the once ferocious wolves were struck by the lightning, their bodies charred and falling to the ground. Roar! Seeing his pack slaughtered by the lightning, the Snow Wolf King was completely enraged and let out a furious roar, charging straight at Ling Ji. "Come at me!" Ling Ji's eyes flashed with a fierce light, gripping his spear with both hands and thrusting it toward the incoming Snow Wolf King. The spear's body surged with lightning, and a vivid ancient thunder dragon roared out, opening its massive mouth and charging straight toward the Snow Wolf King. When the two collided, the violent purple lightning ripped and struck the Snow Wolf King's body, scorching its once pristine white fur into blackened, curling charred remnants, flesh and blood peeling away under the onslaught of lightning. But even after bearing such heavy damage, the blow still failed to kill it completely. The Snow Wolf King's once proud white fur was now mostly scorched black, its body covered in blood. It staggered back a few steps, letting out a long and mournful wolf howl toward the sky. "Awah!" The snow wolves, which had been attacking various vehicles, immediately ceased their assault upon hearing the howl, quickly retreating back to their leader. The Snow Wolf King gave Ling Ji a deep, lingering look before turning away, leading the pack and vanishing into the vast snowfields. Ling Ji did not make any move to stop them, fully aware that he couldn't. This Snow Wolf King was powerful, and to kill it, he would have to use his trump card. Furthermore, it was not like the martial kings who fought to the death. Once it truly wanted to escape, there was no way to keep it. Only after the snow wolves had completely vanished did the players in the camp finally breathe a collective sigh of relief. Dealing with these fourth-step snow wolves had already exhausted them mentally and physically. One fourth-step snow wolf would require hundreds of people to fight it off, and fortunately, these wolves weren't undead that couldn't be killed, otherwise, the death toll tonight would have been far higher than it was now. Finally, it's over. These fourth-tier snow wolves are just too much for us second-tier players to handle. That's right. Luckily, we had Ling Xin with us, or we would have all become a snack for these beasts tonight. The players, who had survived, were chatting anxiously, their voices filled with both relief and fear. At that moment, a subtle ripple appeared in the shadow behind Ling Ji, and Xin Limo quietly walked out of the shadow. "Still thinking about that Snow Wolf King?" she asked softly as she noticed Ling Ji's furrowed brows. "No." Ling Ji shook his head, his brows still tense. "I'm just wondering why there were no undead appearing today." "Don't think too much about it. It's a good thing they didn't appear. At least we don't have to worry about an extra layer of danger right now." Shen Limo softened her voice to persuade him. Ling Ji glanced at her and slowly nodded, "You're right." Not far away, Chao Long and Xu Tianxiang had just finished counting the casualties. Seeing Ling Ji approaching, they immediately walked over quickly. "Ling Xin! Ling Xin!" The two of them shouted in unison, their faces heavy with concern. "How bad are the casualties?" Ling Ji asked. "The loss is considerable," Chao Long reported with a solemn expression. "Many vehicles were destroyed by the ice crystals earlier, and there are a lot of injured players. The confirmed death toll has already exceeded 5,000. Xu Tianxiang added, "The material loss is also severe, especially ammunition, which was consumed heavily." Ling Ji nodded, thinking for a moment before instructing, "Let everyone rest in place for now, focus on repairing the damaged vehicles, and resupply the materials. Also, I'll have Ning Fei allocate a large batch of food for you. Let the brothers have a hot meal." "Ling Xun, that's absolutely not possible." Chao Long immediately waved his hand in refusal, his tone sincere. "You saved all our lives tonight, we can't thank you enough. How could we let you exert yourself and spend even more? Listen to me." Ling Ji's tone left no room for rejection. "Let the brothers have a warm meal, they'll need the energy for the journey." Seeing his determined attitude, Chao Long no longer insisted, and exchanged a glance with Xu Tianxiang before agreeing. Both of them had already vaguely guessed what Ling Ji's purpose was. Ling Ji's reason was simple. Just now, he had seen on the omniscient map that 3,000 kilometers away, at the very center of Shuegu Ridge, there was a rift. The rift completely separated the front and back of the entire Shuegu Ridge, with only a 50-meter wide stone bridge connecting them. The map clearly showed that endless monsters were lying in wait beyond the stone bridge. A tough battle lay ahead, so it was better to let the brothers have a warm meal before heading into the fight. Chapter 55, Crossing the Stone Bridge. The snow spirits everywhere. That night was the most peaceful one the surviving players had spent. There was no suffering from hunger or cold, no constant death threat closing in. Large groups of players gathered around the bonfire, holding hot soup in their hands, chatting excitedly. 9 days, finally a warm sip of soup. From now on, if Ling Xin tells me to go east, I'll never go west. If he tells me to chase dogs, I'll never chase chickens. It's supposed to be a big pot of rice, but I taste the flavor of home." After eating their fill, the players returned to their vehicles to rest, regaining their strength for the journey ahead. The next morning, Ling Ji didn't rush to leave but waited until all the players finished their breakfast before giving the official order to depart. The Beast Fortress led the way, its massive claws crushing through the snow, leaving deep marks behind. Behind, a dense crowd of vehicles formed a steel torrent, marking the start of the most perilous stretch of this life and death journey. As the convoy moved forward, the surrounding environment grew increasingly harsh. The cold wind howled, the temperature dropping to -15 degrees, and the snow-laden winds relentlessly sucked the remaining warmth from the vehicles' exteriors. All that could be seen was endless white snow, the current snow cover not yet too thick. Beneath the snow layer, faintly visible are the withered wild grasses and the eerie white bones. Ling Ji instructed Xiao Ji to monitor the surrounding terrain in real time, with all vehicle-mounted weapons set to standby, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. After 6 hours of arduous travel, Ling Ji finally saw the rift that spanned the middle section of the Shuegu Ridge. With a single glance, his heart tightened. The rift was over 100 meters wide, and its length stretched endlessly beyond the horizon. A stone bridge spanned across the rift, its surface completely covered by thick snow, making it impossible to tell where it was damaged. In front of the bridge stood a stone tablet, its surface long since buried beneath the snow. Ling Ji looked up at the other side of the bridge, his expression growing even more serious. The weather on the other side was several times worse than here, with not a single sign of life in sight. The deep snow had even filled the valleys between the mountains, and stepping carelessly could result in falling straight into the abyss hidden beneath the snow layer. "Ling brother, this is the Tongyu Valley. You must not look down." It said that something extremely dangerous hides in the rift. Ashuang's voice suddenly echoed in Ling Ji's mind. "All right, I know." Ling Ji raised his hand and rubbed Ashuang's head, knowing she was warning him. "Everyone, stop. Rest in place." Ling Ji issued the command through the communicator. The massive steel convoy halted in unison, with all vehicles quietly awaiting the next instruction from the lead vehicle. Ling Ji swiftly exited his vehicle and walked directly to the stone tablet in front of the bridge. A shovel appeared in his hand out of thin air, and with a few swipes, he cleared the snow off the tablet, revealing the engraved characters. Jinyu Bridge. This was the result of the system's automatic translation. Jinyu Bridge, what is Jin character? Ling Ji's eyes gleamed for a moment, then he sent a message to Qiaolong. "Sign language girl, bring a few of our strongest down and clear the snow off the stone bridge." Longhu Club. Qiaolong, understood. In less than half a minute, Qiaolong personally arrived with several high-ranking members of Longhu Club. "Ling God, these are the top physical specimens in our Longhu Club," Qiaolong reported respectfully. Good, you all go and clear the snow off the stone bridge. Be extremely careful. Remember, absolutely do not look down into the rift. Ling Ji's tone was serious, emphasizing the last few words. Yes. Xiaolong and the others replied in unison, then turned and grabbed their tools, heading onto the bridge to shovel snow. Ling Ji stood still, quietly watching. He had ordered the snow removal to understand the real condition of the stone bridge and eliminate any hazards for crossing. Half an hour later, Xiaolong and his team returned from the bridge. The snow on the bridge had been completely cleared, and noticeable barriers had been placed on the damaged spots. But among the group that had left, one person was now missing. One of the team members, unable to resist the curiosity, looked down into the rift. Instantly, the person exploded into a mist of blood. This horrifying scene terrified Xiaolong and the others, causing their curiosity to vanish instantly as they forced themselves to focus and not be distracted. Ling Ji watched the entire process, secretly relieved that Shuang had warned him in advance. Everyone, pay attention. Do not look into the rift when crossing the bridge. Ling Ji made a solemn reminder on the regional channel. Received. 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 The channel was immediately flooded with responses. All units, advance. With Ling Ji's command, the entire convoy immediately sprang into action. The beast-shaped fortress was the first to drive onto the stone bridge, its heavy body rolling across the bridge's surface, followed by one vehicle after another. The entire bridge trembled under the immense weight, but it remained solidly suspended across the rift with no sign of collapsing. As soon as the beast-shaped fortress reached the far side of the rift, Xiaoji's alert sounded repeatedly. Ding. Current environment temperature is -25 degrees. Ding. Large number of monster units detected, snow spirits. Ling Ji stood on the wide observation platform, watching the unfolding situation. At a glance, a dense cluster of snow piles could be seen rising in the snow-covered ground. Snow spirit. Rank, Tier 3. Constitution, 1869. Mental strength, 1758. Evaluation, a fusion of the undead and snow, possessing exclusive mental attack abilities. These dense snow piles are all hiding places for the snow spirits. Hiss, so many. Even Ling Ji, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but take a sharp breath. In the vast sea of snow, everywhere was filled with hidden snow spirits, so many that it made one's scalp tingle. Xiaoji, open fire. Got it. As the words fell, the beast god close defense cannon on the turret instantly activated, and countless bullets sprayed out like a torrential rain from the cannon tube. The vehicles following behind the beast-shaped fortress also opened fire, and many snow spirits were turned into flying snowflakes by the dense barrage. Ling Ji raised his hand and gripped the air, and in an instant, purple lightning fell from the sky, covering the entire snowfield densely, with the system's kill prompts continuously ringing in his mind. Congratulations, player, you killed Snow Spirit and earned 1,000 coins, 5 units of baby cabbage, 1 courageous journey. Congratulations, player, you gained permanent attribute bonus. Constitution +3, mental strength +1. Congratulations, player, you have successfully entered Tier 4. After killing hundreds of snow spirits, Ling Ji's cultivation broke through smoothly and effortlessly into Tier 4. The regional channel exploded instantly, with players excitedly spamming the screen. So satisfying. All Tier 3 monsters, this is such a blast. Woohoo! Finally, monsters we can solo kill. Be careful. They have mental attacks. What are you afraid of? We destroyed them before they even used their skills. But at this moment, countless snow spirits emerged from the distant snowfield, their eye sockets glowing with faint blue light, all locking onto the entire group of vehicles. The next second, invisible mental waves spread out like a tide. Players who were controlling the weapons in the vehicles and shooting like crazy were instantly wiped out of existence by this wave. And the real despair had just begun. On every player's radar map, countless red dots instantly filled the screen, turning the entire radar into a sea of crimson. Chapter 56, Guardian. And the real despair had only just begun. On every player's radar map, countless red dots instantly filled the screen, turning the entire radar into a sea of crimson. The cheers that had been spamming the regional channel were immediately crushed by endless fear. My scalp is tingling. The whole mountain is filled with snow spirits. Quick! Stay close to Ling God, let's get out of this hellish place. But on Ling Ji's all-knowing map, it was clearly shown that the area filled with snow spirits stretched nearly 500 kilometers. What would normally be a journey of only a blink of an eye, now appeared to be an unreachable chasm in the eyes of all the players. The number of players in the area began to plummet rapidly, with the majority being wiped out instantly by the snow spirits' mental attacks. Even though the Beast God close defense cannon fired non-stop at full power, it couldn't stop the spread of death. 3 hours later, Ling Ji's beast-shaped fortress was the first to step out of the death zone, followed by a sparse group of vehicles. Ling Ji stared grimly at the regional population panel, 15874/1000000. In just a short 500-kilometer journey, 150,000 people were left forever in this snowy land. Chao Long and Chu Tianxiong were in even more pain, with only 1 in 10 of their core guild members surviving. These days, they had long gotten used to farewells between life and death, but those who fell here were brothers who had fought side by side with them. Yesterday, they were still joking and fooling around together, and now they were forever lying under this cold snowfield. The regional channel was dead silent, not a single word of discussion. Everyone, rest up immediately. Ling Ji's message broke the silence. His heart was not calm, but he forcibly suppressed the surging emotions inside. The journey ahead still had almost half of the distance left, and of the more than 10,000 survivors, who knew how many would make it to the end? Half an hour later, after a rest, the convoy set off again. In the trading market, most of the supplies were already off the shelves, and the remaining players, without a word, began sharing their materials and items. They had only one goal: to survive. The closer they got to the frozen pass, the more violent the snowstorm became. The howling wind carried snowflakes, slamming them against the vehicle's shell, creating a constant, dense sound. Ling Ji did not order a halt, only urging the team to keep moving day and night, heading straight for the frozen pass. The violent blizzard had already greatly slowed the progress of the vehicles, they had no time left to waste. Along the way, monsters of the 4th and 5th ranks, using the storm as cover, launched ambushes. Without exception, they were all casually slain by Ling Ji with a single slash. On the morning of the 5th day, when the team finally reached the front of the frozen pass, the number of survivors in the area channel had already dropped to just over 3,000. Ling Ji looked up, and the entire frozen pass seemed like a white chasm, stretching between the mountains like a barrier. On both sides of the pass were towering ice peaks, their steep cliffs covered with sharp ice spikes, swaying slightly in the howling wind, as if they could fall at any moment. The inside of the pass was shrouded in thick, impenetrable white mist, making it impossible to see what lay within. From time to time, ice spikes, accompanied by the sound of wind, shot out from the mist, striking the alloy shell of the vehicles with a sharp, crisp sound. The ground before the pass was covered in knee-deep snow, and as the vehicles rolled over the snow, they made a creaking sound, further slowing their already sluggish pace. The surrounding temperature had already dropped to -50 degrees Celsius. Even though the players were hiding inside sealed vehicles, the breath they exhaled immediately condensed into tiny white mist. Ling Ji furrowed his brows. He was well aware that the pass shrouded in this white mist contained deadly dangers, but there was no retreat, they had no choice but to continue the mission. He took a deep breath of the icy air and solemnly ordered in the region channel, "Everyone, prepare for battle, enter the pass." The beast fortress led the way and entered the pass. As soon as the vehicle passed through the city gates, everyone immediately felt the surrounding chill fading away. The temperature gauge on the vehicle's dashboard began to rise, stabilizing at about -10 degrees. The interior of the entire pass was very spacious, with the distance between the two city gates being over 2,000 meters, more than enough to accommodate the convoy of more than 3,000 vehicles. "This place is surprisingly strange?" Ling Ji's eyes flashed with surprise. "It's the effect of the patterns on the city walls," Ashwan's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ling Ji immediately followed Ashwan's guidance and looked toward the corner of the city wall. There, lines of clear patterns were emitting a faint but steady glow. He could clearly sense that within these patterns, there was an immense energy. "What is this?" he asked. "Spiritual oracle," Ashwan replied. "Spiritual oracle?" Ling Ji repeated, and seeing that Ashwan didn't seem inclined to explain further, he stopped asking. He knew well that this was power far beyond his current level. These patterns, after thousands of years, still maintained such immense energy, altering the environment of the entire area. It was truly awe-inspiring. Region announcement: the players have reached the exit of Snow Solitude Ridge, the Frozen Pass. Now issuing a mandatory mission, all players must kill 3 5th-rank guardians within 3 hours. The countdown begins. As soon as the system announcement ended, a sharp wolf's howl tore through the air. A giant white wolf appeared on top of the city wall at the exit. Ling Ji looked up, and a chilling killing intent flashed in his eyes. This snow wolf was the Snow Wolf King that had escaped from his grasp that night. At the city gates, a 100-meter-long ice-scaled giant python slowly slithered in, with the third guardian sitting on top of its head. The moment the 3 5th-tier guardians appeared, the entire place fell silent, and all the players instinctively held their breath. They had already encountered the tough Snow Wolf King before, but now, 3 terrifying monsters of the same level appeared at once, filling everyone's hearts with despair. Ling Ji's gaze swept over the 3 monsters, and their attribute panels instantly appeared before his eyes. Snow Wolf King. Level, 5th tier. Physique, 3,678. Spirit, 1,649. Evaluation, Undisputed Deathslayer of the Snowfields. Snow Ridge Ice Python. Level, 5th tier. Physique, 3,754. Spirit, 1,379. Evaluation: the Ice Soul Giant Python, with defense that is a miracle in the snake world. Ice Crystal Spirit Mouse. Level, 5th tier. Physique, 1349. Spirit, 3987. Evaluation: a bloodline evolved ice crystal mouse, its mental attacks are unstoppable. The moment he saw the panels, Ling Ji's brows furrowed even tighter. Here is his own attribute panel at this moment. Physique, 2132. Spirit, 2029. In a one-on-one battle against a 5th tier monster, he still had some confidence, but with 3 of the same level teaming up, taking them down would not be easy. But in the blink of an eye, Ling Ji had already devised a strategy. Among the 3 monsters, the Ice Crystal Spirit Mouse's mental attacks were useless against him, and its physique was the weakest. It was the best breakthrough point and must be killed first. As for the toughest Snow Wolf King, it would be dealt with last. With his mind made up, his figure flashed and he appeared above the vehicle group. He grasped the air with both hands, and suddenly, blood mist surged and gathered in the sky, forming a blood-colored spear. On the spear's body, faint mystical patterns flowed. Ling Ji's thunderous wings behind him suddenly flapped, and his entire body turned into a streak of light, charging straight toward the Snow Wolf King. Roar! Seeing this, the Snow Wolf King let out an angry roar and raised its claw, glowing with cold light, to strike at Ling Ji. But Ling Ji's target had never been it. His body suddenly changed direction, dodging the Snow Wolf King's attack at an incredible angle. His mesmerizing eyes instantly blazed with purple light, and his powerful mental force surged outward, engulfing the Snow Ridge Ice Python. The next second, his body dove down, and the blood-colored spear in his hand, carrying earth-shattering power, aimed directly at the Ice Crystal Spirit Mouse atop the giant python's head. Chapter 57, Wrath of Heaven. 100 Birds to Phoenix Spear. Ling Ji's body suddenly dove downward, and the blood-colored spear in his hand, carrying earth-shattering power, pointed straight at the Ice Crystal Spirit Mouse atop the Snow Ridge Ice Python. Eek! The Ice Crystal Spirit Mouse let out a piercing scream the moment it sensed Ling Ji's movements. An invisible attack surged from its mouth toward Ling Ji. At the same time, its body quickly retreated. The Snow Ridge Ice Python had already fallen into the killing illusion created by the purple extreme demon eyes. The 100-meter-long snake body began to twist wildly. However, Ling Ji was unaffected by the Ice Crystal Spirit Mouse's mental attack, and his actions with the spear did not stop. Squeak! Squeak! The blood-colored spear pierced through the fleeing Ice Crystal Spirit Mouse, and Ling Ji lifted it up. He also saw clearly what this Ice Crystal Spirit Mouse looked like. Its body was light blue, and its fur was covered in small ice flakes, screaming wildly. The Snow Wolf King had already jumped off the city wall and was pouncing toward his back. Feeling the lethal intent from behind, Ling Ji slightly turned his body, and the blood-colored spear blocked the Snow Wolf King's sharp claws. Seeing that the attack had failed, the Snow Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and lunged at Ling Ji. Clang! A loud sound of metal clashing echoed. Ling Ji's left hand produced the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Spear, and the tip of the spear collided with the Snow Wolf King's giant fangs. Humph! Ling Ji snorted coldly, Dragon's Fury. The moment his words fell, the 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Spear erupted with thunder, and an ancient thunder dragon shot out from the spear, heading straight toward the Snow Wolf King's mouth. Fear flashed in the Snow Wolf King's green eyes. He wanted to dodge, but the moment it moved its body, Ling Ji's attack had already arrived. The thunder ancient dragon shot straight through the Snow Wolf King's mouth, washing away a large section of flesh on its left cheek. The entire wolf head of the Snow Wolf King turned charred, its left eye gone, leaving only its right eye filled with murderous intent and fury. Ling Ji's figure flashed and appeared 100 meters away, where he finished off the Ice Crystal Spirit Mouse, which was screaming at the Snow Mountain Ice Python, before focusing his gaze on the Snow Wolf King. He could tell that the Snow Wolf King now harbored the intent to kill him. But by coincidence, so did he. The Snow Mountain Ice Python no longer posed a threat, its body was still wriggling wildly, with its tail flailing and kicking up a massive snow mist. Roar! The Snow Wolf King howled at Ling Ji, a faint blue light emerging from its body. Its speed was instantly increased, and it charged fiercely at Ling Ji, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Ling Ji squinted his eyes, this speed was almost doubled. The Snow Wolf King kept circling around him, countless afterimages confusing Ling Ji, making it impossible to distinguish the real one. Suddenly, a howling wind swiped from his left shoulder, and Ling Ji instinctively swung his gun to block, but he missed. A snow-white claw came from behind him, slapping him away, and immediately, 3 deep claw marks appeared on his back, exposing bone. Roar! The Snow Wolf King's roar turned excited, and its massive body instantly pounced towards him. Ling Ji flipped mid-air, enduring the intense pain on his body, and steadied his figure. He knew he couldn't keep passively taking hits like this. Ling Ji's hand erupted with dazzling thunder, immediately shooting towards the Snow Wolf King. As expected, the Snow Wolf King dodged this attack. Just as it was about to pounce again, the moment before it did. Humph! Ling Ji's body was bathed in thunderous light, and a massive thunderous figure appeared behind him. ZZZ. He reached out his hand to grip, and at the same time, the thunderous figure behind him also reached out, grabbing the Snow Wolf King that was leaping through the air. Thunder crackled on the Snow Wolf King's body, continuously sizzling and scorching its fur until it turned black. Roar! The Snow Wolf King, feeling the intense pain on its body, no longer hid its moves. It roared in fury, and immediately, an icy aura exploded from its body. Boom! Ice spikes shot out in all directions, while a thick layer of ice armor covered its body. At this moment, a sonic boom appeared behind Ling Ji. He didn't have time to think and instantly flashed into the sky. Looking down, he saw that the Snow Mountain Ice Python had somehow escaped from the illusionary killing realm, and the explosive sound was from its tail whipping. Those ice-blue vertical pupils locked onto him tightly. Ling Ji frowned, he had been tricked. The Ice Crystal Spirit Mouse had actually helped the Snow Mountain Ice Python escape the illusion. With the Snow Wolf King now having help, its aura exploded stronger, and sharp, blade-like ice crystals fell from the sky, covering half of the area inside the Icebound Pass. Hiss! The Snow Mountain Ice Python hissed, its snake tongue flicking, and a blue light burst from its head, sending an ice blue beam charging towards him. Ling Ji didn't dare to be careless, constantly dodging, while the area touched by the beam instantly froze into ice crystals. The Snow Wolf King's attack came perfectly after, and its claws were now almost at Ling Ji's back. Can you get a second chance? Ling Ji snorted coldly, heaven's wrath. His entire body erupted with thunderous waves, and thunderclouds began to pour down from the sky, bombarding the massive body of the Snow Mountain Ice Python. At the same time, the Snow Wolf King wasn't doing well either. Every time the blood-red spear swung, a new wound appeared on its back. Even with its thick ice armor, it was of no help. Die! Ling Ji looked at the bloodied Snow Wolf King. He planned to deliver the final blow. However, with a furious roar from the Snow Wolf King, an ice blue beam swept through. Purple lightning surged from Ling Ji's body, taking the full brunt of the attack. Countless ice crystals and thunder clashed, melting against each other, yet Ling Ji was not frozen. At this moment, the Snow Wolf King wanted to use all his strength to dodge the attack, but it was in vain. A blood-colored flash streaked through the air, accurately striking the dark blue figure. The Snow Wolf King was firmly pinned to the ground, his body twitching. Seeing this, the Snow Mountain Ice Python emitted freezing mist, quickly forming a suit of ice armor within 2 seconds. Ling Ji couldn't help but sneer, 100 birds to the Phoenix Spear. Countless blood-red spear shadows formed in an instant. After a gentle forward thrust, these spear shadows all charged toward the Snow Mountain Ice Python, which had already assumed a defensive posture. Poochie! 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 The sound of countless flesh being pierced echoed, as numerous blood holes appeared on the Snow Mountain Ice Python's body. Blood poured down through the holes, flowing down its body. Congratulations, you have killed the Snow Wolf King, earning 3,000 gold, 1 Tiantian Spirit Crystal. Congratulations, you have killed the Ice Crystal Spirit Mouse, earning 3,000 gold, 1 Tiantian Spirit Crystal. Congratulations, you have killed the Snow Mountain Ice Python, earning 3,000 gold, 1 Tiantian Spirit Crystal. Congratulations, you have earned a permanent attribute boost, Physique plus 120, Spirit plus 160. Chapter 58, Sacred Bone. Ding! Area announcement, the Snow Lonely Ridge mission has officially ended. Current survivors in Area 07, 1946 people. Calculating rewards? Note, the top 10 players will receive additional generous rewards. A system panel immediately popped up in front of Ling Ji. Player, Ling Ji, 07. Nickname, Sign Language Girl, can you guide me through calculations? Performance, SSS. Rating, First. Rewards, Frozen North Map Entry Ticket times 1, Tiantian Spirit Crystal times 20, Talent Card Pack times 1, Universal Fuel times 10. Extra rewards, Tiantian Spirit Crystal times 10, Frost Tiger Essence times 1. After the system announcement, a bunch of items glowing with white light appeared in front of Ling Ji. Among all the items, the Tiantian Spirit Crystals and Talent Card Pack stood out the most. The Tiantian Spirit Crystal was a diamond shape, with a rainbow hue interwoven throughout, and the colors inside seemed to flow like a river, flickering with dazzling light. The Talent Card Pack was simple in color, but Ling Ji couldn't resist its appeal. The Talent Card Pack was entirely golden, covered in countless patterns. If you looked closely, these patterns would magnify in the mind, forming a starry sky. Ling Ji held both items, and the system panel popped up. Tiantian Spirit Crystal. Type, Material. Can be used for vehicle upgrades to defend against strange powers different from mental energy, magic resistance plus 100. Talent Card Pack. Type, Item, One-time use. Can be used to draw talents, with a talent range from F to SSS, probability decreases with each level. Ling Ji's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected the Tiantian Spirit Crystal to have this effect. If it's magic attacks, he hadn't encountered any yet, but since the system gave him this reward, the next map might very well have monsters with magic attacks. It's better to be cautious. Ling Ji then turned his gaze to the vehicle, and the upgrade conditions appeared. Upgrade requirements: 30 units of Tiantian Spirit Crystals, 2,000 units of Titanium Alloy, 1,000 units of Emoscale Iron Gold, 5,000 units of Aviation Alloy, 50,000 units of Steel, 100,000 units of Iron Sheets, 100,000 units of Rubber, 200,000 Gold. In his backpack, he now had Tiantian Spirit Crystals 33 units, Titanium Alloy 10865 units, Emoscale Iron Gold 13568 units. The rest of the materials numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and even Iron Sheets were already in the millions. Vehicle upgrade conditions met. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Ling Ji clicked to confirm, and the beast-shaped fortress beneath him was instantly enveloped in a white light. The color of the vehicle body began to become heavier, with small patterns appearing on the alloy body. If you looked closely at the patterns, you could actually see energy flowing slowly. After about 10 seconds, the white light faded. It was clear that the vehicle's appearance hadn't changed much, except that one function was added, and 3 Beast God close defense cannons were installed. The entire appearance became more imposing and beast-like. Vehicle: beast-shaped platform. Level: LV6. Defense: 8,000, infinite durability. Mental protection: 3,000, infinite durability. Magic resistance: 300, infinite durability. Fuel tank: infinity. Vehicle weapons: Beast God close defense cannon, tactical missiles. Space: 20 by 35 by 20, height times length times width. Evaluation: I dare say, the defense of this vehicle is truly a physical sighing wall. The system's evaluation remained just as impressive, and Ling Ji gave it a perfect score. Just as Ling Ji was immersed in the ultimate defense, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Regional announcement. The Frozen Pass can be stayed for 24 hours. The Frozen Pass is passable. Players will randomly appear at various roads in the frozen north. Upon hearing the system's message, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chat content also appeared in the regional chat. Sigh, we finally made it through. I made some hot mixed stew, anyone want to come eat? Anyone up for some drinks? Those snow spirits drop rates are pretty high. Come on, come on. It's just the right time for me to relax a bit. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the next map. No need to think, the survival difficulty of the next map would definitely be much higher. Better enjoy eating and drinking now, and get our mental state adjusted. Ling Ji returned to the vehicle, and lunch was already prepared. Ning Fei had also made a steaming stew. But the ingredients inside were a bit more luxurious: cabbage, meatballs, vermicelli, fatty pork. The aroma was overwhelming, instantly making Ling Ji feel hungry. I'll apply some medicine for you. When Ling Ji got in the vehicle, Shin Lima walked up with a look of concern. They had just seen from the lookout tower when Ling Ji was hit by the Snow Wolf King, and their hearts nearly jumped to their throats. Previously, even that Jiwu King from the Endless Plains hadn't caused Ling Ji such severe damage. Ling Ji nodded, still feeling pain in his back, but it was much better than when he was first hurt. The Snow Wolf King's attack had a kind of ice attribute damage that attached to the wound, but Ling Ji used his lightning power to remove it. Shin Limo carefully applied the medicine to Ling Ji, her movements gentle as if afraid of hurting him. Ling Ji ate the stew while thinking about the frozen north. Randomly being teleported to any road was not a good thing. Originally, everyone in the region thought about huddling together for warmth, but with this action, that thought was completely shattered. This time, everyone used the system rewards to enhance their strength or upgrade their vehicles. The regional chat was also full of trading information. Intermediate gene medicine. Who wants it? Only needs 1 unit of titanium alloy. Golden level longsword, private message if interested. Intermediate mental medicine. Only 10 gold per dose. Ling Ji was also busy, giving the talent advancement stone from the mine to Ning Fei to upgrade her talent. As for the talent stone, he used it himself to add a talent slot. Ling Ji's gaze then shifted to the golden card in his backpack, the talent card pack. As soon as his gaze stopped on the item, it immediately appeared in front of him. Do you wish to use it? Ling Ji clicked confirm, and the golden card instantly disappeared. A golden wheel appeared before him. The wheel had all sorts of talents, from F-level singing, dancing, and rapping to SSS-level sacred bone. However, the probability kept getting smaller. He took a glance, and the probability of drawing an SSS-level talent was actually as high as 0.01%. Wasn't that the same as having no chance at all? Ling Ji was speechless, but his gaze turned back to the 10 points of luck on his panel. Then let's gamble. Ling Ji clicked confirm, and the golden wheel began to spin. His heart began to pound wildly, and the golden wheel spun faster and faster, with talent names streaking across like shooting stars. The air around him seemed to freeze, and Ling Ji stared intently at the wheel, his heartbeat unusually loud in his ears. As time passed, the spinning gradually slowed down, and the pointer passed a few F-level talents. Ling Ji's heart sank slightly. But soon the pointer skipped over E-level and D-level. When the pointer neared the C-level talent, the speed became slower. However, just when he thought it would stop at the C-level, the pointer miraculously continued forward, passing through the B-level and rushing toward the A-level talent. Ling Ji's eyes grew wider and wider, filled with joy and anticipation. But just as the pointer was about to stop at the A-level talent, it did not stop. Instead, it slowly slid towards the nearby golden area. Chapter 59, Frozen North Territory. Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS level talent, Sacred Bone. Ling Ji couldn't help but feel excited. Another SSS level talent. Talent, Sacred Bone, SSS. Overall enhancement of players' various abilities. Evaluation, Ultimate Support God. Simple attributes and evaluations, but they stirred a huge wave in Ling Ji's heart. He opened his panel. Player, Ling Ji, 07. Rank, 4th rank. Physique, 2252, plus 3 plus 500. Note, attack plus defense plus speed, /3. Spirit, 2189, plus 3 plus 500. Rationality, infinity. Luck, 10. Talent, Omniscient Map, Purple Sky Thunder, Sacred Bone. Special, Heart of Slaughter, unique, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, unique, Immortal Bone, unique. Vehicle, Beast Fortress. Weapon, Thunderstrike Sky Pull Gun, epic. Skill, 100 Birds to the Phoenix Spear, mythical. Evaluation, unmatched within the same realm. You already possess the aura of invincibility. Now, my physique over 2000. Ling Ji picked up the thermos on the table and gently squeezed it. The thermos was instantly crushed into a pile of scrap metal in his hand. He swung his fist again, and the air immediately exploded with sonic booms. Thunder once again appeared in his hand, but this time, the color of the lightning was somewhat different. It had changed from purple to almost black. The energy contained within was also even more violent than before. Feeling the energy in his hand, Ling Ji was confident that if he faced that Snow Wolf King again, he would easily kill it. It's time to advance my weapon. Ling Ji thought to himself and took out the weapon upgrade stone. Detected that the player has a weapon to upgrade. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Ling Ji confirmed, and the Thunderstrike Skypull gun in his bag was immediately enveloped in a flash of white light. After 72 hours, the Thunderstrike Skypull gun will be fully upgraded. At this moment, Ning Fei walked over, her face full of excitement. What's the effect after talent advancement? Why are you so excited? Ling Ji couldn't help but ask curiously. He. This time my talent has gotten stronger. Ning Fei revealed the effect of her talent. Free Wealth, SS. The player can once a day fully convert one item into gold. The player also gets 3 free transactions in the trading market per day. Conversion rate, 1 unit equals 1 gold. Ling Ji thought for a moment after hearing this, and his eyes lit up. To fully convert one item into gold, there is still a surplus of millions of iron sheets in the vehicle warehouse. These more than 1 million units of iron sheets really had no place to be discarded. The trading market sold them at 0.01 gold per 100 units, and no one was buying them. Now, with Ning Fei's talent, he no longer had to worry about where to dispose of these iron sheets. Fei, try to convert those iron sheets into gold now. Ling Ji immediately said. Ning Fei nodded, closed her eyes, and began to activate her talent. A flash of golden light passed by, and the million iron sheets in the vehicle warehouse instantly disappeared, replaced by the system's prompt sound. Ding! Successfully converted 1.1 million units of iron sheets, gained 1.1 million gold. Ling Ji listened to the system's prompt and felt as if he were hearing heavenly music. Very good. Such a powerful talent. I will reward you. Ling Ji felt a surge of heat in his heart, kissed Ning Fei a few times, still not satisfied, and directly picked her up, heading toward the room. It had been a few days since he last discussed the mysteries of biology with them, so Ling Ji also brought along Shen Limo, who was developing the shadow power. A Xuan, seeing this situation, floated to the door of the master bedroom and listened to the sounds inside. A hint of redness appeared on her originally pale face, as if she had heard something. The next morning, Ling Ji sat on the sofa, refreshed, sipping the tea in his cup. Shen Limo and Ning Fei also sat beside him, both looking radiant. Only A Shuang stared at him angrily. The reason was that yesterday, Ling Ji had used his mental power to cover the entire master bedroom, not letting her hear a single sound. To find some fun, Ling Ji actively suggested playing mahjong, and the mahjong set was bought from the trading market. The 4 of them began to play, while Xiao Jin blinked his eyes, watching from the side. Pong. 3-1. Kong 1. What? A day passed, and most people had upgraded their vehicles to level 4, with Zhao Long and Chu Tianxiong, along with a few others, even upgrading to level 5 vehicles. Looking around, the remaining vehicles were all at least level 4. The area task being too strong was both a good and bad thing. Time slowly passed to 11 o'clock, and at this moment, Ling Ji had already put away the mahjong set. The beast-shaped fortress was heading toward the exit of the frozen pass, with the remaining hundreds of vehicles following closely behind. The moment they drove out of the gate, a flash of white light suddenly appeared. "Everyone, hold on tight," Ling Ji reminded. As soon as the words fell, there was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any sense of space being torn apart. Ling Ji only felt the view outside the window suddenly become blurry. But this feeling lasted only a moment, and the vision quickly returned to normal. "We've arrived." Ling Ji immediately looked out the window, but the scene before him made him frown. There was no sunlight, no blue sky. Outside the window was a white, misty world. Strong winds whipped up the blizzard, visibility was extremely low, and white snowstorm raged, with temperatures dropping to -50 degrees. The temperature of the vehicle's outer shell suddenly dropped, and the fuel consumption sharply increased. Fortunately, there was the benefit of unlimited fuel. The radar's detection range decreased sharply due to the harsh environment, now only reaching about 1 kilometer. "This environment is worse than I imagined," Ling Ji couldn't help but frown. Even with his fully evolved physique, Ling Ji could only clearly see a distance of about 50 meters. The road was faintly visible. Beyond that, it was just a vast whiteness. Is this the frozen north? The oppressive atmosphere here was even more suffocating than the endless plains before. Ding! Congratulations to all players for arriving at a new map. Frozen North. Current area player composition: Zone 07, 1030 to 1040 zone, 2120 to 2130 zone, 4350 to 4360 zone, 7350 to 7360 zone, 9650 to 9659 zone, total of 50 major zones. Current area population, about 10 million. Hearing the system's announced numbers, Ling Ji felt a stir in his heart. 50 major zones, 10 million people. Even without including their own area, the other zones had an average population of about 200,000. And what about their area? Only a little over 1,000 people left, with more than 500 vehicles. What does this mean? Does it mean their area is weaker than the others? Not necessarily. Their zone, number 07, was among the first batch. Almost all the surviving players' vehicles were already level 4, and their levels were all above tier 2. Zhao Long and Chu Tianxiong had already reached tier 3. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the survival difficulty had increased, and the competition was more than double what it used to be. Before everyone could digest the information, the system's voice sounded again. Chapter 60, the matching system has issues. Ding! Mainline task officially released. Current task mode, Snowfield Survival Points Elimination Battle. 1. Survival Team Binding. There are 3 million vehicles in the entire region, and each team will be randomly assigned 100 vehicles. Each team's strength will be evenly distributed, absolutely fair. 2. Points acquisition methods. Hunting points, kill snowfield monsters, and points will be added to the team and personal points based on the danger level in real time. Occupation points, occupy resource points for large fixed points. Note, personal points are the total points of one vehicle. 3. Elimination mechanism. Team elimination, the bottom 100 teams in total points ranking will be annihilated. 4. Task termination conditions. The elimination battle ends when there are less than or equal to 1,000 surviving factions and less than or equal to 100,000 remaining players, and the survivors will unlock the next stage of the mainline task. Reward system. Daily reward. After the daily settlement, rewards will be immediately given to the top 1,000 players in the individual rankings and the top 100 in the team rankings. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. Ling Ji frowned after hearing the game rules. He didn't expect the difficulty to jump up so much as soon as he entered the second map. The daily forced elimination of the last 100 teams is pushing everyone to compete and fight. Even Xin Liemo and Ning Fei's faces showed fear, feeling the true cruelty of the survival game. Isn't this making us compete with all the other teams while also guarding against monsters? Ning Fei said, her face pale. Not just competing, there will be more killing. Xin Liemo whispered. Ling Ji took a deep breath to calm himself. What he needed to think about now was not these things, but actions. He knew how to earn points. The all-knowing map could display the terrain within a 3,000 kilometers radius, and all the resource points were marked. This was the key to getting points. As for his teammates, they were likely a burden. Ding! Team matching has started. Matching successful. You have joined Team ID 001. Team Vehicle 100/100. Your nickname, Sign Language Girl, am I not considered talking? Team chat channel added. Ling Ji casually closed the team panel and opened the team chat channel. The team chat had over 99 plus messages. This game rule is so brutal. 100 teams a day, that's about 30,000 people. A white tiger just passed by my vehicle, scared the hell out of me. I'm in a mountain range, didn't see anything, but the fuel consumption of my vehicle is way too fast. I'm in a snow cave, very peaceful. Visibility is only 5 meters, I can't see anything, just have to rely on the radar map. Same here, but my vehicle can't last much longer, only 10 units of universal fuel left. Is there a big shot here? Come organize the team. Ling Ji remains silent, just quietly watching. At this moment, a message appeared in the team channel. Have summon, I answer, everyone, please calm down, my vehicle is level 5. Is there anyone with a higher level than mine? If not, I will temporarily take on the role of team leader. Once the message came out, the team chat exploded. Holy crap, level 5 boss. Boss, I'm a noob, please lead me. Real boss. The leader of a big guild in my area also has a level 5 vehicle. Boss, take me with you, I'll shout 666, super powerful. Have summon, I answer, everyone, no need to be polite. There are 12 hours left until the midnight settlement, we must race against time. I will follow the boss's arrangements. Me too, whatever the boss arranges, I'll do it. I'm just a brick, I'll move wherever you need me. Have summon, I answer, first, I need to confirm everyone's strength, and then I will come up with a strategy. Robbery not done yet, I'll go first, my vehicle is level 4. Rank 3. Fierce attack boy, my vehicle is also level 4. Rank 2. Apocalypse Knight, my vehicle is level 3, rank 1. Ling Ji's gaze deepened, the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. Chaos King, I have a level 3 vehicle, rank 1, extraordinary. Wind, flower, snow, moon, I have a level 3 vehicle, rank 1, extraordinary. Most people have level 3 vehicles, and 2 haven't even stepped into the extraordinary. I'm the sweet girl, what's going on? Why are there so many level 3 vehicles? You guys, are you sure you can't even beat a girl like me? Are you trying to kill me here today? Every day, it's over, brothers, I just did a quick count, most of them are level 3 vehicles. I saw on the regional chat that most of the teams have a lot of level 4 main vehicles, but ours are mainly level 3 vehicles. Gentleman's sword, some even have several level 5 vehicles leading the team. I feel like we won't even last the first night. Apocalypse Knight, what do we do now? Didn't they say each team is matched with similar strength, and it's fair? Fierce attack boy, fair? My ass. I've never seen any fair matchmaking after playing so many games. This certain mobile game is just a mess. The matchmaking system is so disgusting, it makes you want to puke. No more robbing, this is it. Most of us are players with level 3 vehicles, we might freeze to death before midnight because of this weather. Glancing smile, wait a minute, there are only 90 vehicles, and there are still 10 people left. Winter's hibernation, don't bring another 10 level 3 vehicles. Every day, forget the level of the vehicles, no one can carry us, might as well eat something good and quietly wait for death. This series of defeatist comments immediately dropped the morale of the team, and a sense of panic spread over everyone in the chat. Answer the call, don't give up, although our vehicles aren't high level, we are the elites who fought our way out of the endless plains. Answer the call, in the top right corner of the team page, there's a map, with green dots showing the locations of our teammates within 500 kilometers. Everyone, gather towards your teammates, stay together to keep warm. I refuse to believe we can't survive the first night. Listen to the expert. Answer the call. I'm already on my way. The chat channel was suddenly filled with renewed hope. But Ling Ji didn't join them. With almost half of the team driving level 3 vehicles, these people would only slow him down. Moreover, there wasn't a single green dot showing on his team map, which meant they were too far away, and it wasn't necessary anyway. Although level 3 vehicles made up 4/5 of the team, he was still confident he could survive this elimination round. It was simple, he had confidence in his strength. Whether he joined the team or not, those people would win by default. It was better to just go solo. Ling Ji opened the omniscient map, which showed the resource points and monster tracks within a 5,000 kilometer radius. And the closest one. At that moment, a series of whistling sounds came from above the vehicles. P.S. Vehicle kills do not grant attribute bonuses. The protagonist must personally get the kill. Attribute bonuses will decrease as the protagonist's rank increases. Chapter 61, The Giant Bear as Tall as the Sky. Bang! 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 Dozens of ice blades flew out from the endless snowstorm, directly attacking the beast-shaped platform. Ding! Under attack. Attack ineffective. Ding! Under attack. Attack ineffective. The alarms from Little Ji rang one after another. Ding. Detecting a group of monsters approaching. Vehicle weapon systems are powering up. Just as the Beast God's close defense cannon powered up, Ling Ji saw the approaching monsters. It was a swarm of locusts with bodies covered in ice crystals. These locusts looked extremely bizarre. They were about half a person tall, with thick bodies, and every ice crystal was as sharp as a blade. Their compound eyes were large and bulging, glowing with a strange bluish hue, fixated on the beast-shaped platform where Ling Ji stood. But what made Ling Ji feel uncomfortable was beneath these locusts. Under their abdomens, rows of sharp, tiny ice fangs could be seen, wriggling with every beat of their wings. At that moment, the Beast God's close defense cannon finally activated, and jets of fire shot out, sweeping over the locust swarm. Bang bang bang! The fire control radar locked onto the enemies, and at a rate of 10,000 rounds per minute, the swarm of locusts was shredded to pieces. These locusts didn't have blood, they were killed once they exploded into ice crystals midair. Ding! Killed a level 4 creature, Iceblade Snow Locust. Earned 130 points. Congratulations, player. Killed 13 Iceblade Snow Locusts. Earned 3,900 gold coins. Earned 13 cabbage seeds. Earned 13 carrot seeds. Congratulations, player. Earned permanent attribute bonuses. Vitality plus 39, Spirit plus 13. 130 points? So much? Ling Ji raised an eyebrow, surprised that a level 4 monster could give 10 points each. He then opened the points rules for a look. Points rules. Level 1 monster, 0 points. Level 2 monster, 0.5 points. Level 3 monster, 1 point. Level 4 monster, 10 points. Level 5 monster, 200 points. Level 6 monster, 5,000 points. Level 7 monster, 50,000 points. Level 8 monster, 1 million points. Level 9 monster, 10 million points. Lord level, 100 million points. Ling Ji didn't look any further down the list. The 6th tier monsters are currently beyond reach. The previous battles with the Martial Kings were fought while their mental powers were blocked, making the kill a hard-fought one. If the Martial Kings were at their peak 6th tier, the battle would have been a 37% chance at best, and within 3 minutes, they would have been killed 7 times. The gap in points gained is also vast, with most players at this stage using 3rd or 4th tier vehicles, which can only slay monsters below the 4th tier. However, the points earned from killing 4th tier monsters are particularly low, and their numbers aren't that plentiful. Perhaps, after a whole day of hunting 3rd tier monsters, a team still hasn't earned as much as if they killed a few 5th tier monsters. Looking at the leaderboard, with 130 points, he was already in first place. Points leaderboard. First, Sign Language Girl, 130 points. Second, Ronk, 100 points. Third, Song Among Trees, 85 points. At this moment, Ning Fei walked over, holding a packet of seeds, but her expression was serious. "There's a problem," she said. Ling Ji turned his head to look at her. "What happened?" Ning Fei's face carried a hint of worry. "I saw on the regional channel, most people are saying that the rewards from monsters have changed. The vegetables and such that they dropped are now all turned into seeds. Moreover, the vegetables being traded on the market have all been removed within 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, Ling Ji finally realized the seriousness of the issue. Monsters will no longer drop vegetables and other food, which will seriously threaten the survival of all players. This undoubtedly means that everyone will have to grow vegetables in their vehicles, and if they want meat, they will need to hunt monsters. Don't worry, in the Divine Space, there are tens of thousands of units of vegetables and meat stored. I got them by hunting monsters in the Endless Plains. And you don't need to worry about them going bad, the Divine Space is completely still, so they won't spoil no matter how long they are kept. Hearing Ling Ji's words, Ning Fei finally relaxed, her worried heart settling down. But Ling Ji knew that this was only temporary peace, the storage in the Divine Space would eventually run out, and they would still need to plant these seeds. On the regional channel, players' panic began to spread, with various speculations and complaints rising one after another. Suddenly, Xiaoji issued a warning. A powerful energy fluctuation is approaching. Ling Ji's eyes narrowed. The warning from Xiaoji meant that the monster was less than a kilometer away. At the same time, he opened the omniscient map in his mind, and the map displayed that among the dense red dots, the closest red dot was a very bright crimson. So bright? Could it be a 9th tier creature? Ling Ji's pupils contracted as he speculated, and he immediately ordered Xiaoji to turn off the lights and cut off the vehicle's power. Within just a few seconds, ice crystals began to form on the vehicle, and thick snow began to accumulate on it. The appearance now was indistinguishable from a snow pile. They silently waited like this. Soon, an ice bear, its form hidden in the snow mist, slowly walked out. The size of this ice bear was unknown, and Ling Ji could only see its legs. With each step the ice bear took, the frozen ground trembled, and the biting cold spread along the vehicle's metal frame. The swirling snow mist was swept into chaos by its steps, retreating as if in fear. Ling Ji held his breath, his eyes fixed on the bear's leg, which was even thicker than the beast-shaped platform. That was no mere leg, it was a moving mountain made of ice. The dark blue ice covered the bear's leg, and the ice was jagged, with countless sharp ice spines like knives, some of which had animal carcasses wedged between them. Where its foot landed, the snow within 100 meters instantly froze into ice rocks, and even through the vehicle, one could feel the chilling freeze of everything. Cold sweat trickled down Ling Ji's back as he was certain that if the ice bear casually swiped a claw, both he and the vehicle would instantly be shattered into a sky full of ice crystals. In the depths of the snow mist, two enormous, eerie blue light orbs occasionally swept across. Those were its eyes. Every time he scanned, Ling Ji's heart would suddenly stop, not daring to release even a trace of mental power. Shen Limo and Ning Fei tightly covered their mouths, their faces pale, and the vehicle was filled with a deathly silence. A Shuang was holding onto Ling Ji's arm, her eyes closed, and she had retracted all her breath, not daring to let out any mental power. Suddenly, the ice bear's footsteps stopped. That giant leg, as massive as a mountain, stopped less than 10 meters away from the vehicle. A blizzard-like breath swept over, and snowflakes instantly turned into ice spikes, slamming against the cabin wall. The disguised snow immediately froze into solid ice, and the entire beast-shaped platform made a cracking sound, as if it couldn't bear the weight. The snow mist cleared slightly, and Ling Ji saw its giant claws hanging down. Each claw was longer than his entire body. Just brushing past a boulder as large as a truck, the rock silently turned into ice powder. Ling Ji's heartbeat almost stopped, his muscles stretched to the limit, and in his mind, a crazy thought screamed, "Has it found us?" Chapter 62, Xiao Jin's Fault. Black Earth. Those two gigantic light orbs seemed to be looking at the vehicle under the solid ice. At this moment, Xiao Jin, trembling under Ling Ji's legs, seemed to sense something. Its golden eyes closed, and its body changed into a deep blue color. Its jelly-like body suddenly hardened, and the whole slime turned into a block of ice crystal, motionless, without even a breath. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Jin's pet panel showed it was still alive, Ling Ji would have thought Xiao Jin had been scared to death. The two giant deep blue light orbs flickered twice. 2 seconds later, Ling Ji finally felt a bit relieved. The giant bear began moving again, its two huge legs walking away into the distance. The tremors of the earth gradually faded away. Only when Ling Ji saw on the all-knowing map that the giant bear had left 200 kilometers did he let Xiao Ji start the vehicle, quickly leaving the area, heading at a slow speed toward the direction where the giant bear had come from. At this point, Xiao Jin began to recover its normal form, its color turning back to gold. Ling Ji finally realized it was Xiao Jin who had gotten them into trouble. "Speak. Is it because of you?" Ling Ji pulled at Xiao Jin's jelly-like body. "Sorry, Master. That bear sensed my bloodline." Xiao Jin's soft voice echoed in Ling Ji's mind. "Next time, be smarter. If you encounter something like this, just play dead. Don't almost get us discovered like today. Do you hear me?" Ling Ji continued pulling at Xiao Jin's body, scolding it. "I hear you," Xiao Jin said in a wrong tone. Just after Xiao Jin spoke, its body froze, and it immediately closed its eyes, repeating the earlier play-dead behavior. At the same time, Xiao Ji began frantically warning, "Ding! A strong life fluctuation is approaching." He opened the all-knowing map in his mind. A red, just like the giant bear, was quickly passing by. Who? Just as the red dot passed through the all-knowing map, a huge windstorm swept through, and the snowy sky was instantly torn open with a gap. Ling Ji only saw a huge cluster of ice crystal feathers disappear from the sky, which must have been the tail of that flying giant beast. The sky then revealed the scenery outside the snowstorm, but what puzzled him was that there were 9 suns hanging in the sky. But the suns here were ice blue. Could those really be suns? Before Ling Ji could finish his confusion, the snowstorm filled the gap, and the world returned to a white blur. Throughout this journey, Xiao Jin kept playing dead, like an ice sculpture placed in the living room. Ling Ji was also on edge. Although he hadn't encountered a terrifying monster like the giant bear, it was still not something he could deal with. The vehicle, like a giant block of ice, moved slowly for 500 kilometers before encountering another monster blocking the way. Ling Ji subconsciously glanced at the all-knowing map. Oh! This one is even lighter than the usual red. Ice Crystal Skeleton. Rank, 4. Physique, 2897. Mental, 2465. Evaluation, the most common monster in the frozen north, a combination of undead and skeletal remains. Li Mo, you kill it. Ling Ji turned and spoke to Shun Li Mo beside him. Okay. Shun Li Mo nodded. She and Ning Fei didn't want to be someone who just looked good, so on nights when Ling Ji wasn't around, she worked hard to develop her shadow power. Meanwhile, Ning Fei paid more attention to the regional trading market, being fully aware of the prices and trading trends of all items. Ling Ji saw their efforts clearly. A dark gleam flashed in Xun Limo's eyes, and immediately, the shadow behind her stood up, took the obsidian dagger from her hand, and then vanished. The next second, in a faint shadow behind the ice crystal skeleton, a shadow stood up, the obsidian dagger in its hand glittered with starlight and stabbed straight toward the skeleton's neck. Crack! The bone connecting the neck of the ice crystal skeleton instantly shattered, and the head and body separated, collapsing to the ground with a loud sound. Ding! Killed a 4-tier ice crystal skeleton. Gained 10 points. Xun Limo, holding a bag of soil, couldn't help but exclaim, "This monster dropped a bag of black soil." Ling Ji and Ning Fei leaned in, looking at the bag of black soil. The attributes of the black soil also appeared in their eyes. Black soil. Quality, black iron tier. Attributes, can plant seeds, no special growth bonuses. Evaluation, a plain, ordinary black soil. Having it means you can become a great agricultural worker. This stuff should be essential in the future, but without growth bonuses, if the vegetables mature, most people will starve before they can even see the seeds sprout. Ning Fei curled her lips and couldn't help but complain. True. It's useful, but not much. Xun Limo also echoed. Given the usual vegetable growth rate, it's likely that the person planting the seeds would starve to death without even seeing the seedlings sprout. Ling Ji then sank his consciousness into his mind and opened the omniscient map, searching for the word soil. The next second, several sparkling golden dots appeared on the omniscient map. Black iron tier soil resource point. Ling Ji took a quick glance and saw that within a 3,000 kilometers radius, there was only one dark gold tier soil resource point, and it was quite close to him, about 100 kilometers away. The black iron tier soil resource points made up 99% of the total, with the remaining 3 higher tier soil resource points making up only 1%. Small problem, I've already found the dark gold tier soil resource point, it's 100 kilometers away, not far. Ling Ji said aloud. At that moment, a golden trail appeared in his eyes, drifting towards the snowstorm. Dark gold tier soil resource point? That's amazing. Ning Fei's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. Xun Limo was also a bit excited. A Shuang didn't understand anything about resources, but seeing their emotions improve, she smiled as well. Xiaoji started the vehicle and quickly drove along the golden trail. But after driving not far, a group of small red dots suddenly appeared on the radar map, rapidly closing in on them. Ling Ji glanced again at the omniscient map in his mind, confirmed there was no danger, and then relaxed. Ding! A large group of 3-tier ice crystal wolves is approaching. Xiaoji issued a warning, vehicle-mounted weapons have been activated. The vicious, pitch-black barrel of the beast god close-range cannon lifted, aimed at the wolves running in the snow. Unlike the previous snow wolves, the ice crystal wolves had a thin layer of ice crystals covering their fur. Their size was not as large as the snow wolves, but their attacks carried magical damage. Seeing the massive icebound vehicle, the Wolf King and the Ice Crystal Wolf Pack stopped first, and spat out an ice ball at the vehicle. Ding! Magic damage detected, frostbite, damage ineffective. The warning alarms from Xiaoji sounded continuously. The next second, the bullet from the beast god's close defense cannon shot out, turning this group of Tier 3 Ice Crystal Wolves into pieces. Ding! Killed 17 Tier 3 Ice Crystal Wolves. Gained 17 points. Chapter 63, The Refinement of Killing Intent. These Tier 3 Ice Crystal Wolves only dropped some coins and seeds. The vehicle kept crawling towards the resource point at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Ling Ji was extra cautious this time, afraid that one careless move would lead him to bump into some big creatures. The omniscient map was a talent, but it couldn't provide a warning, and he couldn't constantly watch it either, because he also needed to refine his killing intent to strengthen himself. If he could integrate the talent into the vehicle, it would be perfect, Ling Ji thought. As it neared 6 p.m., Ling Ji finished dinner, glanced at the squad channel. The strongest in the squad were Summon and Answer, and I Am a Sweet Girl. Their progress wasn't going well either, and there were still 2 people arguing in the channel. Ling Ji didn't feel like paying attention to that, so he quickly closed the squad channel, sat on the sofa, and began to refine his killing intent within his body, using it to temper himself. However, until now, he hadn't tempered his physical body, because the little bit he had tempered before with just the recently refined killing intent had caused him excruciating pain. Ling Ji had now made up his mind, he must temper his body. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, crimson mist constantly rising from his body. Xun Limo, Ning Fei, and a Shuang all stayed away from him, especially a Shuang, who felt that if she got any closer, her soul body would feel sharp pain. Xiaojin, however, was curious, watching Ling Ji from the living room, hopping over to the sofa, staring intently at the continuous red mist coming from Ling Ji's body. Goo goo! Its body stretched out 2 hands, trying to grab the mist, but before it could touch, Ling Ji grabbed its head with one hand and threw it under the table. Then, he took out the scale feather bow from his backpack and threw it to Xiaojin. With the food in front of it, Xiaojin lost interest and directly swallowed the scale feather bow, hopping off to the side of the sofa to digest it. The red mist was something Ling Ji had carefully refined into killing intent. Even though Xiaojin had saint-level bloodlines, it was not something it could casually touch. Ah! When the red mist truly began to refine him, Ling Ji let out a painful scream. The intense pain caused his face to turn pale instantly, and sweat beads the size of mung beans appeared on his forehead. He now felt as if the finger being refined was being pierced and torn apart by thousands of needles. An extremely domineering power also kept surging within his body. Physique plus 0.01. Spirit plus 0.01. Physique plus 0.01. Spirit plus 0.01. System prompt sounds kept ringing. Xinli Mo and the others anxiously watched Ling Ji, tightly clutching their clothes. They had never seen Ling Ji like this, as they always saw him laughing and talking. After more than 10 minutes, Ling Ji finally got used to the domineering power, and only then did he stop screaming. It was then that he noticed the system's prompts. Is this an attribute boost? Ling Ji was surprised when he saw these words. He glanced at his attribute panel. Player, Ling Ji. Physique, 2291, plus 3 plus 500 plus 9.06. Spirit, 2202, plus 3 plus 500 plus 9.06. When Ling Ji saw the attribute panel, his eyes instantly brightened. These attribute boosts in parentheses didn't mean that he could continue refining his body without worry of reaching a physical limit. If he had known it could grow infinitely, he would have started much earlier. Ling Ji withdrew the blood mist on his body, and only then did Xinli Mo and the others approach him. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body? Xinli Mo asked with concern. No, I feel great. After refining, I can feel myself getting stronger. Ling Ji said with a big smile. At this moment, Ning Fei was wiping the sweat off Ling Ji's body with a damp towel. Ling brother, your aura was terrifying just now. A Shuang, who was leaning against Ling Ji's arm, couldn't help but say. Alright, that was me training. I'm still your Ling brother. Ling Ji patted a Shuang's head. But when he let go, he wasn't sure how to do it. At this moment, a Shuang was tightly pressed against him, and the clothes she was wearing were no longer the white dress she had worn when Ling Ji first saw her. Instead, it was a black dress, but the neckline of the black dress was a bit low. Ling Ji immediately saw the snow-white part of a Shuang's chest. Ahem. Ling Ji calmly moved to the side, naturally letting his hand drop. A mischievous look flashed in a Shuang's eyes, and she leaned closer again, tightly holding Ling Ji's hand, shaking it continuously. Ling Ji's mind was instantly filled with confusion and desire. Although a Shuang's body temperature was not high, he could clearly feel the softness of her body. Xinli Mo and Ning Fei watched the scene, and the two women exchanged a glance, unable to stop themselves from laughing. A Shuang was a soul body. If she were a real person. At this moment, a Shuang whispered something in Ling Ji's ear, and instantly, his expression shifted from resistance and confusion to excitement. Really? Really, you'll know if you try. A Shuang saw Ling Ji's reaction and felt that things were looking good, so she immediately spoke in a coquettish voice. Alright, I'll wait until I have time. Ling Ji didn't immediately agree, he only responded like this. Okay then. The beast-shaped platform kept moving downward, and finally, it reached a location near a dark gold-level black earth resource point in Ling Ji's all-knowing map. Ding! Detected a 5th-tier extreme monster near the resource point. Ding! Detected a player vehicle near the resource point. Would you like to activate the vehicle weapons? Ling Ji looked at the radar map on the central control panel and saw that the location of the 5th-tier extreme monster overlapped with the player vehicle's location. Xiaoji, get closer and take a look. Ling Ji ordered. He could tell that this was a player who was surrounded. Just like the player's vision range was greatly reduced, and so was the monster's vision range. The beast-shaped platform continued to approach, and soon a huge snow mountain ice python was seen coiling around a vehicle. A panel popped up. Snow mountain ice python. Tier, 5th tier extreme. Physique, 3999. Spirit, 2357. Evaluation, its defense is like a turtle in the python world. The snow mountain ice python noticed something approaching and, sensing that the life fluctuations weren't strong, it swung its icy tail through the air. Whoosh! Boom! With a loud bang, the ice layer on top of Ling Ji's vehicle cracked, but there was not a single mark left on the vehicle's body. Roar! The heavy spikes on the vehicle, in reaction, pierced through the snow mountain ice python's ice layer, causing its tail to hurt. It let out a roar and through the vehicle it was coiled around to the side before charging straight at Ling Ji. Perfect time to test my current strength. A sharp light flashed in Ling Ji's eyes. Under the enhancement of the sacred bone, he hadn't tested just how powerful his thunder was yet. He glanced at the all-knowing map in his mind. There were no strong monsters within a 3,000 kilometers radius. This was a perfect opportunity for an experiment. Ling Ji's figure flickered and appeared above the vehicle, and his black thunder erupted from his hand. In an instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel shot toward the Snow Mountain Ice Python. Chapter 64, Chu Ling Ling. Roar. Perhaps sensing the power of the thunder Ling Ji shot, the Snow Mountain Ice Python stopped its forward-moving snake head, and a look of anthropomorphic fear flashed in its vertical pupils. A dim blue light radiated from its forehead, and at the same time, it shot out a beam of ice blue light. Ling Ji had already experienced this move. The energy was very strong, and the control was quite sufficient. But it couldn't compare to the thunder in his hand. Boom! ZZZT. At the moment the thunder clashed with the beam, the violent thunder energy instantly tore through the ice-sealed beam and charged toward the Snow Mountain Ice Python. The Snow Mountain Ice Python's body shook, and cold air erupted from its body. The surface of its body instantly condensed into dense, scaly ice crystals. In the next second, the power of the thunder exploded on its snake body. Countless ice crystals and snow mist scattered, blocking Ling Ji's view. Before Ling Ji could see clearly, a huge bloodthirsty mouth appeared from the snow mist, biting toward him. The Snow Mountain Ice Python wanted to swallow Ling Ji alive. Ling Ji's lips curled into a mocking smile, truly not afraid of being struck by lightning through the heart. I am thunder. I am the storm. Ling Ji shouted loudly, with lightning crackling all over his body. A figure of lightning exactly like him stood behind him, two huge hands holding the upper and lower jaws of the Snow Ridge Ice Python. The moment they made contact, the power of thunder surged into the body of the Snow Ridge Ice Python, causing its entire serpentine body to writhe wildly in excruciating pain. Roar! The Snow Ridge Ice Python tried to close its mouth, but the two giant hands held on tightly, trying to tear it open. It could only watch helplessly as its mouth opened wider and wider, until there was a tearing sound, the noise of skin and flesh being ripped apart. The Snow Ridge Ice Python's originally massive bloody mouth was torn open, its entire body scorched by the electricity, and the ice crystals on it had already melted. Kill the 5th level Snow Ridge Ice Python. Earn 200 points. Congratulations on killing the 5th level Extreme Snow Ridge Ice Python, earned 5,000 gold coins. Dark Gold level Black Soil X1. Fresh Snake Meat 100 units. Soul Crystals X3. Spinach Seeds X1. Congratulations, player, you have earned a permanent attribute boost. Constitution plus 10. Spirit plus 3. Ling Ji's gaze turned toward the vehicle covered in snow and ice. It hadn't been destroyed yet, but its energy storage was struggling to keep up. However, he didn't have the intention to meddle, but as he turned back, he saw a pattern partially exposed on the other side of the vehicle. What's that? Ling Ji narrowed his eyes. He had seen that pattern before, and it was very familiar. But with just a glimpse, he couldn't be sure. Ling Ji's wings behind him trembled, and his entire body slid forward, now seeing the full pattern on the vehicle below. Qingyun Society. This guild immediately appeared in his mind. Could it be someone from Chu Tianxiong's inner circle? Ling Ji had some doubts in his heart, then landed down. He remembered that there were indeed a lot of people left from the Qingyun Society, more than the people from the Dragon Tiger Society like Zhao Long. Ling Ji looked at the vehicle, a 4th level vehicle. It was a player with some strength. But with such strength, they dared to provoke the 5th level Extreme Snow Ridge Ice Python? Ling Ji's spiritual power directly broke through the vehicle's spiritual defense and scanned inside. Inside, everything was pink and tender, and there was a short person lying in the living room. Ling Ji's spiritual power continued to probe. Suddenly, he froze in place. He couldn't believe it, so he scanned again. What the hell? It's a woman? Ling Ji's eyes widened, muttering to himself. Then his spiritual power condensed into a solid slap. 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 Chu Lingling opened her eyes, only feeling a fiery pain. Hiss, why does my face hurt so much? She touched her face, and immediately let out a startled cry, feeling the pain. Hey! What's your name? Ling Ji's voice echoed in Chu Lingling's mind. Who are you? Is this the underworld? Why does it look like the environment inside my vehicle? Is this an illusion? Chu Lingling fired off a series of questions that were on her mind. This is your vehicle, but I saved you, so how will you repay me? Ling Ji's indifferent voice echoed. Oh, I found a dark gold level soil resource point, I can give it to you as a reward. Chu Lingling's mind was still a bit confused. She remembered that the vehicle had been entangled by the 5th level Extreme Snow Ridge Ice Python. How could anyone save her? Who are you? Chu Lingling asked. Of course, I am the highest mountain and the longest river of your 07 zone. Oh, you are Ling Shen? Chu Lingling, hearing this string of self-praise, immediately recognized Ling Ji's identity. Her father had never said he was this narcissistic. Chu Lingling curled her lips. Yo, little girl, you're pretty smart. While Ling Ji spoke, Chu Lingling had already walked up to the windshield, looking at Ling Ji, who was conversing in the air outside the vehicle. Their eyes met, and Chu Lingling immediately felt Ling Ji's aura drop a bit. Hey! I'm coming with you. Chu Lingling opened the vehicle door and stepped out. At this moment, the red marks on her face had already disappeared. She was already at the 3rd level and had no fear of the snowstorm before her. What? Ling Ji was shocked. My vehicle is almost destroyed. I don't have enough materials, but my strength is decent, with an SSS level talent, life rhythm. Chu Lingling spoke up. Ling Ji's eyes instantly brightened when he heard this. Life rhythm, it sounded like it could heal, and it could also be used for planting. In his team, they were not lacking in combat power, but they were lacking in this extremely useful logistical talent, especially since the wound on his back hadn't healed yet. Good talent. I'll reluctantly accept you. Come with me. Chu Lingling silently followed behind Ling Ji, and as soon as she got into the vehicle, she felt a wave of warmth. Chu Lingling was a bit shocked. How much fuel would be needed every day? After Ling Ji bound her to the vehicle, the system's prompt appeared. Congratulations on occupying the dark gold level resource point, you have gained 1,000 points. Congratulations, you have gained 10,000 units of dark gold level black soil. Ling Ji's heart stirred, and a bag of black soil appeared in his hand, each bag weighing about 100 pounds. Black soil. Quality, dark gold. Attributes, growth speed increased by 10 times. Evaluation, it has been added with a black fertilizer that makes vegetables ripen quickly. 10 times the growth speed. Ling Ji raised his eyebrows. The effect was indeed impressive. Crops like cabbage, potatoes, leeks, and spinach, which are early maturing, would be ready in less than a week. With such a fast growth speed, he didn't need to worry about running out of food anymore. At this moment, Shen Limo walked out from the shadows. The moment she saw Chu Lingling, both of them froze for a moment. Who is this? Shen Limo looked at Chu Lingling in confusion. She seemed to have seen this girl before. Before Ling Ji could speak, Chu Lingling introduced herself. My name is Chu Lingling, nice to meet you. Oh, I'm Shen Limo, this is Ning Fei, and this is a Shuang, Shen Limo said, pointing at Ning Fei and a Shuang who had walked over after hearing the sound. Hello? Hello? Alright, no time to chat here, let's get the black soil sorted. Ling Ji said after seeing that they were somewhat acquainted. At this moment, Xiao Jin was devouring the scale feather bow, remaining motionless. And at the spot where the dark gold level black soil resource point had just been, a convoy appeared. At the head of the convoy was a blonde, blue-eyed man who was staring grimly at the now disappeared resource point. The communicator beside him beeped, "Boss, I see them. There is a yellow-skinned man, and a woman." The subordinate's talent was time reversal, allowing him to see the time node from 15 minutes ago. Chase them. P.S. Thanks to Leonidas from Tianguan Yuan for powering up with love. Thanks to user 24889033 for powering up with love. Thanks to // Dan Emogwa, UCI for the update reminder. Chapter 65, Player Pursuit? In the center of the watchtower was a round black soil area, which could grow vegetables and also observe the outside situation. Ning Fei had just scattered cabbage seeds into the soil, and in less than half an hour, tender green sprouts had already broken through the black soil, showing promising growth. Chu Lingling was standing on tiptoe, her small hand gently placed on Ling Ji's back. A pale white glow overflowed from her palm. The deep wound, which had been torn to the bone by the Snow Wolf King's claws, was healing at a visible speed, scabbing over and falling off, leaving no scar behind. Done. Ling Ji, my talent is amazing, right? Chu Lingling shook her twin ponytails behind her head, saying as if asking for praise. Ling Ji stretched his shoulders, and the discomfort from the previous wound was completely gone. And now with Chu Lingling, an SSS-level divine doctor, it was like having a mobile medical station, greatly improving their sustainability. Not bad, I'll give you extra chicken legs later. Ling Ji smiled. But just then, Xiao Ji's alarm sounded suddenly. Ding! Detecting a high-speed approaching vehicle group. A total of 27 vehicles, including 2 level 5 vehicles, 25 level 4 vehicles, approaching at a speed of 80 km per hour, estimated arrival in 30 seconds. Ling Ji raised his eyebrows and instantly flashed to the watchtower front. Through the blizzard, the snow on the ground was shaking. More than 20 vehicles, their whole bodies covered with ice armor, smashed through the snow fog, and in no more than 10 seconds, surrounded his beast-shaped fortress tightly in the middle. Leading them was a savage-looking level 5 vehicle, and with a loud clang, the door swung open. A tall white man with golden hair and blue eyes stepped down, a cigar clamped in his mouth, his eyes filled with open contempt and wild arrogance. He was the squad leader of this convoy, Kane. The system translation voice was precise and without a single mistake. Yellowskin Monkey, was it you who stole the dark gold level resource point that our Freedom Temple had set its eyes on? Cain blew out a ring of smoke and said in a scornful tone, I'll give you a chance to live, come out right now, kneel on the ground and kowtow 3 times to me, and immediately spit out the resource point. And also send the woman on your vehicle over. Maybe if Grandpa here is in a good mood, I can leave you a whole corpse. As his words fell, loud laughter burst out from the vehicles around, rising and falling one after another. All kinds of filthy foreign curses filled the air, and some people even shouted loudly, Yellowskin Pig, get out and die. Hearing this, there was not the slightest ripple on Ling Ji's face, only a flash of red light passed through his eyes. He had seen scenes far bigger than this. Not to mention more than 20 level 4 vehicles, even hundreds of 4th order snow wolves, he could rely on the close-in defense cannons to kill in and out 7 times. Did this group of foreigners who did not know the height of heaven and the thickness of earth really think that with a few broken vehicles, they could show off their power in front of him? Xiao Ji. Ling Ji's voice was as cold as the wind and snow outside. Unlock all permissions of the Beast God close-in defense cannons, raise the barrels, lock all enemy vehicles as targets. Received. Beast God close-in defense cannons unlocked. Target lock complete. As Xiao Ji's prompt sound fell, the heavy alloy armor on the top of the beast-shaped fortress slowly flipped open to both sides. 3 pitch-black and savage close-in defense cannon barrels, each as thick as an adult's arm, slowly rose from inside the cabin. The barrels began to spin at high speed, letting out a scalp-numbing buzzing sound. The icy muzzles all pointed neatly at the enemy vehicles surrounding them. Cain, who had just been laughing wildly in mockery, had his smile freeze instantly, his pupils shrank sharply, and even the cigar in his mouth dropped into the snow. The underlings beside him were completely stunned, their eyes wide as they stared at the spinning barrels. What is that? 3 close-in defense cannons? Fuck. Why does his vehicle have 3 close-in defense cannons? Can a level 5 vehicle's defense withstand it? Cain forced himself to stay calm, gritting his teeth as he cheered his men up. What are you panicking for? Just 3 broken cannons, pretending to be mysterious. We have more than 20 vehicles, are we afraid of his one? Open fire. Disable his broken vehicle first. But just as his words fell, Ling Ji had already coldly spit out 2 words. Open fire. Boom. A deafening roar exploded in an instant, and the Beast God close-in defense cannons burst out 3 blazing tons of fire. Countless bullets sprayed out like a pouring rainstorm, a firing rate of 10,000 rounds per minute directly tearing 3 gashes open in the blizzard. The first to bear the brunt was Cain's level 5 vehicle. In front of the terrifying bullet storm of the Beast God close-in defense cannons, that layer of alloy body was no different from paper. Bullets pierced through the armor in an instant, ripping the entire vehicle apart like cutting melons and vegetables. Boom! With an earth-shaking loud explosion, the whole vehicle directly blew up into a fireball shooting into the sky, parts and flames scattering everywhere. Ding! Killed enemy player, gained points times 50. Ding! Killed enemy player, gained points times 40. Ding! Killed enemy player, gained points times 35. The system prompt sounds rang wildly in Ling Ji's mind, and the remaining players were completely scared out of their wits. How would they still dare to open fire? How would they still dare to stay? Some crazily turned their vehicles around, wanting to slam the gas pedal and run, others directly opened their doors, rolling and crawling as they knelt in the snow, kowtowing madly toward the beast-shaped fortress, crying for their fathers and mothers as they begged for mercy. Stop shooting! Stop! We were wrong. We were forced by Cain. We never wanted to go against you. Please, spare us. We won't dare again. We'll give you all our supplies. Please, let us live. Ling Ji stood on the lookout tower, his eyes as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. Spare them? When this group of people cursed him earlier, did they ever think about it? They weren't remorseful, they were just afraid of death. Begging for mercy? Too late. Ling Ji's voice was devoid of emotion. He gave another order, leave none alive, clear them all. The fire of the close-range cannons didn't pause at all, a high-speed rotating barrel slowly turned, crazily firing at the fleeing vehicles. One vehicle after another was blown up, fire ignited across the snowy field, explosions sounded one after another. The players kneeling in the snow, begging for mercy, didn't even have time to scream before the dense barrage turned them into sieves. In less than a minute, the once mighty convoy of vehicles was all reduced to burning scrap metal in the snow. The system prompt sound finally stopped. Ling Ji glanced at the points panel, and with this wave, his points surged by 30-35, firmly taking the top spot on the leaderboard. Chu Lingling's eyes widened as she stared at the piles of scrap metal outside. It was the first time she had witnessed the power of the Beast God's close defense cannon up close, and she was so shocked she couldn't speak. Chapter 66, The Divine Hall of Sacred Authority. Ling Ji swiftly exited the vehicle, ready to check the supplies dropped on the battlefield. But just as he approached a pile of deformed vehicles, he heard a faint groan. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow, kicked open the heavy vehicle body that was pressing on top. He saw a white player with both legs broken, lying in the gap between the vehicle body, covered in blood. His chest was still faintly rising and falling, and he was still alive. The man's eyes widened in terror when he saw Ling Ji, his face full of fear. He tried to shrink back, but as soon as his legs moved, the pain caused him to scream. Ling Ji showed a cold smile, and a flash of lightning appeared in his palm. The thunderstrike gun, crackling with black-purple lightning, was instantly pressed against his throat. To survive under the barrage of the beast god's close defense cannon, even if the vehicle had blocked most of the attacks, it was enough to show this guy was no ordinary player. Feeling the violent power from the gun's tip, the white player on the ground had all his body hairs stand on end. "Don't kill me. Please. It was all a misunderstanding, we really meant no harm." The man with broken legs desperately wriggled his body in the snow, kowtowing to Ling Ji, his forehead hitting the cold frozen ground, quickly soaking it with blood. "I am Brian Chi. My team number is 0317, I am one of the core members of the Divine Hall of Sacred Authority." Brianchi's voice trembled, speaking quickly in desperation to save his life, even holding on to a thread of hope. "Could you also be a member of the Divine Hall of Sacred Authority? Don't fight against your own people. Our temple has tens of thousands of members across the entire frozen north. If you spare me, the benefits will be yours." Inside the beast-shaped fortress command room, Shen Limiao and the others watched the scene through Xiaoji's screen, their faces showing disdain. "Own people? These mongrels, who keep calling them yellow-skinned monkeys, are they worthy?" Ling Ji stood in the raging snowstorm, not retracting his spear, not even bending down. His purple-tinged eyes looked down from above, coldly staring at Brian Chi, who was kneeling on the ground. His gaze was indifferent. Ling Ji released his spiritual power without holding back. It was like a mountain collapsing, violently crashing into Brianchi's mind. "Divine Hall of Sacred Authority? You think you deserve to call yourselves my people?" The moment the words fell, Brianchi felt like his head was about to explode. The excruciating pain made his whole body convulse violently, foam pouring from his mouth. He couldn't even scream. He struggled to lift his head, and when he saw Ling Ji's young East Asian face and the pair of purple eyes filled with a cold murderous intent, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he instinctively blurted out. Are you from Korea or Japan?" "No. This kind of aura. Are you a player from Dragon Country?" Ling Ji slightly squinted his eyes, the tip of his gun moved, and it directly pierced through his neck, the blood instantly evaporating under the thunder's heat. "What do you think?" The system has a universal translation feature, so players can understand each other's language without barriers, but their native accents can never be deceived. When Ling Ji spoke, his perfectly pronounced Chinese immediately made Brianchi sure of his nationality. In that moment, the expression on Brianchi's face was a masterpiece, a mix of fear, panic, and despair. But he quickly forced out a smile even more grotesque than crying, speaking in the most broken Chinese, stammering as he said. "En ni hao. The big shot from Dragon Country. I'm a friend of Dragon Country. I love Dragon Country. Dragon Country movies. Jackie Chan. I've been watching them since I was little. This whole thing was forced by Kane. I didn't want to go against you at all, it was him threatening me with a gun. I'm just a runner, please show mercy and let me go." "Enough nonsense." Ling Ji coldly interrupted his tearful performance, his fingertips moving slightly, and the thunder on the gun's body surged, instantly rushing into his body. Another heart-wrenching scream erupted, and Brianchi's skin instantly charred from the electric shock, the excruciating pain almost triggering his death-like talent. "Answer my question, what exactly is the Holy Authority Temple, and what is its core purpose?" Ling Ji raised his chin, his gaze sweeping across the rows of still-smoking wrecks of vehicles nearby. "If you don't speak or dare to lie, you've already seen the outcome. You can endure once, but can you endure a second time? You can try." Buzz. The terrifying mental pressure, combined with the death threat close at hand, caused Brianchi's mental defenses to completely collapse under the double pressure. "I'll speak. I'll tell everything." Tears and snot flowing down, Brianchi trembled as he spilled the whole truth. The Holy Authority Temple is a super-large organization formed by the top European and American players of the White Sovereign Group. On the day they entered the frozen Northlands, they contacted the top players from dozens of large regions, saying that Dragon Country players have the most people, the strongest talent, the fastest development speed, and are the biggest threat on the entire map. We must eliminate them together in advance. So the rules of the Holy Authority Temple are to prioritize hunting down and eliminating all Dragon Country player teams on the entire map, dividing up your vehicles, supplies, and resource points. Hearing this, Ling Ji's face suddenly darkened. As expected, the foreigner's target from the very beginning was all the players from Dragon Country. Interesting. Ling Ji's tone was unreadable, but his murderous intent grew stronger by the moment. How many teams are currently part of this so-called Holy Authority Temple? Brianchi swallowed a mouthful of blood, his voice trembling even more. Lot. I, as a team leader, don't have the specific number they are contacting by regions. But in my area, at least 100 teams have responded to the call, adding up to over 100,000 players. We've also set up ambushes at various resource points and crucial paths, especially hunting down lone Dragon Country teams. So far, we've completely wiped out over a dozen Dragon Country teams. Big shot. I swear, I was forced. I'm just a small fry, I really didn't want to participate, it was White Sovereign and Kane who forced me. Forced? Ling Ji suddenly sneered, directly interrupting his performance. Wasn't it you who shouted the loudest in the car, telling the yellow-skinned pigs to come out and die? Brianki's body suddenly stiffened. The blood on his face instantly faded, turning deathly pale. He clearly felt the killing intent radiating from Ling Ji, which had already pierced his skin. No. That wasn't me. It was Kane. It was him shouting. I didn't say anything just now. You heard wrong. It really wasn't me. Whether it's you or not, it doesn't matter anymore. You have no strength, yet you dare to bare your teeth at Dragon Country players. You were asking for death. Next life, remember to control your mouth. F***CK. You devil. Brianchi let out a desperate scream, suddenly unleashing all the power within him. Even if it meant breaking his legs, he desperately lunged toward the snow pile beside him, hoping to trigger his fake death ability and survive. However, no matter how fast his movements were, how could he outrun the speed of shadows? The shadow behind Ling Ji suddenly rippled, and Shin Limo's figure quietly appeared. The star sand dagger in her hand cut through a brilliant starlight. Poochie! The sharp dagger pierced Brianchi's back heart with precision, directly smashing his heart. Brianchi's body, which had been lunging forward, instantly stiffened, his eyes bulging wide, blood pouring out of his mouth in large gushes, and he fell heavily into the snow, completely silent. His once proud SS-level fake death ability didn't even get a chance to trigger before it was completely destroyed by the power of shadows. Ding! Killed enemy player, gains 60 points. Ling Ji glanced at the corpse on the ground, didn't even look twice, and turned to return to the Beast Fortress. Chapter 67, A Day's End. The news of the Sacred Authority Temple hunting Dragon Country players had already spread across the regional chat. Fig, damn. F***King Sacred Authority Temple. If you have the guts, face us one-on-one. Hiding in the gutter and sneak attacking, what kind of skill is that? Eat my stick, a bunch of rats. Only know how to play dirty, show some guts and fight head-on. Free Obama, weaklings should be hunted by the strong. It's your fault you're too weak. Pretty country's dad, hat. You upstairs, wait for me. I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Free Obama, when I find you, I hope you can still talk that tough. Aluminum flower, from today, every filthy member of the Sacred Authority Temple, I'll kill one on sight. All kinds of insults and taunts filled the screen, making Ning Fei and Shin Limo grip their fists in anger. But they also knew that in this road to survival, weakness was the original sin. Only by getting stronger could they make others fear and submit. Ling Ji swiped across the panel, closing the regional chat. Only one question remained in his mind: how did that White Sovereign contact so many players? He clicked on private chat. The avatars of Long and Shu Tianxiong were still gray, and the system only popped up one sentence: 10,000 kilometers away, cannot contact. Forget it, the boat will cross when it reaches the bridge. Ling Ji didn't linger on it. Anyway, when the time comes, he'll capture a member of the Sacred Authority Temple for questioning, and everything will be clear. He switched to the squad channel. Unlike the heated discussions in the regional chat, this channel was full of desperate sighs. Only a few players like Summon at Will and I'm Sweet Girl with level 4 vehicles were trying to encourage the morale, while everyone else sighed, with no fighting spirit left. Ling Ji shook his head, too lazy to care, and opened the leaderboard. The top spot was still his, with his points reaching 4442, and White Sovereign was in second place with 1730 points. A bit of strength, but not much. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow, but his interest in this White Sovereign grew. With this little strength, how did he manage to do it? Time flew by, and only 10 minutes remained before the 0-point score settlement and the elimination of the last 100 squads. Ling Ji held a cup of hot tea, enjoying the steam rising, feeling quite content. But compared to this comfort, countless squads' hearts were racing, secretly praying that their squad wouldn't be on the elimination list. In an ice cave in the western mountains of the frozen north, more than 30 vehicles were packed tightly, mostly covered by ice blocks, with a level 5 vehicle at the forefront, covered in scratch marks. Yang Tingdong, the captain of Squad 001, was listening to his teammates report their scores. Content is blocked. I have 8 points. I have 1 point. I have 0 points. After everyone had reported, Yang Tingdong weakly spoke up, I have 70 points. Next to another level 5 vehicle, Yushuang leaned against the vehicle body, hands on her hips, complaining, a bunch of grown men, and I, a girl, am more capable than all of you. What is this? I have 55 points. Yang Tingdong finished tallying the points of all the team members and, in despair, said in the team channel, our team's total score is only 168 points. As soon as he said this, the team channel erupted. It's over, we're definitely getting eliminated. I've always been afraid of pain. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, I can't take care of you in your old age, but I'll do better in my next life. Sigh, if only my girlfriend was here, at least we could die together, that would be a perfect end. Linga, are you really not going to do anything? Ningfei cast the region channel to the main screen, her tone filled with helplessness, the channel is going crazy. Ling Ji had no expression on his face, his fingers swiping the screen to turn off the projection, they're not putting in the effort, even if they scored 2 or 3 more points, it wouldn't have ended up like this. After saying that, he walked to the center of the living room and sat down, crimson killing intent leaking from his body as he began to temper his physique. Physique plus 0.01. Mentality plus 0.01. Physique plus 0.01. Mentality plus 0.01. The panic in the regional channel grew stronger, everyone was waiting for that death sentence. 23 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds. 3, 2, 1, 0. As the clock struck midnight, the cold system prompt sound rang on time. Ding! The first day of the Icebound Northern Region Score Challenge has ended, starting settlement. Settlement in progress. The vehicle was silent, only the howling wind and snow outside could be heard. A few seconds later, the system broadcasted again. Current remaining teams, 29,900, of which teams 0034, 0187, 0259. And other teams with the lowest 100 total scores will be eliminated. Player leaderboard has been updated. Erasure program activated. Immediate execution. From the edge of the snowstorm, faint screams echoed, only to soon return to silence. Ningfei hurriedly refreshed the team panel, and the next moment, her tense body relaxed, letting out a long breath. Linggu. We're fine. We're not on the list. We're ranked 3rd. We're safe. At almost the same time, the initial team channel bound to Ling Ji instantly exploded. I can't believe it. I didn't die. I'm still alive. Ha 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 ha. I made it through. Quick, look at the erasure list. We're not on it. We're really safe. Thank God. I actually survived. The joy of survival instantly filled the entire channel, some were crying loudly, others were spamming reaction images, and some were rambling about how scared they had been just moments ago. While everyone was celebrating their good luck, one player suddenly sent a message, full of shock. Wait. Brothers, look at the leaderboard. Our team's total score is 4,610. We're ranked 3rd in the entire server. Did I read that wrong? Our total score was only 168 points. Where did the other 4,000 plus points come from? Quick, look at the individual leaderboard in our team. The first place. The sign language girl did the math for me. 4,442 points. First in the whole server. The channel went quiet for 2 seconds, then completely exploded. First in the whole server? We have the top player in our team? Damn. No wonder we survived. Turns out we're riding on the coattails of a big shot. Big shot. Thank you for saving my life. From now on, whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it without question. Countless thanks and praises flooded the screen, and Ling Ji glanced at it before shutting off the channel, not replying with a single word. To him, these people surviving was merely helping him secure the team's score, nothing more. At the same time, in the farthest northern part of the Icebound Northern region, among shattered walls, there were hundreds of vehicles covered in frost. At the center of the convoy, a huge, menacing level 6 vehicle was parked. Inside the vehicle was an extravagant interior, spacious like a small palace. The walls were inlaid with dazzling crystals, and the leather seats were embroidered with intricate patterns. A tall white man sat on the sofa, a cigar in his mouth. Heh, someone's even higher up than that person. Rod, do you think this guy might be even stronger? A lazy and charming woman's voice rang out, and behind him appeared a woman in tight black clothes, holding a glass of wine that swirled like fresh blood. Rod sneered, Lillian, lighting only made a move once, today this person just got lucky. Whether it's luck or not, the fact is right in front of us. Lillian's aura suddenly turned as cold as ice. Alright, it's time, prepare to receive. A seemingly ordinary ice crystal statue appeared in her hand. But the statue was oddly carved, with limbs that were slightly twisted, countless fine scratches on it, and the chest area was hollow. As Lillian injected her mental energy, an invisible wave emanated from the hollow of the statue. Found him. A voice with no warmth immediately appeared in their minds. At the same time, Ling Ji's nickname also appeared in their minds. P.S. There's one more chapter, wait a bit. Chapter 68, The Ancient Dynasty Ruins. The next morning at 8 a.m., a strong aroma filled the entire living room. Today's breakfast is chili stir-fried pork buns and freshly brewed milk tea. Ning Fei, wearing a cute chef's dress, gently placed the tray on the dining table in the living room. As soon as she saw Ling Ji come down the stairs, she immediately flashed a bright smile and said. As the leader of the logistics team, Ning Fei didn't seem tired at all, her face instead radiating a healthy glow, looking especially well. Thanks for your hard work. Ling Ji smiled and took the chopsticks. No trouble at all, not at all, you've been working day and night, that's hard. Ning Fei giggled, covering her mouth. At this moment, a shrine floated down the stairs, directly extending her hand to Ling Ji, her gaze full of resentment. Ling Ji felt uneasy under her gaze and quickly took out a soul crystal and handed it to her. Wasn't it just that he stood her up last night and slept with Ning Fei and Shen Limo together? Humph. A shrine snatched the soul crystal and floated over to the sofa, absorbing it fiercely. She was a spirit, and absorbing soul crystals was the fastest and most stable way for her to increase her strength. Ling Ji smiled helplessly. At that moment, the system's cold voice suddenly echoed. Regional announcement, ancient dynasty ruins have appeared in the eastern icebound north. Coordinates, 1852-963. Regional announcement, ancient dynasty ruins have appeared in the eastern icebound north. Coordinates, 1852-963. Regional announcement, ancient dynasty ruins have appeared in the eastern icebound north. Coordinates, 1852-963. The system's voice rang 3 times, and all players immediately realized that this sudden appearance of the ancient dynasty ruins was definitely not simple, it must be a great opportunity. The radar map on the vehicles immediately displayed the specific location of the ancient dynasty ruins. Ling Ji didn't immediately ask Xiao Ji to set off but first opened the omniscient map. Because the direction of this ruin was exactly where he had encountered that giant bear yesterday, as well as the flying monster that tore through the snowstorm. Could it be this coincidental? Ling Ji's heart tightened, and he felt a chill down his spine. He immediately inputted the coordinates of the ruins into the omniscient map, and the map instantly jumped. The ruins were 500 kilometers away, and the map didn't display any particularly ominous red danger dots. Seeing this, Ling Ji immediately relaxed. Since it was safe, they had to go check it out. At this time, Shen Limo and Chu Lingling also came down from upstairs, both of them looking like they had just woken up. Shen Limo's face was especially rosy, while Chu Lingling looked exhausted, with deep dark circles under her eyes. Ancient dynasty ruins? We definitely have to check it out. Shen Limo naturally sat beside Ling Ji and picked up the chopsticks to start eating. I'm fine with it too. Chu Lingling's body emitted a faint green glow, and her face looked a bit better. Then let's go. Ling Ji nodded decisively, ordering Xiao Ji to head straight for the ruins. The beast-shaped platform roared to life, with 4 huge metal claws rapidly crawling through the snow. Along the way, Ling Ji's points skyrocketed. All the monsters detected by Xiao Ji couldn't escape their fate of being shredded. This was because the player's strength was also progressing. Make the current level 4 monsters more common. Some unlucky players might even encounter level 5 monsters. But Ling Ji is a man with a full 10 points of luck, much luckier than most people. And now, he directly encountered a level 6 ice soul worm. Don't be fooled by the worm in its name, this ice soul worm's size is no smaller than a level 4 vehicle. Its body, over 10 meters long, wriggled relentlessly under the thick snow. Ding! Level 6 monster detected. Vehicle weapons have been activated. Target locked. The alarm from Xiao Ji went off as soon as the ice soul worm entered the radar range. Fire! In the snowstorm, Ling Ji's vision could only reach 50 meters, and he couldn't see the monster at all, but Xiao Ji's radar could lock onto it accurately, and that was enough. Screech! The ice soul worm was hit by 3 close-range defense cannons, letting out a painful screech. Ding! Vehicle detected to be under mental attack. Attack ineffective. A level 6 vehicle corresponds to a level 6 monster, and as long as it isn't an invincible monster of the same level, any regular level 6 vehicle can easily kill it. This ice soul worm isn't top tier, but Ling Ji's vehicle is invincible at its level. Each of the 3 close defense cannons fired at an insane rate of 10,000 rounds per minute, and the high-speed rotating barrels emitted a deafening hum. The ice soul worm was being pounded, its body racked with pain, trying to burrow into the snow to escape. But Xiao Ji's radar clearly showed that not only had the worm not fled, but it was charging straight toward the vehicle from under the snow. Ling Ji raised the corner of his mouth, how dare it come straight to him. Just 3 seconds before the ice soul worm was about to burst out of the snow, a tactical missile shot up from the back of the beast-shaped platform and accurately slammed into the snow in front of the vehicle. Hiss! The ice soul worm had just screeched as it emerged from the snow, when the tactical missile went straight into its belly. Boom! The lower half of the ice soul worm was blown to pieces, and a cloud of blood exploded in the snowstorm. Congratulations player for killing the level 6 ice soul worm. Earned 6,000 gold coins. 30 units of black crystal alloy. 30 soul crystals. 5 special seeds. 1 dark gold black soil. Congratulations player for killing the level 6 ice soul worm. Earned 5,000 points. Black crystal alloy. Ling Ji's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing the reward. This is a key material for upgrading the vehicle to level 7. The upgrade conditions are clearly marked on the vehicle panel. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 units of black crystal alloy, 200 units of Tianqian spirit crystal, 5,000 units of titanium alloy, 6,000 units of aviation alloy, 100,000 units of steel, 300,000 units of rubber, 1 million parts. A large amount of black crystal alloy is needed for a level 7 vehicle upgrade, and no one knows what monster drops Tianqian spirit crystal. Ling Ji couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. The all-knowing map does mark resource points for these two materials, but the areas around them are all marked as dangerous high-risk red zones. So he could only take it slow. He tossed the special seeds to Wuling, and casually opened the regional chat channel, which was almost exploding with messages. Ancient dynasty ruins? This place used to have civilization? Don't ask so much. The system repeated it 3 times. This must be a huge opportunity. Any brothers near the ruins? Tell us what's going on? Damn. The Holy Right Temple has gone crazy. They kill anyone they see. Fuck. Is the Holy Right Temple trying to make enemies of everyone? I heard they're looking for the leaderboard's first place, and if they see someone who's not their own, they immediately encircle and kill. Seeing these messages, Ling Ji coldly smiled. These bastards are still looking for him? They're really rushing to their death. Xiaoji, full speed ahead. We must reach the ruins in 2 hours. Ling Ji immediately ordered, letting Xiaoji unleash its full speed. At 10 a.m., the snowstorm lightened slightly. A huge steel beast broke through the storm, with only 5 kilometers left to the ancient dynasty ruins. Brother Ling, 3 kilometers to the left front, there's a wave of soul fluctuations. Aishuan quickly reminded, pointing toward the storm ahead. After Aishuan's reminder, Ling Ji immediately understood. This group of people must have been using the wind and snow to block their vision and radar, setting up an ambush here. Xiaoji, move forward and activate all vehicle-mounted weapons, raise the barrels right in front of their faces. P.S. Thanks to // Dan Emogwa, UCI for urging updates. Thanks to // Dan Emogwa, UCI for using love to power up. Thanks to // Dan Emogwa, UCI for using love to power up. Thanks to a cigarette for using love to power up. Chapter 69, Arriving at the entrance to the ruins. Lingde, there's a wave of soul energy 3 kilometers ahead on the left. A Shuang pointed toward the snowy wind and quickly warned. Thanks to a Shuang's reminder, Ling Ji immediately realized that this group must have been using the wind and snow to block their vision and radar, setting up an ambush here. Xiaoji, move forward and activate all vehicle-mounted weapons, raise the barrels right in front of their faces. Roger. The Beast God's closed defense cannons are all unlocked. Fire control radar is scanning. As Xiaoji's voice fell, the 4 giant metal claws of the beast-shaped fortress suddenly powered up, kicking up a cloud of snow in the air, charging straight ahead through the howling wind and snow. At the same time, on top of the vehicle, 3 dark, menacing closed defense cannons slowly raised their barrels, spinning at high speed, emitting a spine-chilling hum. The fire control radar continued to send out detection signals. In the snowstorm, more than 20 vehicles, all camouflaged with ice and snow, remained silent in the snow. The group of vehicles was still laughing and chatting on the team channel, completely unaware that death had quietly arrived. Boss, do you think we can catch a fat sheep this time? As soon as the system announcement came out, everyone rushed toward the ruins, so there must be quite a few stragglers. Don't worry, this place is the only way to the ruins. All the vehicles' radars are suppressed by the snowstorm. Unless those players have some sort of supernatural vision, they won't be able to find us. The boss is awesome. I heard the people from the Holy Right Temple are blocking the entrance to the ruins, specifically killing people from the Dragon Kingdom. We'll be picking up scraps here, it's going to be great. As soon as they finished speaking. Bang! The deafening sound of artillery instantly tore through the snowstorm, and 3 fiery tongues shot out like fire dragons. With a barrage of bullets at a rate of 30,000 rounds per minute, they formed an impenetrable wall of death, smashing into the snow pile where they were hiding. The snow was instantly blown away, and the vehicles hiding underneath didn't even have time to react. The first 5 level 4 vehicles were directly torn apart by the barrage, and the fuel tanks exploded one after another. The fiery explosion melted part of the endless snowstorm. Damn! We've been spotted. Open fire. Open fire now. Fuck. Where did that cannon come from? So powerful? Run. Run. In the snowfield, chaos instantly broke out. The remaining vehicles desperately tried to turn around and escape, but their speed was no different from that of snails in front of the close defense cannons. Ling Ji leaned against the railing of the watchtower, holding a lit cigarette between his fingers, his gaze cold. Not a single one left, clear them all out. Received. Continuing firepower output. The fiery tongues didn't stop for a moment, and the rotating barrels slowly swept across, with each escaping vehicle being blasted to pieces, parts and blood mixing with the snow, splattering everywhere. In less than a minute, the more than 20 vehicles that were once hiding and preparing to rob were all turned into burning scrap metal in the snowfield. Ding! Killed enemy players times 23. Gained points times 760. Ding! Killed enemy players times 12. Gained points times 410. Ding! Killed enemy players times 8. Gained points times 280. Ding! Congratulations, player has gained 1450 points, current total, 10,092 points. The system prompts kept sounding, but Ling Ji didn't feel the slightest ripple in his heart. These clowns were as easy to kill as stepping on a few ants. Ling Gu, you're too awesome. A Shuang floated beside him. I just felt their presence, and you directly wiped them all out. Small scene. Ling Ji flicked the ash off his cigarette. Xiaoji, don't stop, head toward the ruins entrance. Received. Adjusting route, destination, Ancient Dynasty Ruins entrance. 3 minutes until arrival. The beast-shaped fortress accelerated again, its massive body running wildly through the snow, crushing the ice shards along the way, heading straight towards the distant, vaguely visible remnants of broken walls. The closer they got to the ruins, the smaller the surrounding snowstorm became. But a chilling cold, as if it could freeze one's very soul, grew heavier and heavier. Ling Ji, the regional channel has completely exploded. Ning Fei quickly walked over to Ling Ji's side. At least 50 vehicles from the sacred power temple are parked at the entrance to the ruins, all from nearby squads. They've captured more than 20 isolated Dragon Kingdom players and are forcing them to enter and scout. What about those who went in? Ling Ji raised an eyebrow. They're all gone. Ning Fei bit her red lip, her face showing some worry. The ones who went in last could still send 2 messages, saying it wasn't a ruin at all, but a living city with sunlight and flowers, but within 5 minutes, the people started acting strange. The last message was just, "This is my home, I'm not coming out," and then they completely lost contact. Some even said they saw their teammates, dressed in ancient clothes, walking down the street like they didn't know them, their eyes blank, like puppets on strings. Ling Ji's gaze immediately darkened. As he suspected, this ruin was no ordinary chance, it was cursed, very sinister. Just as he was speaking, the beast-shaped fortress had already broken through the snowstorm zone, and the scene ahead suddenly opened up. A stretch of broken walls, extending for miles, lay ahead, the jagged openings all marked with the signs of being sealed by ice for thousands of years, with not a single blade of grass growing inside. At the very center of the ruin stood a broken city gate, over 10 meters tall, its dark archway resembling a gaping mouth, from which thin wisps of white smoke were rising. At the gate, indeed, dozens of vehicles were parked tightly together. More than 30 level 4 vehicles and 5 level 5 vehicles were arranged in a fan shape, completely surrounding the city gate, all bearing the white cross insignia of the sacred power temple. A dozen Dragon Kingdom players, their hands bound behind their backs, were being pushed forward step by a few burly white men holding guns, toward the dark city gate. Move. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? A burly white man, his face covered in scars, kicked a teenage boy in the back, cursing, "Yellow-skinned pig, hurry up and scout for us. Dare to turn back, I'll shoot you." The boy staggered a few steps, suddenly turned around, his eyes red, and screamed, "You beasts! The sacred power temple will get its comeuppance. Ha, still talking tough at death's door?" The burly man sneered, lifting his gun and aiming it at the boy's head. Just then, bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. The burly man's head exploded like a rotten watermelon, splattering red and white all over the people next to him. The entire area fell into complete silence. Everyone simultaneously turned their heads, only to see a huge steel beast slowly emerging from the snowstorm, its 3 closed defense cannons still steaming, all pointed straight at them. Ling Ji stood on the observation tower, silent, his cold eyes watching the scene below. The 3 closed defense cannons instantly struck fear into everyone present. This was a level 6 vehicle. They immediately thought to themselves, and a sense of retreat began to form. From the leading level 5 vehicle, a white man with a scarred face gritted his teeth and pretended to stay calm as he pushed open the car door, jumped down, and shouted toward Ling Ji, "Who are you? This is a private matter between the sacred power temple and the Dragon Kingdom players, stay out of it. Our temple has hundreds of thousands of players, you can't afford to provoke us." Oh. Ling Ji sneered, raising his chin. Xiaoji, loosen his joints. Received. Beast God closed defense cannons have locked on the target. Bang bang bang. The 3 closed defense cannons immediately rotated their barrels, and 3 fiery tongues of flame shot out, instantly unleashing countless bullets that precisely struck the front of the level 5 vehicle. The moment the bullet made contact with the vehicle, this level 5 vehicle was instantly transformed into a fiery explosion, with parts flying through the air. Ding. Killed enemy players times 9. Gained points times 720. Fire. Everyone fire. It's just a single vehicle. We have so many people. What are you afraid of? The remaining white players completely panicked, their eyes bloodshot as they screamed orders to fire. Countless ice and armor-piercing rounds rained down on the beast-shaped fortress, hitting the thick alloy body, leaving only faint white streaks, not even a single dent. Ling Ji's smile completely faded from his face. These punks, how arrogantly they forced the Dragon Kingdom players to march to their death just a moment ago, and now, they look completely ridiculous. Clear them all, not a single one left. Got it. Beast God close-range cannons at full power. 3 tons of flame erupted again, and a dense barrage of bullets formed 3 lines of deadly projectiles, charging wildly through the snow. Vehicles, as if made of paper, were torn apart and exploded one after another. Crying, begging, and explosions mixed together, but the tons of flame from the close-range cannons showed no sign of stopping. The once arrogant players from the Holy Power Temple were now either madly turning their vehicles around to flee or opening their doors and kneeling in the snow, desperately begging the beast-shaped fortress for mercy. But Ling Ji had no intention of holding back. Mercy for the enemy is cruelty to your own people. In just 2 minutes, the once grand convoy of vehicles was now nothing but burning scrap metal in the snow. Ding. Killed enemy players times 51. Gained points times 13620. Ding. The points leaderboard has been updated. Your current total points, 24,432. Ling Ji glanced at the points board, raising an eyebrow. This wave directly netted him over 20,000 points. Even if he spent 10 days or half a month in the ruins, he wouldn't have to worry about his points being wiped out. He had no more worries. He leaped off the vehicle and walked up to the 10 or so tied-up Dragon Kingdom players, casually unleashing a bolt of lightning that shattered their ropes. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. The young man who had nearly been shot cried out, dropping to his knees and banging his head hard on the ground in gratitude. The others also reacted, repeatedly thanking Ling Ji, their faces full of relief after surviving the ordeal. No need to thank me. Ling Ji waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the dark and ominous city gate. What's going on inside? Did those who went in leave any useful information? A middle-aged man with a wound on his arm gritted his teeth, his voice still trembling with fear. Master, it's a terrifying place inside. My teammate was forced to go in just now. After he entered for just 2 minutes, he sent me a message saying it wasn't a ruin at all. It was an ancient city with sunlight, full of people, bustling, and there was no snow or wind. But 5 minutes later, he sent another message, and something was off. His accent changed, and he said he was a shopkeeper in the city, telling me to come in and settle down because life outside was too hard, and that he didn't even know who I was anymore. After that, I never heard from him again. Another girl with a ponytail trembled and added, I secretly peeked at the city gate just now. I really saw my teammate. He was wearing ancient clothes, walking down the street, even smiling at me, but that look, it was so strange. Ningfei and the others, following Ling Ji, felt a chill running down their spines. This was no opportunity or treasure spot, it was clearly an eerie and dangerous place. Ling Ji squinted, looking at the deep and bottomless city gate. Outside was a frozen and lifeless wasteland, but inside was a thriving ancient city. Those who entered would forget their identities and be assimilated into the residents of the city. Interesting. Ling Ji, do we really have to go in? Zhu Lingling clutched Ling Ji's sleeve, her face slightly pale. This place is so eerie. Why don't we stay outside and observe for a bit? Observation is useless. Ling Ji shook his head, his eyes filled with certainty. The system has announced 3 times in a row, this place definitely hides a great opportunity. The more eerie it is, the more valuable the things inside. Besides, my intuition tells me that there is a huge secret here. He turned to look at Xinli Mo and the others, his tone softening a little. If you are scared, you can stay in the vehicle and wait for me. Xiao Ji will protect you. I'm not afraid. I'll go with you. Xinli Mo immediately took a step forward, gripping her star sand dagger tightly, her eyes determined. My shadow power can scout ahead and protect you. I'll go too. Ningfei nodded immediately, tightening her backpack straps. I've brought enough food, water, and medicine. I can stay in there for 10 days or half a month without any problem. I also want to go with Brother Ling. A schwang floated directly to Ling Ji's side, hugging his arm and refusing to let go. I'm a soul body. Those eerie things can't hurt me. I can even sense when something's wrong in advance. Chu Lingling looked at the others, gritted her teeth, and tightened the medical kit in her hand. I'm going too. I have an SSS level life talent. No matter what injuries you get, I can heal you. Ling Ji looked at them, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth, and said nothing more. He turned to the dozen or so surviving Dragon Kingdom players and said, this place is not safe. The reinforcements from the Holy Power Temple may come at any time. You should find a few vehicles that aren't destroyed and leave here as soon as possible. Don't get closer to the ruins. The group thanked him repeatedly, not daring to stay longer. They quickly found a few vehicles that were still working and hurriedly left the area. Ling Ji took a deep breath and his gaze once again landed on the dark city gate. Let's go, let's see what's hidden in this eternal peace city. Chapter 71, Strange Scenes Inside the City. The moment Ling Ji and his group stepped into the city gate, the biting cold wind instantly disappeared. In its place was a warm spring breeze, carrying a faint fragrance of flowers and the lively hustle and bustle of the marketplace. The group stood frozen. What lay before them was not a ruined wasteland at all. The wide stone-paved road stretched into the distance, and on both sides were shops with green brick and black-tiled roofs, hanging all sorts of signs. The steamers of a bun shop were puffing white steam, the entrance of a rouge shop was lined with colorful cosmetics, and the sound of hammering from the blacksmith's shop rang out. Above them was a deep blue sky, with a golden sun hanging high. People were bustling on the streets, common folk in coarse linen clothes carrying bundles, little girls with double buns chasing after candied fruit, and the sound of storytelling and laughter echoed from a tea house. It was a scene of peaceful prosperity. Completely different from the icy, perilous frozen north outside. Damn! Chu Lingling's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch the wooden door of the nearby shop. Is this real? Not an illusion? Ning Fei also looked shocked, squatting down to touch the wild grass at the roadside. The leaves were fresh and still dewy. The grass is actually alive, this is unbelievable, isn't it? Shinliamo, however, immediately tensed up, gripping her star sand dagger tighter in her hand, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Something's not right. Look at that bun shop. The others followed her gaze. They saw a middle-aged man in an apron standing in front of the bun shop at the street corner, smiling as he lifted the steamer lid to serve buns to customers. But the strange thing was, the intervals between each time he lifted the steamer lid were perfectly consistent, and his smile never changed, not even the slightest curve of his lips. What was even more unsettling was that, although his hands had already placed the buns in the paper bag, the next second, the buns reappeared in the steamer as if by magic. He then repeated the action of putting the buns into the paper bag. It was like a glitch in a video, endlessly looping the same segment. The group felt a chill down their spines, and the warmth they had felt earlier vanished without a trace. Ling Ji squinted his eyes, sweeping across the entire street. It wasn't just the steamed bun stall. The peddler with a carrying pole, every 10 steps, would repeat the motion of wiping his sweat. The entire city, appearing lively and bustling, was actually full of puppets in an endless cycle. What kind of place is this? Chu Lingling's voice trembled slightly, instinctively leaning closer to Ling Ji. At that moment. Ladies and gentlemen, you look unfamiliar? Are you from out of town? A gentle voice came from the side. The group instantly turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man in a blue long gown standing at the door of a fabric store, smiling at them, holding a piece of cloth. His movement was natural, unlike the others who repeated their actions in cycles. His eyes were lively, looking just like a normal person. But Ling Ji's gaze instantly turned cold. The man's face was identical to the teammate in the photo shown by the surviving player earlier, the one who had been assimilated. The man seemed oblivious to their wary gaze, still smiling as he took a few steps forward. If you're looking to make some clothes, why not come to my shop? The fabric here is the best in the city, I guarantee you'll feel comfortable wearing it. I've lived here in this city my whole life, if it's your first time here, I could act as a guide and show you around our Yong'an city. Ning Fei and the others felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. It was him, the player who had gone in. He had really turned into the fabric store owner of this city. He had completely forgotten who he was. Get away. Ling Ji spoke coldly, his killing intent instantly bursting out, pressing towards the man. But the man seemed completely unaware of the killing intent, his smile still unchanged, only stopping in his tracks, tilting his head slightly, looking puzzled. Why are you so angry, sir? In our Yong'an city, we value harmony for prosperity. The wind and snow outside are so harsh, so bitter. Why not stay in our Yong'an city? Here, there's food, there's drink, there are houses to live in, no fighting, no fear. Isn't it wonderful? His voice was gentle, like it carried some kind of magic, drilling into the ears of the group. Chu Lingling's eyes instantly became dazed, and she subconsciously muttered, "Stay here." Lingling! Ling Ji immediately shouted, raising his hand and flicking her forehead. Zhu Lingling shuddered, instantly waking up, cold sweat pouring down her back. What happened just now? It felt like... I really thought this place was quite nice. Don't listen to him. Ling Ji spoke in a low voice, this thing can affect people's minds. The man's smile finally faded, his eyes becoming hollow, still standing in place, repeatedly chanting, stay in Yong'an City, this is home. As he chanted, he took steps towards the group. At the same time, the residents on the street, who had been continuously cycling through their actions, all stopped what they were doing. They all turned their heads in unison. Hundreds of eyes, tightly fixated on Ling Ji and his group. Their smiles never changed, and they began chanting the same sentence. Stay. Don't leave. Yong'an City is home. The dense voices surged from all directions, like countless insects, drilling into the minds of the people, making them dizzy. A Shuang, being a soul body, was most sensitive to this strange spiritual power, her face instantly turning pale, clutching her head and crouching down, trembling all over. Xiaoji? Xiaoji? Ling Ji called out in his mind, but found he couldn't contact the vehicle at all. Since stepping through the city gates, his connection to the vehicle had been cut off. Even the all-knowing map had turned into a blank sheet. Ling Ji's eyes sharpened, dark thunder surged from his palm, and he directly launched a lightning bolt at the fabric store owner who was still walking forward. Boom! The thunder directly penetrated the man's body. A big hole exploded in the wall behind him. But the man remained unharmed, still walking forward, his smile unchanged, and his muttering never stopped. Can't hit him? Ling Ji furrowed his brows tightly. At that moment, Xinliamo suddenly hissed, her figure instantly blending into the shadows. The next second, she appeared behind the man, and the star sand dagger in her hand stabbed directly into his back. The dagger pierced through his body. But the man still showed no reaction, not even turning his head, still staring at Ling Ji, walking forward. Xinliao's face changed, and she immediately withdrew the dagger and flashed back to Ling Ji's side. It's useless. A weak voice came from the alley beside them. The group quickly turned their heads and saw a man, covered in blood, leaning against the wall, breathing weakly as he looked at them. The man's clothes were torn, a huge wound on his chest, one of his arms gone, looking as though he would die any moment. Who are you? Ling Ji watched him warily. I was forced in here by them. The young man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with intense fear. Don't kill anyone here, don't respond to their words, and don't touch anything here. These 3 are taboos. Touch them and you'll be assimilated. That woman just used a knife, she's already triggered a taboo. As soon as his words finished, Xinliamo suddenly stiffened, a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. The obsidian dagger in her hand fell to the ground with a clank. She looked at the fabric store beside her, muttering, her voice completely changing, my embroidery workshop is right ahead. I should go back and embroider. Ling Ji's pupils contracted sharply. He grabbed her wrist and his immense mental power rushed into her mind, forcefully suppressing that strange force. Xinliamo shivered, instantly waking up. Looking at the dagger on the ground, her face turned pale. I just... Don't panic. Ling Ji held her hand tightly and turned to look at the young man. What other rules? Tell me everything. But the young man had already lost his breath. His body became transparent at a visible speed, eventually turning into specks of light, vanishing in the wind. As if he had never existed. At this moment, the sun had begun to slant westward. The sunlight gradually turned yellow, and the residents on the street, in the dimming light, had smiles that became increasingly strange, more and more twisted. They no longer muttered, only remaining silent, slowly stepping closer to the group. The crowded figures blocked the entire street, making it impossible for anyone to pass. Ling Ji turned to look at the city gate behind them. The original gate hole had disappeared. Behind them was the same cobblestone road as the front, and the crowd of smiling figures that had surrounded them. Chapter 72, The Inner City of the Capital. Ling Ji listened to the murmurs of the figures around him, a feeling of irritation rising in his heart. Humph. He spread his mental power around, enveloping Xinliamo and the others, completely isolating the strange force that was constantly attacking Xinliamo. At the same time, black thunder began to gather in his hand. The power of the thunder should be effective against this strange force, Ling Ji thought to himself. Just as he was about to release the thunder from his hand, a figure dressed in ice-colored armor, holding a spear, appeared in his line of sight. Stop! With this command, the figures surrounding Ling Ji and the others all stopped, automatically making way for this figure. Ling Ji watched the figure warily. This seemed to be a city guard? Sorry, distant guests. Let me apologize for disturbing you. The city guard spoke sincerely, his face showing an apologetic expression, looking just like a real person. Why are you different from them? Ling Ji looked at the city guard, pointing to the surrounding frozen crowd and asking. I don't know either. Maybe our king knows the reason. The city guard shook his head, but his face remained unchanged, as if he had already grown accustomed to these people's oddities. The king? Ling Ji murmured in his heart, is this the royal city of an ancient dynasty? Do you know where the others who came in are? Ling Ji asked. Apart from the man who turned into light and shadow earlier, and the one who had been assimilated into a local, he had not seen anyone else. I don't know. Only you all caught my attention. The others, maybe they are among these people. The city guard waved his hand casually, his tone indifferent, not at all concerned about the lives of these people. As he spoke, a white light suddenly burst from the entrance of the ruins. A group of foreign players, dressed in various outfits, walked in, led by a man with a hooked nose. So this is inside the ruins? Just like the rumors said. This is truly a miracle. Be careful, there's a strange power here. The foreign players who entered were immediately captivated by the scene inside the city, discussing it non-stop. The man with the hooked nose noticed Ling Ji's group, scanned the surroundings, and after confirming there was no danger, waved his people to approach. Ling Ji and the others also heard the movement behind them. They turned to look briefly and then looked away. How do you know about this strange power? Ling Ji asked the city guard. Although his spiritual power was blocking the influence, he could still sense the strange power lingering, seemingly having already targeted Shin Liamo. And the reason he was unaffected was due to the effect of the purple extreme magic eyes. Seems like some are lucky. I'll take you into the inner city. Maybe you can find a way to eliminate this power. The city guard gave Ling Ji a meaningful glance, his eyes briefly flicking over to the foreign players who had entered. Hello, friends. The man with the hooked nose had already approached and greeted Ling Ji's group. Ling Ji glanced at him but said nothing, while Shin Liamo and the others didn't even look at him. The man with the hooked nose, feeling snubbed, immediately became grim, snorted coldly, and said no more. He could already tell that Ling Ji's group were Dragon Kingdom players, only people from the Dragon Kingdom among Asians would have such confidence and demeanor. The city guard gave the man with the hooked nose a glance and then slowly spoke, follow me. Don't touch anything along the way if you want to enter the inner city. Otherwise, if you get infected with this strange power, the inner city will expel you, unless you have a way to block it. After speaking, the city guard walked off toward the incoming direction, and the armor he was wearing began to glow with blue lines. That's a spirit oracle, a king-level strongman spirit oracle. I see that the spirit oracles are resisting some kind of energy, a Shuang's voice echoed in Ling Ji's mind. Ling Ji nodded, his expression growing more serious. The energy a Shuang mentioned could likely be confirmed as the strange power that could assimilate players. The fact that a king-level spirit oracle was functioning normally meant there must be a king-level strongman in the inner city. Let's go. Ling Ji looked toward Ningfei and the others, calling them, and immediately followed the city guard ahead. The man with the hooked nose and his subordinates whispered to each other for a moment before following behind. After walking for about 5 minutes, the city guard stopped in front of a wall covered in intricate patterns, turned, and said to Ling Ji's group, we've arrived. Through this city gate, you'll reach the inner city of the royal capital. The rules in the inner city are numerous and must not be violated. Those who break the rules will be punished by the guards. Ling Ji nodded, said thank you, and led Ningfei and the others through the city gate. The moment they stepped through the gate, the scene before them changed. No longer was there vibrant life, but a desolate autumn landscape. There were few people on the streets. Most of the guards are on patrol, and a few pedestrians rush by, heads down, as if afraid of seeing something. The air also carries a faint salty scent, starkly different from the light floral fragrance outside the city. Ling Ji then noticed something. In front of every building in the inner city, there are half-meter-high steps. But it was clear that the inner city was a normal world. Stop. Who are you? The patrolling guard saw Ling Ji and his group enter, and immediately walked over quickly, eyes alert as they stared at them. We were brought here by that guard over there, Ling Ji immediately said, pointing to the city guard standing at the city gate behind them. Oh, so it's young brother Xiao who brought you. You must be here to eliminate the weirdness, right? This way please. Upon hearing that it was the guard at the city gate, the patrolling guard immediately smiled, and his attitude became respectful. Ding. Player has received side quest, eliminate the weirdness. Difficulty, Abyss. Time limit, no deadline. Quest reward, based on performance. Quest failure punishment, assimilation into local life. Note, you cannot leave the inner city during the quest. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ling Ji was taken aback. He could actually receive a side quest here? But the difficulty of this side quest is a bit high. Ling Ji frowned. Previously, in the Abyss Mode dungeon, a marine minion appeared. If it weren't for his combat power far exceeding that of other players of the same period, and the epic weapon Thunderbolt Spear of Heaven in his hands, along with a mythical skill, he would have likely failed then. At the same time, those foreign players also entered the inner city, and they received the system's quest as well. Wardfa. What's going on here? Just answering a question and we get a quest? Fack. This quest is abyss difficulty. Thick crab. Can I refuse this side quest? Meanwhile, a patrolling guard standing in front of them seemed to have a bad temper. Hearing their loud exclamations, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. Are you here to eliminate the weirdness or not? The guard asked impatiently. Fack. How would we? One of the subordinates behind the hook-nosed man yelled loudly, but before he could finish, his words were cut off. Put. A long spear pierced through his skull, and the players, who had been complaining just a moment ago, instantly closed their mouths, their eyes wide with terror, staring at the patrolling guard. Is there anyone else here who's not here to eliminate the weirdness? The guard in front of them coldly swept his gaze across the foreign players. Seeing that no one dared to speak, he snorted. If not, follow me. Ling Ji had already arrived at a small courtyard. This is a resting place prepared by the king for all of you experts. If the reception is lacking, please forgive us, the guard cupped his fists and said. The gate to the small courtyard opened, and Ling Ji stepped in first. A refreshing, ancient atmosphere immediately greeted him. The courtyard was filled with lush flowers and plants, and the rocks were arranged in a picturesque fashion. A small stone path wound its way towards the main house. Xinliamo, Ning Fei, Xu Lingling, and Ashang also entered, curiously looking around. The door to the main house was half open, with soft light spilling out from inside. Ling Ji gently pushed the door open. Inside, the room was elegantly decorated, with tables, chairs, and beds fully equipped. Several fresh fruit plates were also placed on the table. Everyone, please rest here. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. If there's nothing else, I'll be going down now. The guard said respectfully. Ling Ji nodded, and the guard quietly left, closing the door behind him. Ning Fei and the others also found places to sit. The environment here is quite unique. Xu Lingling said, her eyes filled with curiosity. It has that ancient, elegant charm. Xinliamo said, her face much better now. The inner city's environment is strange, but it seems safer here. Ling Ji said as he walked to the door, looking at the dense patterns on it. It was easy to feel the huge energy contained in these patterns. So what exactly is the branch mission? Ning Fei asked with some confusion. The mission only said clear the strange, but where is the strange? What method to clear it, they have to go find, go think. This is somewhat grinding on people. They just came here, they are still completely confused, and they were forced to take a mission of abyss difficulty. Not clear, but it should be related to that kind of strange power in the outer city. Ling Ji guessed. The punishment for mission failure is the same as the influence of the outer city, these two must be connected. Perhaps one can guess one step deeper, the situation of the outer city, is it not caused by this strange of the inner city? Those foreign players who came in were also assigned to a small courtyard, just separated from Ling Ji's courtyard by one wall. Boss. What should we do? Those underlings of the hawk-nosed man were looking at him with faces full of panic. They also saw the punishment of the mission. Do not be anxious, being anxious is useless. Maybe we still lack some information. But those Dragon Country people in the courtyard next door came in earlier than us, right? We can go find them to cooperate and communicate. The hawk-nosed man pondered for a moment before speaking out his idea. As soon as these words came out, the underlings beside him immediately responded in support. Yes, yes, yes. Boss is right. Boss, let's go find them now. A trace of sinister smile appeared in the eyes of the hawk-nosed man. All right, let's go. A group of people immediately walked out of the house in a mighty manner. They just did not notice, the sky was about to turn dark. Why is there no one on the street? Who knows? Knock on the door. Call those Dragon Country people out. At this time Ling Ji was eating with Xinliamo and the others. Bang bang bang. A burst of violent knocking sound came, at the same time there were shouting voices. Friends of Dragon Country inside. We can cooperate. Inside this ruin there are strange things everywhere. Only cooperation, we have hope to survive. We can form a temporary alliance, you propose the conditions, how about it? Originally Ling Ji did not want to pay attention to this group of people, but their knocking sound became even louder. Ling Ji glanced at the gloomy sky outside through the window, frowned, then turned his head and said to Xinliamo and the others. You wait inside the room, I will go out for a moment, I will come back later. Okay, pay attention to safety. Ling Ji opened the room door and walked toward the courtyard gate. But he did not open the gate. No need. You better worry about how to complete the mission. Ling Ji refused decisively. Friend, my name is Hanlanda, I am the leader of our small team, I sincerely want to cooperate with you. The hawk-nosed man Hanlanda shouted through the gate. I refuse. In my view, you do not have the strength to cooperate with me. Ling Ji said without mercy. This friend, under this kind of situation, refusing our goodwill is not some wise choice. Hanlanda's tone also sank down. Heh, I do not need to accept the goodwill of the weak. If you can live through the first night complete and without injury, I may consider the matter of cooperation. Ling Ji spoke lightly. He had already sensed that some kind of strange energy was beginning to wander in the sky. And Hanlanda's group standing on the street was like candlelight in the dark night, attracting that kind of strange energy in the sky. Hearing Ling Ji's refusal, the underlings behind Hanlanda began to stir up. Bang! One of the underlings directly kicked the gate. Fuck, you come out for me. Who are you calling weak? Blind dragon country person. Ling Ji's eyes turned cold. Clang! The courtyard gate was opened by Ling Ji. His gaze looked at Hanlanda, who was stunned at the gate. Who kicked the gate? Ling Ji's gaze coldly swept across the underlings behind Hanlanda. This gaze made everyone unable to help but shiver. So what, you said we are weak, could it be? The underling who kicked the gate stiffened his neck. Struggling to meet Ling Ji's cold gaze, he tried to strengthen his tone. But before he could finish his words, a streak of black lightning shot out from Ling Ji's fingertips, instantly piercing through the man's chest. Blood gushed out, and the man fell straight to the ground, lifeless. Hanlanda's pupils constricted at the sight, watching Ling Ji with a wary look. He hadn't expected this dragon country person to be so strong, casually unleashing a bolt of lightning that instantly killed his second-tier lackey. He instantly realized that this dragon country person was a ruthless killer, someone he could not afford to provoke. Friend, this is all a misunderstanding. Hanlanda began to smooth things over, but was interrupted by Ling Ji raising his hand. Get lost. Sorry, we'll leave right now. Hanlanda quickly bent over, apologizing several times, and hurriedly led his subordinates away. As they left, they didn't forget to take the body of the dead lackey with them. Ling Ji glanced at the bloodstains at the door, then waved his hand to release a bolt of lightning, drying up all the blood. He then closed the courtyard door. He noticed the strange powers in the sky entering the corpse's body. However, with the suppression of the king-level spiritual decree within the courtyard, he believed it wouldn't pose any threat. Not long after Ling Ji returned to the house, the body in the neighboring courtyard began to twitch beneath its clothes, the blood and flesh crawling continuously. Tiny tentacles emerged through the flesh, wriggling incessantly. Under the moonlight, the body slowly stood up and began walking toward the house in the small courtyard. Bang! 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 Chapter 74, The Night of the Inner City. Rain? Water accumulation? At the moment when the corpse knocked on the door. Ding! 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 A deep, long bell rang, echoing throughout the entire inner city. With the sound of the bell, the entire inner city fell into silence. The knocking sound from the neighboring courtyard also ceased. It seemed that this bell had temporarily dispelled the strange forces inside the corpse. Look outside. Chu Lingling was crouched by the window, peering through the ice-like glass to watch the outside. Ling Ji's figure flashed and instantly appeared by Chu Lingling's side. In the sky, which had originally been dark and gloomy, fine raindrops had started falling, though no one knew when. Ling Ji extended his spiritual power to probe, and the scene on the street was reflected in his mind. He saw that, at some point, thick water had surged up from various places on the streets. And the depth of the accumulated water was rising steadily. Just as the water was about to flood over the steps in front of each house, the red lanterns hanging at the doors of each house suddenly lit up one by one. Under the red light of the lanterns, the surging water in the streets seemed to be suppressed, no longer rising. Ling Ji's gaze became clearer as he saw that each of these red lanterns had intricate patterns on them. These patterns were glowing with a faint light. And the rainwater continuously falling from the sky instantly reminded Ling Ji of the Angry Sea and Wild Waves dungeon. But that was a dungeon in the Endless Plain? How could it possibly be related to here? Ling Ji frowned, deep in thought. He remembered that when he first entered the inner city, he had smelled a fishy, salty odor. Ling Ji's mind suddenly stirred, and he connected the Angry Sea and Wild Waves dungeon with the strange occurrences in the inner city, suspecting that it might be the work of the ocean god's favor. At that moment, a melodious singing sound faintly drifted through the air, ethereal and carrying an enchanting, hypnotic magic. As the singing filled the air, the accumulated water on the streets began to churn violently, as if something was about to burst out from within. At the same time, the patterns carved in various places within the inner city began to glow faintly in Ling Ji's mind. These patterns seemed to be desperately suppressing the sound of the song. If my guess is correct, then the strange forces in the city might be the ocean god's power. Ling Ji thought to himself. And this city full of spiritual decrees. Are they all used to suppress the power of these ocean gods' blessings? Before Ling Ji could finish his thoughts. Ah! A shrill, miserable scream cut through the entire rainy night. The sound came from the neighboring courtyard, and Ling Ji raised an eyebrow. Fuck! What kind of monster is this? Why can dead people come back to life? What kind of power is this? No! Don't come over! My eyes! Shit! Die! Various desperate screams and howls echoed from the neighboring courtyard. Just as Ling Ji was about to withdraw his mental power, a surge of light erupted from the neighboring courtyard. The brightness was even somewhat blinding to Ling Ji. Then, the sounds from the neighboring courtyard disappeared. Time passed minute by minute, and it was now midnight. Ling Ji was sitting cross-legged on the bed, refining his killing intent. The system's notification sound timely rang in the minds of every player. Ding! The second day score challenge for the Frozen North has ended. Beginning the calculation. Although Ling Ji and the others entered the ruins and took side quests, the main quest still continued and wouldn't be paused just because of personal side quests. Calculating. Current number of teams, 29,753. Among them, teams 00897, 5438, 14367, and 100 other teams, ranked in the last 100, will be eliminated. Erasure program starting. At the same time, the scoreboard was updated. Ling Ji glanced at it. He was still in first place, with 24,752 points. The foreign player he killed before the night gained 320 points. The second place had also changed a lot. Bai Huang had caught up with nearly 5,000 points in one day, reaching 6,640 points. Bai Huang. Ling Ji rubbed his chin. 5,000 points in one day, even if most of them were from robbery, his strength couldn't be hidden. Indeed interesting. Ling Ji continued looking down. Most of the top 10 were leaders of the various regions of the Holy Right Temple, as mentioned in the regional chat: Free Obama, Ronald Rod, Bloodthirsty Hunter, and Underhanded Weaver. This shows that the strength of the Holy Right Temple was indeed powerful. As he scrolled down, Ling Ji saw familiar names. Zhao Long ranked 11th, and Chu Tianxiong ranked 13th. As for team rankings, it dropped 2 places to 5th. As for the team channel, Ling Ji didn't even look at it. He only needed to ensure that he wouldn't be affected by the score challenge, and wouldn't care about the rest. The next day, the bell rang at dawn with a series of clang clang clang. After refining for the entire night, Ling Ji opened his eyes, and a red light flashed across his pupils. After a night of refining, Ling Ji opened his personal panel. Player, Ling Ji. Constitution, 2291, plus 3 plus 500 plus 369.06. Spirit, 2202, plus 3 plus 500 plus 369.06. Not bad. Ling Ji stood up and stretched his muscles. While stretching, his bones suddenly cracked, the sound crisp and dense, as if countless tiny forces were flowing between his bones. The noise startled Ling Ji at first, but soon he realized it was probably the body transformation brought by the refining. He walked to the edge of the bed, and the sky was still clear, as if it hadn't rained the previous night. Ling Ji, good morning. A lazy voice came from behind. It was Chu Lingling, who had also woken up from her sleep. Ling Ji turned around and saw that Xin Liamo and Ning Fei were also awake. Though the three had squeezed into the same bed last night, they seemed well rested and in good spirits. As a skeleton, a Shuang had absorbed soul crystals throughout the night. Let's eat something. Ning Fei took out the food she had prepared from her backpack. Baozi and soy milk, these were all things she had prepared and kept in the backpack, just needing to be heated to eat. Ling Ji took the breakfast and started eating, while his mental power directly scanned outside. It was early morning, and the streets had some signs of life. Stalls were being set up, storytellers were telling stories. The half-meter deep water from last night had also disappeared from the streets, and there wasn't a trace left. And there was movement in the neighboring courtyard. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow. It seemed that some of those foreign players were still alive. It must have been that intense white light last night that saved their lives. At this moment. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. The big gate of the yard was being knocked on.